Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 810 to Chapter 891. On the dining table in the bungalow, there were a few bowls and plates. Because too much time had passed, the food had dried up. Judging from the furnishings and the tidiness of the house, when the devastating disaster happened in Taiyuan City, the residents of this house were eating. It doesn't look like a disaster happened, Yunxing pondered. There were several theories about what happened in Taiyuan City. Some people said that it was a sudden natural disaster that caused all the villagers to be struck by lightning and turned into ashes. But why were these houses still intact? Everything in the house was intact. Another theory was that because Taiyuan City was close to the sea, it experienced a sudden shipwreck. But Taiyuan City was located on such a high mountain, so a shipwreck was obviously impossible. The last theory, which was also the most reliable one, was that Taiyuan City experienced a beast disaster. As everyone knew, Taiyuan City was built by Taiyuan, the former prince of Punlai. He was expelled from the country because he disobeyed the authority of the Zhao state. Some people said that the Zhao state secretly sent a group of powerful magical beasts to kill the residents of Taiyuan City overnight. According to the situation in the house, this possibility was very low. Otherwise, if there was really a magical beast attack, the house would be a mess. This made it even more difficult for Yunxing to guess what caused the destruction of Taiyuan City overnight. Could it be that the residents here were like dew, evaporating from the earth? Yunxing and Lan found some fresh water in the house, and the food had been moldy and rotten. Other than that, there was nothing else. The residents' clothes and bedding had been weathered and turned into powder with a pinch. Yunxing and Lan saw that there were no clues, so they walked out of the house. The other major forces also came out one after another. Everyone's discovery was the same as Yunxing and the others. There is nothing unusual. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu also came out of the other two houses. The other major forces were already waiting at the intersection. The entire ruin was very quiet, but in this silence, there seemed to be a hair-raising feeling. Of the 7 powers that had entered the mountain earlier, only Tang Yuan, Immortal Abode, and Wuji were left. Skywings, the elite battalion, later Qin, Zhou State, Hunter's Guild, Law Temple, and the Medicine Emperor's Pavilion. When they entered the mountain, each team had 20 people. But now, the elite battalion and later Qin had the most people, with a total of 16 people. The other teams had around 10 people left, and Tang Yuan and Li Xiao had the least people. The total number of people had shrunk to 60 or so. The Taiyuan City Lord's Mansion is right in front of us. The team moved forward. After passing through a collapsed defensive wall, the Taiyuan Castle appeared in front of everyone. Even though part of it had already collapsed, the magnificence and luxury of the Taiyuan Castle still attracted everyone's amazement. However, no one was truly immersed in this beautiful scenery. It was very likely that there was a divine artifact of the 8 desolate lands hidden in this castle. Because the entrance had been blocked by a large number of ivory stones, the major powers spent nearly half a day clearing the entrance. The moment the entrance was cleared, Yunxing only heard a soft voice in her ear, like a sigh, but also like a call. "You're here," Yunxing quivered. "What's wrong?" Yi Baiming saw that Yunxing's complexion was not very good and asked with concern. "No, maybe I heard wrong." Yunxing listened carefully again, but the voice from before had disappeared. "You must be too worried. After we go in, follow me." Yi Baiming's big hand held Yunxing's little hand. His eyes were so gentle that it could drown a sea. Yunxing did not answer. Her mind was still filled with the strange voice. Yi Baiming and Yun Xing's actions fell into the eyes of the strange magician from Zhou State behind them. His eyes flashed with a hint of venomous hatred like that of a viper. The entrance to the Taiyuan Castle was an arched stone door, and inside was a corridor paved with white marble. Heavens, this is a statue carved from purple gold. This is a blanket made from the fur of a 9th-rank magical beast. In this corridor of about 100 meters long, all the items from the time of the Lord of Taiyuan City were perfectly preserved. The Lord of Taiyuan City came from Punlai, which is the country of summoners and magical beasts. Therefore, all the decorations in this corridor had a strong summoner's color. There was a statue of a magical beast placed every 5 meters in the corridor. There were statues of magical beasts from the 1st rank to the 9th rank, and even the commander rank. All the statues were made of purple gold, and the statues were vivid and lifelike. There were many different kinds of magical beasts. Such a statue, even if there was only one, could be sold at a sky-high price on the mainland. Although the warriors and magicians present were all experts carefully selected by the major forces, when they saw these purple gold statues of magical beasts, their eyes could not help but shine. Just when everyone was sighing and even going forward to touch the statues of magical beasts, Xianxia felt a chill down her spine. She always felt that these magical beasts seemed to be staring at them. They were just some statues. How could they give off such a feeling? Xianxia shook her head. It must be because she had experienced too much after entering Taiyuan Mountain in the past few days that she became paranoid. Look, there's a jade tablet in front. The only people who were immune to these sparkling purple gold statues of magical beasts were probably half-baked businessmen like Tianyu and Zhou Qingchuan. Both of them were born in wealthy families and had long been accustomed to this purple gold. Tianyu found a jade tablet. Even Tianyu, who was used to seeing top-grade treasures, could not help but sigh when he saw this jade tablet that was more than 5 meters high. It was a piece of top-grade white marble. A jade tablet with such perfect cut and jade color was rare on the mainland. The jade tablet was engraved with the structure of the whole castle. From the map on the tablet, the whole Taiyuan castle was divided into several major parts: the magical beast corridor, the Taiyuan garden, the living room, the city lord's hall, and the underground palace. On the stone tablet, the main purpose and function of these castles were also briefly explained. Although the structure of the castle looked simple, it was actually as complicated as a maze. There were more than 100 living rooms for guests, and they were all suites with complicated structures. Needless to say, in the city lord's hall in the deepest part of the castle, there was a magic array that led to the underground palace. The corridor where everyone was now was the magical beast corridor on the jade tablet. It was 166 meters long and had a total of 22 magical beasts. There were 2 statues of magical beasts of each level, from the 1st level to the 9th level, and then to the saint level and king level magical beasts. Did you notice that there are only 2 king level magical beast statues missing? Xianxia suddenly said. That's right, there are only 20 of them. It seems like we're missing 2 of the king level magic beast statues. Could it be that the statues grew legs and ran away? Qingbai joked, but Xianxia didn't even have a trace of a smile on her face. Hey, Xianxia, you're too serious. You're making me nervous. No matter who it is, let's hurry up and find the divine artifact. Qingbai was getting goosebumps because of Xianxia's words. Apart from the magical beast corridor, the Taiyuan garden was further down. According to the jade tablet, the Taiyuan garden was built by the Taiyuan city lord to commemorate his beloved concubine who had passed away. It was a garden in the city, and there were many rare and precious herbs planted in it. There were also some holy and even divine-grade herbs that were rarely seen in the mainland. Seeing this, the eyes of the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Dharma Temple burned with desire. Even if they didn't find any divine artifacts on this trip, there was no need for them to make this trip. TSK, this castle is too big. It's even bigger than the palace. There are so many living rooms. As they looked further down, they couldn't help but grumble. Not to mention finding the divine artifact, it would take at least a day to explore all these living rooms. Grumbling aside, they still had to find the divine artifact. After all the living rooms, they arrived at the core area of the Taiyuan castle, the city lord's palace. The city lord's palace was divided into the inner and outer halls. The outer hall was where the city lord of Taiyuan used to discuss important matters. It could be seen as a meeting room. The inner hall was where the city lord of Taiyuan slept. Seeing this, the leaders of the various factions thought to themselves, the divine artifact might be in the inner hall. Apart from the inner hall, the most special part of the entire Taiyuan castle was the underground palace. The underground palace was a special mausoleum where the city lord of Taiyuan buried his remains after his death. Before the mysterious incident in Taiyuan City, the underground palace had always been empty. Seeing this, the structure of the entire Taiyuan castle was very clear. The leaders were still deep in thought. I have a suggestion. After passing through the Taiyuan garden, why don't we let each faction choose their own destination? As for who can find the divine artifact, it'll all depend on their own abilities, Rui suggested. After entering the Taiyuan ruins, and especially after entering the Taiyuan city lord's residence, the leaders of the various factions understood that the real competition had only just begun. When they first entered Taiyuan Mountain, to put it bluntly, they were just fighting against demonic beasts and the harsh environment of Taiyuan Mountain. But now, they were fighting against humans. In this world, the most terrifying thing was humans. The map was placed at the entrance. Taiyuan Castle was huge, so whoever could find the divine artifact first would be the winner. Everyone, including Lan and Dugu Xiao, agreed with Ruyi's suggestion. Although they were looking for the divine artifact separately, they all had the same goal in mind. Something as important as the divine artifact was most likely hidden in an important place like the city lord's palace. Every force sent one person to make a copy of the map. The Magic Beast Cloister and Taiyuan Flower Garden were still a straight path, but according to the map, once they passed through the flower garden, they would see a corridor that led to a large number of living rooms. As they walked to the end of the corridor, Yunxing frowned. However, the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion all cheered in unison. In front of them, the fragrance of herbs hit their faces. Although no one had taken care of it for 500 years, this indoor garden in Taiyuan Castle was still growing well. The secret lay in the huge 4 elements magic array in the middle of the garden. This magic array combined the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The 4 elements magic array was a very ancient magic array. The drawing of this magic array had been lost. It could maintain the temperature, humidity, soil fertility, and air circulation in the garden, so that the herbs and flowers here could be maintained in the best condition. It's 7-leaf sage ginseng, Saint Grey jade snow lotus, and golden arrow pine. In the face of so many rare herbs, not to mention the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, even some of the accompanying warriors and magicians all rushed forward. They were desperate to collect those precious herbs. Yunxing, there's no problem with these herbs. Instructor Shi Huang needs some jade snow lotus. I'll go collect some. Abandon also wanted to collect some. The herbs here were all priceless. Abandon was sure that these things were not poisonous. Wait. Yunxing pulled Abandon. Don't forget about the Taiyuan eucalyptus. Yunxing could also see that these herbs were not poisonous. Regardless of color or smell, they were similar to the herbs she had seen on the continent. But when she thought of the experience of the Taiyuan eucalyptus before she left, Yunxing did not dare to act rashly. The city lord of Taiyuan was not only a summoner, but he was also unique in the field of herbs and poisons. Why would such a man spend so much effort to build a magic array and build the Taiyuan garden just to commemorate a woman? Ah, a miserable scream interrupted Yunxing and Abandon. A doctor from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was picking a 7-leaf purple ginseng. But when he touched the purple ginseng, his hand suddenly turned into a pool of pus. That speed was as if it had come into contact with concentrated sulfuric acid, corroding it in an instant. He wasn't the only one. Many warriors and magicians were screaming and kneeling on the ground. Their hands and feet touched the herbs, and they were all turned into rotten water. The rotten water quickly eroded a living person. Come back, no one is to act rashly. When the leaders of the major forces saw this, they immediately ordered their team members not to touch those herbs and flowers. Abandon was also shocked. His hands and feet instantly turned cold. If not for Yunxing holding him back just now, he was afraid that he would be, what the hell is this? Chungbai wiped his cold sweat. Oh my god, he almost had the idea of digging up a stalk of sage ginseng to make ginseng wine for his old man. That was a matter of life and death, and he almost turned into pus. What exactly is going on? These herbs are obviously not poisonous. The leader of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wanted to cry. Just now, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had the most people who went to pick the herbs. Just counting the doctors alone, 3 or 4 of them were corroded by these poisonous flowers. 2 magicians from the temple were also affected. The situation of the other forces was slightly better, but there were still less than 2 deaths. This seemingly beautiful garden suddenly became as scary as a mass grave. Yunxing walked to a pool of pus, checked the color, and sniffed the smell. The herbs are not poisonous. Just now, these people all touched the purple gold statues. If I'm not wrong, the problem lies with the purple gold statues of the magical beasts. There should be something on the statues. Once it comes into contact with the herbs in the garden, it will form a strong corrosive poison. The owner of this castle warned us that greed will be punished. Xianxia took a deep breath. It was only then that everyone recalled that the magicians and warriors who had been corroded had indeed touched the purple gold statues in the corridor. If not for their leaders stopping them, some of them would have already stolen the statues. Rather than saying that these people had ended up like this because of a moment of greed, it would be better to say that the person who had designed this poison was vicious and had taken advantage of a sliver of greed in people's hearts to design this kind of cereal poison. Then, since I didn't touch those purple gold statues, does that mean I can dig up a few herbs? Chengbai asked recklessly. If you're not afraid of death, then try. However, I suggest that unless absolutely necessary, don't touch anything in this castle. Xianxia had felt a little strange ever since she had entered Taiyuan Castle. She had a feeling that something was watching her from some unknown corner of the castle. Along the way, she had a feeling that she was being watched. Chengbai shrank back. He didn't have the guts to do so. They had only stayed in Taiyuan Garden for a quarter of an hour, and more than 10 people had died. It was easy to imagine how ugly the expressions of the leaders were. At this moment, everyone had the same thought in their minds, to leave this damned place as soon as possible. Everyone, the living room is just up ahead. Rui will take his leave first. After finally leaving Taiyuan Flower Garden and reaching the end of the corridor, Rui from the Dharma Temple heaved a sigh of relief and led the group of people from the Dharma Temple and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion away. There were more than 100 living rooms in the castle. Just searching through them would take a long time. The other major forces also took their leave. Prince Dugu, I will also part with you for the time being. Let's meet again in the City Lord's Hall. Sister Lan decided to let her team members go their separate ways for the sake of efficiency. We'll meet at the City Lord's Hall too. Xianxia nodded at Yi Baiming. Without waiting for his reply, she disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Yi Baiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, it wasn't a big deal to part with Xianxia for the time being. In any case, he and Xianxia had the special binding magic of the unicorn. If she was in danger, he could rush over in time. Right now, he could do something of his own. Yi Baiming took a few steps and saw a special symbol in the shape of the Taiji 8 trigrams on a living room. He walked in. Zhou Qingchuan and several of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's martial artists were all waiting there. Baiming, according to your instructions, I have brought the item. Zhou Qingchuan waved his hand. Behind him, a few demon warriors who had disguised themselves as ordinary warriors knelt on the ground. Then, he took out an exquisite box. As soon as he opened the box, a golden sparrow flew out from within. I'll have to trouble you this time, Brother Zhou. With this thing, it'll be much easier for me to find the 8 Desolations divine artifact. Yi Baiming asked Zhou Qingchuan to bring over the bird that the Everlasting Trading Firm had specially purchased for this divine artifact mission. This kind of bird was called Spirit Rhino, and it could detect the whereabouts of special treasures. No matter how well hidden the 8 Desolations divine artifact was, there would definitely be a trace of its aura left behind. As long as he used the Spirit Rhino Sparrow and his subordinates, Yi Baiming had a greater chance of finding the 8 Desolations divine artifact. As soon as the Spirit Rhino Sparrow flew out, it circled around in the air. Then, it suddenly flapped its wings and rushed out of the living room. Looking at its posture, it was clear that it had found the trace of the divine artifact. There's no time to lose. We must act immediately. We must find the 8 Desolations divine artifact before other forces find it. Yi Baiming ordered. Several demon warriors and Zhou Qingchuan followed closely behind, passing through the living room. On the other side, after Dugu Xiu saw that Xianxia and Yi Baiming had separated, he also led his subordinates to a secluded corner. Qibai, are you sure that your little guy can find the whereabouts of the 8 Desolations divine artifact? The main reason Dugu Xiu brought Madame Qibai to the Taiyuan ruins was because Madame Qibai's spirit snake could find the aura of the 8 Desolations divine artifact. Crown Prince, please believe me. The ancestor of the Bosserpent clan once fought a life-and-death battle with experts who possessed the 8 Desolations divine artifact. My spirit snake hatched from an egg laid by the ancestor spirit snake. As long as there is an 8 Desolations divine artifact in the castle, it will be able to find it. Madame Qibai's face was full of confidence. Earlier, because of Yunxing, she and Crown Prince Dugu had almost fallen out. Madame Qibai was determined to mend their relationship. She wanted to let Crown Prince Dugu know that she was more suitable to be his woman than Yunxing. After Madame Qibai finished speaking, she took out her little piccolo. As she chanted, the piccolo slowly transformed into a small emerald green snake. The small snake coiled around her wrist and let out a sizzling sound in the direction of the Taiyuan castle. It's in that direction. Crown Prince, follow this servant. When Madame Qibai heard this, she immediately beamed with joy. The spirit snake meant that it had found the location of the 8 Desolations divine artifact. Let's go. Dugu Shou also ordered. His subordinates followed Madame Qibai through the living rooms. Rui and a group of people from the temple were also walking through the living rooms at this time. He heard a flurry of footsteps and knew that the people from the other major factions must be on the move. Seeing this, the magicians behind Rui couldn't help but become anxious. Lord Rui, are we not going to chase after them? Why lower yourself to their level? Do you think that Elder Siming will really let them find the 8 Desolations divine artifact? Rui's kind face had a hint of slyness. This time, the temple used the Starry Sky magic array to detect the whereabouts of the 8 Desolations divine artifact. Elder Siming Jiyu suffered a great loss because of this. Finding the whereabouts of the 8 Desolations divine artifact made the other 6 major factions very grateful to the temple. This also brought about a good reputation for the temple. In the past few years, with the rise of the mainland's elite camp and the little Xianxia, the temple had suffered a great blow. Elder Siming Jiyu had always wanted the temple to regain the recognition of the mainland. Therefore, this time, he had set up this trap. Rui took out a magic crystal ball. Elder Siming, before we set off, we have already injected a portion of the Starry Sky power into this crystal ball. As long as we get close to the 8 Desolations divine artifact, this crystal ball will emit a dazzling light. We will find the 8 Desolations divine artifact before the other factions. There's no time to lose, let's move out immediately. Rui led a group of magicians and headed towards the depths of the Taiyuan castle. After Rui and the others left, Yunxing stepped out from the corner. She looked at the backs of the people who were leaving with a faint smile. She pretended to be deep in thought and stroked her chin. It seems that everyone came prepared. Everyone wants to find the 8 Desolations divine artifact, right? Then I'll let you guys find it to your heart's content. Girls who are out of books can go and read a few of Fuzi's old books, Reborn Socialite, I'm the Biggest, Reborn Space Farming, Unlimited Army, and The Strongest Abandoned Immortal. Yunxing chuckled with a sly look on her face. I don't have anything else, but I have a lot of divine weapons. I have 2 out of 8. With divine weapons, I can do whatever I want. Yunxing took out the immortal holy grail from the beast language ring. Little Queen. Yunxing summoned the little water spirit queen. Biased master, you finally summoned me. The little water fairy queen's face was full of joy. However, she immediately frowned and her beautiful face was full of displeasure. Where is this place? The little queen hates this place. The water elves were the kindest and most peace-loving branch of the elves. As the queen of the elves, the little water elven queen was much more sensitive to any foul or bloody smell than humans and ordinary elves. What's wrong? Yunxing didn't understand what the little queen meant. In the words of the human race, this castle was cursed and experienced a terrible disaster. The little water spirit queen also felt the resentment, but she didn't know where it came from. You carry the Holy Grail and fly around the castle until I summon you. Remember, be careful and hide. You must attract the attention of as many people as possible, but you must be careful not to be caught. If you succeed, you will get 10 jars of elven fruit wine. Yunxing was also trying to make use of this opportunity. This time, Divine Wind had asked Hui Yu to bring a lot of elven fruit wine and elven elixirs over. Okay. The little elven queen was immediately energized when she heard that there would be wine to drink. She was a beginner king-level figure. She didn't fight head-on. She was still very good at hiding. The little queen hugged the Holy Grail and thought of the elven fruit wine to drink. She even hummed happily along the way and wandered around the castle. Seeing that the little queen had left, Xianxia stuck out her tongue and muttered to herself, "Night Fox, this time, we are even." Xianxia remembered very clearly that Yi Baiming used her to steal Li Xiao's purple gold organ. This time, Xianxia was going to let him have a taste of what it felt like to have a duck fly away from his mouth. When the little water fairy queen appeared with the immortal Holy Grail, Yi Baiming, Dugu Xiu, Ru Yi, and the others, who were originally rushing towards a certain direction in the castle, had different reactions from the spiritual sparrows and treasures in their hands. The three of them were puzzled. Looking at the reactions of their respective spirit sparrows and artifacts, the 8 Desolates' divine artifact seemed to be in another direction. "Let's go back." The three of them immediately changed directions and rushed towards the little water sprite queen. However, when they were halfway there, the spirit sparrow and the treasure reacted again. This time, it showed that the 8 Desolates' divine artifact was moving in a completely different direction. What's going on? Why is the artifact walking back and forth? Rui led his group of mages back and forth a few times. They were mages in the first place, and their physiques were weaker than warriors. In the past few days, they had been so worried that they couldn't even meditate properly. They ran back and forth in the huge castle dozens of times. Every time they ran nearby, the magic crystal ball would have a different reaction. This feeling was as if the 8 Desolates' divine artifact had grown legs of its own. Of course, the artifact couldn't have grown legs of its own. The only possibility was that someone was carrying the artifact. Thinking of this, Rui didn't dare to be negligent. He decided to believe in the instructions of Elder Seeming's magic crystal ball and continued to follow the 8 Desolates' divine artifact tirelessly. He swore that he would definitely snatch the artifact before the others. Xianxia relied on the immortal Holy Grail to temporarily get rid of the major forces including Rui. In the beast language ring, the other 8 Desolates' divine artifact, the summoning demon's hand, was still quiet. Xianxia thought for a while and decisively abandoned more than 100 living rooms. She also thought that even if the city lord of Taiyuan had the 8 Desolates' divine artifact, he must have hidden it in the most important place. Xianxia didn't dare to delay and ran all the way. After passing through the living rooms, she rushed straight to the city lord's palace. In front of her was the outer palace of the city lord's palace. Xianxia jumped a few times and entered the outer palace. In the outer palace, it was very quiet. It was obvious that the other forces hadn't arrived yet. This was also thanks to Xianxia's earlier actions to confuse the public. However, what made Xianxia disappointed was that she was already standing in the outer palace. However, in the beast language ring, there was no reaction from the summoning demon at all. Or could it be that the 8 Desolates' divine artifact wasn't hidden in the city lord's palace? Xianxia looked around the outer palace but didn't find anything. She then walked into the inner palace, which was next to the outer palace. The city lord's palace was divided into 2 sections. Outside was the meeting room and inside was the city lord's bedroom. The bedroom was further divided into 2 sections. One section was the bed, and the other was the meditation and daily training area. Xianxia looked at the meditation area of the city lord. The summoning demon's hand still didn't respond. Still nothing. Could it be that the 8 Barons' legendary weapon is hidden in the underground palace? Xianxia remembered that the jade tablet at the entrance clearly stated that the teleportation portal to the underground palace was in the inner palace of the city lord's palace. There was a teleportation portal in the inner palace. However, this teleportation portal had been there for too long. Not to mention the magic power, even the magic seal script on it had become blurred. Xianxia checked the magic seal script on the teleportation portal to see if she could find any clues. However, just as Xianxia was checking, a fatal thunder flash and a wind sickle came towards her from the front and back. Xianxia abruptly bowed and rolled on the ground, dodging the 2 spells that were aimed at her from the front and back. "I didn't expect you to be able to dodge our attacks. Xianxia, you're quite capable." A cold laugh came from a corner of the inner palace. 2 people walked out from the direction of the curtains. They were the 2 sorcerers from Zhou State. This voice, the 2 sorcerers who had mysteriously appeared, took off their masks. "No wonder I always felt that you were hostile towards me. Sigh, Chen Lian, jealousy is a disease. You really are sick. You and Lu Tongtian were actually willing to join Zhou state and work for others. Yunxing shrugged. She had forgotten that Chen Lian was also from Zhou state. Since Ke Ling could return to Tangyuan after betraying the elite camp, Chen Lian, a woman who would do anything for her own benefits, would naturally return to Zhou state after losing the mission to find the legendary weapon. However, Yunxing didn't expect that Chen Lian would give up searching around the living room and come directly to the city lord's palace. I'm the crown princess of Zhou state. There's nothing wrong with returning to Zhou state. However, you actually managed to come here alone. However, you're also seeking your own death by coming here. Without Ji Baiming, that poison brat, and Du Guxiu, I'd like to see how you're going to deal with us. Chen Lian had always wanted to take revenge on Yunxing. Unfortunately, she hadn't found the opportunity. Chen Lian had always wanted to plot against Yunxing, but she didn't have the chance to do so. Now, she had a rare opportunity. She was sure that Yunxing wouldn't be able to escape from her and Lu Tongtian. At this moment, in Chen Lian's eyes, Yunxing was already a dead person. Oh, you really think so? Yunxing smiled. What are you smiling for? You're about to die, yet you're still smiling. Seeing Yunxing's face, Chen Lian was jealous and hateful. It was this face that seduced Ji Baiming, causing him to be completely infatuated with her and ignore her. I'm laughing at your childishness. Don't think that only you two know how to hide your identities. You have to know, the same trick that you two used, I've already gotten tired of it when I was in Skywing City. Yunxing was mocking Chen Lian and Lu Tongtian, imitating her and Dong Huanglinger's method of Flame Emperor. As she spoke, she clapped her hands. Suddenly, a few warriors rushed in from the outer palace. Seeing those warriors, Chen Lian and Lu Tongtian's expressions changed slightly. Aren't you people from the Hunters Guild? How is this possible? These warriors, including the only martial emperor in the Hunters Guild, all stood behind Yunxing and respectfully greeted, Vice Guild Leader. XX Crown Princess, you're still the same as before. Your chest isn't big and your brain isn't good. Don't you know that my master is the guest elder of the Hunters Guild and my second uncle is the guild leader of the continent's top heaven expedition hunting corps? Tell me, in this kind of situation, will the Hunters Guild help you or help me? Yi Baiming wasn't the only one who had secretly hidden the everlasting Chamber of Commerce's power. Yunxing had also made ample preparations before heading to the Taiyuan ruins. First, she contacted second uncle and asked him to invite a martial Grand Emperor expert who had a close personal relationship with Yun Ba to hide in the Hunters Guild. Then, she selected a few devil warriors and hid them in the Hunters Guild in Zhou State. Yunxing had prepared all of this in secret without anyone noticing. Facing the sarcastic Yunxing and the hunters behind her, Yi Zichen was stunned. Chen Lian's face paled. She didn't think that Yunxing would have a trick up her sleeve. If it was just Yunxing alone, she and Lu Tongtian would definitely be able to kill Yunxing. However, there were a few more strange devil warriors and a martial emperor expert. With these people added together, it was still unknown who would be able to kill who between her and Yunxing. Why did she always lose to Yunxing? Whether it was the man or the mission, she had lost so miserably. Yunxing, today, either you die or I die, Chen Lian said word by word. Chen Lian, you are not my opponent. Not now, and definitely not in the future. Yunxing also raised her magic scepter. Chen Lian had plotted against her many times, especially just now. If she hadn't sensed the breathing of other people in the inner hall, she would have been killed under the pincer attack of Lu Tongtian and Chen Lian. This woman was narrow-minded. Leaving her alive would only cause trouble in the future. Haha, is that so? Then we'll only know after we fight. Chen Lian's eyes were filled with hatred. She slowly took out a bracelet from her storage necklace and put it on her hand. She would kill Yunxing at all costs. The moment the bracelet was taken out, Yunxing's beast language ring trembled and her summoning hand trembled. 8 Baron Divine Artifact. A thought flashed through Yunxing's mind. Yunxing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the ancient bracelet on Chen Lian's hand. There was no mistake. It really was the magical bracelet of the 8 Baron Divine Artifact. It was left behind by the first magical god of the temple. Yunxing's heart thumped uncontrollably. The 8-Baron Divine Artifact in the Taiyuan Castle had not been found yet, but another 8-Baron Divine Artifact had suddenly appeared. Although the divine power of this divine artifact was much weaker than the other divine artifacts, it was still very powerful. But Yunxing still remembered the legend of the magical bracelet. It was a mysterious bracelet that contained endless magic power. It could allow the wearer to have the terrifying power of the first magical god. But Yunxing was sure that the magical bracelet on Chen Lianer's hand did not emit such a terrifying magic wave. Yunxing looked at it and found that there was a similar soul stone on the magical bracelet. Her heart skipped a beat as she suddenly thought of something. It couldn't be that coincidental, right? The soul stone on Chen Lianer's bracelet was almost exactly the same as the enigma stone in her beast speech ring that contained powerful magic. She instantly understood. It was no wonder Chen Lianer was willing to do anything, even selling her body, to obtain that enigma stone from the Skywing Tower. It turned out that it was used to repair the magical bracelet. But Chen Lianer had never imagined that Steward Chu would secretly swap it out and give her a fake soul stone. Thus, the magical bracelet's power was greatly reduced. After understanding all this, Yunxing decided that she had to obtain the magical bracelet no matter what. Chen Lianer was completely unaware that one of the 8-Baron Divine Artifacts that she had painstakingly searched for was currently on her arm. Yunxing, today, either you die or I die. After putting on the magical bracelet, Chen Lianer's magic power rapidly increased by a large margin. She was originally a sky magus, and after putting on the magical bracelet, she directly broke through to become a Saint Law Overlord. With a shout, Chen Lianer and Lu Tongtian charged toward Yunxing side by side. Almost at the same time, the members of the Hunters Guild behind Yunxing also split up and attacked the two. Leave Chen Lianer to me. Yunxing flapped her magic wings and nimbly dodged a wind scythe that Chen Lianer released. Lu Tongtian was also quite capable. With his strength alone, he was actually able to barely block the martial emperor and the other magic warriors. Yunxing and Chen Lianer leaped into the air. Chen Lianer was a wind magus, so her agility was unparalleled. Yunxing had the help of Night Charm and a Wind Soul Stone, so her agility was slightly higher than Chen Lianer's. The two began to fight in the inner hall. In an instant, wind scythes flew everywhere, and fireballs hit the curtains and decorations in the hall. Flames raged, and smoke rose into the air. On the other side, Lu Tongtian and the martial emperor were also locked in battle. The magic and doqi released by the two caused the city lord's hall to suffer. The walls collapsed, and the entire inner hall shook. Yunxing could not help but think to herself, the magical bracelet really does have some secrets. Hey, Skywing expansion, Yunxing suddenly called out. Hearing this, Chen Lianer's heart shook, and she subconsciously turned her head. Since the soul stone appeared in Chen Lianer's hands, it meant that Skywing expansion's death was related to her. Yunxing took advantage of this and suddenly called out Skywing expansion's name. Chen Lianer was already feeling guilty about killing Skywing expansion. Hearing this shout, she was not paying attention, and Yunxing took advantage of this opening. In the blink of an eye, Yunxing had finished chanting. In terms of strength, Yunxing was only a sky magician. Chen Lianer, who had obtained the magic god bracelet, had already reached the level of a saint-level magician. In the magician realm, every level of difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if they were both high-level magicians, the effect of a grand sanctuary magician and a sky magician would be very different. Therefore, Yunxing decided not to use nature magicians to deal with Chen Lianer. The moment Chen Lianer was fooled, a wave of dark magic flowed out of Yunxing's body like a tide. Dark thorns. Cracks appeared on the white marble floor, and dark thorns that were as sharp as blades rose from the ground. Yunxing, you're courting death. Chen Lianer turned around and realized that there was nothing behind her. Only then did she realize that she had fallen into Yunxing's trap. She knew that after Yunxing learned from a dark gold teacher, she didn't even need to chant. Because she couldn't dodge in time, her foot was pierced by a dark thorn, and a piece of flesh was scraped off. The magic soul stone on the magic god bracelet on Chen Lianer's hand flashed. Chen Lianer actually managed to use her powerful wind-type magic to avoid the thorns at the critical moment. Even so, Chen Lianer's legs and body were already covered with scratches. She could only barely dodge to a relatively safe place. That place was the magic array that led to the underground palace in the city lord's hall. A magic array that seemed to have lost its magic power. Yunxing wouldn't give Chen Lianer a chance to dodge. She chanted a second time. Bang bang bang. The dark thorns were like bullets from a machine gun, piercing through the magic array. Many soul stones on the magic scepter flickered with a shocking light. Then, a raging sea of fire began to burn. Only then did Chen Lianer realize how terrifying the elven hellfire was. Yunxing's elven hellfire was not something that ordinary magic flames could compare to. Ordinary water magicians couldn't extinguish it at all. Not only that, when it burned, it would be further consumed and corroded by magic shields. With the sound of spikes rising from the ground and the heat from the blazing flames, a third of the entire city lord's palace had been destroyed by Yunxing's magic attack. Chen Lianer had never imagined that she would be trapped to death by Yunxing. The air was filled with Yunxing's tyrannical dark magic fluctuations. The fire and rocks brushed past Chen Lianer's face. She no longer had her usual seductive and noble appearance. In comparison, Lu Tongtian's fight with the martial emperor paled in comparison. Tisk, so this is a competition between magicians. Many people had already arrived at the city lord's palace. The duel between the mages in the city lord hall made everyone who had just arrived click their tongues in amazement. When Qingbai and the others saw Chen Lianer and Lu Tongtian, and then looked at the Zhou state hunters surrounding Lu Tongtian, they were confused. After thinking about it for a while, he immediately understood. Qingbai couldn't help but curse in his heart. What kind of lousy team was this? Not only did Chen Lianer and Lu Tongtian sneak in, they even planted Yunxing's spy. He and Jiuxiao were being played like monkeys. Jiuxiao, what do you think? Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao secretly watched from the side. No rush. With such a big commotion, Bai Ming is so nervous about Yunxing. He will definitely rush over. Moreover, there are still no clues about the Octotera divine artifact. Bu Jiuxiao paid attention to Yunxing and Chen Lianer's duel and didn't step forward to stop it. For the warriors of Wushuan Wuji School, this was the first time they had seen such a high-level magic duel. The duels of the warriors in the dojo were more exciting than flashy. Just in terms of visual effects, the dark thorns all over the ground and the blazing elven hellfire were much more exciting than the warriors punching each other and kicking each other. However, Bu Jiuxiao also understood that in a duel between magicians, especially magicians of similar strength, the final outcome would be a competition of endurance and magic power. Yunxing's attacks were fierce, but he was afraid that she wouldn't have enough magic power. However, Bu Jiuxiao didn't know that Yunxing had a 5-elemental magic spirit. Her magic power wasn't inferior to Chen Lianer's, who had the magical bracelet. In comparison, the duel between Lu Tongtian and that warrior was much more inferior. You guys, why aren't you helping? Lu Tongtian saw that Chen Lianer was being forced to retreat by Yunxing. He himself was being entangled by the martial emperor and couldn't escape. In his anger, he roared at Qingbai and the others. Haha, that's funny. Help? Earlier on at the fork in the road, our people were attacked, but I didn't see you guys helping. Besides, what help? Yunxing is a member of our Wushuan Wuji school, Yi Baiming's woman. Compared to her, Zhou State is nothing, Qingbai spat. In front of his brother, what was the rotten Zhou State's government? Qingbai's words almost made Lu Tongtian choke to death. You. Lu Tongtian still wanted to say something fierce, but who knew that the martial emperor's leg would sweep over, solidly kicking his magic wooden helmet. How could a martial emperor's leg be so easy to endure? Lu Tongtian only felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Why are they fighting? The huge commotion in the city lord's palace had already alarmed the people from the other factions who were still searching for the Octotera divine artifact outside. Even Yi Baiming and the others, who had been fooled by the little water sprite queen, heard the sounds of fighting in the inner palace and rushed to the inner palace. Yunxing, I want you dead, Chen Lianer was chanting when Yi Baiming arrived. She had never been in such a sorry state before. She was crazily chanting and the magical bracelet in her hand emitted a blood-red light. Beneath her feet, there was a huge explosion and the entire city lord's palace shook violently. Lianer, don't use Nightmare Dragon Storm. Otherwise, the entire city lord's palace will be destroyed. Lu Tongtian saw Chen Lianer's actions and felt his insides crack. He didn't expect Chen Lianer to risk her own life to fight to the death with Yunxing. After repairing the magical bracelet, Chen Lianer realized that she could reach the magic realm of a saint-level magical emperor. She begged Lu Tongtian to enter the magic forest and help her find a super magical fruit. Lu Tongtian didn't agree at first because he knew the power of a super magical fruit was not to be underestimated. It could even destroy a small village. Even Lu Tongtian himself didn't dare to rashly learn how to use a super magical fruit. He also knew Chen Lianer's temperament. He was afraid that Chen Lianer would do something extreme. But Chen Lianer didn't care. She even promised that as long as Lu Tongtian agreed, she would marry him after completing this divine artifact quest. Lu Tongtian couldn't resist the temptation and finally agreed to Chen Lianer. In the saint-level region of the magic forest, he found a super wind magical fruit suitable for Chen Lianer on a wind magical tree. That magical fruit contained a super magical fruit with terrifying power called Nightmare Dragon Storm. According to the memory of the magician in the magic fruit, if she triggered the Flood Dragon Storm, not to mention a Taiyuan castle, even the entire Taiyuan ruins would be razed to the ground. Yunxing also realized Chen Lianer's madness. Under the effect of the magic bracelet, countless wind magic elements rushed to Chen Lianer's body. Her whole body was surrounded by magic elements. The wind magic elements gathered together and formed the shape of a green wind dragon. The dragon shape was still expanding. It was more than 20 meters tall and emitted terrifying magic waves. It was about to take shape in front of Yunxing. It opened its huge mouth, as if it was going to swallow Yunxing at any time. Yunxing looked so weak in front of the flood dragon. Damn it, this woman is crazy. Yi Baiming, Du Guxiu, and the others who had just arrived happened to witness the shocking scene. The two of them did not hesitate. They rushed to Yunxing in a flash. The loud sound of the wind was incessant. The whole palace trembled, as if the castle was about to be shattered. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu stood on the left and right, sandwiching Yunxing in the middle. The two of them looked at each other and saw the hostility in each other's eyes. Lord Baiming, why don't we make a bet to see who will defeat this flood dragon first? Okay, as Prince Dugu said, let's have a competition. Yi Baiming raised his eyebrows evilly. Fighting energy was dense on his right arm. The winner can marry her. Du Guxiu smiled. His eagle-like eyes were full of provocation. Yi Baiming frowned. The fighting energy around him burned like flames. He spat out a few words. Du Guxiu, I should have warned you. She is the only one I won't let go of. Since you won't let me, then this prince will snatch her. Du Guxiu looked up to the sky and laughed. He suddenly jumped up and rushed toward the flood dragon like a cannonball. Yi Baiming did not show any weakness. Black scales grew wildly on his left and right arms. He roared and rushed toward the flood dragon at the same time. Seeing Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu's actions, Chen Lianer's heart, which was already filled with hatred for Yunxing, was completely twisted. She shouted, Yunxing, why is it Yunxing again? How am I inferior to her? You blind men, why do you only like Yunxing? I will tear you to pieces, no one can escape. She desperately urged her magic power, and the figure of the hurricane dragon that was still in the process of forming became clearer. The dragon's body began to roll. The dragon's body rolled and a hurricane was forming. The ground trembled and the air was filled with the aura of death. Each and every one of you, do you think I'm dead? Yunxing was furious. This damned night fox and Du Guxiu, why did they blindly join in? Super magic, very powerful, right? If it was interrupted, so what if it was powerful? Space-time prohibition. Yunxing raised her magic scepter. A wave of dark magic quickly gathered around her. A dark light fell on the flood dragon in front of her. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu's body stopped in midair. The flood dragon also stopped. This is the moment. Yunxing instantly moved in front of the flood dragon. In her hands, water and fire magic elements crazily multiplied. The profound lightning vortex sizzled. Go. Without any hesitation, Yunxing sent the lightning vortex into the flood dragon's mouth. Yunxing made full use of the 10 or so seconds of time restriction. In the eyes of the crowd, they saw a dramatic scene. The flood dragon let out a sharp cry. the profound lightning vortex tore the flood dragon apart. The flood dragon, which was more than 20 meters tall, was torn to pieces by this terrifying magic. As all of this had happened too suddenly, the crowd was simply unable to distinguish what had happened during this period of time. No, Xianxia let out a tragic cry. The moment the flood dragon's back was torn apart, her body couldn't withstand too much wind magic. Like a balloon, she burst into pieces. Until the moment of her death, Xianxia never thought that she would die under Yunxing's magic. This magic was the lowest level of space-time magic. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu, who were already flying in mid-air, were also thrown off by the wind magic and the profound lightning vortex. The moment Xianxia's body was torn apart, the magic god bracelet on her arm flew out. Yunxing saw it clearly. She teleported and was about to snatch the bracelet. "Watch your step." Two voices were heard. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu charged toward Yunxing. It turned out that when Yunxing landed, she landed right on the magic array of the city lord's palace. Yunxing lowered her head to take a look and was shocked. She clearly saw that this magic array had already lost its magic power. But at this time, the black, mud-like magic power was surging toward the magic array. The entire magic array suddenly came to life. The blurry magic runes became clear. It was like an old stone mill that hadn't been used for many years was suddenly moved. Creaking sounds came from under their feet. This magic array that had already lost its magic power suddenly shone with magic light. Inside the magic array, Yunxing, Yi Baiming, and Du Guxiu were all enveloped by the magic light. The entire magic array suddenly let out a cracking sound. Yunxing and the others, who were inside the magic array, felt their feet miss a step. They fell down like kites with a broken string. "Yunxing! Baiming! Crown Prince!" There was a series of exclamations. The cracked magic array was still expanding. The ground of the city lord's palace was cracking as if it had been hit by a heavy blow. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. They grew wantonly like withered vines on an old tree. Taiyuan Castle was about to collapse. Not good. "Everyone, evacuate from Taiyuan Castle immediately." Seeing Yunxing and the others being swallowed up, the leaders of the major forces panicked. They hadn't found the divine artifact yet, but under the current situation, the castle would collapse if they stayed any longer. They could only withdraw from the castle immediately. After the castle collapsed, they could enter the castle to search for the three people. "Sister Lan, don't stop me. I'm going to find Yunxing." Abandon's eyes were bloodshot. He hated himself for being too slow and not being able to pull Yunxing back. Ignoring the falling stone beams and debris above his head, he was about to charge towards the spell formation. Gufeng had left. If Yunxing also left this time, he would be the only one left. "Abandon, listen to me. Yunxing is a good person. She has Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu to protect her. She will be fine." Lan only knew that she had to protect her team members as much as possible. Disregarding Abandon's struggle, Lan and the other mage grabbed Abandon and fled out of the castle. Yunxing's fate was uncertain. Lan only hoped that she would be able to escape this calamity. It didn't matter whether they could find the divine artifact or not. At the very least, she had to escape with the rest of the people. Roar, a terrible roar of a beast came from the corridor. It's the purple gold beasts." Everyone was stunned. Just as they were about to flee, all of the violet gold condor statues in the magical beast corridor suddenly came to life. 20 purple gold magical beasts were waiting in the magical beast corridor, eyeing them covetously, blocking the exit. How could this be? Why are all these beasts alive? When it rains, it pours. Lan and the others didn't expect to encounter so many beasts at such a critical moment. For some unknown reason, these magical beasts that had turned into purple gold statues had not eaten for more than 500 years. At this moment, their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. Whatever they encountered would be eaten alive by them. If they wanted to escape, it was bound to be another fight. The castle shook even more violently. Lan and the others only had a dignified look in their eyes. Outside the Taiyuan castle, the third main summoner and several summoners from the Temple of Dharma watched from afar as the castle collapsed bit by bit. A smile appeared on their faces. This Taiyuan castle will be the burial place of the 6 major forces. It seems that the people of the 6 major forces will not return this time. It's all thanks to the Emperor Zhao and Red's strategy. Those idiots really thought that they could find the divine artifact here. Fools. 500 years ago, the Taiyuan castle buried the treacherous Taiyuan. Today, let this castle completely bury the elites of the 6 major forces. The Zhao state was very ambitious. They had always wanted to weaken or even destroy the other major forces and make the Zhao state a unique existence on the mainland. But they never had the chance. Until Ji Feng succeeded the position of the Emperor Zhao in Red. As the greatest and most talented Emperor Zhao in the Zhao state for more than 1,000 years, Pope Ji had been painstakingly running the Zhao state for many years. Opportunity finally favored the Zhao state. The Dutian blood realm had changed, and the Dutian blood seal could collapse at any time. The magicians and warriors on the continent became restless. They proposed to search for the lost Octotera artifact. The Emperor Zhao knew that the Temple Fair would use the Starry Sky magic array to search for the divine artifact. He had already started planning today's plot. However, what surprised the Emperor Zhao in Red even more was that the Starry Sky magic array of the Temple of Dharma had identified the ruins of Taiyuan as the place where the 8 barren artifacts were unearthed. After the Zhao state received the news, they pretended to form an alliance with the Grand Emperor and headed to the Taiyuan ruins. These summoners who had left and returned were the people from the Zhao state who had been forced to leave at the Sky Sea line. They had pretended to retreat in order to lure the other 6 forces into the Taiyuan ruins and fall into their trap. However, they didn't expect that even though the Zhao state had set up an inescapable trap along the way, the people from the 6 forces would still be able to pass through the Taiyuan ruins and the lost track. Fortunately, the Emperor Zhao still had a trick up his sleeve, and that was the purple gold demonic beast statues in the Taiyuan castle. The purple gold statue was also known as the purple gold curse. When the Taiyuan ruins were first built, the Emperor Zhao in Red used the purple gold curse to seal the demonic beasts in the Taiyuan castle. Only a master summoner could seal the purple gold demonic beasts. After the people from the 6 forces entered the Taiyuan castle, the 3rd master summoner, who had been hiding in the dark, unsealed the purple gold curse and sealed the entrance to the Taiyuan castle. Coincidentally, Yunxing and Chen Lianer had a conflict in the Castellan's palace. The castle was on the verge of collapsing, and the people from the 6 forces were forced to retreat. However, they were already at the end of their rope. What awaited them were hungry purple gold demonic beasts. But Master Summoner, are you sure there are no divine artifacts in the castle? If there aren't, why would the magic array in the temple indicate that this place is here? One of the summoners was confused. Impossible. The Taiyuan ruins were already searched by the Zhao state more than 500 years ago. Everyone in the Zhao state knows this, the 3rd master summoner said contemptuously. It wasn't just the Taiyuan castle. Even every house in the Taiyuan ruins had been searched thoroughly. Needless to say, the Taiyuan castle was searched thoroughly. The 3rd master summoner was sure that there were no divine artifacts in the Taiyuan ruins. This time, it was all thanks to the temple. The elite camp, the later Qin, the Zhou state, the Hunters Guild, Tang Yuan, the Immortal Abode, the Medicine Emperor's Pavilion, and so on. Those who were regarded as the most talented magicians and warriors of the major forces must die. Especially the elite camp, the later Qin, the Zhou state, and the Tang Yuan. The most talented princes and princes of these countries had all died in the Taiyuan ruins. The 3rd master summoner was even more pleased with himself. At this moment, the sky darkened. The purple cloud in the sky seemed to have lowered by a few inches. The entire Taiyuan mountain seemed even more depressing and gloomy. The 3rd master summoner and more than a dozen Zhao state summoners looked at the crumbling Taiyuan castle. No one rushed out. Some parts of the castle were already on fire. The fire was like a ghost in the dark night. It was a ghastly sight. The 3rd master summoner waited patiently. As long as he waited until dawn, the castle would be completely destroyed. The magicians and warriors inside should be fighting a bloody battle with the 20 purple gold statues right now. The broken stone walls and the ferocious magic beasts made the whole magic beast corridor filled with the pungent smell of blood. The corridor had turned into a road of blood. In the Taiyuan castle, when the magic array broke, Yunxing suddenly fell into the magic array. In an instant, Yunxing was dragged down by a mass of unknown magic force. She tried to use the magic wings to break free from this magic force. However, no matter how Yunxing chanted or used her Dharma soul, her body continued to descend. It was as if she was falling into an endless hell. Darkness, endless darkness, without a trace of light. She only felt a bone-chilling cold wind beside her. Her body continued to fall, and in the sound of the wind, she once again heard that familiar voice. "You're here. I'm here. Save us." Her consciousness suddenly became clear. Save us?" The initial fear slowly receded. Yunxing blurted out, "You? Who are you? Are you calling for me?" When she entered the Taiyuan castle, Yunxing heard a strange voice. Now she heard this voice again. This voice sounded sorrowful, fearful, and a little desperate. I'm from Taiyuan." Yunxing was about to ask again, when suddenly a force hit her. She only felt that her whole body had fallen into a pair of broad arms. Yunxing was already very familiar with this pair of arms. She came at the wrong time. She almost heard that person's words clearly. Yunxing despised him in her heart and rolled her eyes. Looking up, Yunxing happened to see Yi Baiming's beautiful chin. "Night Fox?" Yunxing was stunned. She suddenly remembered Yi Baiming's anxious voice the moment the magic array collapsed. "Why are you talking to yourself? I was almost scared to death by you." Yi Baiming gave Yunxing a knock on her head. God knew how terrified Yi Baiming was when Yunxing fell into the magic array. He seemed to have returned to that day in Celestial Fox's tomb when Yunxing suddenly disappeared. He thought that he was going to lose Yunxing forever. That kind of uncontrollable fear was like a black hole that swallowed everything. Yi Baiming almost fell into the state of beast blood frenzy again. With the experience of Celestial Fox's tomb last time, even though Yi Baiming was at the edge of the magic array and could still escape, he still chose to fall into the magic array with Yunxing. After falling into the magic array, Yi Baiming controlled the speed of his fall while sensing Yunxing's location. Finally, he found Yunxing's aura. However, Yunxing was at a loss. She asked in a daze, "Who are you guys?" This made Yi Baiming almost go berserk. However, fortunately, the little wild cat was in his arms. This time, she would not disappear for no reason. No matter what was under the magic array, even if it was hell, he would accompany her to break out. "Before flirting, shouldn't you recognize where you are?" A dry voice interrupted Yunxing and Yi Baiming's short reunion. Duguxiu was actually just a few feet away. His eyes were filled with displeasure and jealousy as he stared at Yi Baiming and Yunxing. He was just one step away. Only the heavens knew how envious Duguxiu was of Yi Baiming being hugged by a beauty. When Yunxing fell into the magic array, Duguxiu and Yi Baiming were standing in the same position. Both of them reacted the same way, wanting to save Yunxing. However, Duguxiu had been standing close to Qianlianer at that time. When Qianlianer's body was crushed by the wind magic, he was also affected. In just a few breaths, Yi Baiming beat him to it. "Duguxiu, why are you here?" Yunxing still did not understand the situation. She poked her head out of Yi Baiming's arms. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. These two guys were mortal enemies wherever they went. Right now, the situation was unclear. She had to make these two angry lions stop fighting for the time being. After Yi Baiming and Duguxiu appeared, the mysterious voice disappeared. "It seems like we're reaching the bottom." Yi Baiming and Duguxiu's fighting spirit were strong. Relying on their fighting spirit, the two of them forcibly stabilized their bodies. The two of them felt that the speed of their descent was slowing down. They could faintly see light below. They recalled the jade tablet at the entrance of Taiyuan Castle. Below the magic array, it was very likely that the underground palace built by the city lord of Taiyuan for his retirement. After a slight sound, Yi Baiming's feet finally touched the ground that he had not touched for a long time. The darkness disappeared. The three of them were already in a spacious stone room. The moment the three of them landed, the original black hole above the stone room disappeared. The surroundings were warm. An illuminating magic array operated steadily at the side. "Night Fox, put me down." Yunxing struggled gently. She was already somewhat immune to Yi Baiming's embrace. She had to admit that Night Fox's arms were very safe. Just now, Yunxing shamelessly thought that if there was really an endless abyss below, if she fell to her death, there would still be Yi Baiming to cushion her. Of course, Yunxing only dared to think about this in her heart. Du Guxiu's gaze was as sharp as a knife, making Yunxing feel awkward. Yi Baiming put Yunxing down, but he was still wary of Du Guxiu. No matter how he moved, he used his body to block Du Guxiu to prevent him from getting too close to Yunxing. Letting the wolf guard against thieves and Du Guxiu was Yi Baiming's strategy. The place where the three of them were was very spacious. It's really an underground palace. Yunxing looked at the surrounding walls and found a rough diagram of the underground palace. From the map of the underground palace, the scale of the underground palace was not small. There were many tombs. It was originally intended for the descendants of the city lord of Taiyuan to use. But unexpectedly, not long after the construction of the underground palace, Taiyuan City was destroyed overnight. The underground palace also became empty because of this. Beside the diagram of the underground palace, there was an illusion engraved. This illusion also revealed why the Prince of Taiyuan wanted to build Taiyuan City in a dangerous place like Taiyuan Mountain. In the early years of the city lord of Taiyuan, he once had a crown princess, who was his first wife. There was an accident in the Punlai Palace. In order to cover for the Prince of Taiyuan, the crown princess was killed by the Zhao state. The grief-stricken Prince of Taiyuan fled to Taiyuan Mountain with the body of his beloved concubine. It was only because the crown princess had traveled to Taiyuan Mountain in her early years and praised the local scenery that the Prince of Taiyuan worked hard to build Taiyuan City. He also placed the bones of his beloved concubine in a tomb in the underground palace. If the diagram of the underground palace is correct, there should be at least one tomb in this underground palace with a coffin. Although Yi Baiming had a cold temperament, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw the love between the city lord of Taiyuan and his beloved concubine. However, now was not the time to be in love. It was fine if it was just the two of them, but they even brought Du Guxiu along. What was this? He didn't want to be trapped in this damned place with a little wildcat. The city lord of Taiyuan is a man who values friendship and righteousness. If he really has the 8 Wasteland artifact, I'm afraid he will put it in his most cherished place. Du Guxiu didn't forget his purpose of coming to the ruins of Taiyuan. The tomb of the crown princess, Yunxing muttered. According to the diagram of the underground palace, the tomb of the crown princess should be next door to this stone chamber. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu's eyes lit up. The tomb where the three of them were in was prepared for themselves by the city of Taiyuan in the early years. However, due to the accident in Taiyuan City, although the Taiyuan died, the whereabouts of his body were unknown. Therefore, the tomb had been empty. Several major forces spent so much effort to enter the Taiyuan castle and almost demolished the entire Taiyuan castle. In the end, they found nothing. When they thought that the 8 Wasteland artifact might be in the next room, the three of them couldn't help but be excited. Thinking of the 8 Wasteland artifact, Yunxing suddenly remembered something. "Where's Chen Lianer?" Yunxing said as she glanced at Yi Baiming. The backlash of the super magic was very strong. Chen Lianer was torn to pieces by the magic of the hurricane dragon. She should be dead. Chen Lianer was Night Fox's childhood sweetheart. Night Fox should be sad, right? Inexplicably, Yunxing felt a little uneasy. Why did she care so much about Night Fox's thoughts? It's the weekend. I know a lot of people are floating out. Money, all kinds of money, roll, I want to rob people. Yi Baiming shrugged, his tone indifferent. She's dead. She couldn't control the super magic and ended up without a corpse. He didn't have any feelings for Chen Lianer to begin with. When they were young, the two of them might have had some childish feelings for each other. However, all of this had disappeared when Chen Lianer coveted the position of crown princess and threw herself into Yi Bailian's arms. Yunxing heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Baiming saw the changes in her expression. His gray eyes moved and a faint smile spread across his face. This time, he really had to thank Chen Lianer. The little wildcat was slowly starting to care about him. Yunxing didn't feel guilty about Chen Lianer's death at all. That woman was too greedy and rashly used the super magic. She had almost killed everyone. In the end, she had only herself to blame for the backlash from the super magic. However, Yunxing was more concerned about the magic god bracelet on Chen Lianer's wrist. Chen Lianer had died. She originally had a chance to snatch the magic god bracelet. Who knew that the magic array under her feet would suddenly collapse and she would lose her footing and fall into the magic array? In the chaos, the magic god bracelet had been swept away by the wind and landed somewhere. At that time, Gudu Xiao and Yi Baiming were closer to Chen Lianer. She looked at Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiao suspiciously, but there was nothing strange about their handsome faces. It shouldn't be the two of them. The summoning demon hand didn't react. Moreover, the magic god bracelet looked very old. Unless an ordinary person had seen the magic god bracelet before, they wouldn't be able to recognize it as one of the 8 desolate divine tools. Yunxing pondered. These two didn't look like they had the magic god bracelet, but it also seemed like both of them could have gotten it. Yi Baiming had been so focused on saving her that he probably didn't care about the magic god bracelet. Dugu Xiao was a martial artist, so the magic god bracelet wouldn't be of much use to him. Or could it be that the magic deity bracelet had fallen into the city lord's hall during the chaos? Yunxing made a small calculation in her mind. The magic array had suddenly collapsed, and the city lord's hall was already on the verge of collapse after the chaotic battle earlier. If the entire castle collapsed, it would be even more difficult to find the magic bracelet. Everything would have to wait until they got out of the underground palace. If they couldn't leave the underground palace, even if they had the divine law bracelet, it would be useless. Found it. The mechanism is here. Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiao did not know what Yunxing was thinking. The tomb was sealed and surrounded by walls. Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiao searched the walls and found the mechanism of the tomb. Turning on the mechanism, one of the walls moved away. A corridor appeared before the three of them. The three of them walked out of the stone chamber and took a few steps forward. Sure enough, they found a tomb chamber. From the outside, this tomb did not look any different from the tomb that the three of them had been in earlier. However, once they entered the tomb, they saw a completely different scene. The tomb of the Taiyuan crown princess was like a small garden. Not only was this a tomb chamber, but there was also an indoor pond that was the size of a football field. Beside the pond, there was a small bridge with flowing water. Beautiful man-made mountains were built, and spring water tinkled as it fell. The spring water poured into the pond, and beautiful pink water lilies bloomed in the pond. Even though no one had entered to maintain it for more than 500 years, the tomb chamber was still clean and tidy. It had never been disturbed by outsiders. There's a coffin in the middle of the pond. A coffin was floating in the middle of the rippling green flowers and leaves. The coffin seemed to be made of cold jade, and it was completely transparent. It had been floating in the lotus flowers for more than 500 years. Through the lotus flowers and leaves, one could faintly see a graceful figure lying in the coffin. Fair competition? Dugu Xiao looked at Yi Baiming with a faint smile. Even though there was still a pond between them, Dugu Xiao and Yi Baiming could feel a wave of energy. That wave of energy came from within the cold jade coffin. The 8 Barons' divine artifact was very likely to be in that coffin. Yi Baiming did not say a word. With just a look, the two of them were like fierce tigers descending from the mountain and dragons emerging from the sea. Their fighting aura transformed into wings and rushed toward the jade coffin. Just as the two of them changed their movements, Yi Baiming suddenly thought of something. Something seemed to be wrong. That's right, the little wild cat did not move. Yi Baiming was very clear about Yunxing's personality. Yunxing would definitely not be inferior to others when it came to snatching treasures. Even if she was not as strong as Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiao, she would not wait obediently at the side. But right now, Yunxing was indeed staring blankly at the coffin. Not only was there no joy on her little face, but there was also some shock. No wave of the 8 Barons' divine artifact. The summoning demon hand in the beast language ring did not move at all. It was impossible for the 8 Barons' divine artifact to be in that ice coffin. Yi Baiming's guess was right. If she had felt the wave of the 8 Barons' divine artifact, even if she had to go against Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiao, she would not be outdone. But she was sure that there was no divine artifact in the ice coffin. Suddenly, Yunxing's eyebrows twitched. She shouted at the two of them, "Be careful." Just as Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiao flew toward that ice coffin, a strange scene happened. As Yi Baiming had thought of Yunxing's reaction at the last moment, he was slower than Du Guxiu by a beat. Du Guxiu had already touched the ice coffin one step before him. Just as Du Guxiu's hand was about to open the ice coffin and snatch the 8 Barons' divine artifact from the ice coffin, the originally calm and peaceful lotus pond suddenly splashed with water, and the lotus flowers and leaves scattered in all directions. 2 black shadows came out side by side, respectively pouncing toward Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu. Du Guxiu was the closest to the coffin and had long let his guard down. He did not expect that there would be an ambush under the water. With a thunderous roar, Du Guxiu smelled a fishy stench and his body was suddenly sent flying. Yi Baiming's situation was slightly better, but he was also forced out of the pond by a biting cold claw wind. Du Guxiu crashed into the wall, and the wall caved in. Yi Baiming also retreated a few steps. The two of them looked at the pond at the same time and saw that there were 2 more magical beasts beside the pond. Those 2 magical beasts were filled with hostility. One had the body of a lion and the head of a tiger, while the other had the head of a tiger and the body of a lion. They were the extremely rare tiger-lion beasts on the continent. These 2 tiger-lion beasts not only had astonishing strength, but also wore purple-gold battle helmets made of purple gold. Even their claws were incomparably sharp and indestructible. Tiger-lion beasts? Du Guxiu stood up. The armor in front of his chest had already been torn to shreds by the claws of the beasts. There was a large hole in the armor, revealing his chest. He looked to be in a sorry state. King-level magical beasts. Yi Baiming also stood still. The two of them coincidentally remembered that Yunxing had asked a seemingly strange question in the magical beast corridor. She remembered that when she was in the magical beast corridor, most people were admiring the 20 purple gold statues that looked like the work of God. But Yunxing was the only one who was curious. There should have been 22 purple gold statues, but there were only 20 statues below the commander level. Where did the king-level purple gold statues go? At that time, Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu had only heard about it and didn't think too deeply about the meaning behind Yunxing's words. But now, it seemed that she had already noticed something strange about the purple gold statues back then. Yunxing was a summoner and was different from ordinary magicians and warriors. When she saw the purple gold statues, she felt a trace of life force. Although that life force was very weak, it carried a trace of anger and sorrow. But at that time, she didn't investigate deeply to find out what those statues were. Now, it seemed that these purple gold statues could actually transform into real demonic beasts. It was very likely that these purple gold statues were related to the great disaster that destroyed Taiyuan City. These 2 king-level demonic beasts could have avoided the disaster and were waiting in the Crown Princess tomb for the final enemy to appear so that they could deal the final blow to the greedy enemy. Oh no, they are in danger. When Yunxing saw the 2 king-level purple gold statues, she immediately thought of the purple gold statues in the magical beast corridor. The collapse of the city lord's hall would cause an intense tremor that would definitely affect the entire castle. Sister Lan would definitely lead everyone out of the castle. But if those purple gold statues suddenly transformed into demonic beasts at that time, then Sister Lan and the others would be in danger. Demonic beasts that had been starved for many years were several times more powerful than ordinary demonic beasts. We don't know for now whether they are in danger or not. Right now, our lives are more important. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu looked at each other again. This time, there was no hostility in their eyes. King-level demonic beasts were no small matter. Even though the two of them were martial emperors now, they still had to use all their strength to defeat the strange purple-gold tiger-lion beasts. Yi Baiming nodded at Du Guxiu. Let's make peace for now and kill these 2 big guys. Then let's see who succeeds first. Du Guxiu also smiled. There was an additional trace of appreciation in their eyes. One was the black-bellied prince of Zhou State, and the other was the iron-blooded prince of later Qin. If these 2 had been born in a peaceful era, they might have been able to compete on the same stage, drinking and chatting happily. However, the 2 of them were born in a chaotic world and fell in love with the same woman. Both of them were dragons among men, and one day, they would start a new battle on the stage of the boundless continent. When faced with the threat of a king-level magical beast, perhaps only Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu would be in the mood to have a beast-slaying competition. Men's logic is really hard to understand. Yunxing was speechless. Strange men. A moment ago, they were still fighting to the death. The next moment, they became good friends who fought side by side. Yunxing could bet that the first thing these two did after leaving the underground palace was to fight to the death. However, this also indirectly reflected that Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu were both people who would achieve great things. They temporarily put aside their national and personal grudges and decided to fight the enemy together. Save. Let's save. Just as Yunxing was fantasizing, she heard that voice again. This time, she heard it clearly. That faintly discernible voice came from the frost jade ice coffin. With Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu dealing with the king-level guardian beasts, Yunxing's full attention was on the frost jade coffin floating in the lotus pond. The magic wings on Yunxing's back flapped, and she flew towards the frost jade coffin. Roar, roar, the two tiger-lion beasts that were fighting with Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu discovered Yunxing's intention. They roared angrily and wanted to stop Yunxing. Bastard, how dare you touch my woman? Yi Baiming's phoenix eyes narrowed. Even though he was a demon, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the tiger-lion beast's tail. A tiger-lion beast that weighed about 500 to 600 kilograms was thrown out by him with his bare hands. Even if the wild kitten wanted to rob a grave, he would smoothly help her dig a tunnel, not to mention that she only wanted to take a look at the items in the frost jade coffin. I've thought it through. Instead of letting Lord Baiming take advantage of her, I'd rather give her the magical weapon to play with. Du Guxiu also looked generous. He swung his iron fist and punched the waist of the tiger-lion beasts. The two purple-gold tiger-lion beasts were forced into a corner by the two men who were getting fiercer and fiercer. How could there be such powerful warriors among the human race? A trace of unwillingness flashed across the eyes of the two tiger-lion beasts. Yunxing had successfully approached the ice coffin. She carefully pushed open the coffin. The cold jade coffin was still emitting wisps of cold air. There was a woman lying in the coffin. The woman's appearance was otherworldly. Even as a woman, Yunxing couldn't help but be stunned when she saw her. Her skin was whiter than ivory. Her eyelashes were as long as butterfly wings under her closed eyes. Her red lips were as delicate as the stamen of a flower. Her brown hair was soft and smooth and fell to her waist. She looked to be in her early 20s. Lying in the coffin with her hands on her waist, she looked as if she was asleep. If it weren't for the fact that her heartbeat and breathing had stopped, Yunxing would have mistakenly thought that she was still alive and had just fallen asleep. This woman must be the crown princess of the Taiyuan city lord. She didn't expect that after 500 years, the body of the crown princess was still in good condition. What's this? Yunxing looked at the other side of the ice coffin. Beside the coffin, a halberd lay quietly, emitting a cold light. The halberd of the divine warrior? But why didn't the summoning demon hand make a move? Yunxing murmured softly. Hearing the movement, Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu shook off the two king-level demonic beasts and rushed to Yunxing's side. When they saw the halberd in the coffin, their eyes flashed with obvious disappointment. After spending so much effort to come to the underground palace, they thought that they would be able to find the 8 barren lands' divine weapon. But unexpectedly, with their eyesight, it wasn't difficult for them to see that the weapon in the coffin was only a divine weapon. It wasn't the halberd of the divine warrior that had the terrifying power to destroy the world. How dare you offend the crown princess's coffin? You all deserve to die. The two tiger-lion beasts suddenly spoke in human language. They stood up like humans. Generals, don't be angry. This is my guest. The three of them were shocked. That was because the voice was coming from the ice jade coffin. But the woman in the ice coffin still had her eyes closed. Yun. Xing immediately recognized the voice. It was the voice she heard when she stepped into the Taiyuan city lord's castle. In the ice coffin, other than the woman's corpse, there was only the halberd. At this moment, what surprised Yunxing was that the voice didn't come from the woman's body, but from the halberd. On the halberd, a wisp of law soul power floated out. That wisp of law soul power was very weak, and the image it formed was also very blurry. Yunxing could barely see that it was a woman. The woman's appearance was exactly the same as the woman in the ice coffin. She was the Taiyuan imperial concubine, Fei Lingyue, who had passed away over 500 years ago. You were the one who called out to me in the Taiyuan castle? Only now did Yunxing know that her entry into the Taiyuan castle, including the Taiyuan underground palace, was all secretly guided by Fei Lingyue. It was me. Because you were the only one who could hear my call in the past 500 years. You also know how to use spacetime magic. You are the one who can help me fulfill my long-cherished wish. Fei Lingyue's voice had a trace of throbbing. She had been waiting for Yunxing for many years. It had been 500 years. Ever since that night, the Taiyuan Empire changed, and Taiyuan City was reduced to ruins. In the first 100 years, there were many adventurers who entered the Taiyuan ruins, but none of them were able to walk out. In the next 400 years, the terrifying legends of the Taiyuan Empire spread across the continent, and even fewer people were willing to enter the Taiyuan ruins. Emptiness. Loneliness. Endless loneliness slowly consumed the Taiyuan imperial concubine Fei Lingyue's lost soul. She was getting weaker and weaker, and she was afraid that her lost soul would dissipate at any moment. She wanted to leave the underground palace, but her weak lost soul couldn't break free from the shackles of the coffin. She was like a lamp that could be extinguished by the wind at any moment, waiting for Yunxing at the last moment. Those Taiyuan eucalyptus trees, that strange fork in the road, and that purple-gold magical beast, were all left behind by the Taiyuan city lord? Yunxing's words caused Fei Lingyue's lost soul to fluctuate violently. She was furious. No, Taiyuan is a multi-talented, gentle and affectionate person. He won't do those things that harm people. Those are the Zhao state's dirty methods to prevent people from entering Taiyuan and discovering the evil deeds they did in the past. Fei Lingyue took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She had finally found the right person to expose the ugly face of the Zhao state. From Fei Lingyue's narration, the three of them found out that the Taiyuan crown princess, Fei Lingyue, was also a spacetime magician before she passed away. Before she died, she was worried about her husband, the Prince of Taiyuan, so she used her last bit of strength to leave the power of her soul on the Prince of Taiyuan's war halberd. Although I've already attached my soul to the war halberd, my soul power is too weak. Taiyuan's soul power is also not as strong as yours. That's why he didn't know that I was by his side. Fei Lingyue's expression was gloomy. Silently waiting for the person she loved, watching him grow old and die, getting married, getting sick, and taking sick leave. This kind of happiness and pain was incomprehensible to ordinary people. However, Fei Lingyue was a gentle person to begin with. If the Taiyuan city lord had left Punlai like an ordinary person and started a new life, Fei Lingyue might have silently protected him until he passed away at 100 years old. But that thing happened. Taiyuan was too foolish. Tears fell from Fei Lingyue's face. Her sorrow infected the few people in the tomb. Even the two tiger-lion beasts wept sadly. Fei Lingyue, what did the Zhao state do? Yunxing asked. These were questions that she had kept in her heart ever since she entered Taiyuan Mountain. She thought that no one would know the secret of Taiyuan's ruins. But who would have thought that a strand of Fei Lingyue's soul would witness everything that happened 500 years ago? The truth of history could never be buried. They schemed layer by layer and made Taiyuan fall into their trap. They even used a vicious beast blood curse. The tiger-lion beasts behind you were affected by the beast blood curse. They were originally subordinates of the Prince of Taiyuan. Fei Lingyue stopped crying. The gentleness on her face was drowned out by her anger. Although Yunxing also felt that this matter might have something to do with the Zhao state, she didn't expect the Zhao state to be so ruthless as to destroy the entire Taiyuan city. There were at least a few thousand people in the city, from humans to beasts. Fei Lingyue narrated the tragedy that happened 500 years ago in Taiyuan city to the three of them. Back then, there was internal strife in Punlai. The former crown prince of Punlai, Taiyuan, escaped with Fei Lingyue. Unfortunately, they were ambushed by the Zhao state on the way out. Many of Taiyuan's subordinates were killed. In order to protect Taiyuan, Fei Lingyue used a restriction spell at the last moment to block the Zhao state's troops. Unfortunately, Crimson Langmun had used up all of her magic power because of that forbidden magic. Unfortunately, she was killed. After losing his lover, Taiyuan was devastated. He brought Fei Lingyue's corpse to Taiyuan Mountain. He didn't know that Fei Lingyue's soul was always by his side. Taiyuan went to Fei Lingyue's favorite place, Taiyuan Mountain. Using a lot of manpower and resources, he spent 10 years to build a Taiyuan city carved out of ivory at the top of the mountain. Those Taiyuan's subordinates who left the Zhao state and Punlai with Taiyuan also settled down there and lived a peaceful life. If he had been able to recuperate and live out the rest of his life here after establishing Taiyuan city, the tragedy of Taiyuan city would not have happened. Taiyuan lost Punlai's imperial power and his most beloved woman because of the Zhao state. His heart was filled with hatred and he wanted revenge all the time. In his view, Fei Lingyue's figure was everywhere in the enormous Taiyuan castle. The bloody figures of his subordinates who had died tragically flashed in front of him from time to time. Taiyuan, who was blinded by hatred, was determined to take revenge. But with his strength and military strength at that time, it was impossible for him to go against the Zhao state. Taiyuan wasn't willing to give up. He kept looking for a way to go against the Zhao state. Zhao state's biggest advantage was their magical beasts. So Taiyuan started to cultivate their own magical beasts. When Taiyuan escaped from Punlai, he brought back a batch of pure-blooded magical beasts from the Punlai Imperial Palace's breeding shed. Taiyuan started to raise these magical beasts. When the magical beasts reached adulthood, he equipped them with purple gold armor. But even with a group of unfamiliar magical beasts, Taiyuan's personal strength was still not enough. Later, he heard from somewhere that in the Dutian blood beast world, there were magical beasts' blood crystals that could strengthen the body. He obtained a few blood crystals, but because he didn't merge them properly, he gradually became a beast. Fei Lingyue watched anxiously from the side, but there was nothing she could do. She could only watch as her beloved suffered both physical and mental torture. She would update 4 to 5 chapters every day. People kept asking why she didn't update today. Fuzi reiterated that the original version was only published through Tencent. The other versions were all published through illegal channels. In the future, if you have any problems with illegal channels, don't ask me again. Also, don't leave scolding comments. Due to his eagerness to achieve a breakthrough, the Taiyuan prince fused with more blood crystals than his body could handle. He gradually began to turn into a beast and found it difficult to control his emotions and actions. He also realized this point, and became eccentric. Even to his closest subordinates, he would often beat and scold them. Gradually, the citizens began to notice the change in their castellan. They began to distance themselves from the Taiyuan prince. When the Taiyuan prince sensed this, he began to seal himself away. He hid in the underground palace and guarded Fei Lingyue's coffin day and night. When Fei Lingyue saw this, her heart ached, but she was powerless to do anything. Imperial concubine Fei, if I may ask, what blood crystal did the Taiyuan prince fuse with? Yu Baiming couldn't help but ask. There were many types of blood crystals in the Dutian blood beast world. The blood crystals formed from the blood of the 8 clan leaders of the Bakra orcs were also divided into magic blood crystals and battle energy blood crystals. Different people could fuse with different types of blood crystals depending on their physique. For example, magicians couldn't directly fuse with battle energy blood crystals, and warriors couldn't fuse with magic blood crystals. When Yu Baiming heard that the Taiyuan prince had changed, he guessed that he must have misheard someone else's words and fused with the wrong blood crystal. It should be the Qilin King's blood crystal. The Taiyuan prince heard that the Black Qilin King's clan leader was the strongest among the 8 barren tribes. Could it be? When Imperial concubine Fei said this, Yu Baiming and Du Guxiu's expressions changed slightly. The Taiyuan prince came from Punlai and should be a magician skilled in the art of summoning. He fused with the Qilin blood crystal that only warriors can fuse with. Naturally, he couldn't succeed. Moreover, you said that he fused with multiple blood crystals. Du Guxiu glanced at Yu Baiming. The latter didn't deny his point. The two understood that the other must have fused with many Qilin blood crystals as well. Both Yu Baiming and Du Guxiu were warriors with extraordinary talent. Since they had fused with the Qilin blood crystal, they could naturally digest the powerful fighting aura within the crystal. However, Prince Taiyuan's actions had the opposite effect. You mean to say that the Taiyuan prince was framed? It's the Zhao state after all. Ji Ruffing is so vicious. Fei Lingyue laughed coldly. Ji Ruffing was the Red Pontiff of the summoned court more than 500 years ago. he was an ambitious man. It was also during his reign that the summoned court rose rapidly in Penglai, exterminating the royal family of Penglai. After killing the Taiyuan royal family, Ji Rufeng wanted to eliminate the root of the problem. However, he was afraid that the other countries on the continent would oppose the Zhao state and denounce the Zhao state. After thinking hard, Red Pope Ji Rufeng thought of using the Taiyuan prince's hatred to mislead the Taiyuan prince into exploding after fusing with the Qilin blood crystals. However, despite all his scheming, Ji Rufeng was still one step behind. What Ji Rufeng didn't know was that after the Taiyuan prince entered the Dutian blood beast world, in addition to obtaining the Qilin blood crystals, he also obtained a divine weapon that shocked the entire continent, the halberd of the divine war. After fusing with the Qilin blood crystals, the Taiyuan prince had indeed gone berserk. However, he relied on his astonishing willpower and the halberd of the divine war to preserve his life and transform into a demigod rank three-eyed purple Qilin. Just as he was about to attack the Zhao state, he destroyed the magic formation that led to the underground palace. The Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Rufeng, rushed to Taiyuan Mountain with the 13 lords of the Zhao state. Ji Rufeng used the purple gold beast blood curse on the entire Taiyuan city, turning the citizens of the Taiyuan city into demonic beasts and forcefully sealing away the Taiyuan prince. Massacring a city sounded like a heresy, but if he used the excuse of demonic beasts invading the city to kill them, it would be much more dignified. However, this wasn't enough. In order to cover up his evil deeds, Ji Rufeng even set up many checkpoints in Taiyuan Mountain to prevent people from entering, turning the Taiyuan ruins into a ghost town. As for the tiger-lion beasts that clashed with Yunxing's group, Fei Lingyue used an ancient seal to hide in the underground palace in order to protect their lives. That was how they escaped Ji Rufeng's wrath. So this was the truth of the matter. Imperial concubine, you're saying that the Taiyuan prince isn't dead, but has been sealed? Then where is his seal now? Also, why did I only find a few purple gold statues at the entrance of the Taiyuan castle? Where did the citizens who were under the beast blood curse go? This was also what Yunxing was most puzzled about. She wasn't sure what kind of magic the beast blood curse was, but it sounded like it could defy the heavens and turn people into demonic beasts. This kind of magic was undoubtedly darker than dark magic. It was definitely a type of ancient seal magic. You should have seen him by now. Do you still remember the purple cloud above the Taiyuan ruins? It's been 500 years. Although the Taiyuan prince has been sealed, he has always been around, using his own methods to protect this territory. When Fei Lingyue said this, there was a hint of pride in her tone. That cultured and refined man was her man, her pride. Ji Rufeng was very strong, but the Taiyuan prince wasn't incompetent. Although he had turned into a beast, he still knew that he had to protect his citizens. In order to prevent his citizens who had turned into demonic beasts from being killed, he had devoured the citizens of Taiyuan City and put them into an eternal sleep. As for himself, he had been sealed by Ji Rufeng in the form of a purple cloud. Although he had successfully sealed the Taiyuan prince, the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Rufeng had exhausted himself too much. Not long after returning to the Zhao state, he had passed away. Because it had accumulated too much resentment and hatred, the sealed purple cloud would wake up once every month. Those purple lightning flashes were the hatred and anger of the Taiyuan prince. It's been another month. The Taiyuan prince is about to wake up. Haha, those people who think they're smart will definitely pay the price in blood. Fei Lingyue's gaze turned cold. Outside the Taiyuan castle, the Zhao state's people looked at the crumbling Taiyuan castle and laughed complacently. But gradually, they realized that something was wrong. The third summoner, the sky, the purple cloud in the sky seems to be getting closer and closer. The Zhao state's people noticed that in just half a day, the purple cloud in the sky above the Taiyuan castle was buzzing. The sound was getting louder and louder. The third summoner remembered the legend of the Taiyuan ruins. Only those who were below the level of a saint-level Dharma king could enter the Taiyuan ruins. Otherwise, they would be struck to death by lightning. This time, the third summoner wanted to kill the people of the 6 major powers. He had disregarded the legend of the Taiyuan ruins and forced his way in. Boom! A purple lightning bolt as thick as an arm suddenly struck down. A summoner was struck and turned into a charred corpse. Then, several more lightning bolts struck down. The purple lightning was like a sharp weapon that chased after the souls of the Zhao state's people. Retreat. Retreat from Taiyuan Castle immediately. The third main summoner was scared out of his wits. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Ting was insignificant in the face of the natural power of lightning. In order to save their lives, the summoners either transformed into magic wings or summoned flying magical beasts. However, they forgot that no matter how fast the magical beasts were, they were nothing in the face of lightning. However, that lightning flash seemed to have eyes. Every strike was accurate. The summoners were shot down in midair like moths with burning wings. The third main summoner did not care about the lives of the other summoners. He hurriedly tried to escape. His strength was already at level 1 Law Overlord. He ran all the way and finally left the mountaintop. This way, he should be able to save his life. In front of him was the horizon. As long as he left this place, he would be able to escape from Taiyuan Mountain. The third main summoner was at the level of a main summoner. He had heard of the things that happened in Taiyuan Mountain. He vaguely knew where the purple cloud came from. However, he thought that as long as he could avoid the purple cloud thunderstorm, he would be able to escape. Who knew that the purple cloud would suddenly become angry? This damned place. When I get back, I'll tell the Emperor Zhao to find someone to burn this stupid mountain, the third main summoner mumbled. He still did not give up and looked back. This one look almost scared the wits out of the third main summoner. He thought that he had escaped the purple cloud's threat. However, when he looked back, 6 terrifying thunderstorm balls with the power of lightning were chasing after him like ghosts. No, don't come closer. The third main summoner panicked. He scattered his magic in all directions. Wind sides, fireballs, and ice blades were all thrown at the thunderstorm balls. However, it was useless. The thunderstorm balls kept coming closer. His blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the forests of Taiyuan Mountain. At the foot of Taiyuan Mountain, Xiao Wenxiu, who had been waiting for several days, looked up at the purple cloud in the sky. Fate rises and falls. Evil causes and evil effects. If you knew today would come, Taiyuan, would you repent? When Ziyan started the riot, the people from the 6 major forces who were trapped in the magical beast corridor were already at the end of their rope. Corpses were everywhere, and the magic scepter in Lan Heqi's hand was already dyed red with blood. It was the blood of magical beasts, as well as their own blood. The people around them fell one by one, but the purple-gold demonic beasts seemed to have infinite vitality. They would not give up until the last moment. Listen, if this goes on, we'll all die. Abandon, break out of the encirclement and get some people out. Blue was panting. She didn't have much mana left. She knew that this time, if they all died in the Taiyuan castle, then there would be no future for the mainland's magic elite camp. Yunxing had disappeared for more than half a day. It was hard to tell whether she was dead or alive. Right now, only Abandon was in a slightly better situation. Even if she had to die, she wanted Abandon to charge out. If any of you can get I out of here, I'm willing to give you 1 million purple gold coins. Li Xiao was struggling at death's door under the escort of Mage Tang Yuan. Looking at the ferocious purple gold demonic beasts, whose attacks were getting more and more suffocating, Li Xiao's psychological defense had already collapsed. Keep your dirty money. Tianyi Yu looked at Zhou Qingchuan with tears in her eyes. If she and Zhou Qingchuan died together, at least she wouldn't be alone on the road to hell. No, listen, there's movement outside the castle. Huiyu of the Fire Elves clan was also wounded in many places. He, Bu Jiuxiao, and Rui had joined forces to stop the 2 commander-level magical beasts. They had done their part to protect everyone. Hearing Huiyu's words, everyone heard the sound of thunder outside the castle. The sound of thunder was incessant, but strangely, when the thunder sounded, the purple-gold demonic beasts, who were originally full of aggression and fighting to the death, quieted down. As if they had heard an order, they prostrated themselves on the ground. They gradually turned back into statues of purple-gold demonic beasts and remained motionless. In the face of this strange scene, everyone was frightened, but at the same time, they were also very clear-headed. However, they still gathered their courage and quickly passed through the demonic beast corridor. After moving away the boulders blocking the way, they finally saw the sky outside. Although the sky was still covered with purple clouds and they couldn't see the clear sky, everyone felt the urge to breathe a sigh of relief. Walking out of the castle, everyone let out a cheer. After surviving a disaster, the days in the Taiyuan castle were like a nightmare that couldn't be forgotten. Look, that's, on the hillside, there were many charred corpses and bodies of magical beasts. Judging from the scattered magic scepters and clothes, they were people from the Zhao state. Why are there people from the Zhao state here? Shouldn't they have left already? Everyone was surprised, and when they thought of all the things that had happened earlier, they felt a chill in their hearts. The people from the Zhao state had wild ambitions. This time, it was very strange that they left early to search for the relic. But now, it seemed that they were trapped in the Taiyuan castle for no reason. The people from the Zhao state had left and returned. It was obvious that the blocked entrance and the sudden appearance of the purple-gold demonic beasts had a lot to do with the Zhao state. Zhao state, after I go down the mountain, I will not let them go. Qingbai had lost his previous gentleness, and his face was ferocious. Let's go down the mountain immediately. It's too dangerous here. Li Xiao had survived the disaster and no longer wanted to look for the relic. Right now, he just wanted to go down the mountain immediately. He didn't care about the relic. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have come to Taiyuan Mountain. The magicians he brought with him suffered the most losses. Even Ku Ling was killed in the chaos just now. No, except for the wounded, the rest of the people should stay and think of a way to find the missing people, and the brothers and sisters buried in the castle. Lan's voice was choked with sobs. This genius sorcerer, who had always been proud and arrogant, felt so powerless in Taiyuan Castle. She watched helplessly as her former colleague died in front of her, but she could do nothing about it. Except for the missing Yunxing and Dugu Xiao, there were only 5 people left in the elite camp and the later Qin alliance. They were her, abandoned, Madame Qi Bai, a magician, and a warrior. The Taiyuan Castle had collapsed. The possibility of Yunxing's survival was very low. But as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Lan swore that she would find the bodies of Yunxing and the dead members and bring them back. Are you crazy? You are taking such a big risk for a few dead people. I don't want to be crazy with you. The second Prince Li Xiao sneered and left with the remaining 2 or 3 people. We'll stay too. No matter what, I have to find third sister. Tianyi Yu's eyes were red as she held back her tears. Wuji. Tianyi Yu also suffered heavy losses this time. However, no matter how heavy the losses were, it couldn't be compared to Yunxing's disappearance. After Tianyi Yu got to know Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger, she saw them as her own sisters. One of them had lost her mind, and the other was missing. As the eldest sister, she constantly blamed herself for not taking good care of them. Even if they could only find Yunxing's corpse in the end, she still had to bring her third sister back. Yunxing, no matter what, you have to stay alive. I'll find you soon. Zhou Qingchuan held her hand and comforted her. After experiencing this life and death ordeal, their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. I'll stay too. If we can't find Lady Yunxing, Divine Wind won't let me go when we return. Huiyu also displayed the forthright spirit of an elf. Lady Yunxing was the only successor of the fire elves. She was blessed and would definitely be fine. If Huiyu didn't look for her, Divine Wind would probably do anything to find Yunxing, even if they had to flip over the entire Taiyuan mountain. Qingbai, Bu Jiuxiao, and the others also decided to stay and look for Yi Baiming. Madame Qi Bai and the others also stayed to look for Dugu Xiao. Because the castle was still collapsing, the rescue was very difficult. Everyone decided to wait until the tremors died down first thing in the morning before starting the rescue. During the final head count, Qingbai's team realized that Lu Tongtian had disappeared in the chaos. With Lu Tongtian's status in the magic elite camp, if it wasn't for Chen Lianer, he definitely wouldn't have joined Zhou State. Chen Lianer was dead. Not only did Lu Tongtian lose the person he loved, but he also had no clue where to find the divine artifact. His identity was exposed. Under such circumstances, he didn't have the face to return to the magic elite camp. When the castle collapsed, it was chaos. Lu Tongtian didn't know if he escaped or was trapped in the castle. However, no one cared about Lu Tongtian's life or death. Outside Taiyuan Castle, everyone was waiting for dawn to arrive so that they could carry out the rescue operation. Inside the underground palace, Fei Lingyue had already explained the entire sequence of events. Fei Lingyue told Yunxing that it was because her magic soul was very strong that she was able to respond to her call. Previously, there were some powerful magicians who had successfully entered Taiyuan Castle. However, because of their magic souls, they didn't hear Fei Lingyue's call. In the end, they died under the claws of the purple gold beasts. Crown Prince Consort, if I may be so bold as to ask, based on the power of the Dharma soul, he should be more likely to hear your call than I am. Why did you choose me? Yunxing was puzzled. Her Dharma soul was a part of Yi Baiming. Compared to her main body, the power of her Dharma soul should not be comparable to Yi Baiming. Even though she didn't know how powerful Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was, it was undoubtedly very powerful. Actually, when the two of you entered Taiyuan Castle, I had already noticed this. Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was very powerful. Fei Lingyue had also noticed that Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was even stronger than Yunxing's. She had also tried to call out to Yi Baiming, but Yi Baiming was unresponsive to her calls. Fei Lingyue was also puzzled at that time. However, when Yi Baiming disregarded everything to save Yunxing when they fell into the underground palace, Fei Lingyue finally understood. His heart was like iron. That handsome man probably only had room in his heart for that girl called Yunxing. Even if he heard the voices of other women, he was unmoved. As a woman, she could die without regrets if she could obtain the love of such a man. Fei Lingyue couldn't help but sigh in admiration at her perseverance. Imperial concubine, is she the person you have been searching for all these years? The person who is proficient in space-time magic and can change the tragic fate of Taiyuan City? When the two Taigan beasts heard the woman's voice, they stopped their attacks and prostrated themselves on the ground with doubt and respect in their eyes. However, they didn't understand why the imperial concubine would place all her hopes on that female mage who was only a sky mage, even though the two men were clearly much stronger than Yunxing. It was said that these two Taigan beasts were the two great generals under the command of the Prince of Taiyuan back then. They had also escaped a calamity because of the underground palace. Due to Fei Lingyue's space-time magic, they had stopped growing old and dying and had always been in a state of immortality. To many people on the mainland, immortality was the pursuit of victory. However, to these two Taigan beasts, it was like having a sharp edge on their backs. Every day they lived, they would be tormented by hatred. They had always hoped that one day, they would be able to leave the underground palace and save the citizens of Taiyuan City and the Prince of Taiyuan. Imperial concubine, you still haven't explained why my appearance would bring you hope. Also, I don't know any powerful space-time magic, let alone break the seal of the former pope. Yunxing knew very well that even with the summoning demon hand, she wouldn't be able to break the seal of the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Ruffing. As for space-time magic, she had only learned the simplest space-time freeze. This kind of magic could only be considered the most basic of space-time magic. Ji Ruffing's magic was unique to him. Even if the current Emperor Zhao came, he might not be able to break it. I'm not asking you to break the seal. Ji Ruffing is already dead and no one can break the seal. In order to save the lives of Taiyuan and the citizens of Taiyuan City, there is only one way. That is to completely avoid that disaster and return to 500 years ago. Fei Lingyue's eyes were filled with a hint of desire. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. Initially, Fei Lingyue didn't expect Yunxing to be able to save the lives of the citizens of Taiyuan City. However, the moment the magic array shattered, Fei Lingyue discovered that Yunxing knew how to use space-time magic. The person Fei Lingyue was searching for had to be a space-time magician. She believed that as long as she and Yunxing fused their magic, they would definitely be able to turn back time and return to 500 years ago, right before the tragedy. Turn back time and return to the past? Yunxing and the other two were shocked by Fei Lingyue's heaven-defying idea. Imperial concubine, isn't your idea a little too heaven-defying? I suggest that we find a magician who is proficient in space-time magic. That would be more reliable. Yunxing knew that turning back time was an unrealistic idea. It was definitely an ancient forbidden magic. If it wasn't executed properly, she might face the same fate as Qin Lianer. She would be devoured by the magic and her body would explode. Yunxing wasn't afraid of death, but there were too many things she had yet to accomplish. She couldn't die. Her mother, Hu Jiuxing, had lost her memories. Her father's whereabouts were unknown. She hadn't even found the 8 desolate divine artifact. Furthermore, her little Xianxia still hadn't unified all the medical centers in the continent. She still hadn't found the current Emperor Zhao to take revenge for the destruction of her family. There were too many unfulfilled wishes. Yunxing couldn't take this risk to try a heaven-defying forbidden magic that she couldn't control. No, it's too late. My magic soul has lasted for more than 500 years, and it's already at the end of its life. It won't be long before it disappears. If I die, this underground palace will also collapse, and no one in this world will know of the injustice done to Taiyuan City. Fei Lingyue suddenly knelt down. She was originally the imperial concubine of Taiyuan. Because she was proficient in space-time magic, she was also Penglai's most talented daughter. She was proud and willful. But at this moment, she didn't hesitate to throw away her dignity and kneel to Yunxing. Imperial concubine, don't force me. Those who force me often don't have a good ending. Yunxing was moved by Fei Lingyue's stubbornness. She wasn't from Taiyuan, nor was she from Penglai. She had only come to Taiyuan's ruins to search for a divine artifact. As for the grudges from 500 years ago, she was an outsider. If it weren't for the fact that she was a summoner and had a powerful 5-elemental magic soul, as well as the chance to use space-time magic, she and Fei Lingyue would have been 2 parallel lines that would never have crossed. Taiyuan's tragedy had already been caused. Wanting to make up for it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. She wasn't a savior, nor was she a saint. There was no need for her to risk her life for a tragedy that happened 500 years ago. Yunxing's thoughts were also what Ji Baiming and Du Guxiu were thinking. They didn't want Yunxing to risk using a heaven-defying forbidden magic for a strand of her magic soul. Although forbidden techniques and magic possessed frightening power, they were often heaven-defying and would bring misfortune to their users. Gentlemen, if you don't help me fulfill my wish, you will never be able to leave this place. To tell you the truth, the underground palace was destroyed more than 500 years ago. The underground palace in front of you is just an illusory underground palace that I created with the power of my Dharma soul. If I'm not willing, you'll never be able to find your way out. Fei Lingyue could also tell that the 3 people in front of her were not ordinary people. 500 years later on the boundless continent, they would definitely be proud sons of the heavens. Such a character hated being manipulated the most. However, she had no other choice. She could only fight to the bitter end. 500 years ago, the Zhao state had already broken into the Taiyuan castle. They had cast the purple golden beast blood curse on the entire Taiyuan city. No living person could escape from the terrible blood curse. The underground palace was also destroyed. Fei Lingyue used an artifact that was buried with her to rebuild the underground palace, simulating the current underground palace of consciousness. In other words, Yunxing and the other 2 didn't exist anywhere in the Taiyuan castle. They existed independently in Fei Lingyue's consciousness. Here, there was no passage of time, aging, or hunger. However, when Fei Lingyue's magic soul disappeared, everything here would disappear as well. To put it bluntly, even if someone turned the entire Taiyuan mountain upside down, they wouldn't be able to find the 3 of them. The 3 of them only existed in a spatial crack in her consciousness. When Yunxing and the other 2 heard this, they broke out in cold sweat. Fei Lingyue, you've gone too far. Yi Baiming's gaze was cold and murderous. Fei Lingyue's magic soul only felt a chill around her. It was as if there was a net-like pressure attacking her from all directions, trapping her. A magic soul was an intangible object. Ordinary battle chi attacks wouldn't hurt her. Only magic soul fluctuations that originated from a magic soul could hurt her. Sure enough, it was just as she had thought. This man surnamed Ye's soul was very powerful. Her magic soul felt as if it was being crushed and was on the verge of collapse. Fei Lingyue groaned but didn't beg for mercy. At this moment, the entire underground palace started shaking. Just as Fei Lingyue had said, the underground palace and her magic soul existed together. If anything happened to her magic soul, the underground palace would also be destroyed and the 3 of them would have no chance of surviving. Night Fox, stop. She's speaking the truth. It seems like we can only take a risk and try. Although Yunxing didn't like Fei Lingyue's actions, this woman was undoubtedly worthy of respect. She had silently waited for more than 500 years. She was just a magic soul that couldn't even be considered a spirit. Yunxing couldn't bear to kill such a woman. Yi Baiming only wanted to test the authenticity of Fei Lingyue's words. Killing Fei Lingyue wouldn't benefit them at all. Thank you. I represent the citizens of Taiyuan City and Taiyuan to thank you. Fei Lingyue also let out a sigh of relief. Hope appeared on her face again. My promise has a condition. I'll say the ugly words first. I'm only trying and might not succeed. Whether I succeed or not, you have to send the two of them out. Yunxing knew that this time, it didn't bode well for them. She had already decided to fight alone. As for Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu, she didn't want to drag them down. Although she also wanted Du Guxiu to be cut into pieces to avenge Ling Er, she didn't want to. If the two of them could leave, then her companions in Taiyuan City would be safe. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to temporarily put aside her personal grudges. Fei Lingyue nodded. She only needed to use Yunxing's power to return to the past. No, this prince wants to go with you. Or do you want this prince to become the second prince of Taiyuan? Yi Baiming knew that Yunxing wanted to cast him aside. This damned woman. She was just a woman. Did she really think that she could change her fate with her own power? If she died, so what if he returned to the boundless land? There was a kind of loneliness that was worse than death. There was a kind of helplessness that was the separation between heaven and man. Yi Baiming's words made Yunxing speechless for a long time. Fei Lingyue also fell silent. Night Fox, since you want to accompany me to death, then so be it. Yunxing gritted her teeth. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. To be honest, she was still a little afraid of space-time magic. If he was here, then perhaps she wouldn't be afraid of anything. This prince wants to go too. Yi Baiming, don't talk like a saint. If I'm not wrong, you want to go back to the past and find the whereabouts of the halberd of the divine battle god, right? This prince won't let you have the halberd of the divine battle god. And Yunxing, Du Guxiu said sourly. Wasn't he just a little slower and let Yi Baiming confess first with an affectionate look on his face? He could win the heart of the beauty and also find the halberd of the divine battle god that disappeared with the Taiyuan prince. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Since the three of them entered the underground palace together, they had to live and die together. Since they had decided to return to 500 years ago, Fei Lingyue began to work with Yunxing to create a space-time reversal spell. Because I only have a trace of my magic soul left, I am unable to create a magic array. You're a space-time magician and also a woman. I can send a portion of my magic soul's power into your body, giving you the ability to cast space-time reversal magic. What Fei Lingyue truly lacked was a physical body. Yunxing happened to fit all her requirements. This ice coffin was made for me by Taiyuan in order to prevent my corpse from festering. However, it was also because there was a magic array inside that allowed me to retain a strand of my magic soul. If you enter the ice coffin with me, you will be able to fuse with my magic soul better. Under Fei Lingyue's guidance, Yunxing lay in the ice coffin. The ice coffin wasn't cold at all. Instead, it was very comfortable. Yunxing followed Fei Lingyue's instructions and began to meditate. Yi Baiming, Du Guxiu, and the two tiger-lion beasts waited anxiously at the side. Yi Baiming didn't even dare to blink as he stared at the ice coffin. His body leaned forward slightly. As long as Yunxing made any strange movements, he would rush over without hesitation. Who cared about Taiyuan City? Even if it was the entire world, it wouldn't be worth a single Yunxing in his eyes. After entering a state of celestial meditation, Yunxing felt a warm magic energy enter her body. A memory that belonged to Crimson Lingyue was imprinted in his mind. Time reversal was a forbidden space-time spell in ancient times. It was an intermediate space-time spell. According to the user's magic power and the endurance of their magic soul, it could change the space-time pattern in a certain area. However, no matter how heaven-defying time reversal was, it could only happen in a certain area. Moreover, it had an actual effect. The longest it could last was 24 hours. After 24 hours, people who didn't belong to that space-time had to redraw the magic array and leave immediately. Otherwise, they would be stuck in that spacetime forever. This was the crux of the time reversal spell. Xianxia concluded that regardless of whether the time reversal spell was successful or not, there were a few key points that she had to pay attention to, especially to Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu. First, he could not leave the area where the time reversal spell was active. 2. No more than 24 hours. Both of them were devil incarnate characters. If there was no restraint, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? You've already memorized all the essentials. Then start fusing with my Dharma soul. Consider this a gift from me to you. Fei Lingyue's voice echoed in his head. Xianxia felt that her body was suddenly hot and cold. The frost jade ice coffin, which was originally floating above the lotus pond, had already been opened. Suddenly, the coffin closed. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu were both startled. The two of them flew forward, wanting to see what was going on. The two of you, don't panic. That's the imperial concubine helping Lord Yun fuse with her Dharma soul, the Taigen beast reminded them. The Dharma soul was the most important thing to a sorcerer. Fei Lingyue was already a talented sorcerer 500 years ago. Her magical power was much higher than the current Xianxia, and even higher than Azura and the others. But because of the passage of time, part of her magical power had dissipated. After meeting Xianxia, she had already decided that in order to make the time reversal spell more successful, she would give her last bit of Dharma soul power to Xianxia. The frost jade ice coffin closed, isolating Xianxia from the outside world. She felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring, warm and cozy. All the pores on her body opened, and strands of magic power entered her body and into her Dharma soul like hair. Xianxia's five-elemental Dharma soul greedily absorbed the magical power. Her magical power kept on increasing, from mid-level sky sorcerer to advanced level sky sorcerer. From advanced level sky sorcerer to advanced level sky sorcerer, she was trying to break through the bottleneck of the Saint Realm Guardian King. The originally silent frost jade ice coffin also started to shake slightly, as if there was an earthquake. The magical power in the frost jade ice coffin was extremely strong. The entire frost jade ice coffin was like the scorching summer sun, so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. Oh no, it seems like I was too anxious and fused too much Dharma soul power. I don't know if her body can withstand so much magical power. Fei Lingyue was afraid that Xianxia couldn't withstand the power of her Dharma soul. But after checking, she realized that there was another power in Xianxia's body, and that power came from the bracelet on her arm. That bracelet looked very ordinary, and there was only one soul stone on it. But every time her body couldn't take it anymore, the bracelet would produce a power to repair her body. After about an hour, Xianxia, who was still meditating, felt a crisp sound like glass shattering. Her Dharma soul emitted a five-colored light. She suddenly opened her eyes, pushed open the frost jade ice coffin, and sat up. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Xianxia said in her heart, I finally broke through. Xianxia had officially advanced from a sky sorcerer to a Saint Realm Guardian King. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu, who were anxiously waiting by the side, couldn't hide the joy in their eyes when they saw Xianxia's transformation. Yi Baiming thought to himself, little wildcat's talent is indeed extraordinary. She broke through in an hour. Du Guxiu's eyes were burning. Xianxia's talent only made him yearn for it even more. Ignoring the love-struck gazes of the two men, Xianxia jumped out of the ice coffin and pulled out her magic scepter. The three of you, follow me into the magic array. Remember, no matter what happens next, you have to abide by two prerequisites. First, you can't leave the Taiyuan mountain area casually after returning to 500 years ago. Second, no matter what happens, you have to return to the Taiyuan castle after 24 hours. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for any consequences. Xianxia's words made Du Guxiu and Yi Baiming's eyes darken. Xianxia understood the two of them. These two men were blatantly ambitious. If there were no restrictions on them, once they returned to 500 years ago, they might just destroy the other country on a whim. Not to mention destroying the country, just killing the later Qin Emperor or Zhou State Emperor would directly affect the direction of history for the next 500 years. Don't worry, 500 years ago, you didn't exist on the Wuji continent. I have no interest in staying there. Yi Baiming smiled slyly. I'll be wherever my opponent is. 500 years ago, humph. Du Guxiu also had a proud look on his face. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's go. Yunxing moved the magic scepter in her hand. Yunxing had inherited not only part of Fei Lingyue's spiritual soul power, but also many kinds of magic that she had been proficient in when she was alive. As she was born in Penlai and married to the Prince of Taiyuan, who was a summoner, Fei Lingyue also had a lot of knowledge about summoners. Yunxing benefited from all of this. Lord Yun, please take us with you. One more person means one more power. The two tiger-lion beasts also hoped to help Yunxing return to 500 years ago. Thinking that they had a better understanding of the situation in Taiyuan City and the Prince of Taiyuan, Yunxing decided to take them with her. However, Yunxing still asked them to control their emotions when they returned to the past, even if they met their relatives or people from the Zhao state. The magic array was quickly drawn. With a flash of magic light, the 3 people and 2 beasts disappeared in a ray of magic light. At daybreak, the leaders of the 5 major factions, who had been anxiously waiting outside Taiyuan Castle for the entire night, noticed that Taiyuan Castle had finally stopped shaking. They immediately assigned their men and prepared to enter Taiyuan Castle to conduct a search and rescue operation. However, just as they were about to enter the castle, the Taiyuan Castle was suddenly enveloped by a ray of magic light. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pass through the magic barrier. The entire Taiyuan city was completely isolated from them under the effect of the magic barrier. What is going on? Even Rui couldn't see what the magic barrier was. This should be a type of forbidden magic. I can't break this magic array. It seems that we can only ask Senior Brother at the foot of the mountain to solve it. Rui shook his head. He immediately decided to go down the mountain to invite Xiao Wenxiu up. The others could only helplessly wait for Rui to return. Rui hurried down the mountain. On the way, he saw a charred corpse. After identifying it, it was the corpse of the 3rd summoner of the Zhao state. Although he didn't know why the 3rd summoner died here, Rui still hurried down the mountain with the corpse. Xiao Wenxiu, Elder Helian, and the others were all shocked when they heard Rui talk about what had happened on Taiyuan Mountain in the past few days and nights. You said that Yunxing and Baiming are trapped in the castle? What's going on? Is there any way to rescue him? Elder Helian asked anxiously. These 2 were the top students of the continent's elite camp. If he lost the 2 of them in this mission, he didn't know how the elders of the 2 camps would reprimand him when he returned. He no longer had the face to return to the continent as an elite. Lu Tongtian and Chen Lianer's betrayal also made Elder Helian very angry. We don't know the situation yet because a magic array suddenly appeared outside the castle. With just the few of us, we can't break through it. Senior Brother, look. Rui carefully observed Xiao Wenxiu's reaction. When he heard that something had happened to Yunxing, a crack appeared on Xiao Wenxiu's calm face. But the legend of the ruins of Taiyuan was another restriction. If Senior Brother rashly barged in, he didn't know if he would face the same fate as the 3rd summoner. The magic you mentioned should be an ancient forbidden magic triggered by the people in the castle. That magic involves countless lives on Taiyuan Mountain. Even if I enter, I won't be able to change anything. It's a blessing, not a curse. The gears of history have already begun to reverse. Whether or not we can change the fate of Taiyuan is already something we can't control. Xiao Wenxiu sighed, his gaze long and sorrowful. Xiao Wenxiu said in his heart, Yunxing, I hope that my magic tool can help you pass through this calamity. Because they had never experienced a time reversal magic array, the moment Yunxing and the others stepped into the magic array, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was as if they were in a high-speed, empty boat without any magic barrier protecting them. Their vision blurred. Yunxing's ears were filled with the sound of strong wind. Her body felt like it would be blown away at any time. While she was feeling uneasy, her right hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. She was very familiar with that hand. It was slender and strong. Under the index finger, there was a callus. That was Yi Baiming's hand. Her uneasiness quietly disappeared. Yi Baiming's words were still ringing in her ears. I don't want to become the next prince of Taiyuan. The boundless world only had meaning because of Yunxing. Her uneasiness slowly disappeared. The 2 of them held hands and relied on each other's warmth to face the unknown 500 years ago together. The light of the spacetime magic array was weakening. This indicated that they were about to return to 500 years ago. Fei Lingyue and Yunxing agreed to return to the night when the Prince of Taiyuan returned from the Dutian Blood Beast world and brought back the Qilin blood crystal. As long as they stopped the Prince of Taiyuan's mistake at that time, everything could be avoided. In front of the magic array, there was already a bright light. After a while, they would return to the Taiyuan of 500 years ago. Just when Yunxing saw the light of hope, Yunxing's left arm suddenly had an extra hand. She was suddenly pulled away from Yibiming's hand. A huge wave of qi shattered the magic array. Yunxing only felt that everything in front of her was in chaos. She was already pulled out of the magic array by that hand. As the magic array was forcefully disrupted at the end, Yunxing had no choice but to stop the time reversal magic array. In front of her was a bright light. The light of the illumination magic array was a little dazzling. Yunxing fell on the ground, but she didn't feel the pain she expected. Below her was a man's body. The moment she fell, Yunxing felt that she was protected by a pair of strong arms in front of her. When she fell out, the other party happened to be her human cushion. The pair of arms around her waist was very domineering. Yunxing recalled the scene in the magic array. "Dugu Xiao, you are crazy. You actually did such a thing at such a crucial moment." Yunxing was furious. She shouldn't have trusted Dugu Xiao and let him enter the magic array together. This man was a madman. Beside her, there was no trace of Yibiming and the two tiger-lion beasts. Dugu Xiao's interruption must have caused them to be separated. Yunxing was more worried about whether she would successfully return to the Taiyuan of 500 years ago like what she and Fei Lingyue had planned. Time reversal magic was a very profound forbidden magic. Yunxing wasn't proficient in it. Under such circumstances and with Dugu Xiao's interruption, she didn't know what would happen. This damned man, he actually interrupted the time reversal magic array at the last moment. If by any chance, the man's complacent laughter rang in her ears. In the next moment, Yunxing only felt the world turn upside down. She was pressed under Dugu Xiao's body. Dugu Xiao firmly restrained her hands and feet, pressing her down. "Yunxing, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too intimate with Yibiming. This prince is jealous." After saying that, his hot lips fell. Dugu Xiao's gaze was fiery as he stared at Yunxing and fiercely kissed her. "The city lord is in the city lord residence?" Yunxing felt that something was amiss. The city lord of Taiyuan should have just obtained the blood crystal and had yet to return to Taiyuan City. Or was there something wrong with the timing? Before leaving, Fei Lingyue and Yunxing had agreed that the spacetime magic array would reverse the flow of time to 500 years ago, before the Prince of Taiyuan merged with the Kirin blood crystal. They had to stop the Prince of Taiyuan from going berserk. But according to the guards, the Prince of Taiyuan had returned a long time ago. Counting the days, he should have merged with the Kirin blood crystal. Damn it, it was too late. Yunxing immediately understood that Dugu Xiao must have interfered midway, causing the spacetime magic array to malfunction. They had missed the best opportunity to stop the Prince of Taiyuan. That damn Dugu Xiao. Yunxing glared at Dugu Xiao fiercely, but the latter looked satisfied. Yunxing said that he was a bodyguard. Haha, then he would be her bodyguard. Yunxing suppressed the anger in her heart and looked around. Fortunately, Taiyuan City was still around. In this case, she still had a chance to stop the Prince of Taiyuan. But she didn't know where Night Fox was. Due to the malfunction of the magic array, she and Yibiming were separated. Even with the unicorn's binding magic, there was no reaction. Yibiming should be outside the range of the binding magic. Time was of the essence. Yunxing could only hope that Yibiming remembered their agreement before they set off and rushed to the Taiyuan castle as soon as possible to stop the Prince of Taiyuan and return to the boundless land 500 years later. Then I'll have to trouble this brother to bring us into the city lord residence. Yunxing followed the guards and walked towards the Taiyuan castle. Dugu Xiao could only limp behind them. He felt a dull pain in his head, as if he had been hit by something heavy. Yibiming opened his eyes, his mind blank. There were a few chattering voices beside him. When they saw that Yibiming had woken up, the voices quieted down. He's awake, he's awake. Xiaonyang, that person is awake. Wow, this person is really good looking. Beneath him was a simple and crude bamboo bed. Beside the bed, there were a few peasant girls who were dressed in very simple clothing. One of them was about 15 or 16 years old. She was dressed in a blue floral dress. When she saw that Yi Baiming had woken up, her face flushed red. The peasant girl called Xianxia walked up carefully and asked softly, "You're awake? Is there anything wrong with your body? Where is this place?" Yi Baiming rubbed his temples and tried hard to recall. "This is the fishing village at the foot of Taiyuan Mountain. My name is Xianxia. I met you this morning when I was picking up seashells at the beach. At that time, you were unconscious." Xianxia was an ordinary girl from the fishing village. Every morning, she would go out to gather seafood. Early this morning, she saw a person stranded in the sea. She boldly went forward to check and found that it was a very good-looking young man. She asked a few villagers to carry him back to her house. The fishing village at the foot of Taiyuan Mountain, how could he be here? Yi Baiming's mind was completely blank. He could not remember anything from the past at once. "Did you fall down and hurt your head? The doctor in the village said that you need to rest well for a few days. I've made porridge. Wait a moment, I'll bring it over for you." Xianxia blushed and stole a glance at Yi Baiming. This man was really good-looking. He was more good-looking than all the men in the village and even the noble mayor of Taiyuan Mountain. Xianxia was busy preparing the porridge and water. Yi Baiming's stomach was empty. He was indeed a little hungry. He stood up. Qiu's family's house was very simple and crude. His height made the entire house seem even smaller and smaller. He opened the window and smelled the salty sea breeze. What did he forget? He felt dizzy. After Xianxia made the porridge, she served it to Yi Baiming. After a few mouthfuls, Yi Baiming pushed the bowl away. Xianxia asked some questions about Yi Baiming's background, but Yi Baiming couldn't answer a single word. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. I lost my memory." Yi Baiming shook his head and said apologetically. "Your body is really good. I saved you in the morning. At that time, there was a very deep scar on the back of your head. Looking at it now, it's almost healed." Xianxia remembered that when she first saved Yi Baiming, there was a very deep scar on the back of his head. Scar? Yi Baiming touched the back of his head and only felt a very shallow scar. It was almost healed. Who ambushed him? When Yi Baiming touched the scar, he became angry. Bang, bang, bang. Someone knocked on the door anxiously. "Is there anyone? Come out quickly." Xianxia walked to the door and opened it. There were a few fierce-looking strangers standing outside. When they saw Xianxia, they pulled her out. "Are you Xianxia? Is the village chief your father? Where is he?" Xianxia rarely saw strangers in the fishing village. These people were rude and had weapons. Xianxia was too scared to move. "What are you doing?" Yi Baiming rushed out. There were several men and women standing outside the door. They were all in their 20s and 30s, wearing strange clothes. Something flashed across Yi Baiming's mind when he saw those people's service. Although Yi Baiming had lost his memory, his cultivation was still there. His eyes were cold and his body was full of hostility. The men and women couldn't help but feel afraid. "How dare you? Where did you come from? How dare you offend the summoner of the Zhao state?" The men and women saw that the situation was not right and began to chant. The summoning circle flashed, and a 4th-level white wolf, a 5th-level blue fox, and a 5th-level flame bird appeared. Seeing these magical beasts, Xianxia was so scared that she hid behind Yi Baiming. "Summoner?" The scar on the back of Yi Baiming's head twitched. The blank space in his mind was suddenly filled with fragments of memory. Yes, more than 500 years ago. He and Xianxia returned to Taiyuan City from 500 years ago to find the Prince of Taiyuan and stop the Zhao state's conspiracy. When he and Xianxia were about to return to 500 years ago, the magic circle was suddenly broken. Dugu Xiao, Yi Baiming remembered. At the last moment, he was attacked by a fierce fighting aura and separated from the little wild cat. Fortunately, he was not far from Taiyuan Mountain. He only lost his memory for a while. But why would the people of the Zhao state appear in the fishing village at this time? Seeing that Yi Baiming was silent, the summoners thought that he was afraid. One of the male summoners said arrogantly, "Listen, the Emperor Zhao is going to enter the mountain. We need people to go up and prepare. Xianxia, quickly find your father." Although they were far away from Punlai, Xianxia had heard the names of the Zhao state and the Emperor Zhao. She was so scared that she shrank. "Lords, my father went to sea to fish. He is not in the village." "I will take you to the mountain," Yi Biming suddenly said. "On Monday, remember to vote for all kinds of monthly votes. The company is very busy at the end of the year. The update may not be fixed, but I will try my best to maintain the rhythm of the update and wait for the next round of updates." "Who are you?" The Zhao state's people were on guard, and several magical beasts surrounded Yi Biming. Yi Biming's temperament did not fit in with the simple fisherman's village. Although he did not emit any fighting or magic energy waves, he gave off a sense of pressure just by standing there. Xianxia hurriedly said, "He's my husband." Xianxia already had a good impression of Yi Biming. Seeing him step forward bravely, she was both happy and worried. "I'm Xianxia's elder brother, and I'm a martial arts master at the martial arts school in the neighboring town. I'm very familiar with the mountain roads." Yi Biming interrupted Xianxia. Although Xianxia was his savior, he did not want to have anything to do with other women. If Xianxia or any of the other villagers led the way for these summoners, they would not be able to escape death. He saved her life to repay her kindness. Duguxiu had broken the space-time magic array at the last moment, which had disrupted Yunxing's original plan. Yi Biming had already asked around. Today's date was half a year later than Yunxing's expected date. In this half a year, the Prince of Taiyuan had already merged with the Blood Crystal, and the Zhao state's minions had already infiltrated the Taiyuan mountains. If he guessed correctly, in a day or two, Red Pope Ji Ruffing would cast the purple gold beast blood curse on Taiyuan City. Yi Biming wanted to see what these Zhao state summoners were going to do at this time. So he's a martial arts master. No wonder he looks so strong. A few of the summoners muttered, especially the female ones. They unconsciously looked at Yi Biming a few more times, and their gazes were very ambiguous. Xianxia was a little disappointed, but she still plucked up her courage. "Big brother, you haven't been back to the village for a long time. I'm afraid you're not familiar with the mountain roads. I'll go with you." "Yes, both of you will enter the mountain together." The summoners were still skeptical of Yi Biming's words. Xianxia was weak, and if there were any changes along the way, they could use Xianxia as a hostage. A few summoners brought a few magical beasts and followed Yi Biming and Xianxia up the mountain. The Taiyuan mountain of 500 years ago was very different from the Taiyuan mountain of 500 years later. The Taiyuan mountain of today was full of lush greenery. At the foot of Taiyuan mountain, there were several guards of Taiyuan city. The summoners had already put away their magic beasts and changed their clothes. They were dressed like fishermen. Those guards also knew Xianxia, so they just asked her a few questions. Xianxia trembled in fear and said that these villagers were going up the mountain to cut firewood. The guards believed her and let them enter the mountain. The mountain road was very smooth, and the strong wind in the area between the sea and the sky had been greatly reduced by the mayor of Taiyuan City using a special magic array. There were no more forks in the mountain road. "This is about the place." A few summoners in disguise stopped about 2,000 to 3,000 meters above sea level. The summoners immediately summoned their magic beasts and asked one of them to look after Yi Biming and Xianxia. They then took out some magic beast's blood and began to draw a magic array at several places on the mountain. Yi Biming saw clearly that they were drawing a very special magic array with the blood of the beasts. When the magic array was drawn, the summoners were satisfied. "It's finally done. The Emperor Zhao will be able to successfully cast the purple gold beast blood curse tomorrow. That guy in Taiyuan is so reckless. He dared to plot a counterattack against the Zhao state. After tomorrow, there will be no more Taiyuan city in the world." The purple gold beast blood curse was one of the strangest ancient prohibitions. It could turn living people into magic beasts. Yi Biming realized that the purpose of the summoners from the Zhao state was to secretly set up a magic array in the mountain. Xianxia didn't understand what they were talking about. She only knew that Yi Biming's body emitted a bone-chilling coldness for a moment. But when the summoners returned, the coldness disappeared without a trace. "You too, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, the whole fishing village will be buried with you. After the summoners finished setting up the magic array, they urged the two of them to go down the mountain. Yi Biming pretended to be a yes-man and agreed. When they reached the horizon, the summoners ordered Yi Biming and Xianxia to walk in front. After a few steps, a sudden gust of wind blew by. Xianxia screamed and flew out. Yi Biming tried to pull her back, but they both fell down the cliff. Behind them, a summoner had just finished chanting. Okay, it's all settled. We'll go up the mountain tomorrow. Haha, Taiyuan City, the city of ivory, there are countless treasures and rare magic beasts there. After the summoners killed the two of them, they hurriedly went down the mountain to find the guards, saying that someone fell down the mountain. In Taiyuan Castle, Yunxing and Duguxiu were led into the castle by the guards. There was still no sign of Yi Biming. Yunxing was secretly anxious. In front of us is the breeding shed. The multi-headed magic beasts that the mayor is raising have been very strange recently. Dr. Yun, can you take a look and see if you can find the cause? There were many magic beasts in Taiyuan Castle. But these magic beasts had been very strange these days. They refused to eat normal food and even bit a few summoners who were raising them. Yunxing checked and found nothing unusual. But she was keenly aware that there was something wrong with the magic array in the breeding shed. These magic arrays looked no different from usual. But if you looked carefully, you would find that these magic arrays had quietly changed. I'll prescribe some medicine. You mix it in the food of the magic beasts according to the pharmacy. It should take effect in about a day. Yunxing took out some common herbs and used the excuse that she wanted to stay in the breeding shed for a while. The guards did not suspect anything and went to prepare the herbs. What? These magic arrays have been tampered with? As soon as the guards left, Yunxing leaned over to check the magic arrays. Duguxiu leaned to the side and looked around vigilantly. Now that Yi Biming was not here, Yunxing still needed Duguxiu's help. She could only answer in a bad mood, these magic arrays have been modified. It looks more like a summoning array. These magic beasts should have been secretly controlled by a powerful magician. Duguxiu already knew that Yunxing was a summoner. It was just that he had never seen Yunxing's magic beasts, so he did not know that Yunxing was also an extremely powerful summoner. He did not know magic and did not know anything about summoners. He only knew that he had to protect Yunxing during this period. But after watching from the side for a while, Duguxiu found that he liked being alone with Yunxing like this. Under the illumination of the magic array, Yunxing's side profile looked even more charming. The two of them just stayed quietly, and he felt very at ease. Yunxing did not know that Duguxiu was beside her and was fantasizing. She fiddled with a few magic arrays for a while. Then, there were a few more things that looked like magic crystals in her hand. Yunxing originally wanted to figure out the origins of these magic arrays and see if she could restore the magic arrays to their original state. However, she didn't expect to find a magic crystal the size of a finger in the core area of each magic array. Those crystals had clearly been buried not long ago, as they still had plenty of magic power. Yunxing's memory was very good. Although she had only seen this kind of crystal once, it left a deep impression on her. When she was in the winged cloud sea, the third main summoner had used this kind of heart crystal to control Hu Jiuxing. It's just a few broken stones. If you like them, this prince will give you hundreds or thousands of them when we return. Duguxiu saw that Yunxing's face was tense and her eyes were shining, so he came forward. If you don't know, then don't pretend to know. These aren't ordinary magic crystals. They're heart crystals. An inch of heart crystal is an inch of lamp. This kind of heart crystal can only be created by one of the 8 barren divine artifacts, the heart distress lamp. Yunxing rolled her eyes at him. However, she didn't know that the anger in her eyes was boundless in Duguxiu's eyes. Duguxiu was very happy, as if he had gained something from being scolded. Duguxiu had heard of the heart distress lamp before. Legend had it that the heart distress lamp had a mysterious power that could control consciousness and control living people and magical beasts like puppets. It was the most mysterious of the 8 barren divine artifacts. 500 years ago, the creation of heart crystals had already been banned. However, heart crystals had suddenly appeared in the breeding shed of Taiyuan's castle. There had to be something fishy going on. The heart crystal in Yunxing's hand still contained a surge of vigorous magic power. It could be seen that these heart crystals hadn't been created long ago. To be able to create a large number of heart crystals, this proved that the person who buried the heart crystals in the magic array definitely had the heart distress lamp. Heh, are these really heart crystals? Then our trip was really worth it. The halberd of the divine warrior and the heart distress lamp have both appeared. Du Guxiu was interested. He had long heard that the heart distress lamp had been missing for many years. In the continent of the future, no one knew the whereabouts of the heart distress lamp. Who would have thought that there would be news about the heart lantern in a Taiyuan castle 500 years ago? Don't celebrate too early. The halberd of the divine warrior is in the hands of the prince of Taiyuan. If I'm not mistaken, the lamp of sorrow is in the hands of the Zhao state. Right now, you and I are alone. Do you think we can win against Taiyuan City and Zhao state? Yunxing was not so optimistic. If her guess was right, and the heart sorrow lantern was really in the hands of the Zhao state, then it would be much more difficult to save Taiyuan City from this disaster. Whether or not I can win, we'll know after we fight. Don't worry, this prince will bring you safely back 500 years in the future. Du Guxiu did not admit it, but he still felt a bit of regret in his heart. Whether he admitted it or not, as long as Yi Baiming was here, their chances of winning would be much higher. For the sake of momentary gratification, she had lost a great help like Yi Baiming. It was indeed not worth it. Yunxing put away the heart crystal. The guard who went to prepare the medicine earlier came back with a maid. The two of you, please take care of the breathing shed. The city lord has ordered that the two of you can stay in the city lord's mansion for the next few days. I have already prepared 2 living rooms for the two of you. The maid was the head maid of the city lord's mansion. After she arranged everything, she told Yunxing and Du Guxiu that if they had nothing to do, they could walk around the Warcraft corridor and Taiyuan garden. However, they were forbidden from entering the city lord's mansion, which was the deepest part of the castle. The sky gradually darkened. Beside the horizon, a silhouette climbed up the steep mountain wall like a gecko, climbing up a cliff that was several hundred feet high. Yi Baiming placed Xianxia on the side. The people of the Zhao state had already disappeared from the mountain path. He had expected that the people of the Zhao state would not let this matter rest. They would kill him to silence him. Therefore, when he passed by the horizon, he was already prepared. When Xianxia was pushed off the cliff, he was ready to attack. His fighting power transformed into wings. In order to make those summoners think that they had been buried under the cliff, Yi Baiming did not come up. He only flew up after confirming that everyone had left. Xianxia was so frightened that she fainted. Yi Baiming returned to the place where a few summoners had drawn the magic array earlier and checked a few magic arrays. After a while, Xianxia woke up. Big brother Yi, what happened? Xianxia was in a daze. She only remembered that she was pushed hard and fell off the cliff. When she thought of this, Xianxia's face turned pale. Her body trembled like a sieve. Those people from the Zhao state wanted to kill her? Xianxia, it's over. Let's go back to the village first. Yi Baiming already had an idea. He and Xianxia returned to the fishing village under the cover of the night. But when they arrived at the fishing village, Xianxia collapsed on the ground. The fishing village was in ruins. The villagers' corpses were everywhere. All the houses in the fishing village were burned to ashes. Why did they do this? Xianxia was disheartened. She sobbed. On the sea, a fishing boat was docking. Several fishermen got off the boat. They were also frightened by the situation in the fishing village. One of them, a man in his 40s, saw Xianxia and rushed over. Xianxia, what happened? This man was the village chief. Father, the village was destroyed by the summoners from the Zhao state. Everyone in the village is dead. I was almost killed. Xianxia was crying so hard that she could not catch her breath. She told the village chief everything that happened during the day. Those bastards. The village chief's face was red with anger, but there was nothing he could do. They did not dare to tell the governor of Taiyuan. The Zhao state was so powerful that even the governor of Taiyuan was no match for them. Do you want to take revenge? Yi Baiming was a little regretful. He should have guessed that the Zao state would attack the fishing village. It was a pity that so many innocent lives were lost. What's the use of crying? It's better to think of a way to make those summoners pay with their blood. Yi Biming stopped looking at them with pity. He never sympathized with the weak. You? Who are you? Why do you want to help us? The village chief saw a strange man and pulled Xianxia back. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I can help you take revenge. If you want to deal with the Zao state, you need to prepare these things first. Yi Biming wrote a few words in the village chief's hand. The village chief looked at the words in his hand and hesitated. He thought for a while. In the end, his hatred for the Zao state prevailed. Well, brother, we'll go prepare now. Tomorrow morning, we'll go up the mountain with you. The village chief was ready to risk everything. He led a dozen fishermen to prepare the things Yi Biming wanted. Xianxia was silently wiping her tears. Yi Biming was looking at the Taiyuan mountain in the dark with his hands behind his back. On top of Taiyuan mountain, the white Taiyuan castle still shone with a moving luster under the cover of the night. Yunxing, wait for me. I'll come to you immediately. Yi Biming said in his heart. In one of the rooms of the Taiyuan city lord's mansion, the light from the magic array was very gentle. Yunxing sat up and wiped her forehead. Her hands were full of cold sweat. She woke up with a start. Just now, Yunxing had a dream. In her dream, she returned to the Taiyuan city 500 years in the future. She saw with her own eyes that the citizens were turned into magical beasts under the effect of the purple golden beast blood curse. They groaned in pain and were killed by countless summoners who descended from the sky. Taiyuan city at that time was like a living hell. The night was still long, but Yunxing couldn't sleep. Even meditation was useless. Yunxing thought for a while and decided to go out for a walk. It was already around midnight. The head maid said that she could walk freely in the magic beast corridor and Taiyuan garden, except for the city lord's mansion. The head maid had already given her a token to enter the city lord's mansion. She only needed to show the token to the guards on the way. 500 years ago, Taiyuan garden didn't have those deadly poisonous plants and flowers. Yunxing decided to go there for a walk. Taiyuan garden was beautiful at night. Everything seemed so peaceful. But Yunxing knew that in a day or two, the peace here would be broken. According to Fei Lingyue, the Zao state would launch an attack on Taiyuan castle and activate the purple golden beast blood curse on the 15th of this month. Today, it was already the 14th. No, it was already the morning of the 15th. But everything in Taiyuan city was still so peaceful. In about 10 hours, the Zao state will launch an attack. Yunxing frowned. At this moment, a scream came from outside the garden. A guard covered his bloody arm and ran out from the other side of the city lord's mansion. As he ran, he shouted, "Help! Bad news! A magical beast broke into the city lord's mansion." That voice immediately alerted everyone in the city lord's mansion. The guards in the mansion rushed towards the city lord's palace like a fountain. Yunxing followed the crowd and rushed towards the city lord hall. Outside the city lord's palace, a group of maids, including the head maid, and many guards surrounded the city lord's palace. Among them were 2 young generals. At this moment, they were locked in a fierce battle with a magical beast. "Don't go forward. That's a 3-eyed Qilin." Yunxing wanted to go forward to see what was going on, but she was stopped by Du Guxiu, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. Even Du Guxiu, who had always been arrogant and conceited, had a solemn expression as he stared at the terrifying magical beast in the city lord's palace. It was a demonic beast the size of an adult bull. Its body was covered with purple scales that looked like armor plates. Its eyes were like 2 lanterns, flashing with a strange light. There was another eye on its forehead. The 3-eyed Qilin was a king-tier magical beast. It possessed the terrifying strength of a bull. Once it opened its 3rd eye, it could turn anything that approached it into stone. However, the 3-eyed Qilin was a very rare magical beast. It had gone extinct long ago in the 8 Wastelands era. No one knew why it had suddenly appeared in the city lord's palace of Taiyuan. As they spoke, the 3-eyed Qilin let out a furious roar. Its thick and strong limbs kicked violently, and it pounced on a guard. Everyone thought that the three-eyed Qilin would kill the guard. However, the three-eyed Qilin hesitated at this moment. It suddenly turned around and left the guard behind. Without looking back, it rushed into the city lord's palace. Quick, stop it. Don't hurt the city lord. Seeing this, the guards all rushed into the city lord's palace. Yunxing and Duguxiu followed them to the city lord's palace. In the inner hall of the city lord's palace, dozens of guards had already surrounded the three-eyed Qilin. The city lord is not inside. The head maid was terrified when she saw this. She thought that the three-eyed Qilin had hurt the city lord. Kill that beast. The guards of the city lord's palace clamored. They either shot arrows or cast spells. All of a sudden, everything came to a halt. When they regained their senses, the three-eyed Qilin was nowhere to be found. The city lord's palace was empty. Quick, find the city lord. The guards panicked and searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the city lord of Taiyuan. What they did not know was that somewhere in Taiyuan City, in a living room, a three-eyed Qilin angrily glared at a strange man and woman in front of it. Its 4 limbs had been sealed with a special needle technique, and it could not move for the time being. Why did you bring it back? Although Duguxiu's strength was astonishing, it was not easy to carry a Qilin that weighed 500 to 600 pounds and run all the way. Just now, in the city lord's palace, when the guards were attacking the three-eyed Qilin, Yunxing suddenly cast a time-stop spell and asked Duguxiu to save the three-eyed purple Qilin immediately. Yunxing did not answer directly. She leaned over and patted the Qilin's head. What should I call you? The city lord of Taiyuan or? Duguxiu and the three-eyed Qilin were both shocked. Roar. Enraged, the three-eyed Qilin bit back, almost biting Yunxing's palm. A terrifying summoning power spread out from Yunxing's body. What kind of pressure was that? Even the three-eyed Qilin, who was at the peak of the king stage, was suppressed by this aura and almost fell to the ground. How could it be? This was a terrifying power that only experts at the level of Emperor Zhao could have. The other party was only a woman, and she looked at most 15 or 16 years old. The three-eyed purple Qilin did not know that Yunxing was using the power of the summoning demon hand. City Lord of Taiyuan, we are not your enemies, nor are we people of the Zhao state. I am your friend. It was the imperial concubine who asked us to save you. She used the time reversal spell to come from the Wuji continent more than 500 years in the future to save you. Yunxing's words made the three-eyed purple Qilin even more shocked. Let alone the city lord of Taiyuan, anyone who heard Yunxing's words would think that she was crazy. The Wuji continent more than 500 years in the future, the time reversal spell was such a profound forbidden spell. How could it be so easy to succeed? I know you don't believe me. Yunxing took out a halberd and placed it in front of the three-eyed purple Qilin. The prince of Taiyuan was very familiar with that halberd. It was the halberd that he had placed in Fei Lingyue's coffin when she was buried. It was one of the dowries that Fei Lingyue had brought with her when she got married. After Fei Lingyue's death, he had sealed the halberd in the coffin. The underground palace was filled with traps, and outsiders could not enter at all. This woman had this halberd. Could it be that everything she said was true? You guys are really... How can it be? Lingyue, isn't Lingyue dead? The three-eyed purple Qilin hesitated and spoke. Its voice was deep, but it was a man's voice. She didn't die. She was with you all this time. She knew that you had mistakenly merged with the Qilin blood crystal and became like this. We wanted to go back in time half a year ago to stop you from merging with the Qilin blood crystal, but we were too late. Yunxing took a deep breath and told the city lord of Taiyuan about the crisis that was about to face in Taiyuan Castle. Taiyuan City has been reduced to ruins. The imperial concubine and 2 generals are trapped in the underground palace. After 500 years, the ruins of Taiyuan have become a forbidden place. This is the end of Taiyuan City. Yunxing sighed. Lingyu is actually so stupid. Tears fell from the three-eyed purple Qilin's eyes. All these years, he had worked so hard and even broke into the Dutian blood beast world to obtain the blood crystal just to avenge Fei Lingyu. But he didn't know that Fei Lingyu had been silently waiting for him. For 500 years, her Dharma soul had been silently waiting in the underground palace. How did she survive such a long wait? I want to find Ling Yu. The three-eyed purple Qilin wanted to go to the underground palace and reunite with Fei Ling Yu. It's too late. Mayor, if I'm not wrong, the Zhao State's spies have already caused chaos in the city. Tonight, the Zhao State's people will take action. Yunxing had already suspected that there were spies in the Taiyuan castle when she found the heart crystal in the breeding shed. Half a year ago, the mayor of Taiyuan had started to uncontrollably transform into a beast because of the blood crystal. To avoid causing chaos in the mayor's mansion, he would hide in the underground palace every time he transformed. But tonight, right after he transformed, an assassin broke into the underground palace. The three-eyed purple Qilin chased after the assassin and was lured outside. This was where one of the guards was injured. While they were talking, there was a commotion in the castle. In the sky above the castle, there was a majestic voice. I am the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Ruffing of the Zhao state. Recently, a three-eyed purple Qilin went missing. Someone saw it break into the Taiyuan castle. Everyone in the castle, quickly hand over the three-eyed purple Qilin. When the people in the castle heard Emperor Zhao's voice, they were all alarmed and rushed out of the castle. In the sky above, the moon was as bright as the sun. Many Zhao State's summoners and flying beasts were floating in the sky. They were led by two people, one red and one black. He was wearing a red summoner's robe and a tourmaline crown on his head. He was about 40 or 50 years old, with a white face and no beard. He was riding a wind unicorn. This man was Ji Ruffing, the Emperor Zhao of the Zhao state more than 500 years ago. Beside him was a black-cloaked man. The black-robed man's attire was very strange. He looked very tall and his entire body, including his limbs, was covered by a black robe. It was impossible to see what was under the black robe. Was it a human or a demonic beast? The Emperor Zhao in red had also come prepared tonight. On the continent, summoning a magical beast was akin to robbing a person's personal property. Red Pontiff Ji Ruffing could be considered to have exhausted all his schemes and laid down layers upon layers of traps. He had already received news that the Taiyuan had gradually turned into beasts half a year ago. Tonight, it had completely transformed into a Qilin. He didn't expect the Taiyuan to be so lucky. Ji Ruffing originally had people mislead Taiyuan so that he would turn into something that was neither human nor ghost after his beast transformation. Who would have known that Taiyuan would have the body of an ancient demon beast after his beast transformation? If he continued to sit back and watch, once the Taiyuan's Qilin body was fully integrated, its power would be comparable to that of a mythical beast. Ji Ruffing was afraid that by then, the Taiyuan would be too powerful for him to handle. Therefore, he added to the plan and launched an attack tonight. Hand over the three-eyed purple Qilin. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Dozens of summoners roared angrily like bats in the dark night. The people in the Taiyuan castle had a blood feud with the Zhao state. Now that Emperor Zhao had come in person, the people in the castle were furious. The two generals in the Taiyuan castle transformed into magic wings and summoned their own beasts. They flew into the air and fought against the people of the Zhao state. Ji Ruffing, this is the Taiyuan mountain, not the land of Punlai. What is your intention for breaking into the Taiyuan mountain at night? The Castellan was not here, so the two generals were in charge of the affairs of the Castellan mansion. Humph, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me? Let the Taiyuan out. You are hiding my beasts. Ji Ruffing's face was full of disdain. He wanted to see how they would find the Taiyuan. Your Holiness, you came to visit me in the middle of the night just to see me? You really flatter me. The Castellan of Taiyuan walked out of the castle. He wore a long green robe and had an elegant face. He looked like an elegant scholar. When he saw the Castellan of Taiyuan, Red Pope Ji Ruffing looked like he had seen a ghost. How could it be? Shouldn't the Taiyuan? Ji Ruffing's expression changed slightly, but after all, he was a cunning old fox. He had an idea. Taiyuan, I's three-eyed purple Qilin escaped to your castle. Quickly hand it over. Ji Ruffing had already planned to force the Castellan of Taiyuan in the name of looking for his beasts. If they were unwilling to hand over the Qilin, he would use this as an excuse to attack the castle. The three-eyed purple Qilin was a top king-level beast. Ji Ruffing had been coveting it for a long time. He planned to take it for his own use. Hey, the Emperor Zhao in red can't even control his beast. How can such a person become the Emperor Zhao? A mocking voice suddenly broke into his ears. Ji Ruffing had never been mocked like this before. His face turned red. He looked carefully and saw a woman walk out of the castle. That woman, the woman's skin was as white as snow, and her black eyes were very lively. Her whole person was like an elf, shining in the dark night. The person who had mocked the Emperor Zhao in red was Yunxing. When the black-robed man behind Ji Ruffing saw Yunxing, a light flashed under his black robe. Where did this junior come from? How dare you mock I? As the Emperor Zhao, Ji Ruffing couldn't keep an eye on his beast. If the news spread, he would inevitably become the subject of ridicule. Ji Ruffing, this is my distinguished guest. It's not your place to reprimand her. I didn't see any purple Kylin. Get out of Taiyuan Castle immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. The Castellan of Taiyuan said. He waved his hand and the many guards behind him were all on guard. The battle between the two sides was about to break out at any time. It turned out that when the Castellan of Taiyuan heard Ji Ruffing's voice earlier, he wanted to rush out of the castle and compete with Ji Ruffing. But Yunxing said that there was a way to restore his human form. The Castellan of Taiyuan was skeptical, but the situation was urgent. He could only let Yunxing do it. Yunxing used the celestial fox people's corpse puppet technique to temporarily calm the hostility in the Castellan of Taiyuan. Sure enough, he turned into a human form. In this way, Ji Ruffing's scheme was ruined. Facing such a situation, Ji Ruffing didn't panic. He said unhurriedly, whether the three-eyed Kylin is in the castle or not, we'll know after we try. He looked at the black-robed man beside him and said respectfully, Brother Yu, it seems that we still have to ask you to do it. Ever since the Emperor Zhao in red appeared, Yunxing had noticed the black-robed man beside him. The black-robed man's appearance was unclear, and he had never spoken. Even when Ji Ruffing asked respectfully, the other party did not have the slightest intention of responding. This was also what surprised Yunxing the most. Who was Ji Ruffing? He was the Emperor Zhao in red of the Zhao state. He was one of the top existences in the boundless continent at that time. When others saw him, they were all in awe. However, when Ji Ruffing spoke to the black-robed man beside him, he used honorifics. It could be seen that even he was very afraid of that man. Although he was floating in the air, he did not have doqi wings or magic wings. However, to be able to stand side by side with the Emperor Zhao in red, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The black-robed man, who had been at the side without any movement, stretched out his hand. Under the moonlight, his hand was slender and beautiful, as if it was carved out of white jade. Between his index finger and thumb was a red magic crystal. The black-robed man softly chanted. In the crystal, a ray of light like a red line shot into the center of the Taiyuan city lord's eyebrows with a whoosh. When the red light shot in, the Taiyuan city lord covered his forehead as if he had been burned by fire. He knelt on the ground with both hands, like a wild beast, lying on the ground. He felt that after the red light entered his body, the evil aura that had been suppressed earlier was like boiling water with firewood added to it, crazily surging in his body. All the bones in his body creaked, his limbs swelled, and purple scales burst through his clothes. A third eye grew on his forehead. When the guards of Taiyuan City saw the appearance of the Taiyuan City Lord, they were all dumbstruck, not knowing what had happened. Look carefully, that is not your city lord at all. It is a fake city lord that these two demons of unknown origin used magic to create. Ji Ruffing laughed loudly. Whoosh! A cold light shot out towards the blood-red magic crystal. The black-robed man was already prepared. He stretched out his 5 fingers and caught the bone needle that was flying through the air between his fingers. A mere needle actually wanted to sneak up on him. Under the black-robed person's black robe, the corners of her rose-like lips curled up slightly with a hint of disdain. However, in the next moment, the corner of his mouth twitched. Because the bone needle in his hand suddenly shattered, at least 4 or 5 forces shot out from the needle. The black-robed man was caught off guard, and the magic crystal in his hand shattered with a bang. What kind of kung fu was this, not fighting aura or magic? Humph, do you really think that our Yen clan's medical soul god needle is easy to bully? Outside the castle, Yunxing snickered in her heart. When the crystal exploded, the Taiyuan city lord, who was still continuously transforming, temporarily stopped his transformation. However, he still retained his half-human, half-beast appearance. Ji Rufeng, you are so shameless. You first tempted the Taiyuan city lord to fuse with the blood crystal, then used the blood crystal to attempt to turn the Taiyuan city lord into a beast and make him betray everyone. Yunxing angrily rebuked Ji Rufeng. What evidence do you have? Ji Rufeng disdainfully asked. We are the evidence. Two beasts darted out from the darkness. It was the two tiger-lion beasts. It turned out that the two tiger-lion beasts had been thrown out of the magic array earlier because it had been destroyed. However, their luck was slightly better than Yu Baiming's and they were left at the foot of the mountain. The two tiger-lion beasts took advantage of the night to quietly climb the mountain and enter the castle to look for the Taiyuan city lord. Who would have thought that they would run into the Zhao state's night attack and witness the scene of the Taiyuan city lord being forced to transform into a beast? Everyone, we brothers were turned into this by that old dog, Ji Feng, the two tiger-lion beasts said vividly. When they spoke emotionally, they did not forget to shed a few tiger-lion beasts' tears. Even Yunxing did not want their acting skills and secretly gave them a thumbs up. Even the two tiger-lion beasts' original lives from more than 500 years ago, the two deputy generals of the Taiyuan city lord, could not help but believe their words. Ji Rufeng did not expect that two tiger-lion beasts who could speak human would suddenly appear. For a moment, he did not know how to explain himself. Also, you should be able to recognize these heart crystals. I found them in the castle. You secretly hid them in the magic array of the breeding shed in an attempt to secretly control the demonic beasts in the Taiyuan castle. When you launched the night attack, you coordinated from the inside and the outside. Yunxing also took out the heart crystals that she found earlier. These are all rumors that you made up to frame I. Ji Rufeng refused to admit it. Is this also a rumor? Get out of here. Du Guxiu strode out of the castle with a man in the Taiyuan city lord's mansion's guard uniform in his hand. Du Guxiu casually tossed the guard out and tore open the guard's robe. Surprisingly, he was wearing the summoner's robe of the Zhaoting Palace. Yunxing and Du Guxiu split up. Du Guxiu searched the castle for a while and finally found the man who pretended to be injured but was actually a Zhao state spy. The Emperor Zhao, you have to save me. I have already followed your instructions and buried the heart crystals in the breeding shed. The guard rolled and crawled toward Ji Rufeng. Ji Rufeng was unable to restrain his anger. The magic scepter in his hand shot out an ice spike and pierced the spy's head. Taiyuan, don't think that you will be fine just because you saw through my plan. I, Ji Rufeng, have always been prepared for both sides. Originally, I only wanted to capture you and make you a demonic beast under I's crotch for the rest of your life. Now, I have changed my mind. I want to turn the entire Taiyuan city into a purgatory and turn all of you into beasts. The Emperor Zhao in red Ji Rufeng laughed wildly. The red Emperor Zhao's robe was particularly dazzling under the moonlight. He suddenly rose into the air enchanted. The magic scepter in his hand flashed with a strange light. In Taiyuan Mountain, 8 purple magic arrays rose in 8 different directions. The light of the magic arrays shot into the sky. In the sky, the clouds suddenly shrank and squeezed. The clouds kept colliding and rubbing against each other, making a sound like a beast's roar. Not good, the purple gold beast blood curse. Yunxing did not expect that the Emperor Zhao in red Ji Rufeng had already set up the purple gold beast blood curse in the mountain. Yunxing hurriedly chanted and tried to use the time-stop magic to interrupt Ji Rufeng's beast blood curse. However, the difference between her magical realm and Ji Rufeng's was too great. Her time-stop magic was not effective at all. The range of the 8 light pillars continued to expand and gradually enveloped the entire Taiyuan city. When the residents in the city noticed the purple light, they all ran out of their houses. The sky was blood purple, and the clouds moved down bit by bit. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect a little girl like you to know the time-stop magic. However, it's too late. Once the purple gold beast blood curse is activated, it can't be stopped. All of you will become demonic beasts. Ji Rufeng laughed wildly. He had been waiting for this day for many years. Anyone who disobeyed the summoned court would only have death waiting for them. In the blink of an eye, the purple gold beast blood curse was about to be completed. Oh? Can't stop it? I don't think so. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat when she heard the voice. Night Fox. Yi Biming stood in the night. He had lost a little weight after a day of not seeing him, but he looked even more handsome and tall. His ink-colored clothes fluttered in the night. When he saw Yunxing, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. But in the next second, when they saw Du Guxiu, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. As Yi Biming spoke, the entire purple gold beast blood curse was activated. However, what Ji Ruffing couldn't accept was that the 8 magic arrays that were supposed to cover the entirety of Taiyuan City trembled slightly before exploding into pieces. How can this be? How can this be? My purple gold beast blood curse. The Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Ruffing obviously couldn't accept this reality. The purple gold beast blood curse that he had painstakingly studied for many years had no effect at all. The Emperor Zhao in red, your purple gold beast blood curse took me a lot of effort. I went back and forth with more than a dozen villagers in the fishing village and used several carts of night incense to destroy your purple gold beast blood curse. Yi Biming's face was full of disdain. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to completely destroy the magic arrays of the purple gold beast blood curse, he wouldn't have come to find Yunxing only now. But fortunately, his little wildcat was very clever and had already settled the matter of Taiyuan City. Yunxing heaved a long sigh of relief and gave Yi Biming a look of approval. With this, the Emperor Zhao in red's conspiracy was destroyed. Who are you people? How dare you ruin Ai's plans? The Emperor Zhao in red had been preparing for this night for many years, but he didn't expect that the sudden appearance of these young men and women would ruin all of his plans. He hated to the extreme. But if these people thought that they had already won, they were gravely mistaken. We? This time, Yunxing, Yi Biming, and Du Guxiu said tacitly, we call it 500 years later. 500 years later? What the hell was that? The 3 of them were clearly tricking him. Hearing this, the red-clothed emperor became even more furious. However, Ji Ruffing did not dare to act rashly. He could tell that the 2 men beside the woman were not ordinary people. 1 might be easy to deal with, but 2 would be difficult to deal with. Needless to say, the mayor of Taiyuan City was also eyeing them covetously. He gritted his teeth and said to the black-robed man beside him, Brother Yu, please help me again. Ji Ruffing, think carefully. My help comes with a price. This time, the black-robed person spoke. His voice was very pleasant, sounding like both a man and a woman. When it fell into one's ears, it was like a feather gently tickling one's ear. It was also like a demon's voice, making one unconsciously intoxicated. No matter what your conditions are, I will agree. Ji Ruffing had to kill these people tonight. Otherwise, the Zhao state's reputation would be completely ruined. Ji Ruffing, who had been blinded by anger, had forgotten how terrifying the black-robed person was. His busyness wasn't something that everyone could afford to bear. The black-robed person looked at Yunxing and the other 2 and sighed bitterly. Why did the few of you get involved in this disaster? It's your bad luck to have bumped into me. Who exactly are you? Why have you been hiding? Yunxing looked on coldly. From the actions just now, the heart crystal clearly came from this black-robed person. From the Emperor Zhao in red's tone, this person and Ji Ruffing were not friends, but partners. If it was just a partnership, Yunxing wanted to persuade this person to change sides at the last minute. It was very likely that this person was related to the Dharma Temple or the Heart Distress Lantern. Yunxing did not dare to let down her guard. In this world, only 2 kinds of people know my identity. One is the dead, and the other is the people of my generation. However, for you to be able to break my heart crystal, you can be considered to have some ability. The black-robed man admired Yunxing. I will give you 2 choices. One is to stop caring about Taiyuan City and go back to where you came from. The other is to die by my hands. The black-robed person gave his choice. I am very sorry, I choose neither. I will take care of Taiyuan City. I want to see what other tricks you have. Yunxing was not afraid of the heart crystal. She had learned the corpse puppet technique of the celestial fox people, so she had a certain resistance to normal heart crystals. Otherwise, she would not have been able to break the heart crystals that she had hidden in the breeding shed. The black-robed person looked at Xianxia with interest. Upon closer inspection, he found that this young human girl had a pair of blue eyes. When she spoke, her black eyes looked around. This girl looked young, and her eyes were very clean. However, the intelligence in her eyes was obvious. Such a pure and cunning girl, with the innocence of a young girl and the charm of a woman, was very interesting. The black-robed person's lips pulled up slightly, revealing an unfathomable smile. I have met someone with a firm mind. Let me ask you, which one of the two men behind you is your lover? The black-robed person changed the topic. When the black-robed person asked this, Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu became highly alert. The two of them forgot that they were in danger and stared nervously at Xianxia. What nonsense are you talking about? What do the two of them have to do with me? Xianxia's face was red with anger. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu were immediately discouraged. The black-robed person saw their reaction and found it very funny. Oh? Neither of the two? Or are you not sure which one to choose? A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Let me try it for you. The black-robed person smiled strangely. He stretched out his hand once again, but this time, it was his right hand that stretched out. This time, he did not hold a magic crystal in his hand, but a lamp. It was a glass palace lamp. It was only the size of 2 palms, and was firmly held in the black-robed person's palm. There were blood-red jade tassels hanging from the 4 corners of the palace lamp. There were no candles in the palace lamp. It only emitted a dim red light. The black-robed man held the palace lamp and muttered something. As he chanted, the palace lamp was like the lanterns of the Lantern Festival, spinning. As the palace lamp spun, the jade tassels on the 4 corners spun quickly. The light in the palace lamp became brighter and brighter. The palace lamp was like a burning fireball, like the sun rising from the east. The red light shrouded the entire Taiyuan castle. Xianxia only felt a stinging pain in her eyes. In her mind, there was an additional voice. The black-robed person's feather-like voice intermittently sounded in her mind, "Human race, listen to my order. Sacrifice my flesh and blood, be my ghost prison's people's sacrifice. My soul will forever become the ghost prison's slave." In Xianxia's mind, a name flashed like lightning. Heart is difficult to light, thank you for your tips and all kinds of tickets. It was rumored that among the 8 barren divine weapons, there was a magical lamp. Its light was like blood, and anyone who was shrouded by the heart lamp would lose their mind and become a puppet. Everyone present, including Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu, revealed a perplexed expression. Xianxia hurriedly covered her ears, but this person's voice still continued to enter her ears. Damn it! In that moment of confusion, Yi Baiming was also struggling to hold on. He realized that he was losing control of his hands and feet. A black shadow scuttled over and punched towards Yi Baiming's face. Du Guxiu had been completely controlled. Yi Baiming held on to his last bit of consciousness and dodged Du Guxiu's attack. Under the blood-red light, in front of the castle, the people of Taiyuan Castle had already turned into beasts. They could not differentiate between friend and foe, and started to kill each other. On the other side, Xianxia's mind was also swaying. She felt that her consciousness was leaving her body bit by bit. All kinds of negative emotions came one after another. In her previous life, the loneliness when her grandfather passed away, and the anger when she was betrayed by Lu Minglang. In this life, the sadness when her good friend Ling and Gufeng left. Everything, all kinds of negative emotions came rushing towards her like a tide. No, if this goes on, I will definitely be controlled. Oh right, maybe the Dihong song can resolve the effect of the heart lamp. Xianxia thought of the 1,000-year ice zither in the beast language ring. The Dihong song was an ancient song. Other than being able to confuse people's minds, every chapter had a different effect. Xianxia quickly took out the 1,000-year ice zither, sat down cross-legged, and stroked the strings. She heard the sound of the zither and the Dihong song. At first, it was intermittent, but towards the end, the sound of the zither became more continuous. At first, the sound of the zither was like a gurgling stream. Towards the end, it was like a great river flowing towards the east. With the sound of the zither, Xianxia's muddled mind became clearer and clearer. Eh? I didn't expect that there would be someone who knew the ancient emperor's song in the boundless land. Unfortunately, your ancient emperor's song is incomplete. You should admit defeat. The heart lamp in the black-robed man's hand spun even faster. The more the heart lamp spun, the stronger it became. Seeing the heart lamp showing its power again, Yunxing's zither music gradually became weaker. Bang! There was a claw wind. The heart lamp. The heart lamp's heart lamp had a crack. The heart lamp suddenly stopped spun. The black-robed man was flabbergasted. When he looked again at his attacker, he realized that it was the Taiyuan city lord, who had already transformed into his half-beast human form. The Taiyuan city lord's eyes were bloodshot. His entire body was bathed in blood as he glared at the black-robed man and the lamp of sorrow in his hand. The heart distress lantern, which was known as one of the 8 barren lands' divine artifacts, had a deep crack on its wall. That crack had greatly reduced the effect of the heart lamp. It was this seemingly insignificant lamp that caused great damage to Taiyuan. The hillside was littered with corpses. Under the effect of the heart lamp, hundreds of civilians had killed each other. I see. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, someone could merge with the halberd of the divine warrior. The black-robed man muttered to himself. He looked at the Taiyuan lord's hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu, who had regained their calmness, looked at the Taiyuan lord's hand. Because of his beast transformation, the Taiyuan lord's arm had turned into a Qilin arm. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that his arms were extraordinary. In the instant that Taiyuan city lord attacked, his Qilin arms glowed with golden light, and inch-long, sharp claws grew out of them. They were unstoppable, and in one fell swoop, they broke through the influence of the lamp of sorrow. Since the heart lamp was one of the 8 barren divine weapons, its toughness was not something that could be broken by ordinary weapons. Only one of the 8 barren divine weapons, the halberd of the divine warrior, could break the effect of the heart lamp. Thinking back, Fei Lingyue said that the Taiyuan lord had obtained one of the 8 barren divine weapons, the halberd of the divine warrior. It turned out that the halberd of the divine warrior was not a real halberd. It referred to the 2 Qilin arms in the hands of the Taiyuan lord. The halberd of the divine warrior was actually a pair? Interesting. The heart lamp meets the halberd of the divine warrior. I wonder who is stronger. The black-robed man laughed loudly. Who are you? Hand over the heart distress lantern. Yunxing had returned to 500 years ago with the intention of reversing time and space. She had not expected that she would accidentally discover the most mysterious of the 8 barren divine artifacts, the heart distress lantern, which might be related to her mother's amnesia. 500 years ago, the heart lamp went missing. It turned out that it was in the black-robed man's hands. Night Fox, Du Guxiu, the heart lamp is very important. We must get it. Yunxing ordered. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu chased after the black-robed man and flew into the sky. The black-robed man smiled but did not speak. He opened his arms and glided into the sky like a giant black bat. Since she knew that the heart lamp could be related to her mother Hu Jiuxing's memory loss, Yunxing decided that she had to get it no matter what. However, this black-robed man did not reveal his face from the beginning to the end. Even his true strength was difficult for Yunxing to determine. With Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu's help, the chances of getting the heart lamp were higher. Be careful. Yunxing was worried about the heart lamp. She forgot that she was still on the battlefield. The Zhao state's people were still eyeing her covetously. When the city lord of Taiyuan warned her, Yunxing felt a powerful magic attack coming towards her. In the sky, Yi Baiming suddenly felt his heart skip a beat and looked down. Ji Rufeng's magic scepter was facing Yunxing. Damned woman, if it weren't for you, things wouldn't have come to this. I'll let you have a taste of becoming a magical beast. Seeing that even the heart lamp had been broken, Ji Rufeng knew that it was impossible for him to destroy Taiyuan City. He vented all his anger on Yunxing and the others. If she hadn't stopped him, his plan would have been completed long ago. In the end, he used a purple gold beast blood curse to turn Yunxing into her beast form. Yunxing had nowhere to hide. Ji Rufeng's strength was worlds apart from hers, and they were so close to each other. When the magic attack hit her, Yunxing felt something in her chest suddenly shatter. Immediately after, a ray of light burst out from Yunxing's chest. In the next moment, Yi Baiming was already in front of her. Miraculously, Ji Rufeng flew out. He was sent flying by his own magic. This is? Yunxing looked at the broken magic weapon on the ground in disbelief. This magic weapon was given to her by Xia Wenqiu when she entered Taiyuan Mountain. At that time, he only said that it was a light magic weapon. Yunxing thought that it only contained a portion of healing and light magic, so she didn't take it to heart. She just didn't expect that this magic weapon would save her life in the most critical situation. There was only one spell in the magic weapon. It was a mirror spell. It could block any magic attack and then reflect the enemy's magic. Mirror magic was a very special type of light magic. Its power was not controlled by the light magician himself, but was based on the opponent's magic attack. Once the magic was reflected, it would have the exact same effect as the original magic. And this time, the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Rufeng, had used the purple gold beast blood curse on Yunxing. Impossible, no, I don't want to become a magical beast, the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Rufeng, cried out in pain. His body was gradually changing. Hair grew on his hands and feet, and his bones became thicker. The Emperor Zhao in red was slowly becoming a magical beast. Ji Rufeng, you haven't given me the reward you promised. The incident happened too suddenly, but the black-robed man seemed to have predicted it and laughed coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he grabbed Ji Rufeng's head with his 5 fingers. A wave of magic power invaded Ji Rufeng's brain, and a strand of his soul was extracted. The black-robed man's hand shook, and the strand of Ji Rufeng's soul was sucked into the heart distress lantern. The black-robed man performed this series of actions very naturally, as if taking someone's soul was a common occurrence. After Ji Rufeng's soul fell into the heart distress lantern, the originally dim lantern regained some brightness. The black-robed man's sleeve brushed Ji Rufeng's chest again, and a square box rolled out. The box opened, and a pitch-black key rolled out from within. The key looked different from ordinary metal keys, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. The key was pitch black, and looked as if it had been burned by smoke. When they saw the key, Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu's expressions changed. The two of them seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions were somewhat unsightly. They had already guessed the man's identity at the same time. The black-robed man took the key, opened his arms, and flew up into the sky like a rock. He stood in the air, confident and at ease. Ha ha ha, how many years has it been since I met an opponent that I enjoyed fighting? I will remember you, and you must also remember I. We will definitely meet again. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he raised his hand and lifted his black robe. In the night sky, the man's face was as enchanting as a painting. His sword-like eyebrows were like peaks, his nose was tall and straight, and his eyes were a faint purple. Because he was covered by a black robe all year round, his face was a little sickly pale. On the left side of his face, there was a beautiful rose in full bloom like a tattoo. Not only did the many roses not accentuate his overly rouge aura, but it instead gave him an indescribably seductive feeling. This was a man who could even bewitch the darkness. His appearance made people forget to breathe for a moment. After the man revealed his true face, he waved his left hand in the air, and a strange crack appeared in the sky. He disappeared into the crack in an instant. What is this, divine spell, spatial rend? Yunxing had only seen it by chance in the library of the continent's magic elite camp. There was a long-lost divine magic called space splitting. Spatial rend could also be called the highest level of earth magic, the super-evolved version of earth meld. This kind of magic could break through any barrier, allowing one to pass from one place to another without any obstacles. Yunxing had originally thought that this was just a legendary magic, but after seeing it today, she realized that such a high level of magic really existed in this world. Yunxing was tongue-tied. She didn't think that the black-robed man's cultivation had reached such a terrifying level. That's the Netherworld Ghost King? There were 2 gasps behind them as Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu blurted out. In the Boundless Continent, there weren't many people who knew about the Netherworld Ghost King. However, there was another item of the Netherworld Ghost King that was famous in the Boundless Continent. It was the Netherworld Ghost Key, which was the same as the divine war halberd, the heart sorrow lantern, the immortal holy grail, and the summoning demon hand. Every one of the 8 barren divine weapons had their own unique characteristics. The Netherworld Ghost Key was no exception. The Ghost Key itself had no use. However, with the Netherworld Ghost Key, one could ask the Ghost King of the Netherworld Ghost Prison to do something for them. The Netherworld Ghost King was the creator of the Netherworld Ghost Key. He was also the only person in the Boundless Continent who was close to the level of a god. There were many legends about this Ghost King in the Boundless Continent. Even the Bakra orcs had legends about him. According to the legends, he had mastered the terrifying god-slaying magic. Even a true god wouldn't dare to take his life. That was why his face was always youthful, and he wouldn't age or die. He enslaved all the wandering souls in the world and was the terrifying ruler of the Netherworld Ghost Prison. A key of the Netherworld Ghost King could be as big as destroying a country, or as small as giving a person thousands of coins. However, as long as the wish of the Ghost Key's owner was fulfilled, the Ghost King would come to retrieve the Ghost Key. If the owner of the Ghost Key was greedy and wanted a second wish, the Ghost King would agree. However, the Ghost King would take away the most important thing of the Ghost Key's owner. Although the Netherworld Ghost Key was called a divine weapon, it wasn't actually a divine weapon. It only represented a one-time help from the powerful Netherworld Ghost King. As for why the Netherworld Ghost King created the Netherworld Ghost Key, there were many theories. The most well-known theory in the continent was that the Netherworld Ghost King was bored out of his mind and created the Netherworld Ghost Key to kill time. The Emperor Zao in red, G. Ruffing, had obtained the Netherworld Ghost Key from somewhere. He originally wanted to destroy Taiyuan City with the help of the Netherworld Ghost King. If there were no obstructions from Yunxing and the rest during this period, everything would naturally fall into place. It was just that man proposes but God disposes. In the end, G. Ruffing ended up with the outcome of being reduced to a magical beast. When the people of the Zao state saw that the Emperor Zao had become a demonic beast, they were so scared that they didn't dare to stay any longer. They took G. Ruffing and ran away with their tails between their legs. Not long after G. Ruffing returned, he fell ill from the accumulation of depression and soon died. Although Taiyuan City had escaped this calamity, under the effects of the Heart Sorrow Lantern, countless people had died in Taiyuan City. The next day, when the sun rose, the Taiyuan City Lord ordered people to clean up the mountain of corpses. It had been 500 years since Yunxing and the others had returned. There was only a few hours left. The Taiyuan City Lord ordered people to find Yunxing and the others. The 3 of you, thank you for your help this time. Taiyuan City has also escaped this calamity. The Taiyuan City Lord expressed his heartfelt thanks to the 3 of them. He had already accepted the fact that the 3 of them had come from 500 years in the future. I've already decided to scatter all the treasures in the castle and have the people move down the mountain. After this incident, the Taiyuan City Lord had seen through many things. For so many years, in order to take revenge, he had almost lost his nature. He had never realized that Fei Lingyue had always been by his side. Now that he had the body of a half-beast, it was too late for regrets. The Taiyuan City Lord decided to let go of his hatred. He was worried that the Zao state would come back for revenge, so he decided to have all the people move away. From now on, Taiyuan City would no longer exist on the continent. Both of you, this is what the City Lord wanted me to give you. One of the Taiyuan City Lord's deputies handed 2 boxes to Yi Baiming and Duguxiu respectively. After the City Lord of Taiyuan decided to dismiss the people of Taiyuan City, he stayed in the underground palace alone. He would spend the rest of his life accompanying Empress Fei. As a token of appreciation, he gave Yunxing and the other 2 gifts before they left. But what made Yunxing speechless was that the City Lord of Taiyuan only prepared 2 gifts for Yi Baiming and Duguxiu respectively. Why didn't she get one? She was the one who activated the space-time reversal spell. She was also the one who was entrusted by Empress Fei. This City Lord of Taiyuan was too unreasonable. Yi Baiming and Duguxiu opened their respective boxes. Inside the boxes, halberds of the Divine Warrior. To be exact, inside the boxes were a pair of halberds of the Divine Warrior. All along, Yunxing and the other 2, as well as everyone who was looking for the 8 barren artifacts, thought that the halberd of the Divine Warrior used by the first martial god was a divine weapon. It was only when the city lord of Taiyuan used the halberd of the divine warrior that they realized that the halberd of the divine warrior was actually a pair of Qilin arms. The first martial god had cut off the black Qilin king's forearm to refine it. This pair of Qilin halberds of the divine warrior could be integrated into the human body, giving the arms an indestructible destructive power. But the city lord of Taiyuan gave this pair of halberds of the divine warrior to Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu respectively. Yi Baiming received the Qilin halberd of the divine warrior on the right arm, while Du Guxiu received the Qilin halberd of the divine warrior on the left arm. In this way, the halberd of the divine warrior was incomplete. "Thank you, city lord." Yi Baiming accepted the boxes calmly. Du Guxiu was the same. "As for Dr. Yun, you must be very curious as to why the city lord didn't give you a gift." The deputy general also noticed Xianxia's slight dissatisfaction. "The Lord of Taiyuan said that you will see his gift to you when you return to Taiyuan 500 years later." The deputy general conveyed the words of the Lord of Taiyuan. Yunxing was puzzled. 500 years later? Our is almost up. "We have to go back," Yi Baiming reminded Yunxing. "You too? Do you want to go back 500 years with me or?" Before Yunxing left, she asked the two tiger men for their opinions. These two tiger-lion beasts were the deputy generals of Taiyuan City Lord. "Miss Yun, Taiyuan City's crisis has been resolved, and Taiyuan City no longer exists in this world. History has been changed, and us two brothers will never be able to return to our original state due to magic. However, we no longer have any attachments. You are our savior, and we are willing to follow you for the rest of our lives," the two tiger men said in unison. Yunxing heard them and didn't have any objections. She immediately drew a magic array and returned to the past 500 years. In the underground palace, the city lord of Taiyuan looked at the halberd of the divine warrior in the coffin. He seemed to hear Fei Lingyue's soft call. His hands had been cut off, and there were traces of blood on the bandages. Once the halberd of the divine warrior fused with his body, he would have to cut off his arms if he wanted to take it out again. The city lord of Taiyuan was now a cripple. "City lord, why do you have to humiliate yourself like this?" The two deputies of the city lord of Taiyuan were heartbroken. "Those two are not good people. They both want the halberd of the divine warrior. Since I have already given up on the idea of hegemony, I should hand it over. The world will be in chaos when the divine weapon is out, and that is the world of the young," the city lord of Taiyuan said. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu didn't say anything, but they both had the same idea in their hearts. They wanted to snatch the halberd of the divine warrior from the hands of the city lord of Taiyuan. The two deputies were silent. "You two can leave as well. I want to stay here and quietly accompany you." The city lord of Taiyuan ordered everyone to leave the underground palace. After the two deputies left, the magic array in the underground palace was extinguished like a candle flame. Immediately after, the underground palace rumbled, and then there was silence. "City lord." The two deputies knelt beside the magic array, tears streaming down their cheeks. 500 years later, it was still in Taiyuan Mountain. The trajectory of history had suddenly reversed, but the ruins of Taiyuan didn't look any different from the past. After waiting for a few days, Ruyi brought back a piece of disappointing news. The young judge of destiny said that the cycle of cause and effect is determined by the heavens. Whether the people in Taiyuan Castle can walk out alive is up to their destiny. No external forces can interfere. What kind of time is it now? Destiny? The people of the temple are so pedantic. After waiting for a few days, there was still no clue. Seeing that the best time for rescue was about to end, Lan, who already had a bad temper, was furious. "Isn't that right? What divine weapon? There isn't even a shadow of a divine weapon. Aren't they just fooling us?" Qingbai was also worried about Yi Baiming's whereabouts. "If something happens to Crown Prince Dugu this time, the later Qin will not let go of the Zhao Court and the Dharma Temple even if we have to mobilize the power of the later Qin." Madame Qi had been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days as she was worried about Du Guxiu's whereabouts. Ruyi's face was also bitter. How did he become the culprit? Stop quarreling. Look at the sky. Qi, who had been watching the castle closely, suddenly felt that there were some changes in the sky. He looked up and saw that the purple cloud that had been occupying the peak of Taiyuan Mountain for hundreds of years was slowly dispersing. The sky returned to its original blue color, and the sun poured down on the mountain peak. The mountain was clearer, and the wind was smoother. The entire ruins of Taiyuan were like an old woman who had been rejuvenated. Under the sun, they shone brightly. At the same time, Rui also realized that the layer of magic that had been covering the outside of Taiyuan Castle was automatically removed. Quick, let's go in immediately. No one was in the mood to pay attention to the changes in Taiyuan Mountain. They just wanted to enter the ruins and find the 3 missing people. As soon as they walked into the corridor of magical beasts, everyone became alert. The 20 golden purple statues of magical beasts had turned back into their beast forms. There were not many people left. Facing 20 magical beasts, it was bound to be a bloody battle. But no one wanted to retreat. Even if there was only a small chance, they wanted to enter the castle and find the whereabouts of Yunxing and the others. After a few steps, they heard footsteps in front of them. 3 people walked out from the other end of the corridor of magical beasts. Yunxing. Baiming. Your Highness. The people who were originally worried were overjoyed when they saw the 3 people. But then, they became nervous. This was because everyone could see that behind the 3 of them, or to be exact, behind Yunxing, were 2 tiger-lion beasts that looked like calves. These 2 tiger-lion beasts were not inferior to the king-level magical beasts. Like the 20 golden purple magical beasts, these 2 tiger-lion beasts were equipped with golden purple equipment. It was obvious that these 2 tiger-lion beasts were the leaders of these golden purple magical beasts. The 2 tiger-lion beasts gracefully leaped forward. The 20 purple gold beasts immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Damn it, everyone was in despair. Just 20 purple gold beasts were already difficult enough to deal with. With the addition of 2 king-level beasts, escaping from the castle was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. The 2 tiger-lion beasts actually led the 20 purple gold beasts to prostrate themselves in front of Yunxing and worship her. Is this worship? Lord Yun, do these beasts belong to you? Hui saw through the clues. That's right. From now on, they are my beasts. The 2 tiger-lion beasts had already pledged their allegiance to Yunxing. The Lord of Taiyuan City and Empress Fei had already passed away. These beasts that had been cursed with the purple gold beast's blood curse and could not age or die became masterless beasts. The 2 tiger-lion beasts made the decision and led their 20 brothers to pledge their allegiance to Yunxing. Yunxing naturally agreed to have such an enhanced elite army of beasts. What happened to you guys these past few days? Are you hurt? Although Heaven's Winged Jade did not know what had happened to Yunxing and the other 2 in the Taiyuan Castle, there must be a reason why the purple clouds had dispersed and the purple gold beasts had suddenly pledged their allegiance. For a moment, Yunxing did not know where to start. Moreover, in front of so many people, she decided that she would explain to Heaven's Winged Jade when she had the chance in the future. On the other side, Yi Baiming, Qingbai, Bu Jiuxiao, Du Guxiao, and Madame Qi Bailu had also reunited. Come over and take a look. The handwriting on this jade tablet has changed. Zhou Qingchuan made a discovery. The jade tablet he was talking about was the one at the entrance of the Taiyuan Castle. It was marked with the overall layout of the Taiyuan Castle. Everyone gathered around to take a look. It turned out that other than the earliest map on the jade tablet, the original record of the underground palace had been changed. However, at the last part of the jade stele, there were a few more lines of words. I, the people of Taiyuan, thank Yunxing for saving Taiyuan City and its people from danger. Taiyuan was unable to repay her, so she was willing to give Mount Taiyuan to Yunxing. I hope the Taiyuan can regain its former glory in his hands. This line of words, looking at the handwriting, was not newly engraved. Moreover, the handwriting was exactly the same as the previous handwriting on the jade tablet. It was obvious that it was written by the Taiyuan City Lord. A gift from more than 500 years ago. When Yunxing saw this, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. She finally understood the meaning of the words that the Deputy General had passed on to her. 500 years later, he would know what the gift was. The City Lord of Taiyuan had actually given her the entire Taiyuan Mountain. Yunxing finally reacted. The entire Taiyuan mountain, wasn't this gift a little too shocking? However, why would the city lord of Taiyuan give her Mount Taiyuan? Was it really just to repay a debt of gratitude? Wow, this is too amazing. Yunxing, from now on, you are the city lord of Taiyuan. Qingbai surrounded the jade tablet and clicked his tongue in wonder. Taiyuan Mountain was famous for being a no-man's land. Even the 5 countries on the mainland could not control it. Yunxing being like this was equivalent to becoming a local tyrant. The others also looked envious. Taiyuan Mountain was thousands of meters high. Not to mention other things, just the treasures in Taiyuan City and the rich resources in Taiyuan Mountain were already endless wealth. This time, even if Yunxing did not find the 8 barren magical artifacts, she had already profited enough. To the current Yunxing, obtaining a city was just the right time. Ever since Yunba moved out of Yujing City, although they had already settled in Yunba's fief, the Yun family's fief was still within Zhou State. The emperor of Zhou State, who had never changed his mind, would still send people to invite Yunba out of the mountain every now and then. This annoyed Yunba to no end. However, if they obtained Taiyuan City, because Taiyuan Mountain was a no-man's land, no country had the right to interfere. Taiyuan had many defensive lines such as the Sea and Sky Line and the Magic Fork. Even if the outside world wanted to invade Taiyuan Mountain, it would be very difficult. Although Taiyuan City was only left with some ruins, most of the houses, including this Taiyuan castle, only needed to be renovated and strengthened to restore its former appearance. Yunxing could very well have her grandfather, Yunba, bring all the residents of the fief to Taiyuan Mountain. Thinking of this, Yunxing decided to leave. She sent back a few hunters from Zhou State and had them bring the news to her second uncle, Yun Songlong. She also asked Zhou Qingchuan to send the craftsmen of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce to Taiyuan City immediately. She wanted to rebuild Taiyuan City. However, what made Yunxing even happier was that she had obtained Taiyuan City. This meant that she could openly send people to search for the whereabouts of the Divine Law Bracelet in the City Lord's Hall. Chen Lianer had died earlier, and if there were no accidents, her Divine Law Bracelet should still be lost in the City Lord's Hall. After giving instructions, Yunxing followed the group back to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Wenqiu and the others had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the purple clouds in the sky disperse, Xiao Wenqiu already knew that Yunxing and the others had succeeded. "Young Master Siming, they're coming down." Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Xiao Wenqiu raised his head. On the mountain path, he could vaguely see the graceful figure of a person. She had finally returned. "Xiao Siming, it's all thanks to you this time. That Dharma artifact of yours saved my life." Yunxing saw Xiao Wenqiu at first glance, and the 2 little dimples at the side of her mouth were especially vivid. "I'm very happy to be able to help you." Seeing the living Yunxing standing in front of him, a smile appeared on Xiao Wenqiu's face. "Eh? Xiao Siming, why is there blood under your abdomen?" Yunxing's gaze turned and noticed that there was a trace of blood on Xiao Wenqiu's magic robe. Xiao Wenqiu's eyes darkened, and his hand unconsciously touched his abdomen. His fingertips were trembling, and there was a trace of blood on his pure white magic robe. "Senior brother, why are you injured? What kind of wound is it that even light magic can't heal?" Hearing this, Rui hurriedly went forward to treat Xiao Wenqiu. "It's nothing. Light magic can't heal this wound." Xiao Wenqiu took a deep breath and nonchalantly pushed Rui's hand away. "Sigh, we still haven't found the Octotera relic." Elder Helian counted the people and found that nearly half of them had died. He also knew that Lutong Tian and Chen Lianer had died in the Taiyuan castle. Yunxing didn't say anything and looked at Ji Baiming and Du Guxiu. Before the 3 of them left the castle, they had already agreed that they wouldn't tell a 4th person what happened in the castle. The Octotera relic had actually been unearthed long ago. There's no time to lose. Let's go down the mountain and return to the camp. Elder Helian sighed. He only wanted to hurry back to the mainland's magic elite camp as soon as possible. "No, Elder Helian, I want to go to the fishing village before returning to the mainland's magic elite camp," Yi Baiming suddenly said. "Thank you everyone for your votes, tips, and begging for more monthly votes. In December, I will work hard to keep up with the updates." Why did Yi Baiming go to the fishing village? Although Elder Helian was very curious, Yi Baiming was not a member of the mainland's magic elite camp. With his current strength, even Elder Halian had to retreat. The group parted ways at the foot of Taiyuan Mountain. After Yi Baiming arrived at the fishing village, he asked around and went to the door of a family with the surname Qiu. Knowing that a noble from Zhou State was looking for her, a round-faced fisherwoman walked out. "Sir, may I ask why you are looking for Qiu Yi?" Qiu Yi looked at the handsome man in front of her. When she saw the man's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, her face full of disbelief. The young man in front of her looked exactly the same as the man in the portrait hanging in the hall of her house. That portrait was left behind by Qiu Ye's great-grandmother, Xianxia. It was the only family heirloom left behind by her great-grandmother. After Yi Baiming left that year, he entrusted a guard in the castle to give some money to Xianxia in the fishing village as a way to repay her for saving his life. Today, when they passed by the fishing village, Yi Baiming wanted to visit Xianxia's descendants. Qiu Yi led Yi Baiming and the others into a spacious house. Next to the incense table, there was a portrait hanging. After more than 500 years, although the portrait was well preserved, it was still a little yellow. The man in the portrait was dressed in black like the night and was incomparably cold. That year, when the guard in Taiyuan Castle gave Xianxia some money, he fell in love with her at first sight. The two later became husband and wife. Relying on the money Yi Baiming gave her, Xianxia's family lived a much better life in the fishing village. Xianxia's branch had spread out, and many of her descendants had already gone to other places to make a living. Only Qiu Ye's branch still stayed in the fishing village and lived a life of fishing from sunrise to sunset. "You've only been missing for a day and you've already attracted a romantic debt. Night Fox, your charm is really not small." Yunxing looked at the portrait on the incense table. Even though the painting wasn't very good, it was obvious that the painter had put a lot of effort into it. That woman from the fishing village, Xianxia, must have admired Yi Baiming a lot. "I should be the one asking you that. What's that on your neck?" After Yi Baiming confirmed that Xianxia's descendant was safe and sound, he was relieved of one of his worries. When he said this, Yunxing remembered that there was still a mark left by Du Guxiu's wolf kiss on her neck. The two of them were like fighting cocks, staring at each other. The atmosphere was very stiff. When they walked out of the fishing village, Yunxing and Yi Baiming were still sulking at each other. As they walked past the village entrance, two young boys and girls ran out in front of him. "Li Taiyuan, you're going to sneak out of the fishing village again. If your father finds out, he'll break your legs." A young girl around 13 or 14 years old stopped a young man with luggage on his back. When she saw the young girl's appearance, Yunxing couldn't help but widen her eyes. That young girl's appearance was exactly the same as the Taiyuan imperial concubine from over 500 years ago, Fei Lingyue. She had a pretty oval face and a pair of big bright eyes. Her clothes were very crude, but they couldn't hide her natural beauty. "Lingyue, why do you care so much about me? Even my mother isn't as long-winded as you. I just want to leave the fishing village and go out into the world. When I become successful in the future, I'll come back." The young man's face was full of longing. His silhouette and even his figure were 70 to 80% similar to the former Taiyuan city lord. A 15 or 16-year-old youth with a head full of the impulse to go out into the world. "The people outside are bad. You're so stupid that you won't even know if you get tricked. Go back. If you don't go back, I'll never talk to you again." Lingyue was angry, so she stomped her feet and ran off. This was already the third time the young man had been discovered by her. Although his face was full of dissatisfaction, when the young man saw that Lingyue was angry, he also panicked. His face was red as he chased after Lingyue's back. "Those two people," Yunxing suddenly laughed. 500 years of time, back to the past. "Taiyuan City Lord, Fei Lingyue, I hope you two can meet again in this life." Watching the young man and woman run away, Yunxing's hand was grabbed by a large hand. Yi Baiming didn't say anything, but quietly held Yunxing's hand. His warmth was transmitted to her through her palms. Yunxing's ears were as red as the sunset, but she didn't shake off Yi Baiming's hand like she usually did. Not far away, on the later Qin's carriage, Du Guxiu saw this scene through the window. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eagle eyes. As the carriage moved forward, Du Guxiu threw down the curtain, his heart full of resentment. Although he and Yi Biming each got a Qilin arm this time, but Yi Biming still won. North Nether King, our contest has only just begun. He took out an item from his storage belt. There was a bracelet on Du Guxiu's hand. It was an old and simple bracelet. The soul stone on the bracelet had already shattered when Chen Lianer was devoured by magic. Most people would have thrown it away as trash if they saw it. However, a smile appeared on Du Guxiu's face. Divine magic bracelet, I didn't expect that even the heavens are helping later Qin. Yunxing didn't know that the divine magic bracelet she was looking for wasn't in the city lord's hall of Taiyuan Castle, but had fallen into Du Guxiu's hands. Although the divine magic bracelet wasn't of much use to Du Guxiu, who was a warrior, Du Guxiu knew that this bracelet was irresistible to all sorcerers on the continent. Yunxing was no exception. The carriage stopped, and Du Guxiu put away the divine magic bracelet. The curtain was lifted, and Madame Qi Bai entered. Qi Bai, I said before that I don't need anyone to serve me. Du Guxiu furrowed his brows, showing a cold and unapproachable look. Madame Qi Bai felt bitter. This time, after returning from Taiyuan Castle, Du Guxiu was even colder to her. She didn't know what she had done wrong, or what had happened to Du Guxiu in the few days that he was missing. Crown Prince, I am here to inform you that during the few days that you were away, the Crown Prince's residents sent word that they had found the whereabouts of Princess Dong Huang. After Dong Huang Ling escaped from the eastern capital, Du Guxiu blocked the news of the princess running away from the wedding. On the other hand, he sent people to look for Dong Huang Ling. What kind of person was Du Guxiu? He definitely wouldn't let go of the matter of being stood up during the wedding ceremony. However, Madame Qi Bai paused, then carefully said, Princess Dong Huang isn't alone. In the past few months, that male sorcerer called Gufeng has been living with her. Oh, that lad isn't afraid of death. Without further ado, let's go and capture Dong Huang Ling and her lover. Du Guxiu's face revealed a sinister smile. The sun was setting in a nameless town located at the border between Zhou State and later Qin. Although it was already evening, a small medical center in the town was still very busy. Some of the townspeople were gathered around the counter of the small medical center. At the counter, a young man dressed in coarse clothes was busy sweating. Young Master Gu, the magic medicine you concocted is really useful. Our cat egg drank it several times and was cured. That's right. Young Master Gu's medical and magic skills are very powerful, and the price is also cheap. Several middle-aged women in their 30s and 40s surrounded Gufeng and talked about him. Gufeng came to this town a few months ago. After saying goodbye to Yunxing and abandon, Gufeng has been looking for a suitable residence on the mainland. Considering Ling Er's condition and the later Qin's pursuit, Gufeng finally chose the small town in Zhou State. The town was only dozens of miles away from Gufeng's hometown. Gufeng's parents were also old. It was convenient for him to go home and see his parents if he lived in the town. Gufeng was originally a magician. His light magic treatment was also the best in the mainland's magic elite camp. In addition, he followed Yunxing in his early years and helped in Little Xiandong for several years, so he also knew some medical skills. After arriving at the town, Gufeng found that there was no medical center in Little Xiandong. So, he simply followed Yunxing's practice and opened a medical center that could perform both magic treatment and ancient medical treatment. The medical center was opened for more than half a month, and the business was not very good. But later, Gufeng occasionally rescued a boy who fainted on the roadside, and his medical skills and character spread in the town. The town was not big, and there were only a few thousand people. Gufeng soon became familiar with the townspeople here. The townspeople originally wanted to call him Dr. Gu, but Gufeng was embarrassed to agree. He knew that his medical skills were far from that of his good friend Yunxing. Therefore, the townspeople called him Little Master Gu instead. As the sky gradually darkened, Gufeng looked at the darkening streets with a troubled expression. Young Master Gu, how old are you? I have a distant niece. She's 13 years old this year. She's very pretty. Do you want her to be your wife? A warm-hearted townsfolk came forward, his saliva flying everywhere as he spoke. Gufeng wasn't ugly, and he was tall and big. He was also simple and honest. He had a good reputation among these middle-aged women. They saw that Gufeng was not young anymore, but he was still alone. They were all warm-hearted and came to propose marriage. In the past few months, Gufeng had pushed back at least 7 or 8 such matters. Ahem, Auntie Li, your medicine is ready. It's getting late, so you should go back first. Gufeng was not good at dealing with this kind of thing. After hurriedly wrapping up the medicine, he prevaricated and asked the woman to leave. However, the woman still didn't give up and continued to be long-winded. Hey, why are you so stubborn? Can't you see that young Master Gu's wife is here? At this time, a woman who was still waiting for the medicine couldn't stand it anymore. People who often came to Gufeng's small medical center knew that Gufeng had a fairy-like wife. However, because of her weak body, she didn't go out all year round. Gufeng was really good to his wife. Every day, after finishing his work, he hurried home, afraid that his wife would be alone at home and be afraid. While speaking, Gufeng ran out of the medical center in a panic. On the street, a woman walked over. The woman who wanted to propose marriage for Gufeng earlier looked over. Under the hazy sunset, the woman walked over step by step. She was dressed very plainly, without makeup, and without a pearl hairpin on her head. However, her appearance was enough to make up for all the shortcomings of her clothes. These women who were illiterate felt that their brains were about to explode. They couldn't think of a word to describe this woman in front of them. Ling why are you here? Gufeng went forward and hurriedly took off his coat and put it on Donghuang Ling It was already autumn. The autumn wind was blowing, and the weather was getting colder. Ever since Donghuang Ling magic soul was corroded by the soul snake, her body hadn't been very good. Gufeng was afraid that she would catch a cold. Compared to when she just left the eastern capital, Donghuang Ling complexion was much better. Her pale cheeks were already flushed red. Her body was also fuller than before. That pair of empty eyes also had some vitality. At least, when she saw Gufeng, her eyes became much gentler. I boiled the medicine. Donghuang Ling's voice was soft and gentle. When Gufeng first took Donghuang Ling away, she was in a daze. Her intelligence was like that of a 3-year-old child. After going through Gufeng's unremitting treatment, coupled with the spiritual medicines that Yunxing and Tianyi sent over, although Donghuang Ling still couldn't remember much of the past, she was already able to move around freely and speak. To make it easier for Gufeng to take care of Donghuang Ling he told others that Ling was his newly wedded wife. Because the two of them encountered bandits on the way, his wife was frightened and needed to rest. Thus, Donghuang Ling slowly got used to Gufeng's existence. She might not know what Gufeng meant by husband. However, she knew that as long as her husband was here, her mood would be very good. If her husband came back late, she would feel uneasy. Gufeng was busy in the medical center during the day. At night, he still had to help the townspeople boil medicine. Seeing that Gufeng was working hard day and night, Donghuang Ling clumsily boiled the medicine when he wasn't around. She planned to send it over to Gufeng to give him a surprise. Gufeng took a look at the medicine bottle. The medicine had already been boiled dry. It was no wonder. Donghuang Ling was a princess. When in the palace, she had never personally boiled medicine. But even so, Gufeng was still very happy. His Linger knew how to feel sorry for him. Seeing the loving appearance of Gufeng and his wife, Donghuang Ling seeing that Gufeng's wife was so beautiful that she didn't look like an ordinary person, those gossipy women who had designs on Gufeng could only leave resentfully. Seeing that everyone had left, Gufeng pulled Donghuang Ling into the house. Under the illumination magic formation, Donghuang Ling's white and tender hands had a few blisters. Clearly, they were left behind when she was boiling medicine. Next time, when I'm not around, don't touch the fire. Gufeng felt very sorry for Donghuang Ling He hurriedly chanted light magic to heal her injuries. Seeing that Donghuang Ling was both distressed and unhappy, a happy smile appeared on Donghuang Ling's face. She liked to see this simple-minded man's anxious and angry look. The two of you are in a good mood. It's a pity that we had to look for you. A voice suddenly sounded, causing the warmth in the medical center to disappear. Outside the medical center, there were already many carriages. The sun had already set, and the streets of the small town were filled with a chill. Later Qin's crown prince, Du Guxiu, brought tens of blood iron guards and surrounded this small medical center. Beside him was the charming Madame Qi Bai. "Your Highness, long time no see. Looking at you, you seem to be living quite well." Madame Qi Bai looked at Dong Huangling and Gufeng with jealousy. Although Gufeng's appearance wasn't very good, and he was also a commoner, his feelings for Dong Huangling made Madame Qi Bai extremely jealous. If Du Guxiu could also treat her like this, she would be willing to shorten her lifespan by 10 years. Gufeng didn't expect that he and Dong Huangling would be found so quickly. Furthermore, they were in Zhou State's territory. Du Guxiu was actually so daring that he directly brought his own personal guards and barged into Zhou State. "Du Guxiu, what do you want? Ling isn't willing to marry you." Gufeng stood in front of Ling and took out his magic scepter. From the day he escaped from the eastern capital, he had already sworn that no matter what happens in the future, he would protect Ling. Even if it means risking his own life. "You are Gufeng, a sky-rank light magician. You studied under the dazzling light magician of the continent's magic elite camp. You are from Inaba village. You have a father, a mother, and a pair of younger siblings. You. What do you want? You are not allowed to harm my family. This is Zhou State's territory. You have no right to harm the people of Zhou State." Gufeng's body trembled because of his anger. The magic scepter in his hand also trembled. Gufeng knew Du Guxiu the best. He was despicable and cold-blooded. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. "Ha ha ha, Gufeng, speaking of the law, do you know that the woman behind you is my crown prince's wife? I am officially married to her, and I have announced to the world that I am going to marry her. You secretly took away a man and made me a cuckold. Tell me, if the Emperor of Zhou State knew about this, would he help his people? You are slandering us. Ling and I are innocent." Gufeng wasn't willing to let his beloved woman be humiliated by Du Guxiu like this. "Innocent? Tell me, who would believe that the princess is still a virgin?" Du Guxiu's gaze was cold as he stared at Gufeng and Dong Huangling. Behind Gufeng, Dong Huangling was shivering in fear. She didn't know who had barged into the clinic, but she hated the man and woman in front of her. Especially that man, the way he looked at her was as if he was looking at something filthy. Noticing that Dong Huangling was trembling behind him, Gufeng felt both heartache and anger. However, there was nothing he could do. Dong Huangling and Du Guxiu were indeed engaged. If this matter was made public, Gufeng's life was a small matter, but Ling's reputation would be completely ruined. She was the princess of the eastern capital. If this marriage fell through, what awaited the eastern capital was likely to be a war between the two countries. Because of his impulsiveness, the people of the eastern capital were plunged into misery and suffering. Gufeng's heart was already bleeding. "What do you want in order for you to let Ling go?" Gufeng said with difficulty. He understood that not to mention that Du Guxiu had brought so many people with him, even if Du Guxiu was alone, with his martial emperor Cultivation, Gufeng wouldn't be able to escape with Dong Huangling. Let her go? "Gufeng, do you think that this crown prince is willing to marry a pair of broken shoes? As long as she is the princess of the eastern capital, she will be this crown prince's concubine. What I want is her identity. As for her person, this crown prince can casually find a woman who is 1,000 times better than her." Du Guxiu's words angered Gufeng. He rushed forward, wanting to fight Du Guxiu with his life. "I won't allow you to insult Ling." Before Gufeng could rush forward, he was held down by a few guards. "Don't bully him. Go away, you bad people, all of you go away." Seeing that Gufeng was being beaten up, Dong Huangling felt very uncomfortable. She threw the medicine bottle in her hand, wanting to go forward and stop those people. Madame Qi Bai grabbed onto Dong Huangling and looked at her appearance. "Tsk, kid, your medical skills are pretty good. You are even able to save someone whose magic soul was devoured by my soul snake. So what if I saved her? This crown prince is willing to marry a fool." Du Guxiu immediately felt that it was boring. Du Guxiu looked at Gufeng, who was still struggling bitterly. Du Guxiu smiled in disdain. Dong Huangling who was at the side, looked at Gufeng with tears in her eyes. The two of them looked as if they were going to part forever, causing Du Guxiu to feel displeased. Although he didn't have the slightest interest in Dong Huangling, she was, after all, his crown prince's concubine. If Dong Huangling ran away with a man like Yi Baiming, Du Guxiu would still be able to somewhat let it go. However, Gu Feng, who didn't have any status, strength, and even his appearance could only be considered passable, ran away. Du Guxiu felt very depressed. After all, Du Guxiu was just a light magician who didn't know how to attack. To deal with such a person, Du Guxiu wasn't even willing to put in too much effort. Looking at Gu Feng's unreconciled expression, Du Guxiu couldn't help but have a little bit of bad fun. After returning from Taiyuan Mountain, he was in a very bad mood. Just nice, he could vent his anger on Gu Feng. Let him go. Du Guxiu waved his hand. Those guards immediately let go of Gu Feng. Gu Feng, I know that you are unreconciled. How about this crown prince will give you a chance. As long as you are able to withstand 10 punches from this crown prince, I will let Dong Huangling go. After Du Guxiu said those words, Gu Feng, who was originally in despair, had hope reignited in his eyes. No. Dong Huangling, who was at the side, shook her head with all her might. Subconsciously, she knew that this man who was like a wolf king was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Gu Feng would die. 10 punches, only 10 punches? Do you mean what you say? Gu Feng mumbled. He wasn't good at anything else, but if it was just taking a beating, as long as he was able to withstand 10 punches, he still had some confidence. This crown prince doesn't care to lie to a brat like you. Du Guxiu originally only wanted to force Gu Feng to beg for mercy. After all, he was no longer the same as he was in the past. The current Du Guxiu had fused with a portion of the power of the halberd of the divine war. The strength of his left arm, let alone a mere sky magician, even if it was a martial emperor with a tyrannical constitution, he would be able to kill him with one punch. However, who would have thought that Gu Feng, this brat, would actually stupidly agree to it? Du Guxiu wanted to know how Gu Feng was going to take 10 punches from him. It's a deal. Gu Feng nodded towards Dong Huangling. He held his magic scepter tightly. This magic scepter was personally made for him by Yunxing back then. During this period of time, it had been modified several times. In the end, Yunxing had even fused a large amount of purple gold into it, increasing the power of the magic scepter by a lot. For many years, Gu Feng had been carrying it by his side. To Gu Feng, this magic scepter symbolized the countless days that he, Yunxing, and Qi had faced together. He was no longer alone. He had Yunxing, Qi, and Ling to accompany him. 10 punches was just 10 punches. Under the effect of the sphere of light, he would definitely be able to endure it. Bang! Yunxing's magic scepter was hit by a snowstorm and fell to the ground. Blue, who was practicing with Yunxing, stopped her magic and looked displeased. Yunxing, don't get distracted when practicing magic. After being lectured by Blue, Yunxing touched her nose awkwardly. She was indeed a little distracted. How many times had she been distracted today? Ever since she came back from Taiyuan, Blue realized that she had become a saint-level mage king. She suggested that she would like to practice magic with Yunxing in the future. The dark gold-ranked teacher did not have any objections. In the first place, magic was something that could only be learned and improved through constant sparring sessions. After Dong Huangling left, Yunxing had been practicing magic alone. With Blue's suggestion, it solved the problem of the dark gold-ranked teacher. From then on, Yunxing began to spar with senior sister Lan. Only after practicing with Blue did Yunxing understand how scary sister Lan was. After Lu Tongtian's death, Blue became the #1 on the magic rankings. As for Li Xiao, his reputation in Taiyuan City was ruined and he left the mainland's magic elite camp. Yunxing's performance in Taiyuan Mountain and her own improvement made her into the top 5 on the magic rankings. But even so, Yunxing was still easily defeated by Blue. Blue's magic skills were much better than Yunxing's. Forget it, I won't practice today. Lan saw that Yunxing was absent-minded and felt bored, so he simply let Yunxing go. Yunxing hurriedly returned to her residence. There were already 2 letters waiting for her at the dark gold-ranked teacher's place. One was a letter from her second uncle, Yun Songlong. In the letter, Yun Songlong knew about what happened in Taiyuan Mountain and had already passed the news to Yun Ba. The father and son had already gone to Mount Taiyuan for an inspection. After the inspection, Yunba was full of praise for Mount Taiyuan. Not only that, Yunba, who had spent his entire life charging and breaking through enemy lines on the battlefield, had even declared that he would turn Mt. Taiyuan into a military fortress where not even a mosquito could fly in. As a matter of fact, the old man was already busy setting up defenses. After reading second uncle's letter, Yunxing smiled knowingly. As long as Grandpa was happy, she would be happy for him to do it. Having been in the Wuji continent for so many years, Yunxing had already thoroughly regarded the group of people in the Yun residence as her own family. However, when she read the second letter, Yunxing's face became more serious. The letter was from Heaven's Wing Jade. After separating from Tianyi Jade in Taiyuan City, Yunxing entrusted Tianyi Jade with several tasks. Tianyi Jade had experience in managing Tianyi City. Thus, Yunxing entrusted her with some matters regarding the construction of the city. Tianyi Jade sent people to tidy up Taiyuan City. The city lord palace that Yunxing mentioned was also tidied up. However, she did not find the divine magic bracelet. Not being able to find the divine magic bracelet was one thing, but there was another thing that made Yunxing somewhat worried. Tianyi Jade mentioned in her heart that she had found a medicinal herb a few days ago. It was said that it was very beneficial for recovering memories. Thus, she entrusted Zhou Qing's people to deliver it to Gufeng and Donghuang Linger. However, to her surprise, Gufeng and Donghuang Linger were not in the town. The door of the medical center that they ran was tightly shut, and there was no one in the residence. When she asked the neighbors, they also said that they did not know where Gufeng and Linger had gone. Yunxing remembered that in the previous letter, Gufeng also said that he and Linger liked the town that they were living in. After Linger arrived in the town, her condition had stabilized a lot. He planned to stay in the town for a long time. However, why did Gufeng leave for no reason? He did not even send a letter. Yunxing was somewhat worried. She originally planned to discuss it with Qi, but it just so happened that Qi had gone out to catch snakes for mentor Shi Huang. Yunxing did not find them, and her heart was still uneasy. Her intuition had always been very accurate. She kept feeling that Gufeng and Linger's disappearance was unusual. Just at this moment, Yi Baiming came looking for her. "You want to return to Zhou State?" Yunxing found it strange that Yi Baiming suddenly wanted to return home. Yi Baiming and Zhou State's emperor did not have a good relationship. After coming to the mainland's warrior elite camp, Yi Baiming had never returned to Zhou State. Qingbai's family has arranged a marriage for him. The wedding is set for 5 days later. He invited me to go back. Yi Baiming had a cold personality. The only two people that he was close to were Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao. He still wanted to attend Qingbai's wedding. His purpose of looking for Yunxing was to bring Yunxing back with him. In Qingbai's invitation, he also invited Yunxing to attend the ceremony. Qingbai's invitation was not that simple. Qingbai and Yi Baiming were childhood friends. The two of them were about the same age. Qingbai was already married. How far could Yi Baiming be? In the past, Yi Baiming did not have a sweetheart, so it was fine if it was Qingbai. However, ever since Yi Baiming met Yunxing and became her fiancé, Qingbai had always thought that he would be able to drink Yunxing and Yi Baiming's wedding wine very soon. Who would have thought that there was no news of Yi Baiming and Yunxing at all? Earlier, when Qingbai was at Taiyuan Mountain, when he saw the way Yi Baiming and Yunxing got along, he became anxious. If this continued, his grandson would be able to eat soy sauce. Yi Baiming would still be chasing after Yunxing. Thus, Qingbai specially invited the two of them to attend the ceremony. No matter what, Yunxing was still a member of Wushuan Limitless School. According to seniority, she had to agree to Qingbai's invitation. Qingbai planned to add fuel to the fire at the wedding and help his good brother do a good deed. However, Qingbai did not expect that his meticulous plan would coincide with the disappearance of Gufeng and Ling Er. Yunxing was only worried about the safety of the two of them. How could she be in the mood to attend the wedding in Yujing? As senior brother Cheng's junior sister, I originally wanted to attend to senior brother Cheng's wedding. However, I happen to have some matters to attend to and cannot go to Yujing. However, I can go back with you. Yunxing was very regretful and found a simple excuse. Yi Baiming did not ask any further. The way he interacted with Yunxing had always been like this. Yunxing never asked about the power behind him. He also gave Yunxing a certain amount of space to do what she liked. Yunxing and Yi Baiming set off together towards Zhou State. Near the border of Zhou State, Yunxing and Yi Baiming parted ways. She decided to go to the small town where Gufeng lived to take a look. When Yunxing arrived at the small town where Gufeng lived, it was already around sunset. She asked a passerby and found Gufeng's residence first. "You mean young Master Gu? I haven't seen him for a few days." "What a pity, why did he leave without saying a word?" When the passerby heard this, he enthusiastically told Yunxing where Gufeng lived. The empty house was plunged into darkness. Yunxing entered the house. After checking, she found some men's and women's clothes. Gufeng's mage robe was still neatly placed there. The uneasiness in Yunxing's heart grew even stronger. The clothes and daily necessities were all there. This proved that Gufeng and Ling had left in a hurry. Yunxing hurried to the medical center. The door was tightly shut. She pushed the door and found that it was unlatched. Walking into the medical center, she found that it was very neat and tidy. It did not look like there were any traces of a fight. Yunxing sighed in relief. Her gaze landed on the counter at the side, and her pupils suddenly shrank. On the counter of the medical center, there was a broken magic scepter. He would never forget that magic scepter. It was the magic scepter that Yunxing made for Gufeng. To a mage, the magic scepter was their life. As long as they were alive, the magic scepter would be there. Since the magic scepter was left here, it meant that something had happened to Gufeng. Under the broken magic scepter, there was a line of words on the counter: "Eastern capital awaits your arrival." Those words were written with finger force. They were deeply engraved and had a domineering aura. Dugu Xiao. He was the one who captured Ling and Gufeng. Yunxing bit her lips and stared at those words. In the eastern Dutian prison. In the damp prison, there was a bright flame and a dying man. Gufeng was hung upside down. His face and body were full of injuries. Opposite him, Dugu Xiao was sitting on a luxurious chair surrounded by a group of blood iron warriors. His hair was like fire and his eyes were like a wolf. However, he still did not give in. "Dugu Xiao, you despicable thing." Bang! A blood iron warrior punched Gufeng. Gufeng felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A bone pierced through his abdomen. Gufeng did not cry out in pain. He had been beaten like this for 3 days and 3 nights. He was already numb to the same wounds and the same pain. Gufeng's magic power was exhausted. For 3 days and 3 nights, these people did not give him any food or water. Even so, his eyes were still filled with hatred. "You are not a man of your words." Gufeng was filled with hatred. He withstood Dugu Xiao's 10 punches. That day, Gufeng did not hesitate to use the life-burning spell to block Dugu Xiao's 10 punches at the last moment. He thought that he could leave with Donghuang Ling, but who knew? "Gufeng, you better remember this clearly. This crown prince will let you go." Donghuang Ling came back to the eastern capital by herself. "Maybe you don't know your woman well enough. When she was an idiot, she could still live with you. But after she became an ordinary person, she was not willing to live with you anymore." Dugu Xiao walked forward and patted the wound on Gufeng's shoulder. Gufeng's face turned even paler, but he did not make a sound. Dugu Xiao's eyes were filled with admiration. Even though they were enemies, Dugu Xiao admired Gufeng. Gufeng was the second man that Dugu Xiao had praised. The first was Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming's strength was enough to make Dugu Xiao look at him in a new light. As for Gufeng, it was because of his stubbornness, or rather, his feelings for Donghuang Ling. Gufeng had exceeded everyone's expectations. That day in the medical center, Gufeng agreed to Dugu Xiao's request. A light mage was actually able to withstand 10 of his punches. Dugu Xiao admitted that he didn't go too hard on him out of consideration for Yunxing. That was because he knew that this light mage and Yunxing were childhood friends. If he really killed him, he was afraid that Yunxing would fight him to the death. However, when it came to the 9th punch, especially the final punch, Dugu Xiao had used his true strength. He even used a part of the power of the halberd of the divine battle god. Even if he couldn't kill Gufeng, it would definitely be enough to severely injure him and make him faint. The violent fighting energy transformed into countless fist shadows, attacking the ball of light from all directions. The ball of light was directly shattered. Even the magic scepter in Gu Feng's hand was broken. At the last moment, Gu Feng disregarded everything and used the high-level spell that he had learned in the Great Magic Forest, the life-burning spell. He used a part of his life force to obtain a second chance to use the ball of light. Another burst of magic power burst out from his body and blocked Du Guxiu's fatal attack. After taking that punch, Gu Feng spat out blood and fell to the ground. He couldn't even stand up. However, he was still alive. While Dong Huangling was crying, he slowly got up and walked towards Dong Huangling. At that moment, Gu Feng's knees had already turned to jelly. However, he still resolutely walked towards Dong Huangling, leaving bloody footprints behind. At that moment, this ordinary-looking man exuded a strange aura that made people raise their eyebrows. Even Madame Chi Bai couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. He was a man. Gu Feng was a real man. Under Du Guxiu's instructions, they let Dong Huangling and Gu Feng go. However, Gu Feng's magic scepter was left in the medical center. Du Guxiu admired people with a strong backbone. Therefore, he didn't kill Gu Feng. He also followed the agreement and let them go. However, if Gu Feng thought that Du Guxiu would let them go, he was gravely mistaken. Shameless. That's because you used the lives of Ling Er's brother and mother to threaten Ling Er. Gu Feng couldn't wait to eat Du Guxiu alive. TSK, TSK. Gu Feng, should I say that you're stupid or brainless? Don't forget that it was Dong Huangling who came back to the eastern capital. She abandoned you and chose to return to the eastern capital to be her princess. Du Guxiu was a lone wolf. He didn't do things according to logic. He was cruel and ruthless. If he wanted to unite with the eastern capital through marriage, no one could stop him. That day, perhaps because she was stimulated by Gu Feng's injuries, Dong Huangling who had been muddle-headed, actually recovered her memories the next day. Seeing that Gu Feng was on his last breath, Dong Huangling's heart ached. She didn't leave Gu Feng's side at all. She personally brewed medicine and guarded Gu Feng day and night. After 2 days, Gu Feng relied on his powerful vitality to survive. However, on the 3rd day, Dong Huangling went out and didn't return. Gu Feng was worried about Ling Er's whereabouts. Dragging his sick body, he searched for her. However, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find Dong Huangling. That was until he received news that the eastern capital's princess, Dong Huangling had recovered. She was going to later Qin to marry Du Guxiu. Gu Feng rushed through the night and arrived in the eastern capital. But this time, things didn't go so smoothly. He couldn't even enter the eastern capital's imperial palace. He was captured by Du Guxiu's Iron Blood guards and thrown into the prison. Gu Feng had always thought that Du Guxiu had used a scheme to capture Ling Er. Only now did he know that Dong Huangling had returned by herself. You're lying. It's impossible for Ling Er to return by herself. Compared to the pain in his body, Gu Feng's heart was in more pain. Whether you believe it or not, let her tell you herself. Du Guxiu glanced at the prison's entrance. The prison's door was opened. Dong Huangling walked in. She was alone. Her appearance was incomparably exquisite. Her pomegranate red dress made her look even more beautiful than a flower. Her face didn't have the slightest trace of being tortured or forced. She also didn't have any disguise. She was Dong Huangling. Ling Er, are you all right? You. Gu Feng didn't know what to ask. He didn't know this Dong Huangling. I'm fine. Gu Feng, what the crown prince said is correct. I came back willingly. I don't want to live a simple life with you anymore. Just give up. Coldness and disgust appeared in Dong Huangling's eyes. Du Guxiu's fist was unable to defeat Gu Feng. However, Dong Huangling's words were like a sharp sword, causing Gu Feng's mind to go blank. Linger, you're lying to me. Gu Feng muttered. Gu Feng, if I follow you, I can only be a commoner. If I marry Du Guxiu, I can become the future empress of later Qin. Disdain and disdain appeared on Dong Huangling's pretty face, stabbing Gu Feng again and again. She wasn't even willing to look at Gu Feng. She turned around, leaving him with a heartless back view. Linger, have you ever liked me? Gufeng closed his eyes, trying his best not to let his tears fall down. Once upon a time, he thought that Linger liked him. The first time they met, she snatched his cup of water. Countless times, she despised him for being stupid. When she lost her memories, she was like a child learning how to speak. When she opened her mouth, she called out Gufeng for the first time. She clumsily brewed medicine for him. In the end, all of this was nothing compared to the throne of later Qin's Empress. Gufeng, you're very foolish. For a woman like me, you gave up your identity as a light magician. It's not worth it. Forget about me and return to the continent's magic elite camp. Become a great light magician. Dong Huang Linger's tone was ice cold. She flung her sleeve and walked out of the prison. From the beginning to the end, Du Guxiu watched coldly from the side, as if he was watching a show. Now, you should believe me. Seeing that the continent's magic elite camp is an alliance with later Qin, this crown prince will let you off. After you leave, you might be able to make it in time for Dong Huang Linger's marriage. Seeing Gufeng's deathly pale face, Du Guxiu knew that Dong Huang Linger's words had completely hurt Gufeng. To a magician, physical injuries were far less fatal than mental injuries. After Dong Huang Linger walked out of the prison, the tears that she had been holding back for a long time couldn't help but roll down her face. Gufeng, you must be well. In this life, I owe you. Dong Huang Linger said bitterly. A few days ago, when she was on her way to the medical hall to get medicine, she met Madame Qi Bai. Originally, Dong Huang Linger didn't want to talk too much with Madame Qi Bai. However, Madame Qi Bai gave Dong Huang Linger a memory crystal ball. The crystal ball recorded the daily life of the Eastern Emperor, Dong Huang Xianxia, in the Eastern capital. In just a few months, the Emperor of the East capital had turned from a handsome young man into an idiot with drooling mouth and dull eyes. If it wasn't for Madame Qi Bai telling Dong Huang Linger might have also recognized her elder brother. The moment Dong Huang Linger saw Dong Huang Xianxia, the kinship within her was awakened. Madame Qi Bai chuckled, "Princess, look, this is the consequence of disobeying His Highness the Crown Prince. In your elder brother's body, the soul snake is slowly devouring his consciousness. Before long, even walking would be a problem for him. When your mother saw her son become like this, she couldn't take it anymore and wanted to commit suicide. Fortunately, I saved her. Qi Bai, you will die a horrible death." Dong Huang Linger's eyes were filled with hatred. The memories of the past, the pain that she had suffered, and the things that she had deliberately forgotten all came flooding back. Ever since the previous emperor of the East capital was assassinated, the royal bloodline of the Eastern capital withered. Only Dong Huang Linger and Dong Huang Tianqi were left. Ever since Dong Huang Tianqi was young, he had always doted on his younger sister, Dong Huang Linger, who was 2 years younger than him. Even the bones of demonic beasts that Dong Huang Linger used to make her magic scepter were obtained by Dong Huang Tianqi when he secretly went to catch demonic beasts with Dong Huang Linger. Who would have thought that during that trip, they would be attacked by bandits? In order to protect Dong Huang Linger, Dong Huang Tianqi was heavily injured. When the imperial guards found them, Dong Huang Tianqi was already unconscious. After the two of them were rescued and brought back to the Eastern capital, Dong Huang Tianqi's body wasn't very good. His magic cultivation also didn't improve. Since then, Dong Huang Linger swore that she would protect her elder brother. Therefore, she secretly left the Eastern capital and went to the continent's magic elite camp. She wanted to become the most powerful female mage in the Eastern capital and be able to protect her elder brother and mother. However, all of her dreams were now shattered by the cruel reality. "Princess, you only have 2 paths now. You can either marry the crown prince or continue to live a carefree life. As the saying goes, loyalty and filial piety are difficult to achieve. I want to see whether your mother is more important or Gufeng is more important." Madame Qi Bai's threat was very effective. After struggling in her heart, Dong Huang Linger returned to the Eastern capital. In order to make Gufeng give up, she did what she did today. After Gufeng was released, Dong Huang Linger stood on the balcony of the Eastern capital and watched as he walked away. Only when the last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the darkness did she drag her feet back to the imperial palace with difficulty. Dong Huang Ling came to her elder brother Dong Huang Tianqi's bedroom. Empress Dowager Situ was sitting in front of the bed, wiping her tears. In just a few months, this graceful and luxurious woman had undergone a shocking change. She quickly grew old, and now, her hair was white, like an old woman. Mother. Dong Huang Ling knelt down in front of Empress Dowager Situ. Ling why did you come back? Since you left, why did you come back? Empress Dowager Situ hugged Dong Huang Ling and cried bitterly. She was once selfish and used a lie to trick her daughter into coming back. However, after knowing Du Guxiu's intentions, she was not willing to let her only daughter jump into the fire pit again. Although Empress Dowager Situ was controlled by Qi Bai, she did not consume the soul snake egg. Therefore, after being unconscious for a while, she gradually recovered. However, she did not expect that her son and daughter would be destroyed to such a state. Mother, it's just getting married. Ling is not afraid. Don't worry, I will go and find Du Guxiu and ask him to find the best imperial physician for elder brother. Dong Huang Ling forced a smile and wiped away Empress Dowager Situ's tears. Dong Huang Ling stood up with a beautiful smile on her face. Empress Dowager Situ had never seen such a smile before. Empress Dowager Situ seemed to have sensed something and wanted to stop Dong Huang Ling. However, Dong Huang Ling shook her head and quickly walked away. At night, Du Guxiu was in the imperial study room of the eastern capital. In front of him, there was a pile of military memorials that were sent over from the later Qing dynasty. Madame Qi Bai was waiting at the side. Her gaze was gentle as she stared at Du Guxiu's face. The current eastern capital's imperial palace only existed in name. In reality, it was under the control of Du Guxiu. After lightly knocking on the door, Dong Huang Ling walked in with a cup of soup in her hand. Tonight, Dong Huang Ling was exceptionally charming. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and her big eyes were filled with boundless affection. Seeing such a Dong Huang Ling Du Guxiu couldn't help but stare at her. It was undeniable that Dong Huang Ling was very beautiful. As the princess of the eastern capital, she naturally had a noble aura. Compared to Madame Qi Bai whom Du Guxiu doted on, both of them had their own merits. Qi Bai, you can leave first. Du Guxiu ordered Madame Qi Bai to leave. Seeing Du Guxiu acting like this, Madame Qi Bai felt somewhat jealous. She fiercely glared at Dong Huang Ling. This woman, a few days ago, she looked as if she wanted to fight the crown prince to the death. Why is she acting so abnormally tonight? However, since Du Guxiu had already ordered her to leave, Madame Qi Bai could only close the door and leave. It's already late at night, and the crown prince is very busy every day. Why don't you have some soup? Dong Huang Ling personally poured a bowl of soup for Du Guxiu. Seeing that Du Guxiu wasn't willing to eat, Dong Huang Ling's hands tightened. Du Guxiu stretched out his arm and hugged Dong Huang Ling. Ling's face paled as she was pulled by Du Guxiu to sit on his lap. She forced herself to remain calm and her eyes were still filled with love. Princess, this isn't how my woman delivers soup. Du Guxiu smiled and said with an ambiguous tone. Dong Huang Ling's smile froze on her face. She forced herself to smile and picked up the bowl, then moved the spoon to Du Guxiu's mouth. Only then did Du Guxiu drink a mouthful of soup. Seeing that Du Guxiu drank the soup, Dong Huang Ling let out a breath of relief. After drinking a few mouthfuls of soup, Du Guxiu's eyes gradually became blurry and his body also became heavy. With a putong sound, he laid down on the ground. Seeing that he had fainted, Dong Huang Ling sneered. She pulled out a hairpin from her hair and aimed at Du Guxiu's main artery on his neck and fiercely pierced it. This hairpin was Dong Huang Ling's personal item. It was a purple gold hairpin that her father ordered someone to make for her when she was born. The sharp hairpin could even kill someone with the body of a martial saint. If one's vital part was pierced, it could also be fatal. However, when Dong Huang Ling pierced it, the hairpin stopped at Du Guxiu's throat and didn't move. How is this possible? Could it be that Du Guxiu? He hesitated. Dong Huang Ling do you think that this crown prince will die in the hands of a woman like you? A cold voice resounded in Dong Huang Ling's ears. Du Guxiu sneered as he spat out a water arrow. The water arrow struck Dong Huang Ling's wrist. Ling felt an intense pain as the bones in her hand were shattered. As for the soup that Dong Huang Ling fed him earlier, although he seemed to have swallowed it, in actuality, not a single drop of it fell out. All of it was wrapped in his qi and kept in his mouth. Dong Huangling had underestimated Du Guxiu. Du Guxiu was born in later Qin. Although he was the crown prince, his position was not like the other crown princes of other countries, who relied on their mother's favor and seniority to obtain it. Later Qin's intrigue had taught him how to distinguish between different kinds of poisons at a very young age. Although the poison in Dong Huangling's soup was colorless and tasteless, Du Guxiu was able to see through it with a single glance. How could someone like Dong Huangling dance with a wolf? To Du Guxiu, there were only two kinds of women, those that he wanted and those that he didn't want. Back then, because of Dong Huangling's status, he was willing to marry her. But now, a woman who had separated with another man, he would not want her. Toward a woman that he didn't want, Du Guxiu would definitely not be lenient. Men, lock up the princess. Du Guxiu, if you have the ability, then kill me. Dong Huangling smiled bitterly. Tonight, when she came to poison Du Guxiu, she was already prepared to die. Her brother was already living a life worse than death, and her mother was also crying. All of this was because of Du Guxiu, this demon. Princess, you cannot die. This crown prince still needs to use you as bait. Du Guxiu laughed wantonly. The person that he wanted would definitely come. When Xianxia arrived at the eastern capital, she didn't hide anything and directly went to look for Du Guxiu. This crown prince also didn't expect that I would see you again in this kind of situation. Du Guxiu was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Xianxia would come to look for him alone. Two rays of greedy light could be seen in his eyes. That gaze of his was like a hungry beast that found a fat and juicy sheep. When Xianxia saw Ling who was detained for several days, she resisted the urge to beat Du Guxiu up. I am here to negotiate. I am here to cancel the engagement and let Gufeng and Ling be together. My engagement with Dong Huangling has already been announced to the world. If she were to cancel the engagement at this time, where would this crown prince's face be? Du Guxiu's thin lips slightly pursed. If Du Guxiu were to cancel the engagement in the eastern capital, later Qin wouldn't allow it, and so would Du Guxiu. However, Du Guxiu suddenly changed the topic. This matter isn't completely without any room for negotiation. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. What conditions do you have? Just say it. Xianxia didn't like Du Guxiu. From the first time she saw him, Xianxia hated his attitude of looking down on others and thinking that he was the only one in the world. Do you still remember what this crown prince said to you a few years ago? One day, you will beg this crown prince to marry you. Du Guxiu suddenly pulled Xianxia into his embrace. How could Xianxia possibly allow him to succeed? Like a fish that entered the water, she struck Du Guxiu's throat with her elbow. Du Guxiu had tasted Xianxia's crafty footwork before. Thus, he didn't dare to be careless and was forced to take a step back. The two of them maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Dream on. Xianxia's small face was covered with frost. She was just like a thorny rose. If anyone were to get close to her, she would sting them until they were covered with cuts and bruises. Xianxia, don't argue with him. Quickly, leave. Dong Huangling was anxious. You marry, and she lives. What this crown prince wants is a woman that I can bring back to the eastern capital. It doesn't matter if you are Dong Huangling or not. Because they were standing very close to each other, Du Guxiu could smell the fragrance of a young girl that was being emitted from Xianxia's body. Du Guxiu's eyes dimmed. Even the heavens are helping me. Back then, Xianxia's rejection of the marriage was viewed as a humiliation by Du Guxiu. He would think about it all the time. In the past few years, he used government affairs, the country's situation, and all kinds of women to try his best to forget about this woman that had humiliated him. She was also the only woman that had rejected him. However, she actually walked right into his trap and appeared in front of him once again. On the other hand, Du Guxiu suddenly had a bright idea. He thought of a trick to secretly replace her with someone else. Furthermore, compared to the immature and not feminine young girl from a few years ago, the Xianxia in front of him had gradually transformed into a woman that made his heart itch. He wanted her. This time, no matter if it was Yi Baiming of Zhou State, the eastern capital, or even his father, none of them could stop him. Yunxing ignored Du Guxiu and went forward to untie the ropes on Dong Huangling's body. "Humph, do you really think that the palace is your home? You can come and go as you please." Madame Qi Bai barged in with tens of blood iron guards. "Do you think that you are qualified to stop me?" Yunxing never fought a battle that she wasn't confident in. Since she dared to barge into the eastern capital alone to snatch Dong Huangling away, she had absolute confidence that she would be able to escape unscathed. As Yunxing spoke, she was filled with arrogance. In her black eyes, there was a murderous aura. "Du Guxiu, who do you think you are? You can't afford to have me." As soon as she finished speaking, a strange figure flashed past. Madame Qi Bai exclaimed. She didn't even have time to pull out her magic scepter before the two blood iron guards beside her were knocked away by a strange force. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Madame Qi Bai was forced to take a few steps back, and there was a hand on her slender and fair neck. Tycoon Jean was like a ghost. He came and went without a trace and subdued Madame Qi Bai. At the same time, there was a commotion in the palace. A blood iron guard rushed in a panic. "Crown Prince, bad news." A group of demonic beasts rushed into the palace. Our brothers couldn't stop them. Empress Dowager Situ and the East Emperor were rescued. Hearing that, Du Guxiu raised his eyebrows, and his gaze landed on Yunxing. In his cold eagle eyes, there was anger and sorrow. Yunxing's beauty was unparalleled, but it was also this woman who looked like a flower vase. Her methods and style of doing things were not inferior to his in the slightest. As expected of someone from the Marshal Saint General's mansion of Zhou State. Yunxing's rescue seemed reckless, but her every move was arranged in an orderly manner. First, she acted alone to confuse the enemy. Then, she secretly ambushed this strange assassin. Then, she used the demonic beasts to launch a surprise attack. If he guessed correctly, the group of demonic beasts that barged into the palace was definitely the group of demonic beasts from Taiyuan Castle. This group of demonic beasts was originally transformed from humans. Especially the two tiger-lion beasts, they were originally the subordinates of the Prince of Taiyuan. They knew all kinds of military strategies. With their help, Yunxing created a diversion and successfully rescued Empress Dowager Situ and the East Emperor. At this time, even if he sent people to chase after them, they probably wouldn't be able to catch up. With more than 20 purple-gold demonic beasts in the open and Tycoon Jean in the dark, she could save Dong Huangling and her family, eliminating her worries. Yunxing wasn't goofing. She knew that in order to save Dong Huangling, not only did she have to save Dong Huangling, she also had to save her family. Only after East Emperor and Empress Dowager Situ escaped would Ling be able to truly have nothing to worry about. Even Du Guxiu couldn't guarantee that he could come up with a more perfect rescue plan today. "Yunxing, after all, you don't know me well enough. You can take him away, but I can guarantee that you won't even be able to leave the imperial palace of Dongdu." Du Guxiu was not angry. Instead, he laughed. His expression was unpredictable. He admired Yunxing. Only a woman like her, who could enter the palace and go to the battlefield, was the most suitable woman for him, Du Guxiu. He waved his hand, and the group of iron-blooded guards all stepped aside. Yunxing didn't understand why Du Guxiu was so straightforward. She untied the ropes on Ling body, and the two of them were about to leave. When Dong Huangling arrived at the entrance, her body trembled violently as if she was having a spasm. Sweat dripped down her forehead like rain. Yunxing checked Dong Huangling's body and discovered that Du Guxiu had ingeniously used his douqi to suppress many of Dong Huangling's vital points. This is a special douqi sealing technique. It's a battle technique of Dugu imperial family. Without my unique technique, even if you save Dong Huangling it'll be useless. She'll be in pain for 3 days and 3 nights, until her meridians break and she vomits blood and dies. Du Guxiu's gaze was cold. With every word that he said, Dong Huangling's face would become uglier. She felt as if she was being bitten by ants. Her meridians and muscles were all being suppressed by Du Guxiu's douqi. "Yunxing, I'm fine. Let's go. He has already set up a trap and is waiting for you to walk into it. Don't fall for it." Dong Huangling forcefully held back the blood in her throat and stood up. She was very grateful to Yunxing. As long as her imperial mother and imperial brother managed to escape, Dong Huangling'er's life was no longer important. Right now, she no longer had the face to see Gu Feng. After Dong Huangling'er was subdued by Du Guxiu used a special battle technique to seal many of her major acupoints. Even if Dong Huangling'er wanted to die, she wouldn't be able to do so. Madame Qi Bai told Dong Huangling'er that the reason why Du Guxiu imprisoned her in the eastern capital was because of Yunsheng. Du Guxiu wouldn't marry a princess who eloped with another man. Only now did Dong Huangling'er know that several years ago, Du Guxiu had proposed to Yunsheng. Later Qin, Crown Prince Dugu, who had always been arrogant, was rejected by Yunsheng. Dong Huangling'er knew that Du Guxiu was a narrow-minded person. He would definitely take revenge on Yunsheng. No matter what, she couldn't let her good friend fall into Du Guxiu's hands. Du Guxiu, you are truly despicable. Ling'er is a woman, and you actually used such a vicious method to deal with a woman who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken? Your actions won't be mocked by the experts of the continent. Yunsheng couldn't watch as Dong Huangling'er was tortured to death. Because of the pain, Dong Huangling'er's lips were already bleeding. When Yunsheng saw how Ling'er was resisting the urge to say anything, her heart ached. Yunsheng boasted that her medical skills were unparalleled. However, she was helpless when it came to battle techniques. She muttered to herself for a moment. She decided to pretend that she had agreed to Du Guxiu's request. As long as he cured Ling'er, she would think of a way to deal with him. Undo the unique battle technique on her body, and I will agree to your request. Yunsheng's face was cold. So what if she arrived at later Qin? She had plenty of ways to escape midway. If you want to save her, you have to agree to 2 conditions of mine. Du Guxiu had already expected that Yunsheng would agree to his request. Yunsheng was a meticulous person. She was smart and patient. She was a rare woman. Unfortunately, her biggest weakness was her family and friends. Firstly, hand over your summoner ring. Du Guxiu said faintly. In the continent, there weren't many people who knew that Yunsheng was a summoner. However, Du Guxiu was one of the few people who knew about it. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a powerful summoner, how would those 20-plus purple-gold-ranked demonic beasts be willing to submit to her? Du Guxiu was still a bit wary of Yunsheng's strength, especially her identity as a summoner. Without the beast language ring, Yunsheng wouldn't be able to summon demonic beasts, and her strength would be greatly reduced. Yunsheng straightforwardly took off the beast language ring. At the very least, she still had her magic. Secondly, accept a small gift from me. Du Guxiu signaled with his eyes. Madame Qi Bai revealed a strange smile. Madame Qi Bai's smile contained a bit of schadenfreude, as well as a bit of jealousy. Yunsheng suddenly had a very bad premonition when she was being stared at by her. Madame Qi Bai took out a box. Inside the box were 2 eggs. These 2 eggs were much smaller than a pigeon's egg. One was gold, and the other was silver. They looked like a pair of exquisite decorations. Du Guxiu walked forward. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the 2 jade eggs. The originally motionless jade eggs began to stir. At this moment, the originally exquisite jade egg let out a crisp cracking sound. The eggshell cracked open, and 2 small snakes popped out from it. The 2 small snakes looked even smaller than earthworms. They were translucent and sparkling like jade. Their eyes were blood red. One of them was completely gold in color, while the other was completely silver in color. Not long after they hatched, the first thing they saw was Du Guxiu. They stuck out their tongues at Du Guxiu in a friendly manner. What the hell is that? Yunsheng didn't have a good impression of snakes. Snakes were ice-cold creatures. They were cold-blooded and temperamental. Although abandoned Little Green was also a snake, Little Green knew people and rarely appeared in front of others. Especially these snakes, they reminded her of the soul snake that Madame Qi Bai used to harm Dong Huangling'er and Dong Huangtianqi. Dong Huangling'er was saved in time by Yunsheng and Gu Feng's patient care, which allowed her to escape the fate of becoming a retard. Compared to Ling'er's brother, Dong Huangtianqi, wasn't as lucky as Ling'er. Yunsheng had already ordered the 2 tiger-lion beasts to escort Empress Dowager Situ and her son to the Hunters Guild in the eastern capital. There would be people there to receive them and send them to Skywing City. With Suda's treatment, Empress Dowager Situ and her son's lives would be safe for the time being. But even so, Donghuang Tianqi felt that it would be hard for him to escape the fate of becoming a retard. These two gold and silver snakes looked even stranger than Madame Chibai's soul snake. Yunxing couldn't help but think that Du Guxiu, this big pervert, couldn't be thinking of using the soul snake to control her, right? Thinking about how she would become a puppet and Du Guxiu's plaything, Yunxing couldn't help but frown. Donghuang Ling also had a terrified expression on her face. She pulled Yunxing and shook her head incessantly. Don't worry, this crown prince has no interest in turning you into a puppet. If that happens, this crown prince's life would become dull and boring, Du Guxiu joked. Wooden beauties, there were plenty of them in later Qin. Later Qin's harem was filled with women who wanted to please him. What he wanted was a real Yunxing. Sometimes, even he himself couldn't understand why he was so infatuated with Yunxing, who was fierce and unfeminine. These two snakes are called Soul Yearning and Double Yearning. They were personally fed by this crown prince's heart blood. After 79 days, they hatched. The golden one is called Soul Pull, and it's the female snake. The silver one is the sun, and it's called Dream Spin. Du Guxiu picked up the little golden snake and played with it. The small golden snake turned into a golden mist and entered Du Guxiu's body. It turned into a golden snake tattoo on his arm. He picked up the silver snake again and walked in front of Yunxing. The uneasiness in Yunxing's heart grew stronger and stronger. This crown prince guarantees that this little snake won't cause you to have any adverse reactions. You will still be able to eat and jump, other than. Du Guxiu continued to close in on her. Yunxing took a step back. Seeing Donghuang Ling pained expression, Yunxing hesitated. Du Guxiu grabbed onto her hand. Du Guxiu's tyrannical doqi caused Yunxing's body to be unable to move. The silver snake climbed onto Yunxing's wrist. The ice-cold body of the snake turned into a frost-like mist and assimilated into Yunxing's skin and body. Other than that, she didn't feel anything else. On Yunxing's arm, a silver snake appeared. The silver snake and the silver snake on Du Guxiu's arm complemented each other. Other than what? Yunxing didn't believe that this silver snake didn't have any other uses. Other than the fact that you will never be able to leave this crown prince's side. Du Guxiu moved closer to Yunxing's ear and said intimately. What? Yunxing threw a slap onto Du Guxiu's face. A slap was heard, and a palm print appeared on Du Guxiu's face, which was as resolute as a sculpture. The Blood Iron Guard and Madame Chi Bai were both astonished. Has this woman gone mad? She actually slapped the crown prince. Crown Prince Du Gu is an absolute bloodthirsty tyrant. There wasn't any anger on Du Guxiu's face. He stretched out his hand and caressed his own face. At the same time, he was satisfied to see that Yunxing's face was also red and swollen. Both of their faces were red and swollen. It was as if both of their faces were slapped by someone at the same time. What? Yunxing opened her eyes wide. The one that she slapped was Du Guxiu, so why is my face also red and painful? The soul-twining dream snake was a very mystical soul snake. The probability of it hatching was very low. However, once it hatched, it would live and die together. The mother snake and the son snake had an innate connection. If the mother snake was injured, the other snake would also suffer the same injury. If the son snake left the mother snake for more than 12 hours, the son snake would be in extreme pain until its internal organs shattered and it died. Their host's fate is also like this. Du Guxiu chuckled. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yunxing's face with a bit of infatuation. Because of her anger, her face became even more beautiful. That gaze was like that of a greedy snake, and Yunxing was the prey that he had been drooling over for a long time. She was plump and juicy, making him want to swallow her into his stomach in one gulp. Yunxing shivered. There was actually such a strange soul snake in this world. The silver brand was branded on her arm. Other than the initial cold feeling, there was no other feeling or pain. Yunxing's arm skin was as smooth as snow. That touch of silver on her hand actually had a bit of a demonic feeling. Du Guxiu, is there something wrong with your brain? Get rid of this thing. When Yunxing heard this, she almost vomited to death. Get rid of it? This crown prince is also very willing. As long as you are willing to let this crown prince do it once, this crown prince will help you get rid of it. You can carefully consider this condition. Du Guxiu was very ambiguous. Du Guxiu said such hooligan words in front of so many people, but his face didn't turn red and his heart didn't skip a beat. His expression didn't change. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Yunxing with a burning gaze, as if he could see a hole in her face. Yunxing's strength wasn't bad, but it was impossible for her to kill Du Guxiu. Only Du Guxiu could cure the soul-yearning dream snake that was fed with his heart's blood. Du Guxiu liked Yunxing. He could use force, but he wasn't willing to do so. With his status, what kind of woman didn't he have? He had yearned for this woman day and night. He had even used his own blood to feed the soul snake and nurtured the unparalleled soul-yearning dream snake. He wanted her to accept him, whether it was her body or her heart. He believed that he wasn't inferior to Yi Baiming. As long as Yunxing returned to later Qin with him, he would have a way to make Yunxing slowly accept him. He wanted to tie down Yunxing like this for the rest of her life, so that she would only have him. Du Guxiu was secretly pleased. Yunxing was very angry. Without the summoner's ring, she couldn't teach Du Guxiu a lesson. Wouldn't she become a useless person? Yunxing held the magic scepter in her hand until her knuckles turned white. She had an impulse to use Thunder Flash to hack Du Guxiu into pieces. I agree to your conditions. Save Ling first. Yunxing gritted her teeth. Yunxing swore that, sooner or later, she would look for Du Guxiu and make him pay for all the humiliation she suffered today. Men, take these two ladies away and serve them carefully, Du Guxiu ordered, and the two of them were locked up separately. Seeing that the two ladies were taken away, Madame Qi Bai walked over. Suppressing the jealousy in her heart, she asked, Crown Prince, how do you plan to deal with those two ladies? According to a letter from a spy in our country, recently, rumors that are unfavorable to Crown Prince have been spreading in later Qin. This time, Du Guxiu's plan to capture Dong Huangling and trick Yunxing was all a sudden decision. After returning from Taiyuan Mountain, he didn't return to later Qin. Instead, he went straight to Zhou State and captured Dong Huangling and Gu Feng. As the crown prince of a country, as long as he didn't ascend to the throne, he would still be affected by the country's public opinion. Every word and action of his would be restricted. Du Guxiu and Dong Huangling's marriage had been delayed for many years. In the early years, Du Guxiu had always used the excuse that the princess was sick. However, about a month ago, an official from later Qin claimed that he saw Dong Huangling, who was recuperating at the border of Zhou State. The princess, who was supposed to be sick, was actually found to be living together with a man. The two of them behaved intimately, just like a married couple. The future crown prince consort of later Qin actually eloped with a man. This was undoubtedly a huge scandal. When the rumor was released, it immediately spread throughout later Qin. In the end, the rumor became that the princess of Eastern Capital felt that the crown prince of later Qin, Du Guxiu, was too cruel and didn't understand romance. Moreover, because of the constant wars, he was a useless person. When Du Guxiu received this news, he had just found Dong Huangling. As a result, Du Guxiu's plan was completely disrupted. Originally, he planned to make use of Dong Huangling to capture Yunxing and have Yunxing pretend to be Dong Huangling. In this way, he could make use of Dong Huangling to control Eastern Capital and also get the beauty back. It was the best of both worlds. However, once the rumor spread, Dong Huangling would no longer be able to marry into the Eastern Capital as planned. Regardless of whether Dong Huangling was a virgin or not, later Qin's citizens had already determined that she was a loose woman. If the crown prince were to marry this woman, it would be the same as having a green cloud floating above his head, making him a bastard. What Madame Qi Bai was implying was whether or not Du Guxiu should return to later Qin according to the original plan. After all, Du Guxiu had left later Qin for quite some time. Logically speaking, he should return to later Qin as soon as possible to avoid any changes in the imperial court. Tell the left prime minister that this crown prince has something to discuss with him. Du Guxiu frowned as he pondered. In the eastern capital imperial palace, several palace maids were guarding the young lady on the bed. Her appearance was even prettier than Dong Huangling. At this moment, the girl's eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes fluttered along with her breathing. Yunxing opened her eyes and saw the scenery of the Dongdu Imperial Palace. His brain was still a mess. She subconsciously looked at her arm, and the little silver snake mark was still there. A trace of annoyance flashed past her face. I failed again. Ever since that day, Duguxiu had left this inexplicable soul-yearning snake on her body. She had been forced to follow Duguxiu. However, what made Yunxing depressed was that Duguxiu actually separated her from Ling Er. He only asked Ling Er to accompany her for an hour every day and teach her some of the eastern capital's customs and palace etiquette. Yunxing scolded Duguxiu for not keeping his word. She originally requested Duguxiu to let Donghuang Ling Er go. However, Duguxiu didn't feel any pain or itch. He argued that he only promised to save Donghuang Ling Er and never said that he would let her go. He had already removed the special martial skill on Ling Er's body. However, in order to prevent Donghuang Ling Er from leaking information and prevent Yunxing from having any thoughts of escaping, he directly imprisoned Donghuang Ling Er as well. He only promised to send Donghuang Ling away after he and Yunxing got married. Because Empress Dowager Situ and the East monarch's whereabouts were unknown, the eastern capital had already fallen into the hands of Duguxiu and the left premier. Yunxing was under the effect of the soul-twirling dream, making it impossible for her to kill Duguxiu. Thus, Yunxing tried to escape. However, after escaping for a distance, Yunxing felt dizzy and fainted. When she woke up, she was caught by Duguxiu. Duguxiu never got tired of chasing after Yunxing. Like a cat chasing after a mouse, he would personally chase after Yunxing every single time. He would always be able to accurately find Yunxing. Only then did Yunxing give up. She finally recognized a fact. This damned soul-twirling dream was even more powerful than the binding magic she used on Yubaiming. Binding magic needed to be within a certain distance in order to be effective. However, this soul-twirling dream would exhaust her stamina and make her unable to move. As a result, Yunxing's sixth attempt to escape was interrupted, and she was once again carried back by Duguxiu. Crown Princess, you've woken up. It's time for you to bathe and change your clothes. These palace maids were brought over by Duguxiu from later Qin. They all knew some martial arts. They were ordered to take care of Yunxing. Who's your crown prince consort? Yunxing was furious at the mention of this. Crown princess, have you forgotten? You are the late emperor's orphan that the left premier found among the commoners. Not long ago, you returned to the eastern capital and fell in love with the crown prince at first sight. Because Donghuang Ling Er's body was unwell, she volunteered to marry into later Qin in place of the eldest princess. The entire eastern capital already knows about this. What kind of lousy identity and reason was this? She even fell in love with Duguxiu at first sight. Only a ghost would fall in love with that bastard at first sight. Yunxing was depressed by the weird excuse that Duguxiu came up with. However, other than being depressed, she had no other choice. The head palace maid had served Yunxing for a few days and knew the temper of this second princess. Facing Yunxing's anger, she didn't even frown and ordered the maids to dress Yunxing. These palace maids were all carefully selected by Duguxiu. Although they were palace maids, they were proficient in martial arts since they were young. They didn't know Yunxing's true identity, but they could see that the crown prince was very attentive to this yet-to-be-married crown princess. Even Madame Qi Bai, who was favored by the crown prince, didn't receive such favor from him. Yunxing had just learned from the palace maids that when Duguxiu went to Taiyuan Mountain, something happened in later Qin's imperial court. The princes who didn't get along with Duguxiu heard some groundless rumors. They had already spread rumors in later Qin that the eastern capital's princess, Donghuang Ling Er, didn't get sick. Instead, she eloped with a wild man. This news spread like wildfire. Now, everyone in later Qin knew that Duguxiu had been cuckolded before he even got married. In order to calm the public opinion in later Qin and to be able to marry the beauty logically, Duguxiu put in a lot of effort. In the name of left prime minister, he ordered 2 women to pretend to be Empress Dowager Situ and Donghuang Ling Er. He said that he had found the orphan of the late emperor, who was the current Donghuang Sheng. He even held an ancestral recognition ceremony as if this was a serious matter. For the sake of Ling Er's safety, Yunxing had no choice but to change her surname to Donghuang. Now, her new identity was Donghuang Sheng, the newly found princess of the eastern capital. Why are you guys so anxious? Don't forget that the little wildcat is a time bomb, and the night fox is an atomic bomb. Later Qin, ha ha ha. Crown Prince Consort, the Crown Prince will set off for Later Qin at noon. Crown Prince Consort, please dress up and don't forget etiquette. After saying that, the palace maids brought in a red palace dress and several boxes of rare treasures. The palace dress was woven with the feathers of a fire swan from the north. It was light and elegant, and the color was like fire. Among the rare treasures, there were all kinds of pearl jewelry, pearl hairpins, and accessories. Each of them was priceless. These were all personally selected by Duguxiu in the past 2 days. As a martial artist, when had he ever done such a thing? What surprised Duguxiu was that Yunxing didn't have a good impression of him, but Yunxing accepted all the things he gave her. As for the 3 meals, Yunxing also ate and drank well. Other than showing a sour face when she saw him, everything else couldn't be more normal. In that situation, she didn't have the slightest awareness of being a hostage. Duguxiu didn't understand Yunxing's temper. She would make things difficult for anyone, but she wouldn't make things difficult for money and her own body. These pearls and treasures were all money. She was coerced, so it was only right for her to ask for some money as compensation. She didn't have a summoning ring now, and the magic power in her body was being controlled by the strange yearning in dreams. It was getting weaker and weaker. After a while, she might not even be able to use magic power. In such a state, Yunxing could only rely on the trace of internal energy from the jade marrow skill in her body. She had to conserve her strength and find the right time to undo the yearning in dreams before escaping. Seeing that Yunxing didn't say anything, the palace maids took turns to do it. With exquisite makeup, the young girl's black hair was combed into a high bun. These palace maids were very skillful. When they saw that Yunxing's hair was extraordinarily large, they carefully divided her hair into several strands and braided them into small braids. Then, they decorated the small braids with roses made of accumulated gems. Paired with the fire swan dress, Yunxing's lips were blazing red and she was indescribably beautiful. The Crown Prince Consort is really suited for the Empress. She will definitely like it when she sees you. The palace maids finished dressing Yunxing and couldn't help but sigh emotionally. They were all palace maids trained in the later Qin imperial palace. Later Qin emperors all liked to enrich their harem. Later Qin was also a great country. Every year, as many beautiful women entered the palace, there were as many as the clouds in the sky. However, there really wasn't a single one that could compare to this crown prince consort in front of him. Even the palace maids were stunned by Yunxing's beauty. They sighed with emotion that it was no wonder the crown prince liked this future crown princess so much. Yunxing shook her head impatiently. She had been born in the countryside since she was a child. When she grew up, she often appeared as a hunter. She had never dressed up so grandly like today. When Duguxiu entered, he just happened to see this scene. He couldn't help but hold his breath. Most of the Yunxing that Duguxiu had seen wore a magician's robe, which made her look natural. However, today's Yunxing revealed a different kind of charm. Following Yunxing's movements, the red dress on her body rippled with ripples. Her narrow waist was so small that it could be held with one hand, and her figure was graceful and graceful. Her already extremely beautiful face was picturesque, and her pair of black eyes were as resplendent as the stars. Madame Qi Bai, who was following behind Duguxiu, felt even more jealous when she saw this. She sneaked a peek at Duguxiu and saw that his gaze was slightly sluggish. His eyes stopped on Yunxing's body, unable to move away for a long time. This was crazy. The crown prince had really fallen in love with this woman. Perhaps Duguxiu himself hadn't realized it, but Madame Qi Bai had already understood when he suggested using heart blood to nurture the soul-yearning and dreaming snail with the sole purpose of restraining Yunxing. The soul-yearning and dreaming snail was an extremely special soul snake. For many years, no one in the Ba Serpent clan had been able to successfully nurture it. After all, the soul-yearning and dreaming snail needed the heart blood of the person who nurtured it to grow. The heart blood was the blood from the most dangerous part of the human body. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause the heart to explode and die. However, Duguxiu relied on his tyrannical constitution and inhuman willpower to persist in taking blood once a day. After a total of 49 days, he finally succeeded in hatching the soul-yearning and dreaming snail. The moment he gave the snake away, it was equivalent to giving away his own heart. Madame Qi Bai's heart was bleeding. She had always thought that Du Guxiu was a heartless person. However, she didn't know that he wasn't heartless. It was just that he had never found someone to entrust his heart to. The funny thing was that Yunxing didn't care about Du Guxiu's special favor at all. However, Yunxing, don't think that you can be unbridled and fearless just because Du Guxiu dotes on you. When we reach the later Qing dynasty, this madam will naturally let you see that the imperial harem of the later Qing dynasty isn't a place where just anyone can stay. Upon seeing Du Guxiu, Yunxing's expression became gloomy. You don't have to glare at me like that. You want to look for Dong Huangling, right? I've already brought her to you. Upon seeing Yunxing's expression that seemed as if she wanted to eat him up, Du Guxiu's heart started beating faster. Behind him was Dong Huangling. Yunxing. Upon seeing Yunxing, Ling felt guilty and sad. She hugged Yunxing, and her eyes turned red. It was all her fault. She had dragged Yunxing down. Dong Huangling's martial skill had already been undone. She planned to disguise herself as a palace maid and follow Yunxing to the later Qing dynasty. Firstly, the two of them could take care of each other. Secondly, this time, Yunxing was pretending to be the princess of the imperial capital. Since young, Yunxing had always been undisciplined. Thus, Dong Huangling was afraid that she would expose herself in front of the emperor of the later Qing dynasty. Thus, she decided to accompany Yunxing. I don't need any palace maid. Du Guxiu, I won't be able to run away anyways. Let go of Ling. Yunxing winked at Dong Huangling. This stubborn girl, how can she not understand what I mean? This time, Yunxing came out in a hurry. Thus, she didn't even have the time to tell anyone that she had arrived at the eastern capital. Du Guxiu was also very cautious. Not only did he leave the soul-binding technique on Yunxing's body, he even used his qi to temporarily seal Yunxing's magic. The current Yunxing, firstly, didn't know magic. Secondly, she didn't have a summoning ring. If she wanted to escape from the heavily guarded army of the later Qing dynasty, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If Dong Huangling was able to escape and find Gu Feng, she would be able to spread the news that she was being controlled by Du Guxiu. However, no matter what, Dong Huangling wasn't willing to leave Yunxing alone. Xing I advise you to stop scheming. This crown prince won't let her go. Before you and I get married, she will follow you to the later Qing dynasty. Du Guxiu destroyed Yunxing's last hope. Don't call me Xing. Seeing that Du Guxiu was pretending to be intimate with her, Yunxing had goosebumps all over her body. She wanted to give Du Guxiu a slap. However, when she thought of the effect of the soul-binding technique, Yunxing could only endure it. Don't count on you Baiming. This crown prince heard that his current situation isn't much better than yours. Du Guxiu laughed heartily. Hearing that, Yunxing's heart thumped. Du Guxiu said that Yi Baiming's current situation isn't good. Didn't he go to attend senior marshal brother Cheng's wedding? How could he, or could it be that Yi Baiming encountered something in Zhou State? Remember, from today onwards, you are this crown prince's fiancé. In your heart, you can only think of this crown prince. Du Guxiu was extremely domineering. He grabbed Yunxing, who was already dressed up, by the waist, and carried her. Then, he strode towards the carriage of the later Qing dynasty. The carriage rumbled. After several months, the wedding procession of the later Qing dynasty was once again heading towards the later Qing dynasty. After several twists and turns, the marriage between later Qing and the eastern capital was finally settled. The happiest people were the people of the eastern capital and the minister of the left. From this marriage, the people of the eastern capital saw the hope of the eastern capital rising again. As for the minister of the left, it was because he had climbed up the big tree of later Qing. The bridal welcoming ceremony was very lively. The iron-blood crown prince obviously doted on his future crown princess. When he came out of the palace, he strode over with the crown princess in his arms. The people of the eastern capital cheered thunderously. But they didn't know that when Du Guxiu got on the carriage, his body couldn't help but tremble. Just now, Yunxing fiercely bit him. But he didn't feel any pain. Du Guxiu lowered his voice, using a voice that only Yunxing and himself could hear. Bite gently, if it hurts, this crown prince will feel distressed. Yunxing was so depressed that she almost vomited blood. This damn dream, she must find a way to undo it. After Du Guxiu carried Yunxing onto the carriage, he was kicked down by Yunxing just as he was about to get on the carriage. Du Guxiu laughed heartily as he stepped onto his chariot. Behind the carriage, Madame Qibai's eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. Make way, make way. Later Qin's wedding procession galloped past. A person pushed the onlookers and squeezed forward. Boy, are you blind? You stepped on this, uncle. The passerby was about to get angry, but when he saw the magician's robe, he immediately calmed down. Goofing exuded a light barrier around his body. Those who were originally blocking in front of him were bounced back as soon as they touched the barrier. Ling I was wrong. I shouldn't have mistakenly thought that you were a greedy woman. Gufeng chased after the procession while circulating the light sphere. After leaving the eastern capital's imperial palace that day, Gufeng was completely disheartened. He gave up on himself and didn't even treat his wounds. He fainted on the streets of the eastern capital. On the unfamiliar street, Gufeng was muddle-headed and almost froze to death. Just when he was on the verge of death, he suddenly recalled the words that Dong Huanglinger said in the prison. Gufeng, you must become a great light magician. Her shoulders slumped and she trembled slightly. She was crying. In the darkness, Gufeng opened his eyes. He suddenly realized that he had misunderstood Ling Once, for the only time in his life, Gufeng and Dong Huanglinger got drunk in a tavern. At that time, Dong Huanglinger cried until she was a mess. She kept repeating the same sentence, Gufeng, if possible, I really don't want to be in the imperial clan. How could the Dong Huanglinger that he knew be someone who despised the poor and loved the rich? After understanding everything, Gufeng miraculously pulled through. However, at that time, he received news that Du Guxiu was going to pick up the princess and head to Later Qin to complete the marriage. Gufeng desperately chased after Dong Huanglinger. The wedding procession in Later Qin was very long. There were tens of carriages in total. Other than the first carriage that the crown prince was in, the second carriage was the crown princess's carriage. The carriages were covered with curtains, and the people inside could be seen clearly. Ling Gufeng rushed forward with all his might, trying to attract the attention of the people inside the carriages. At this time, he noticed that there was a familiar figure in the procession. In order to accompany Yunxing, Dong Huangling didn't hesitate to lower herself. She dressed up as Yunxing's personal palace maid and mixed in with the wedding procession. Both sides of the street were bustling with activity. Dong Huangling faintly heard a voice. She turned her head and glanced over, only to see Gufeng. Gufeng also saw Dong Huanglinger. However, her dressing made Gufeng very confused. Isn't Linger going to marry Du Guxiu? Why is she dressing up like this? Dong Huanglinger, who was in the procession, quickly mouthed the words and deliberately slowed down her footsteps. After living together with Dong Huanglinger for several months, Gufeng's tacit understanding with her had improved by quite a bit. Dong Huanglinger winked at Dong Huanglinger, then waved her hand at the phoenix carriage and mouthed the words Yunxing, Yujing, and Biming Lord. Gufeng was even more confused. What's going on? Why did Ling and Yunxing exchange identities? No, Du Guxiu is going to marry Yunxing, Gufeng immediately remembered. Several years ago, Du Guxiu had proposed to Yunxing. At that time, it was Biming Lord who snatched the initiative and became Yunxing's fiancé. Yunxing doesn't like Du Guxiu. She must have been forced to marry Du Guxiu. I must tell Biming Lord about this. Gufeng shivered. Seeing that Gufeng understood, Dong Huanglinger had no choice but to catch up with the procession after being urged by the female official beside her. Gufeng thought for a bit. With his lousy magic, it was useless for him to catch up with the procession. Right now, the most important thing was to contact Biming Lord as soon as possible. He was Yun Xing's fiancé. Yi Biming definitely didn't know that Yunxing was being forced to marry Yunxing. Gufeng looked at the procession that was leaving and gritted his teeth. Then, he rushed towards the direction of Zhou State's Yujing City. Almost at the same time, in Yujing City, Yi Bei, Qingbai, and Bufang were sitting in the tavern where the three of them often drank. Bai, you really don't look like someone who is going to be a groom with that frown on your face, Yi Biming teased. Qingbai, this brat, could be said to be the most unpredictable among the three of them. He boasted that he was a playboy and had many female friends. Who would have thought that Qingbai was the first to get married? Don't say any more, I have no choice but to do this. It's hard to disobey a father's order. You too, don't just laugh at me. Who knows when you two will be forced to get married as well. Although Qingbai was a playboy, he was very filial to his parents and elders. No one can force me to do something that I don't want to do. Bai, you better think carefully. This is an important matter in life, it's not a game. Yi Baiming didn't agree with Qingbai's point of view. He thought that this important matter of marriage shouldn't be a game. I think that Baiming is more than happy to be forced to get married. Oh right, why didn't Yunxing come back? Bu Jiuxiao felt strange. Why didn't Yunxing come back with them? She has some private matters to attend to. She said that she might not be able to make it in time for Qingbai's wedding. As for the congratulatory gift, she said that you can just go to little Xianxia and pick one. Just when Yi Baiming's voice fell, Qingbai became very excited. Little Xianxia could casually pick one. Only Yunxing could say such domineering words. Let me think, do you think that little Xianxia will have that kind of pill? My old man has been wanting to hold a grandson for a long time, or something like that. Qingbai was beaming with joy as he spoke. Yi and Bu Jiuxiao were speechless. This brat was just not serious. Let's talk about serious matters. Are you really not planning to go to Wu Profound Limitless School to participate in the competition? With your current cultivation, if you are willing to go, the position of the curator of Wu Profound Limitless School will be yours. What Bu Jiuxiao was talking about was precisely the matter that had caused a ruckus in Wu Profound Limitless School recently. Qi Tian had been the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall for many years. For many years, the position of the curator of Limitless Hall had been undecided. To put it bluntly, it was just that the Emperor of Zhou State was unwilling to let Wushuan Limitless Hall fall into the hands of outsiders. For many years, he had been secretly controlling the dojo. Because of this, Qi Tian had been dissatisfied for a long time. However, with the Yun residents around, Qi Tian remembered Yun Ba's kindness in nurturing him and did not leave Wushuan Limitless Hall. After the Yun residents moved out of Jade Capital and Yun Songlong became a hunter, Qi Tian already had the intention to retreat. Yun Songlong had also invited Qi Tian many times to join the sky attack. This time, Yunxing had obtained Taiyuan City as a stronghold, so Yun Songlong sincerely invited Qi Tian to go. Qi Tian simply resigned from the position of the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall. This way, the position of the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall was empty. The Emperor of Zhou State announced to the world that the position of the deputy curator would be open to the public. As long as one could obtain first place in the dojo competition, regardless of their background, they would be able to become the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall. When this news came out, the entire Zhou State was in an uproar. Wushuan Limitless Hall was the #1 dojo in Zhou State. In the entire continent, only the later Qin's Big Dipper dojo could compare to Limitless Hall. To be able to become the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall, it was truly a matter of the ancestors' graves. In an instant, the people who went to Wushuan Limitless Hall to participate in the competition were about to step on the threshold of the dojo. Qing and Bu had both thought that Yi Baiming would participate in the competition when he returned to Jade Capital. Who knew that Yi Baiming was not interested at all? Both of them understood that Yi Baiming did not participate in the competition because he disdained to work for the Emperor of Zhou State. Jiuxiao, you can try. The deputy curator had planned to pass the curator position to you in the early years. Yi Baiming encouraged Bu Jiuxiao to participate in the competition. Among the three of them, Yi Baiming was undoubtedly the most talented, but Bu Jiuxiao was the most hardworking one. Now, Bu Jiuxiao was also a martial saint. Such a young martial saint was rare in Zhou State. If Bu Jiuxiao participated in the competition, he believed that there were not many people in Zhou State who could be his match. As he spoke, a young man dressed as a martial artist ran in. He looked around nervously. When he saw Yi Baiming and the others, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lei Hu, you, how did you become like this? Speaking of which, the warrior who came was an acquaintance of Yi Baiming. He was Lei Hu, who had gotten to know Yunxing after a fight in Banana Leaf Village. Ever since Lei Hu joined the Wu Profound Limitless School, especially after meeting Yunxing, His physique had been modified by Yunxing's beast blood pill. He was now a martial arts great master level expert. However, when the three of them saw Lei Hu's appearance, they were slightly shocked. Lei Hu's face was bruised and swollen, and even a few of his front teeth had been knocked out. Who was it that dared to be so heavy-handed to the people of the Wu Profound Limitless School in Jade Capital? When the three of them saw this, especially Bu Jiuxiao, they stood up with a ting sound. Senior brothers, it's good that you're here. Someone came to the Wu Profound Limitless School to cause trouble, saying that they're here to participate in the competition for the position of deputy curator. Lei Hu's face was full of shame. He roughly explained what had happened in the martial arts hall more than an hour ago. It turned out that ever since deputy curator Qi Tian had left, the Wu Profound Limitless School had publicly recruited a deputy curator. As the recruitment this time was open and fair to the outside world, there were no restrictions. There was an endless stream of people who came to participate in the competition. Among them, there were experts with extraordinary strength, but most of them were mediocre people who passed off as fish eyes. Bu Jiuxiao and the other disciples of the inner hall had set the rules. Only after defeating the inner hall disciples would they be qualified to enter the final competition for the position of deputy curator. As a result, nearly 80% of the people were blocked. Today, it was Lei Hu and another inner hall disciple's turn to be on duty. Just in the morning, the two of them had forced back 50 to 60 people who had come to compete. But in the afternoon, a female martial warrior came. She only brought one companion with her, but she managed to repel many martial artists from the outer martial hall. That was not all. That female martial warriors even insulted them, saying that the #1 martial arts hall in Zhou State was filled with a bunch of good-for-nothings. When Lei Hu and the rest heard this, how could they let it go? And then, you lost? At first, Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao thought it was just an ordinary challenge. However, when they saw Lei Hu's expression, their expressions turned serious. Lei Hu is useless. Not only did he lose, he lost within 3 moves. Lei Hu was ashamed and lowered his head. Within 3 moves, even Yi Baiming had a look of surprise. Lei Hu was currently ranked 30th among the 50 disciples of the inner hall. In terms of strength, he could be considered an expert of the martial arts hall. That female martial warrior was able to injure Lei Hu in 3 moves. It was obvious that her strength had long surpassed Lei Hu, who was a martial arts grandmaster. Lei Hu, which country is that female martial warrior from? What battle technique is she using? Bu Jiuxiao was most suspicious that this female martial warrior was from later Qin's Big Dipper martial arts hall. Just like the relationship between Zhou State and later Qin, as the #1 martial arts hall in Zhou State, Wushuan Wuji Martial Arts Hall and later Qin's Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall had been like fire and water for many years. Between the 2 martial arts halls, there were often private fights between disciples. That female martial warrior did not look like someone from the 5 nations. Her battle technique was also very powerful. I remember that her battle chi was also unique. It was black like flames, but I could not tell what battle technique it was. Lei Hu only knew that much. Although the other party had said that she would defeat him within 3 moves, she had actually only used 2. Battle chi that was like black flames. On the mainland, there were many types of battle chi. The darker the color of the battle chi, the stronger the opponent's strength. Even Qi Tian, Yun Bahi, and the others could only have golden battle chi. However, the female martial warrior that Lei Hu spoke of was able to use black battle chi. That proved that her strength was not to be underestimated. Lei Hu, is that female warrior a short-haired girl with a tall figure, pretty face, and likes to wear black clothes? Yi Baiming, who had been listening quietly from the side without saying anything, suddenly opened his mouth. Yes, it's short hair. She's wearing a martial warrior's uniform made of beast skin. She looks very beautiful. Lei Hu scratched his head in embarrassment. Actually, he still had some things that he was hiding from Yi Baiming and the others. When that female martial warrior appeared at Wushuan Wuji Martial Arts Hall, a few outer sect disciples recklessly went to take liberties with her. Who would have thought that their legs would be crippled by that woman on the spot? A few inner sect disciples couldn't stand it anymore, so a conflict broke out. In the end, it turned into the female martial warrior mocking Wuxuan Wuji Martial Arts Hall for having no one. It seems that I already know her identity. Let's go and take a look at Wuxuan Wuji Martial Arts Hall. Yi Baiming's face was covered with a layer of shadow. Hey Lin, the young matriarch of the Bakra Orcs Black Qilin King clan. Why would she suddenly appear in Jade Capital? Those who came did not come with good intentions. He still wanted to meet that woman. Inside the Wuxuan Limitless Martial School, a group of outer and inner sect disciples retreated as they looked at He Lin and her companions in horror. This woman looked as beautiful as a flower, but her attacks were very vicious. Just now, many of her senior brothers and sisters had already been injured by her. None of them could withstand a single move. He Lin was bored as she sized up the Wuxuan Limitless Martial School. The #1 martial arts school in Zhou State was only SOSO. It was hard to imagine that a genius like him would actually learn martial arts in such a shabby martial arts school. After parting ways with Yi Baiming in the Dutian Blood Beast world, He Lin returned to the Bakra Orcs. However, she could not forget Yi Baiming. Coincidentally, the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, who was also He Lin's father, had come to the Boundless Land for an important matter. He Lin specially asked her father to let her come to the Boundless Land on his behalf. However, she did not expect that the matter her father wanted her to do. Thinking of this, the corners of He Lin's mouth curled into a charming smile. Yi Baiming, the two of us are indeed destined to be together. This time, don't even think about escaping from my grasp. Are you the one who injured the people from the martial arts school? Just as He Lin was thinking, Bu Jiuxiao led Lei Hu and the others over aggressively. He Lin glanced at Bu Jiuxiao and realized that his battle energy was indeed much stronger than the others. However, He Lin's heroic and somewhat beautiful eyes could not help but light up. She saw Yi Baiming behind Bu Jiuxiao. After not seeing him for a few months, he seemed to have lost weight. However, he had also become stronger. He Lin's gaze shifted to Yi Baiming and she could not help but be stunned. That was the Divine Battle Halberd. She did not expect Yi Baiming to have successfully merged with the Divine Battle Halberd. It seemed that what her father said was true. Yi Baiming was indeed from the Qilin clan. He Lin's unscrupulous gaze made Yi Baiming a little unhappy. This woman was a little too bold. At the same time, He Lin also noticed that the disciple she had injured earlier had brought a few people back. May I ask, miss, why have you come to Wu Profound Limitless School today? After Bu Jiuxiao saw He Lin's appearance, he only felt that this woman was weak and slender. Apart from her sharp eyes, she looked even weaker than the female warriors of the dojo. Wuxuan Limitless Hall is recruiting deputy curators. I'm naturally here for the position of deputy curator. He Lin brushed her hair, and her beautiful eyes seemed to fall on Yi Baiming's body. The latter was completely indifferent to her goodwill, which made the proud and arrogant He Lin very dissatisfied. Miss, those who participate in the competition must have official proof of identity. If you want to participate, you must follow the procedures of the dojo. Bu Jiuxiao was still considered polite. What procedures? It's just a tattered dojo. I'm willing to be the deputy curator. You should be grateful. Besides, none of you can defeat me. He Lin was extremely arrogant. Seeing that Yi Baiming was ignoring her, she vented her anger on the dojo. He Lin's words made the disciples of Wuxuan Limitless School extremely angry. They all surrounded him. All of you, step down. Let me spar with this lady. How could Bu Jiuxiao not be angry? It was just that as the eldest senior brother of the inner sect, he needed to shoulder the responsibility of guarding the dojo. Miss, if you want to be the deputy curator, you still need to pass through me. Bu Jiuxiao took a step forward. Compared to those unrated martial warriors, you can still barely fight with me. As He Lin spoke, his feet had already moved. It had to be said that He Lin was a rather charming woman. She might not be as agile as Yun Xing, nor was she as seductive as Hu Linglong, but her every move emitted a different kind of feeling. He Lin walked neither fast nor slow, like a female leopard waiting for its prey to relax. She only walked beside Bu Jiuxiao. Bu Jiuxiao did not dare to be careless. Doqi spread out and protected his body. Even though it was a duel, Bu Jiuxiao was worried that He Lin was a woman. If he made the first move, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he waited for He Linlin to make the first move before making the first move. Suddenly, He Linlin stood still. Her hands moved to her abdomen and her feet stepped on the ground. She suddenly jumped more than a foot higher. Her cherry blossom-like red lips suddenly spat out a breath. It was a breath of black doqi that blew towards Bu Jiuxiao. That breath of doqi seemed calm, but in midair, it suddenly turned into an arrow. That arrow was fast and swift, and it shot towards Bu Jiuxiao's throat in an instant. Bu Jiuxiao had never seen anyone use doqi like this. His heart trembled. He did not dare to be careless. His feet moved and he dodged that doqi arrow. Who would have thought that He Linlin, who had stopped in midair, would not give up so easily? She spat out mouthfuls of doqi like rain. In a breath, hundreds of doqi arrows shot towards Bu Jiuxiao like a storm. Those doqi arrows were incomparably powerful. They instantly pierced through Bu Jiuxiao's doqi wall. Bu Jiuxiao only felt the blood in his body roiling. For a moment, he actually had no strength to resist. He Linlin's face revealed a pleased expression. Who would have thought that at this moment, a figure flashed in front of Bu Jiuxiao like the wind? Yi Baiming waved his arm and swung his palm. A wave of doqi that could topple mountains and overturn seas attacked those doqi arrows. Those doqi arrows suddenly changed direction and attacked He Linlin. This change came too quickly. It was completed in just a breath's time. He Linlin did not have time to react. Even though she tried her best to dodge, those hundreds of doqi arrows were already very close. The closest one was already less than an inch away from her forehead. A chill rose from the bottom of her feet to the top of her head. In He Linlin's moment of danger, those hundreds of doqi arrows actually exploded in front of her. The remaining power of the doqi arrow brushed past He Linlin's cheek. She let out a muffled groan and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of her eye. He Linlin, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Scram. Yi Baiming's counterattack was very humiliating to He Linlin. He Linlin was too arrogant. If he did not kill her prestige, Wuxuan Limitless Martial School's reputation would fall to the ground this time. Even though he was not willing to be the deputy head of Wuxuan Limitless Martial School, Yi Baiming was even more unwilling to see his good friend Bu Jiuxiao get injured. He Linlin and Yi Baiming had fought a total of 3 times. The first 2 times were in the Blood Beast world. At that time, she and Yi Baiming had only met for the first time. The two of them had fought to a draw both times. But this time, even if He Linlin was unwilling to admit it, she had lost. Moreover, she had lost very thoroughly. Could it be that in just a few short months, Yi Baiming's strength had improved again? This kind of improvement speed was too terrifying. He Linlin could not help but be shocked. Before coming to the Boundless Land, He Linlin had always been the most outstanding young genius among the Bakra orcs. Last time, she fought Yi Baiming to a draw. This was also the reason why He Linlin looked at Yi Baiming in a different light. He Linlin originally thought that when she met Yi Baiming again, she would beat him. Who would have thought that she would lose to him instead? He Linlin couldn't help but feel fearful at such an astonishing speed of improvement. But what made He Linlin most angry was that Yi Baiming didn't take her seriously. Last time, all his attention was attracted by that woman called Yunsheng. And this time, he only cared about his friend. Yi Baiming, you actually dared to hurt me. Last time, you humiliated me. This time, you hurt me even more. Just wait and see, you will regret it. Even though it was just a false alarm, He Linlin had never lost in front of anyone since she was young. She left with her companions hatefully. Yi Baiming and Chengbai sent Bu Jiuxiao to the little Xianxia. After a check, Dr. Fan discovered that Bu Jiuxiao's internal organs had been injured. What a tyrannical battle, Qi. Jiuxiao, who did you fight with? Dr. Fan had never seen Bu Jiuxiao suffer such a big loss. I'm not sure either. That woman's battle Qi is very powerful. If Baiming wasn't here today, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as an injury. After today's battle, Bu Jiuxiao realized that there was always someone better than him. He Linlin's battle Qi was very special. Not only could she freely control her battle Qi, but she could also turn it into any kind of offensive weapon. This was completely different from the martial arts training that Bu Jiuxiao had received in the past. It was because of this that he lost the battle with He Linlin as soon as he entered the arena. Bu Jiuxiao's dejection fell into Yi Baiming's eyes. Jiuxiao, don't take it to heart. That woman is not someone you can deal with right now. She is a descendant of the Bakra orcs. Her dochi cultivation method is different from ours. Yi Baiming had fought with the Bakra orcs before, so he had some understanding of their magic and battle techniques. Baiming, you said that she's from the Bakra orcs? She dared to barge into the Jade capital? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by other forces? The deterrence of the Bakra orcs was really not small. Bu Jiuxiao and the rest also did not expect that He Linlin was actually a descendant of the beasts. It was just that just by looking at it from the outside, one really couldn't tell why. After the previous divine artifact search mission, the strength of the few major factions was more or less affected. In the short term, no one has the energy to ask about one or two descendants of the Bakra orcs. What Yi Baiming said was the predicament that the few major factions of the continent were facing. For the few major factions, they did not find the divine artifact during the trip to Taiyuan Mountain, but many of their elites had died. The Zhao state had lost its main representative, and the other major factions had also suffered considerable losses. Even Xiao Wenxiu of the Dharma Temple was inexplicably injured. He Linlin probably knew about it, so she took advantage of this juncture to sneak into the boundless land. However, what Yi Baiming was truly worried about was not what He Linlin wanted to do to the Wushuan Limitless Hall. What he was worried about was why He Linlin had come to the Jade capital. A person like He Linlin obviously would not be interested in the dojo. She was only here to cause trouble. However, the Bakra clan had brazenly come to the capital of Zhou state. Things were probably not that simple. In the palace of Zhou state, the emperor of Zhou state had just finished his morning court session. The imperial study was resplendent. This was also the favorite place of the emperor of Zhou state. The imperial study had also witnessed his painstaking efforts over the years. From an unsuccessful crown prince, he had become an emperor above everyone. However, today, there was a person sitting on the dragon throne in the imperial study. How dare you? Who dares to barge into the imperial study? Sitting on the dragon throne was a beautiful woman. She had short hair and a pair of eyes that glowed with a divine radiance. When she saw the Yi of Zhou state, she did not panic. She only curled her lips and her eyebrows were filled with disdain. Yi Qingtian, how dare you speak to this saintess in such a tone? As the young girl spoke, a token appeared in her hand. That token was made of black gold, and there was a lifelike qilin on it. Although the qilin was carved, it seemed to have a mysterious power that made one's knees go soft. When the Yi Qingtian of Zhou state saw the token, his anger was replaced by fear. He immediately closed the door and knelt down respectfully. I didn't know that the saintess had arrived. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Who would have thought that the emperor of Zhou state had already colluded with the Bakra clan's Black Qilin tribe? Humph, you ought to know why I've come here today, right? He Linlin snorted coldly at the sight of the human emperor bowing to her. The saintess suddenly came. Could it be because? Yi Qingtian probed. It's time to return what you took from the Black Qilin tribe. Let me ask you, is Yi Baiming the baby from back then? He Linlin suddenly changed the topic. When Yi Qingtian heard this, hatred flashed across his eyes. However, his face was still respectful. It's him. It's really him. He Linlin smiled when she heard this. Then, he's my half-brother. No wonder he's so strong. I was wondering how the human race could have such a brave warrior. When he heard the words half-brother, Yi Qingtian's heart churned with hatred. It's been hard on you. In order to protect the throne of Zhou state, you're even willing to give up your own woman. He Linlin looked at the Yi emperor of Zhou state with contempt. He Linlin only recently found out that she actually had an elder brother on the boundless continent. When she met Yi Baiming in the Dutian blood beast world, especially when Yi Baiming was able to enter the Qilin tomb, she already had doubts in her heart. When she returned to the Black Qilin tribe to ask around, she indeed found out a huge secret from her father. This secret was related to a scandal between the royal family of Zhou state and the Bakra clan. Back then, the emperor of Zhou state, Yi Qingtian, was only a prince. He schemed to marry the daughter of the richest merchant in Zhou state, Empress Li. However, due to his limited talent, it was still difficult for him to gain the trust of the previous emperor of Zhou state. One day, Xianxia went out to hunt but was unexpectedly attacked. When he was on the verge of death, he was saved by a mysterious man. That man was tall and burly. When he killed his enemies, he was like the wind and lightning. He was like the king of eagles in the dark night. His aura was overbearing and he emitted an unparalleled strength. Even Xianxia, who was also a man, couldn't help but submit to him. Xianxia only found out after the incident that the man's true identity was actually the young master of the Bakr clan that had long disappeared from the continent. He was also He Linlin's father, the young master of the Black Qilin royal family, He Yao. On Saturday, Dan Shofu looked at the girls with tears in her eyes. Girls, old and new, remember to scatter your monthly votes and rush to the top of the rankings. He Linlin's appearance caused Xianxia to be immersed in memories from more than a decade ago. Xianxia and He Yao were originally completely unrelated. At that time, Xianxia was just a weak prince. He had a beautiful wife but no power behind him that could support his rise. He Yao was the opposite. He was young and arrogant. Behind him was a high-class beast tribe. At that time, he was already a peak martial emperor. When he learned of He Yao's identity, Xianxia was shocked. However, he quickly realized that this was a great opportunity for him. He immediately suggested that he would work with He Yao. He would be the spy of the Black Qilin tribe in the Boundless Continent while the powerful Black Qilin tribe would help Xianxia ascend to the throne. Xianxia had a good plan but he still underestimated He Yao. He Yao was very similar to He Linlin. However, compared to the current He Linlin, He Yao was undoubtedly a more far-sighted person. He had planned to save Xianxia in the first place. He agreed to help Xianxia obtain the throne of Zhou state but he had other conditions. Even though more than a decade had passed, Xianxia still remembered He Yao's words. I can help you make your dream come true but I have a condition. I want your woman to accompany me for 3 days and 3 nights. When Xianxia heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He didn't expect He Yao to covet his woman. At that time, Xianxia had just married Madame Li. Madame Li's beauty was famous in Zhou state. Xianxia struggled in his heart. He weighed the pros and cons and finally convinced himself that women were like clothes. Madame Li was a person who understood the big picture. She would definitely understand his difficulties. He agreed to He Yao's condition. When he returned to the Jade capital, he told Madame Li about his agreement with He Yao. Xianxia knelt in front of a woman for the first time and cried bitterly. He told Madame Li about his depression over the years. At that time, Madame Li was only 16 years old. After hearing everything, her beautiful face didn't have any expression. She only changed into a plain dress. Facing the cold wind, she boarded He Yao's carriage and left for 3 days and 3 nights. To Xianxia, those 3 days and 3 nights were the most humiliating 3 days and 3 nights. However, at the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation because he knew that he was one step closer to the throne that he longed for. However, what Xianxia didn't expect was that after Madame Li returned, she became pregnant. Needless to say, Xianxia knew that it was He Yao's flesh and blood. Xianxia hated this to the bone. He wanted to kill Madame Li and the bastard in her womb with his own hands. However, Xianxia didn't dare to do so because he knew that the bastard was left behind by He Yao. It would be the most advantageous chess piece for the Black Qilin race to attack the boundless world. Madame Li's belly grew bigger day by day. With the help of the Black Qilin clan, Xianxia reached the peak of power day by day. 9 months later, he was crowned as the crown prince and eventually inherited the throne. At that time, He Yao had no choice but to leave the boundless continent and return to the 8 Desolates continent because he wanted to inherit the position of patriarch of the Black Qilin clan. When He Yao left, he did not leave behind a single word. Madame Li also became Empress Li but the child in her womb became blind the moment he was born. Finally, Empress Li was banished to the Cold Palace and died in the Cold Palace. However, Yi Baiming survived like wild grass and even his eyes regained their sight. Yi Baiming's existence was a humiliation to Xianxia. More than 10 years ago, the matter of him swapping his wife for glory was a constant reminder to him. However, Yi Qingtian didn't dare to kill Yi Baiming because he knew that one day, He Yao would return to find his flesh and blood. Yi Qingtian sank into his memories and couldn't pull himself out. At the side, He Linlin was sizing up the human emperor. It was undeniable that Yi Qingtian had a good appearance. Although he was middle-aged, one could still see his youthful appearance. His eyebrows were long like willows and his figure was like a jade tree. It was no wonder that Empress Li of Zhou State was infatuated with him for decades. However, if this man could even betray his wife, could he still be considered a man? He didn't have the right to be compared to her father. When He Linlin was young, she had seen her father, He Yao, looking into the distance with a gentle gaze. Her father didn't love her mother. It was said that when he traveled to the human world, he fell in love with a married woman. That woman was Madame Li. Until this time, when she returned to the 8 Desolate tribe and told her father about Yi Baiming, her father told her that Yi Baiming might be her elder brother. "Saintess, did you come here to find your elder brother? To be honest, he is currently in the Jade capital. If you want to reunite with him, I'm afraid you can only do it privately." Yi Qingtian retracted his thoughts. Facing the Black Qilin clan that had once helped him, Yi Di was both respectful and fearful. His cooperation with the Black Qilin clan was a secret that couldn't be revealed. If other countries on the continent found out, Zhou State would be accused of betraying the human race. Even the citizens of Zhou State wouldn't forgive him. "No, I'm not here to reunite with him. I want you to use father's name to grant him a marriage. I want to marry him." He Linlin spoke her thoughts without hesitation. "What? How can that be? Saintess, you and Baiming are siblings." Yi Di of Zhou State couldn't help but be shocked by He Linling's boldness. It was said that the women of the beast race were bold and open-minded. However, to the Yi Di of Zhou State, this kind of thing that was close to breaking the rules of ethics was really disgraceful and unethical. "Humph, what's wrong with that? Close relatives aren't allowed to marry each other. That's just the stupid idea of you humans. In the Black Qilin clan, there has always been the custom of siblings marrying each other. Especially for the royal family, in order to maintain the nobility of their bloodline, it is customary for close relatives to marry each other. My grandfather and grandmother are cousins." He Linlin sneered. There was also such a saying among the Bakra orcs. Within the same clan, if the blood clan members married each other, there was a certain chance that they would give birth to a child with low IQ. However, there was also a small chance that they would give birth to an absolute expert with extraordinary talent. He Yao himself was born from close relatives. His strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the hundreds of Qilin clan leaders. It was said that he was only slightly inferior to the Black Qilin king of the 8 Desolate Beast Mound. He Linlin and Yi Baiming had been separated since young. The two of them didn't have any feelings for each other. Yi Baiming was the man she fell in love with at first sight. She had to become his wife. He Linlin believed that as long as she and Yi Baiming were together, their children could even become peak existences that surpassed the strongest Black Qilin king. "But Saintess, Baiming already has a fiancé. I'm afraid he won't agree to your request." Yi Qingtian felt a wave of regret when he remembered that he had personally agreed to this marriage. "Are you talking about that woman with the surname Yun? Humph, she's not worthy of Yi Baiming. You're the emperor of Zhou State, can't you control a mere prince? Just issue an imperial edict and ask them to cancel the marriage." He Linlin didn't see the ugly expression of Zhou State's Yi Di and gave the order. In He Linling's opinion, how could the noble bloodline of the Black Qilin king be tainted by a lowly human female magician? Only she was the most suitable wife for Yi Baiming. Yi Qingtian complained incessantly. This Black Qilin race's saintess really didn't know the suffering of the hungry. What kind of personality did Yi Baiming have? He was like a smelly stone in a latrine, smelly and hard. Also, who was that Yun Sheng? In just a few years, she went from an orphan girl on the streets to the owner of the continent's #1 medical center, Little Xianxia, and the vice leader of the Heaven Hunting Corps. Even the emperor of Zhou State had to give in to her. Yi Qingtian, or do you plan to let the entire Zhou State know that their emperor is a person who swaps wives for glory? He Linlin threatened. "Saintess, don't worry. I'll summon Baiming into the palace. As for the marriage, Qingtian knows what to do." Xianxia didn't dare to offend this female fiend and could only agree. He Linlin temporarily stayed in Zhou State's palace. Saintess, if the patriarch knows about your rash decision, I'm afraid he won't be satisfied. He originally wanted you to marry Prince Dugu. The Black Qilan tribe's elder Mo Qing, who accompanied He Linlin, had a worried expression. What He Linlin told Xianxia was only a part of the truth. One of the reasons why Patriarch He Yao sent He Linlin to the Boundless Continent was to find the son he had purposely left behind in the Boundless Continent. And that son wasn't Yi Biming alone. In fact, with He Yao's intelligence, how could he choose only one woman to pass on his son to? Xianxia was only one of the people he had chosen. There was also a noble woman from a martial arts country who was also from the royal family. She had also had a brief relationship with him and obtained his flesh and blood. He Yao did that back then because he was young and romantic. On the other hand, he wanted to prepare for the 8 Desolation tribes' counterattack on the boundless world. These heirs of the royal family would definitely rise to a high position in the future. It would be very beneficial for them to counterattack the boundless world. However, He Yao had never imagined that there would be a day when he would need to bring these descendants back to the 8 Desolates continent. Back then, when He Yao returned to the 8 Desolates continent, even though he had many children, the one with the best talent among them all was He Linlin. Although He Linlin's strength was not bad, her personality was cold and arrogant. She was not the best candidate to inherit the position of patriarch. It was at this time that Lord Shingon of the Beast God Altar divined that a peerless expert of the Black Qilan clan would be born. Under the leadership of this expert, the Black Qilan clan would rebuild the glory of thousands of years ago. According to the Shingon's divination, this expert would appear in the direction of the boundless world. It was only then that He Yao remembered his heirs on the boundless world. He was certain that one of them would be the expert who would lead the Black Qilan clan back to the peak. After a secret discussion with the Beast God Altar's Shingon, he decided to find this person and bring him back to the 8 Desolates continent. He would marry He Linlin and inherit the position of patriarch of the Black Qilan tribe. When He Linlin heard this news, she thought that since it was her husband, she would have to choose him personally. She would personally head to the boundless world to choose the most suitable candidate for her husband. However, He Linlin chose Yi Biming as her future husband without the permission of Patriarch He Yao and the Beast God Altar's Shingon. This was something that the Qilan elder did not approve of. In fact, before coming to Zhou State, He Linlin had already headed to Later Qin. Back then, young Patriarch He Yao had chosen another noblewoman from the imperial family. She was the current Empress of Later Qin, Madame Qing. Zhou State and Later Qin were both martial arts powerhouses. In terms of bloodline, they were more suitable for the Black Qilan tribe, who were martial artists. However, unlike Madame Li, who had a chaste personality, this Later Qin Empress had taken the initiative to find He Yao. The Later Qin Emperor was completely kept in the dark. Later Qin Emperor ruled the country with iron and blood. His harem of women were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. Even Madame Qing, who was already Later Qin's imperial concubine, could only wait for his favor once a month. At that time, the Later Qin Emperor already had a nameless heir. However, he had never appointed an empress. On one hand, Madame Qing could not wait for his favor. On the other hand, she urgently needed an heir to stabilize her position. She met He Yao by chance. She immediately fell for He Yao. Madame Qing was a typical Later Qin woman. She was sexy and voluptuous. At that time, she was indeed in love with He Yao for a while. Even after He Yao met Madame Li, he was still connected to Madame Qing. It was also because of Madame Qing that Dugu Xiu found out his true identity from Madame Qing when he was only 3 years old. Due to He Yao's bloodline, Dugu Xiu was talented since he was young. He stood out among the princes of Later Qin. Madame Qing also sat in the back seat because of her son. When Dugu Xiu was 8 years old, he received the guidance of a Qilan tribe expert sent by He Yao. He began to learn the various battle techniques and cultivation methods of the Qilan tribe. Whether it was the Qilan blood crystal or Dugu Xiu's extraordinary battle techniques, they were all taught by Patriarch He Yao personally. In terms of preference, Patriarch He Yao was more willing to hand over the position of patriarch to Dugu Xiu. However, after He Linlin met this elder brother of hers, she did not like him. Especially when He Linlin found out that Du Guxiu was with a woman from the Ba Serpent tribe. She was even more disdainful. Furthermore, Du Guxiu was very ambitious. He wanted to unify the entire boundless continent. He was not willing to go to an undeveloped continent like the Eight Desolates continent. He even told He Linlin directly that he would not marry her. The woman he wanted to marry was Yunxing. After hearing this news, He Linlin was furious. She did not expect that the two sons left behind by her father, He Yao, in the boundless continent would fall in love with the same woman. What was so good about Yunxing? In terms of appearance and status, she was not inferior to Yunxing. However, He Linlin quickly understood. This was also good. Du Guxiu wanted Yunxing, and she wanted Ji Baiming. With the two of them, there was no need to worry about not being able to achieve their goal. Of course, Patriarch He Yao and Elder Qilin did not know about this secret agreement. No matter what, Saintess, you should think twice before you act. I think that Yi Baiming is not a good person. Elder Qilin thought of Yi Baiming's skills and muttered in his heart. I love Yi Baiming. As for Du Guxiu, he already has a harem full of women. Don't tell me you want me to share a husband with a bunch of vulgar human women? He Linlin glared. He Linlin, would never share Yi Baiming with any woman. However, at this moment, Du Guxiu had already brought his crown princess back to Later Qin. More than a dozen carriages from Later Qin stopped beside a wide river. The river was called Ao River. After crossing it, they would arrive at the capital of Later Qin. Du Guxiu stared at the river with a cold expression. Your Highness, the Saintess just sent a letter. As soon as Du Guxiu got out of the carriage, a guard came with a letter. Du Guxiu only glanced at it a few times before he shattered it with his fighting power. He Linlin, his half-sister from a different mother, was really a troublemaker. This was the second time Du Guxiu and He Linlin had met. About 10 years ago, when Du Guxiu was only 8 or 9 years old, he had to go through the cruelest trial in history. The princes of Later Qin were different from the princes of other countries. Before Du Guxiu was 10 years old, the Later Qin Emperor Du Guxing hadn't decided on a successor. He sent all the princes and princesses in the Later Qin palace, from 3 to 10 years old, to a group of killers to train. Du Guxing only had one thing to say to these princes and princesses. He didn't care who lived or died, he only wanted the strongest one. Under the training of the group of killers, these noble-blooded princes and princesses had been in the company of magical beasts since they were young. They would cut off the arms of their half-brothers without batting an eyelid just to be able to eat a full meal. The living environment of the princes and princesses of Later Qin was even worse than that of the demonic beasts in the Dutian blood beast sector. Du Guxiu was the strongest of all the princes and princesses. He was arrogant and never associated with the other princes and princesses, but he received the most food and rewards every time. But in the last trial, Du Guxiu was chased by a group of people led by the 4th prince and the 6th princess. He had no choice but to escape into a mountain full of 6th-rank greenback leopards. He was very unlucky. After running for a day and a night, he didn't find any food or water. Instead, he was attacked by a group of hungry greenback leopards. An 8 or 9-year-old child, no matter how powerful he was almost killed by the leopards because of multiple injuries and lack of blood. Just when Du Guxiu couldn't hold on any longer, an arrow chi shot through the air and he heard the giggling voice of a girl. He saw a girl and a middle-aged man. The girl was about 5 or 6 years old. She had big black eyes and a delicate nose. She was making faces at Du Guxiu. Hey, I heard you're my brother. But you're useless. You can't even beat a few kittens, He Linlin mocked. Several dozen greenback leopards were actually just a few kittens in her eyes. After saying that, He Linlin arched her back and condensed a black battle chi dagger in her small palm. Like a butterfly shuttle, she passed through dozens of leopards. Chi! Chi! The warm blood splashed down like rain. As the girl passed by, the greenback leopards fell to the ground. Direct and efficient, cold-blooded and merciless. He Linlin of the Qilin clan was already a genius when she was only 6 years old. Are you convinced? You dare to call yourself my brother with this ability? The dagger disappeared from He Linlin's hand. She looked at Du Guxiu with disdain. But even though he was exhausted, Du Guxiu didn't show the slightest intention of yielding. He walked forward and tore off a few pieces of leopard meat. He drank the leopard blood and slowly recovered his strength. Seeing this, the middle-aged man who was traveling with He Linlin had a rare look in his eyes. He walked forward and said respectfully, "Your Highness Xiao, I'm the master sent by clan leader He Yao to teach you martial arts." Dugu Xiao still didn't say anything. Only when he was full did he wipe his mouth and point at He Linlin. "You can make me stronger than her?" Hearing this, He Linlin went berserk and threatened to kill Dugu Xiao. But the smile on the middle-aged man's face deepened. He just nodded. From then on, Dugu Xiao followed the expert of the Black Qilin clan to learn martial arts. About a month later, Dugu Xiao left the mountain range. The first thing he did after leaving was to find the fourth prince and the sixth princess and kill them directly. Dugu Xiao even returned to the later Qin imperial palace and killed the mother of the two princes and princesses. This incident caused a sensation in the later Qin Empire. The imperial court was divided into two factions. One faction condemned Dugu Xiao, while the other supported Dugu Xiao. But the later Qin emperor had a different opinion. He thought that his iron-blooded education was a success. It was also after that incident that the later Qin emperor, Dugu Xing, looked at Dugu Xiao differently and decided to let him inherit the throne. At that time, He Linlin and Dugu Xiao had a grudge. Although one of them returned to the Eight Desolates continent and the other stayed in the Boundless continent, they both saw each other as competitors. It was not until Dugu Xiao met Yi Baiming that he realized that there was someone in the Boundless continent who could compete with him. 10 years passed in a flash. Later Qin Empire did not participate in the disturbance in the Dutian Blood Beast world, but Dugu Xiao had a premonition that the Black Qilin clan was ready to make a move. The continent had been peaceful for thousands of years. The opportunity that the Eight Desolates tribe had been waiting for had finally arrived. Sure enough, He Linlin and the Qilin clan's elders quickly found Dugu Xiao. As He Yao's son, Dugu Xiao did not care much about the Eight Desolates tribe's counterattack. This was because he thought that regardless of whether the Eight Desolates tribe returned, he would still be the absolute ruler of the Boundless continent. When He Linlin met Dugu Xiao again, she was no longer the little girl from back then. Dugu Xiao had to admit that He Linlin had already grown into a beautiful woman who could move people's hearts. However, Dugu Xiao was not interested in He Yao's idea of him marrying He Linlin. Firstly, although he was a descendant of the Qilin clan, he had grown up in the Boundless continent after all. He had learned about human relations and morals since he was young. He did not agree to a brother-sister marriage. Secondly, He Linlin was an arrogant person. Although she was beautiful, she was definitely not a good match. Dugu Xiao rejected He Linlin directly. He told her that he already had a candidate for the crown princess. However, what surprised him was that when He Linlin found out that the person he liked was Yunxing, she did not fly into a rage out of humiliation. On the contrary, she even extended an olive branch. It turned out that He Linlin had fallen in love with Yi Baiming at first sight. She wanted to form an alliance with Dugu Xiao. Dugu Xiao would marry her as the crown princess, and she would bring Yi Baiming back to the Eight Desolates continent. Although Dugu Xiao had verbally agreed to He Linlin's proposal, he was not very optimistic about whether He Linlin could successfully become a couple with Yi Baiming. However, this was no longer important. He Linlin's letter stated that she had obtained the permission of the Zhou state's emperor to force Yi Baiming and Yunxing to break off the engagement. He Linlin also said in the letter that she wanted Dugu Xiao to speed up the process and consummate the marriage with Yunxing as soon as possible. Consummate the marriage? TSK, this was easier said than done. Dugu Xiao looked at Yunxing, who had alighted from the phoenix chariot. The wind on the river was very strong. Yunxing faced the wind, and her black hair fluttered gently. At that moment, she was so beautiful that she did not seem like a mortal. After crossing this river, she would be in later Qin. It would be even more difficult to escape. Yunxing was dressed in a bright red dress, and her hair hung down like a waterfall. Yunxing did not know how beautiful she looked. The later Qin soldier stared blankly at the scene. Yunxing stared at the surface of the river. The waves were turbulent, and a sand gull was struggling to fly upstream against the strong wind. Yunxing's current mood was like that of the sand gull. She had lived 2 lives, but she had never fallen to such a state like this before. Without the summoning ring, she couldn't summon the beasts, and her Dharma soul was sealed by Dugu's show. Now, she couldn't even control her own body. It was so frustrating. This time, she fell into Dugu's show's trap because she was too reckless. In the past few days, Xianxia had been tossing and turning in the carriage, thinking about how to get rid of the silver snake mark. She had even thought of peeling off his skin and bones, but none of them worked. After thinking about it, she felt that the whole thing was a little strange. Only a few people knew about the whereabouts of Gu Feng and Ling Er. How could Dugu's show find them? Also, Dugu's show had prepared soul attraction and dream entanglement to deal with her. It was the same when she couldn't contact Yi Baiming. For some reason, she was a little worried about Yi Baiming. Xianxia smiled bitterly in her heart. Only when Dugu's show forced her to marry him did she suddenly realize that Yi Baiming was the only one who could accept intimate actions. Maybe she was really used to the existence of the night fox. Shaking her head, Xianxia looked away. Now, she had to think of a way to get out of the predicament in front of her. She felt that the whole thing was too carefully calculated. Later Qin is windy. I'll ask someone to make a batch of winter clothes for you in a few days. Dugu's show walked up and put his cloak on Xianxia's shoulders. She had not rested well for the past few days. Her face had lost a lot of weight, her eye sockets had deepened, and her face had become even more petite. Xianxia didn't appreciate Dugu's show's obvious goodwill. She threw off Dugu's show's cloak and turned to walk towards the phoenix carriage. A gust of wind came from behind, and Xianxia was just about to dodge when she felt her arm being grabbed, and she was thrown into the phoenix chariot along with her cloak. Dugu's show jumped into the car, and the car spun around due to the vibrations. The dragon horses pulling the carriage were frightened and kept neighing on the spot. When Donghuang Ling Er saw what was happening, she was afraid that Dugu's show would bully Xianxia. Thus, when Donghuang Ling Er wanted to rush onto the carriage, she was stopped by Madame Qi Bai. Recognize your status. Right now, you are nothing more than a palace maid. Madame Qi Bai's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the phoenix carriage. Her hands were tightly clenched as she stared at the hazy phoenix carriage. On the carriage, Dugu's show's tall figure could be clearly seen, and Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. Dugu's show grabbed onto Xianxia's hands and pressed her against the wall of the carriage. Dugu's show was very angry, and his eagle-like eyes were filled with hostility. This damned woman, just how many times has she disobeyed me? Along the way, he asked to be in the same carriage as her, but was kicked off by her. Xianxia didn't even look at the various toys that he brought over. As expected, women cannot be spoiled. However, every time he wanted to be ruthless towards Xianxia, when he met her soul-stirring black eyes, everything would fall apart. He Linlin wanted him to hug this woman as soon as possible. How could he not want to? The current Xianxia was as weak as a kitten. As long as he wanted to, he could take her at any time. However, he was unable to do so. With this woman's fierce temper, if he were to really do so, she might really fight him to the death. Dugu's show pinched onto Xianxia's chin, feeling the smoothness of her fingertips. Xianxia, I'm warning you, there is a limit to my patience. If you dare to embarrass me in front of everyone again, I will kill Donghuang Ling Er. Dugu's show was very clear on how to deal with Xianxia. As expected, upon hearing what Dugu's show said, Xianxia became a lot more docile, although there was still anger in her eyes. Dugu's show, as long as I find a way to get rid of yearning in dreams, you will be dead meat. Xianxia turned her head away in disgust. She didn't like to be alone with Dugu's show. Xianxia could always smell blood from Dugu's show's body. This man's killing intent was too strong. I've said it before, either you let me sleep with you once, or you stay by my side obediently. As for other thoughts, don't even think about it. After crossing this river, you will be Dong Huangxing, so just obediently play the role of a princess. Otherwise, both of us won't be able to live a good life. Dugu's show snorted. Pressing onto Xianxia like this, he felt a surge of hot blood rushing towards a certain part of his body, causing his eyes to burn with passion. On the Phoenix chariot, the atmosphere became ambiguous. Your Highness, a few boats appeared on the river. From the looks of it, they seemed to be the boats sent by the imperial palace. Outside the chariot, Madame Qi Bai's words caused Dugu's show to calm down. Got it. Send someone to find out who is coming from the imperial palace. Du Guxiu unwillingly let go of his hand and lowered his voice. Later Qin's imperial palace isn't as simple as you think it is. If you don't want to have sex with me so quickly, you better be more at ease. Although he had already placed a few shackles on Yunxing's body, Du Guxiu was still somewhat worried. As the crown prince of Later Qin, once he returned to Later Qin, he would be busy with all sorts of matters. Yunxing and his wedding date was set to be 3 months later. In these 3 months, as his future crown princess, Yunxing had to stay in the crown prince's residence. The matters in the crown prince's residence would also be handed over to her to manage. Du Guxiu was worried that Yunxing would still have to deal with the group of women in the crown prince's residence when he was not around during the day. However, he would instruct Qi Bai to help Yunxing during this period of time. However, Du Guxiu had obviously neglected one point. Yunxing was not an ordinary woman. Even without the summoning ring and magic, she was still Yunxing. The person whom Du Guxiu had sent to investigate returned very quickly. The person who was ordered to welcome the Princess Dong Huang was Du Guxiu's second brother, Du Guqian. He was also the prince who had lost to Du Guxiu in the competition for the crown prince of Later Qin. On the surface of the river, a few luxurious boats sped over like arrows. The wind on the river was strong, but the guards on the boats were all as still as nails. On the bow of the boat stood a man in embroidered clothes. Your Highness the Crown Prince. I heard that Your Highness the Crown Prince had brought the future Crown Princess back to the country, and I was ordered to come and welcome you. Du Guqian's facial features were distinct and sharp. He was different from the masculine Du Guxiu, and his face was exceptionally handsome. He was like an elegant noble son who appeared unrestrained and unrestrained. However, from time to time, a glint of shrewdness would appear in his eyes. It could be seen that this person was not simple. Previously, it was Du Guqian who had ordered people to spread the news of Dong Huangling or eloping with someone. He had wanted to use this opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate Du Guxiu. However, at the last moment, Du Guxiu had actually found the second Princess Dong Huang who had been separated from the common people. There had long been rumors in the imperial court that this princess was just a cover. She was an impostor that Du Guxiu had found at the last minute. Du Guqian had wanted to see what this princess who had grown up among the common people looked like. Your Highness the second imperial prince, there is no need for you to personally welcome her. I heard that the princess is a crude woman who grew up in the countryside. One of the second imperial prince Du Guqian's bodyguards spoke up for the second imperial prince. Later Qin's eldest prince's mother was only a lowly palace maid. It was impossible for her to inherit the throne. If it wasn't for Du Guxiu seizing the position of crown prince, Du Guqian would definitely be the emperor of Later Qin. However, the third prince, Du Guxiu, overtook him and seized the throne. Now, he was about to marry a commoner's woman, and the second prince had to welcome him with such great ceremony. In the eyes of these guards, this was clearly a disgraceful thing. Moreover, according to the crown prince's spies, this fake princess was vulgar and had a violent temperament. It was said that she had angered Du Guqian many times. How could such a woman become the Empress of Later Qin? What do you know? I just want to personally test her and see what kind of woman my good younger brother has chosen. Du Guqian had already seen the wedding procession on the shore. Du Guxiu stood proudly at the front of the procession. Your Highness, I, Du Guqian, am here to welcome you. The second prince walked onto the shore and respectfully bowed to Du Guxiu. We're all family. Second brother, there's no need to be so polite. Du Guxiu nodded. Du Guqian's gaze moved to the phoenix carriage behind Du Guxiu. After noticing Du Guqian's gaze, Du Guxiu's lips curled into a calculating smile. How could he not know Du Guqian's intentions? Du Guqian must have already heard the news and wanted to test what kind of woman the future crown princess was. Your Highness, I've long heard that the eastern capital is a blessed land with outstanding talents. The women born there are also peerless beauties. I don't know if I have the honor of seeing the crown princess appearance today. Du Guqian had a humble appearance. Second brother, you flatter me. Since second brother wants to see her, Xing'er, come down. Du Guxiu walked to the phoenix carriage and stretched out his hand. His voice was unprecedentedly gentle, startling Du Guqian. There was no movement from the phoenix carriage. Du Guxiu's hand awkwardly raised there. A cold smile appeared in Du Guqian's eyes. Du Guxiu was indeed a little angry. He cursed in his heart. This woman really treated this crown prince's words as nothing. Just as Du Guxiu was about to retract his hand, a slender hand reached out from the phoenix chariot and placed it on his hand. A woman came down from the chariot. The woman was dressed in a wine-red palace dress. Her skin was as translucent as jade. She had a graceful figure and a pair of intoxicating eyes. The woman was not old, about 14 or 15 years old. This was the best age for a young girl to transform into a woman, causing her to exude a unique aura. Is this the rumored second princess of the Eastern imperial family? Du Guqian didn't know if he should be disappointed or shocked. Dong Huangxing's image and temperament were obviously different from what he had heard. Du Guxiu's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect that Yunxing's words and actions were no different from a standard royal princess. Dong Huangling on the other hand, gave Yunxing a satisfied hand gesture. Although Yunxing was dissatisfied with Du Guxiu, she also understood that the trip to Qin later days was very important. As the crown prince's wife, she represented the eastern capital. If her words and actions were not good, the eastern capital would definitely be implicated. Before she could find a way to resolve her longing for Du Guxiu, she had to get along with him peacefully. Du Guxiu was very satisfied with Yunxing's performance. However, when he turned his head and saw the shocked expression of the second prince, Du Guqian, he became somewhat displeased. He was already starting to regret agreeing to meet Yunxing with Du Guqian. Du Guxiu coughed a few times in dissatisfaction. Only then did Du Guqian retract his gaze. Du Guxiu, what kind of luck does he have to actually be able to pick up such a beautiful impostor? In Du Guqian's mansion, there were many beauties from various countries. However, there wasn't anyone as beautiful as Dong Huangxing. However, although Du Guqian admired her, he didn't forget the purpose of this trip. Crown Princess, you must be tired from the journey. Crown Princess, please come with us. Snacks and tea have already been prepared on the boat. Du Guqian welcomed them onto the boat. No matter how comfortable the carriage was, the fatigue from the journey was still very tiring. Moreover, Yunxing's Dharma soul was sealed, so even her meditation was greatly reduced. After rushing for over 10 days, her back was indeed aching. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, Du Guqian started to chat with them. Different from Du Guxiu's indifference and taciturnity, the second prince, Du Guqian, was very good at chatting. While he was concerned about the crown prince and crown princess's journey, he also introduced the scenery along the Ao River. Yunxing also listened with great interest. Halfway through, Du Guqian suddenly asked, "Crown Princess, I heard that you were reduced to commoners in your early years?" Without waiting for Yunxing to speak, Du Guxiu already interrupted. Xing'er's life was rough. She was adopted by her foster parents when she was young. However, her foster parents had already passed away a few years ago. Du Guxiu had already verified this with Yunxing. This was to prevent Du Guqian and the other factions in later Qin from putting effort into Yunxing's background. Yunxing grabbed a snack and ate it with great relish. Du Guxiu would take the bullet for her anyway. She could already tell that this Du Guqian and Tang Yuan's second prince were the same kind of people. They were the classic type of people who hid a knife behind a smile. I see that Crown Princess doesn't seem to know martial arts. Du Guqian still didn't give up. Du Guqian saw that Yunxing's skin was soft and tender, and the joints of her hands and feet were also very petite. He could tell at a glance that she had never learned martial arts. In a large country like later Qin that revered martial arts, it would undoubtedly be very embarrassing if the crown princess didn't know martial arts. Xing'er doesn't need to know martial arts. This crown prince doesn't like women who wield swords and spears. Du Guxiu seemed to have heard the sarcasm in Du Guqian's words, so he interrupted. Then may I know which magic academy Crown Princess studied in? Du Guqian remembered that Dongdu's eldest princess, Dong Huangling was said to have studied in the continent's elite magic academy. Since she didn't know martial arts, she should have studied magic before. I did study magic for a few years when I was young. However, I don't know how to do it now. Yunxing glared at Du Guxiu. Xing'er had a serious illness in the past, and her magic soul was affected. Therefore, she can't use magic now. Du Guxiu enjoyed Yunxing's roll of the eyes very much. He explained unhurriedly. Du Guqian was shocked. Du Guxiu was also careless. All these years, he had pretended to be a good son in front of his imperial father. He didn't expect that this time, he would be so stupid as to marry a trashy crown princess who didn't know martial arts or magic. This kind of woman, other than having a good appearance, had no other good points. Later Qin's emperor, Du Guxing, would probably fly into a rage when he saw her. Du Guqian revealed a somewhat disdainful expression. Actually, I want to ask, can you guys see my daily replies to everyone's messages? Seeing that Yunxing was being looked down upon, Du Guxiu couldn't help but get angry. Second brother, Xing'er is my woman. She doesn't need to know magic or martial arts. Or do you think that I can't even protect my own woman? Your Highness, don't misunderstand. I was just curious. With Your Highness around, the crown princess naturally doesn't need to learn anything. However, compared to the women Your Highness took in earlier, the crown princess is really different. Du Guqian smiled and didn't say anything else. Du Guxiu frowned at the side. Du Guqian's intentions were really vicious. He didn't have the slightest intention of going tit for tat when he spoke. In fact, he had figured out the background of the future crown princess with just a few words. Since her adoptive parents were dead, she had no one to rely on. There was no need to worry about any power behind her. If she didn't know martial arts or magic, she would be the biggest good-for-nothing. Not only that, Du Guqian also pointed out that there were many women in Du Guxiu's mansion with ulterior motives. As a woman, she couldn't change her nature of being jealous. As the crown prince of the later Qin, Du Guxiu had many women in his mansion. Many of them were snatched from Du Guqian and other princes and important officials. Although these women were not important to the princes, they were like family assets that could be used to show off. Du Guxiu had always been domineering and arbitrary, snatching other people's women. Du Guqianka had always held a grudge against him in his heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could take revenge. Yunxing, on the other hand, looked as if she did not fully understand. She did not interrupt the conversation between the two of them from beginning to end. She only cared about eating her pastries and drinking her tea. Only when she heard Du Guqian's final words did she pause. Du Guxiu, you have many women? As Yunxing spoke, her eyes flashed like the sparkling surface of a river. Her voice was soft, but it was rare for her to have such a good tone. But Du Guxiu felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard it. He couldn't help feeling guilty and said stiffly, those were sent by others. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. Du Guxiu didn't forget that Yunxing's first reason for rejecting the marriage was that the man she wanted must have no one else in his heart and be with her for the rest of his life. Many of the women in the crown prince's residence were related to Du Guxiu. It would be difficult to deal with them. Du Guxiu's original intention was to settle Yunxing in one of his other courtyards first. He would wait until he had cleaned up the women in his residence before taking her over. Oh, it is the crown princess' fortune that the crown prince is so considerate of the crown princess. However, crown prince consort, the crown prince is the future heir apparent of the later Qin. The women in his residence all have status and background. Crown prince consort, you should get along well with them. Du Guqian was still fanning the flames, wishing for the world to be in chaos. Second prince is right. Why don't second prince introduce them to me so that I won't offend them and embarrass the crown prince? Yunxing put down the pastries and asked in a tone of asking for advice. It had to be said that Yunxing's feminine side was extremely lethal. Even Du Guqian's heart fluttered when he saw it. He thought to himself, this little girl is a natural seductress. When I defeat Du Guxiu, I'll capture you and vent my anger. Du Guxiu saw the lecherous look in Du Guqian's eyes, and his gaze turned cold. As the future mistress of the crown prince's residence, crown princess should know more about your sisters. There are more than 200 concubines and maids in the crown prince's residence. Among them, there are 10 who have titles. Of these 10, 3 have the most important status, Du Guqian said. Speaking of the beauties in Du Guxiu's residence, Du Guqian was a bit envious. Imperial brother really knows about the matters in the Xiu residence. You don't even remember me. So I've already taken in more than 200 concubines. Du Guxiu's tone was so cold that it could freeze someone to death. Du Guqian felt a chill in his heart. They were only women. Was there a need for Dugusho to be so angry? Second prince is a male guest. Let this servant explain the matters in the crown prince's residence one by one. It's also this servant's fault for being busy during this period of time and not being able to explain to the princess. Madame Chi held a cup of warm wine and considerately poured wine for Dugusho and the others. As Madame Chi spoke, she leaned on Dugusho's side in an ambiguous manner. Although Dugusho had brought back Xianxia as he wished, it was a pity that he could only watch and not do anything. Just by looking at such a living and fragrant beauty, he was naturally very angry. It was inevitable that he would find someone to vent his anger on. Although Madame Chi was happy to cater to him, when she thought of how Dugusho had called out Yunxing's name when he was aroused, she already hated Yunxing to death. However, Madame Chi naturally wouldn't reveal these women's little tricks on her face. On the surface, she still treated Yunxing with respect. As soon as Madame Chi appeared, the look in second Prince Duguqian's eyes changed. He had mentioned earlier that there were 3 women in the crown prince's residence that he needed to pay attention to, and one of them was Madame Chi. Madame Chi's identity and background were unknown, but her body was full of flirtatious bones. Whether it was in the hall or on the bed, she was a rare beauty. On the surface, she was given to Dugusho by the left prime minister of the eastern capital, but in reality, she was the one who led Dugusho and the left prime minister to cooperate. If not for the left prime minister's matchmaking, Dugusho wouldn't have been able to marry the princess of the East royal dynasty. Dugusho's marriage would undoubtedly strengthen his position as the crown prince. With Madame Chi's introduction, Yunxing had a general understanding of the women in the crown prince's residence. The number of women in the crown prince's residence that the second prince had mentioned earlier was more or less correct. Dugusho had a total of 238 concubines and maids. These women were all under the age of 23, and all of them had outstanding looks and good family backgrounds. As for the 3 women that the second prince needed to pay attention to, other than Madame Chi, there were 2 other women. They were Dugusho's concubines, Madame Li and Madame Qing. The first concubine, Madame Li, was a member of the imperial family of Tang Yuan. She was the second prince's half-sister. Madame Li's birth mother was Li Xiao's wet nurse, and she had been taking care of Li Xiao and his mother for many years. One day, when the emperor of Tang Yuan was drunk, he favored Madame Li's birth mother and gave birth to Madame Li. Although Madame Li was born from a palace maid, she had been raised by Li Xiao's mother, so she had always been treated like a princess. When she got married, she married into the later Qing dynasty under the name of Princess Tang Yuan. As for Madame Qing, her status was higher than Madame Li's, because her surname was Qing. Her aunt was the niece of Dugusho's birth mother, Empress Qing. In terms of status, both of them were above Madame Chi. Madame Qing had married into the crown prince's residence early and already had a son. Madame Li had married into the crown prince's residence half a year ago. She was young and beautiful, so Dugusho doted on her. Yunxing always thought that after she transmigrated and reincarnated, she would take the hot-blooded path of leveling up and fighting monsters. How did she become a stallion fighting for favor in the imperial harem in a moment of carelessness? 2 honorable secondary consorts and a shrewd Madame Chi. From the looks of it, the crown prince's residence really wasn't a place for people to stay. When Madame Chi explained the benefits and interests of the secondary consorts, Yunxing had already quickly analyzed the situation in her mind. In short, of the 2 secondary consorts, one represented Tang Yuan and was definitely proficient in magic. The other represented the power of the Empress family in later Qin and was definitely skilled in martial arts. As for Madame Chi, with her ability, she probably already won over the other 2. When she entered the crown prince's residence in the future, she would face a 3-sided situation. Right now, she didn't know magic and didn't have a summoning ring. In addition, there was Ling whose strength hadn't recovered yet. The situation was very unfavorable for her. That's the general situation. Does the crown prince consort have any other questions? Madame Chi was all smiles. There's no other questions, but I'm quite curious about one thing. More than 200 women? Dugusho, are you sure you don't need me to prescribe some medicine for you? Otherwise, there will be a day when even an iron pestle will be ground into a needle. Yunxing blinked. Pfff. Dugusho spat out the wine in his mouth onto Duguqian's face. The latter's mouth was also wide open. He didn't mishear, right? Shouldn't the crown prince consort fly into a rage and chase away the 800 women? It had to be known that when Madame Qing and Madame Li married into the family, they both cried and threw tantrums. They only stopped when they beat a few favored maids and concubines to death. This crown prince consort from the eastern capital actually thought that the crown prince wasn't fierce enough and even wanted to give him tonic medicine. How could Du Guqian know that Yunxing wished for Du Guxiu to have more women? It would be best if he had 365. That way, he would have someone to serve him every night and wouldn't appear in front of her for no reason. Only then would she have time to figure out how to resolve her yearning and escape from later Qin. Under Du Guqian's astonished gaze and Madame Qi Bai's gloating gaze, Yunxing was directly pulled into the cabin by Du Guxiu. A loud bang was heard, and the entire ship shook. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for this reckless crown prince consort. They hoped that when she came out later, she wouldn't be missing an arm or a leg. Yunxing, are you a woman or not? In the storeroom, Du Guxiu stared at Yunxing. This woman had the ability to torture people to death. A moment ago, she was so beautiful that she didn't eat the food of mortals. But in the next moment, the words that came out of her mouth shocked the world. What did he mean by grinding an iron pestle into a needle? He made it sound like she had seen it with her own eyes. Du Guxiu, why are you so angry? Did I say something wrong? Not counting Madame Qing and Madame Li, there will probably be countless Madame Qing and Madame Li appearing in the future. I'm not Madame Qi Bai. I don't have the mental strength to deal with your multiple wives and concubines. Yunxing's methods were used to deal with enemies that she thought were worth dealing with. Those women in the crown prince's residence only revolved around Du Guxiu. As long as they didn't offend her, she wouldn't offend them. But if they provoked her, she wouldn't let them off easily. So what if they were Princess Tang Yuan and the noble daughter of the Empress? She, Yunxing, could even deal with Prince Tang Yuan. How could she not deal with two women? You, don't worry. After this crown prince marries you, this crown prince will deal with them and treat you well. Du Guxiu was angry and helpless in the face of Yunxing's indifference. Du Guxiu, keep your words and go fool your woman. Yunxing pushed Du Guxiu away and walked out. Outside the cabin, Ling had an anxious expression. Du Guxiu's heart sank bit by bit. Why was she still so disdainful even though he had already given her his heart? Or could it be that she only had Yi Baiming in her heart? However, Yunxing, don't think that Yi Baiming will be able to be with you forever. You probably didn't expect that Yi Baiming can't even protect himself now. In the imperial study of Zhou State's imperial palace, the emperor of Zhou State looked coldly at Yi Baiming in front of him. After not seeing him for so many years, the former crown prince of Zhou State was even more imposing than before. His cultivation had also risen to the martial emperor realm at a frightening rate. This discovery didn't make Yi Qingtian feel relieved. On the contrary, it was a huge insult to him. This was because the blood of the Black Qilin patriarch, He Yao, flowed in Yi Baiming's body. To Yi Qingtian, He Yao's existence was a constant reminder of the time when he swapped wives for glory. But even though he hated Yi Baiming to the bone, Yi Qingtian still didn't dare to anger Yi Baiming. Because the current Yi Baiming was no longer the blind and lonely boy who was locked up in the cold palace. Even though they were just inches away, Yi Qingtian could still feel the arrogance and disdain from Yi Baiming. I've already heard about Wushuan Limitless Library. Since you've won, you will replace Qi Tian as the deputy head of Wushuan Limitless Library from today onwards. Also, Empress Wenren reminded me earlier that you're not young anymore. It's time for you to get married, the Emperor of Zhou State said in a deep voice. Deputy head of Wushuan Limitless Library, Yi Baiming smiled coldly. I know that my martial arts are too weak and I'm not qualified to be the deputy head of Wushuan Limitless Library. As for marriage, I have my own plans. Yunxing had gone to visit Dong Huangling and Gufeng for a while now. Counting the days, she should have returned to the continent's magic elite camp. It had only been a few days, but he already missed her. Only when he thought of Yunxing did Yi Baiming's expression become gentler. Humph, as the Prince of Zhou State, don't tell me you plan to continue doing nothing after not holding a position for several years? As for your marriage, I have already found a new one for you. The residence of Yun is treacherous. They actually took the people of their fief and fled to Punlai. How can such a treacherous person be worthy of the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty? I've already annulled the marriage between you and Yunxing and announced it to the world. When the emperor of Zhou state heard that Yi Baiming had openly disobeyed his orders, he was furious. Taiyuan was located on the shore of Punlai. When the emperor of Zhou state heard that Yun Ba and the others had moved to Taiyuan Mountain, he insisted that the Yun residents had betrayed Punlai and was a traitor. He had already announced that anyone who saw the people of the Yun residence was to be killed without mercy. Yi Baiming, who do you think you are? I'm standing here because I'm concerned about my mother's reputation. Do you really think that I, Yi Baiming, am afraid of you? Yi Baiming had already expected that Yi Baiming would definitely have ulterior motives for entering the palace this time. However, he didn't know that Yi Baiming actually went behind his back and publicly annulled the marriage. With the imperial edict, within a few days, news of him annulling the marriage would probably spread throughout the continent. If Yunxing were to hear about it, she would probably. Yunxing was the woman that Yi Baiming had set his eyes on at first sight. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her, even if that person was the emperor of Zhou state. The emperor of Zhou state was also a martial sage. The father and son were at each other's throats. Suddenly, the entire imperial study was in a mess. The Night Emperor's face was dark and murderous. Yi Baiming's warrior energy was getting stronger and stronger. The Night Emperor was struggling to hold on. Outside the imperial study, the eunuchs and guards didn't dare to enter. They were all scared that the emperor of Zhou state's anger would affect them. How preposterous! Yi Baiming, as long as you are the great Zhou's Baiming king, you can't disobey my orders. I have already chosen your new wife. She is a distant relative of the Empress. She is beautiful and also a warrior. She is 1,000 times better than Yunxing. Just as the Night Emperor finished speaking, Empress Wenren pushed the door open and came in with a woman. Afraid of hurting Empress Wenren, Yi Baiming and the Night Emperor restrained their warrior energy at the same time. The imperial study was in a mess. Empress Wenren opened her mouth slightly and looked at the Night Emperor and Yi Baiming with a cold face. Yi Baiming looked over and saw He Linlin beside Empress Wenren. His heart suddenly lit up as he immediately understood the Night Thearch's intentions. What a shameless old dog. What a distant relative of the Empress. What a letter of divorce. In the end, it was just a trick to please He Linlin. Different from the later Qin Empress Qing, Empress Li was noble. The grudge between her, He Yao, and the Night Emperor was a stain. She had never mentioned it in front of Yi Baiming. When Yi Baiming was young, Empress Li's health deteriorated day by day because she had been living in the cold palace for a long time. She had a premonition that she would die soon. The day before Yi Baiming was taken away, she told Yi Baiming about it through an old maid beside her. It was also from then on that Yi Baiming started to feel estranged from Yi Di. Your Majesty, Lord Baiming, what are you? Wenren Empress was anxious when she saw that both of them were angry. Yi Di suddenly issued a letter of divorce and announced to the world that Yi Baiming had divorced Yunxing before marriage. Empress Wenren was also baffled by this matter. Not to mention, she had gained a distant niece overnight. This was just a trap set up by the Night Thearch. Yi Baiming, we meet again. As I said, you have to marry me. He Linlin was dressed up as a warrior today. She was wearing a long green dress, swaying in the wind. Her face was delicate and pink. Even Empress Wenren couldn't find any fault with it. As soon as He Linlin finished her words, Empress Wenren's face changed. Empress Wenren had spent the past few days with this woman named He Linlin. In terms of appearance and strength, He Linlin was impeccable. If Yi Baiming didn't have a sweetheart, Empress Wenren would also approve of her marriage with Yi Baiming. But the most fatal thing was that Yi Baiming already had a sweetheart. Empress Wenren also knew that Yunxing treated Yi Baiming differently. Empress Wenren entered the palace early. When she was just a noble lady and Yi Baiming was still a child, she had met him once or twice. As she had a younger brother, Wenren Xiao, since young, Empress Wenren had the attitude of an elder sister. In those years, everyone in the palace avoided Yi Baiming, saying that he was an ominous dethroned crown prince. Empress Wenren was the only one who treated him well and cared for him as if he was her own younger brother. At that time, she still remembered that Yi Baiming was unusually handsome and had an unusually antisocial personality. He was neither cold nor warm to others. Even if she gave him food and clothes, he just accepted them coldly. It was not until that time when she was ordered to attend Yunba's birthday banquet that she saw a different Yi Baiming. Empress Wenren was just a noble concubine at that time. When she went over, Yi Baiming and Yunxing were standing together. He was very tall, and Yunxing looked like a little bird standing next to him. She didn't know what Yunxing said at that time, but Yi Baiming raised the corner of his mouth and laughed softly. At that moment, there was a charming smile in his deep eyes. That was the first time Empress Wenren saw Yi Baiming smile. Only then did she know that Yi Baiming could smile. However, Yi Di was arbitrary and domineering. He issued an imperial edict, and now the whole world knew that Yi Baiming had divorced Yunxing before marriage. The rice had been cooked, and the wood had been built. Based on the temper of Old Master Yun and Yunxing's strong character, this marriage was doomed. Your Highness, now that things have come to this, why are you still angry with His Majesty? Crown Prince Lian of the North passed away early, and North City is still small. Zhou State can only rely on you, Your Highness. Empress Wenren persuaded earnestly. Hey Lin Lin, no one can decide on this prince's marriage. Even without Yunxing, I won't marry you. Yi Baiming flicked his sleeves and was about to leave. Yi Baiming, if you dare to take half a step out of here, that bastard of the Yun family won't live to see tomorrow. Yi Di snorted coldly. With one sentence, Yi Baiming stopped. Yi Di was vaguely reminding him of Yunxing's background. Only a few people knew that Yunxing was a descendant of Celestial Fox. Now that the Eight Wastelands blood seal was unstable, they urgently needed the blood of a descendant of the Eight Wastelands to stabilize it. If Yunxing's identity was exposed, she would become the public enemy of the entire continent. Yi Baiming, why do you have to reject this marriage? There are many benefits for you to marry me. If you still like that one surnamed Yun, I don't mind letting her be a concubine. Hey Lin Lin glanced at Yi Baiming and thought to herself. It was a pity that Yunxing had already become Du Guxiu's woman. She did not believe that Yi Baiming would still want that piece of junk when the time came. From He Linlin's point of view, although Yi Baiming was extremely angry today, his dashing brows and gray eyes contained a sharp light. His cold appearance was very similar to her father, He Yao. The man she wanted should be like this. Compared to the men of the Black Qilin race, Yi Baiming was undoubtedly an absolute expert. When He Linlin looked at him, her heart couldn't help but waver. However, when her gaze met Yi Baiming's, she was hurt by the disdain in his eyes. Yi Baiming's gaze was cold and emotionless. He wasn't interested in anything that He Linlin said. He, Yi Baiming, could get what he wanted by himself. You may be willing, but I'm not. I'll only marry Yunxing in this lifetime. Yi Baiming sneered and glared at the Zhou State's emperor. He pursed his thin lips and suddenly smiled. Yi Qingtian, remember, some threats can only be used once. I'll make you pay the price for the divorce letter very soon. The moment he finished speaking, the fighting spirit around him soared into the sky. Ting ting ting, many streams of fighting spirit struck the pillar of the imperial study like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains or dragons emerging from the sea. The pillar, which required the combined arms of 2 to 3 people, was actually cut into 2 halves with a loud crack. Yi Di and the other 2 had no choice but to escape from the imperial study. The imperial study was on the verge of collapse and instantly collapsed. Yi Baiming swaggered off, leaving only a lonely figure for the crowd. He Linlin was so angry that her face turned red. The Zhou State's emperor was also furious. Only Empress Wenren had a bad feeling in her heart. She felt that something was about to happen. Actually, I've wanted to beat that old dog Yi Qingtian for a long time. Pui. During this period of time, Taiyuan Mountain, which was located on the shore of Punlai, was very lively. The fishermen on the beach hadn't seen anyone enter or leave Taiyuan Mountain for many years. However, ever since the purple cloud on the mountain dissipated, people started to enter Taiyuan Mountain one after another. A few days ago, a large group of hunters was stationed in the mountains. However, unlike the barbarian hunters that the villagers were afraid of, these hunters under the banner of Sky Attack were well-trained and never disturbed the villagers. Even when they occasionally came to buy some daily necessities, they were also very respectful. The hunters told the fishermen that they were here to repair the ruins of Taiyuan Mountain. In the future, they would take root here. During this period, Punlai also sent some summoners over. They claimed that Taiyuan Mountain was their territory. However, the summoners, who were usually insufferably arrogant, heard a furious roar the moment they entered the mountain. In the sky, a martialist with a booming voice had chased all the summoners out of the summoning court single-handedly. After that, some people dressed as commoners also moved into Taiyuan Mountain. Taiyuan Mountain, which had been abandoned for many years, gradually became lively again. The fishermen also had good neighbors again. On this day, not long after the sun rose, the newly repaired Taiyuan castle stood majestically in the forest. It was like a pearl on a crown, shining brightly. Outside the castle, the hunters of the Sky Attack Hunting Corps were doing their daily training. Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded. It was like a spring thunder that exploded in spring. The newly repaired castle shook 3 times. The former martial saint of Zhou State, who was now the temporary mayor of Taiyuan City, Yun Ba, was jumping around in the castle early in the morning. He shouted at the top of his lungs and cursed the ancestors of the Zhou State emperor. The hunters who were still training were not surprised. This voice was unique in the world. It must be the leader's father, Yun Ba, old General Yun. Speaking of old General Yun, as the Grand Marshal of Zhou State's military, he was used to going into battle and giving orders. His voice was as loud as a gong. Ever since he moved out of Zhou State and entered Taiyuan City, old General Yun's mood had always been very good. The heavens were high and the emperor was far away. Yun Ba had never lived so smoothly in his life as these past few days. From time to time, he would even hum a few tuneless words. However, something was clearly wrong today. Around dawn, the leader and his wife rushed over with anxious expressions. No one knew what news they brought that made old General Yun so angry early in the morning. The reason why Yun Ba was so angry was because of an imperial edict brought by Yun Songlong. How dare that kid, Yi by Mortal's father, I'm going to cripple him. This imperial edict had now been plastered all over the bulletin boards of the Great Zhou dynasty. It was written in black and white that the entire Yun residence had disobeyed. Yi Baiming had written a letter to announce to the world that his engagement with Yunxing of the Yun residence had been dissolved. Once this news came out, it caused a stir in the imperial court. Who was Yunxing? She was Yun Ba's granddaughter, who had just returned to the Yun residence in a high-profile manner a few years ago. Although Yun Ba was no longer a martial sage of Zhou State, the Yun residence had 2 martial sages and a sky magus like Yun Songhai. Yunxing herself had even entered the magic elite camp to further her studies. The matter of her and Yi Baiming divorcing before marriage had instantly caused a stir in the city. Father, don't be angry. Xing'er's marriage was decided in a hurry. Big Brother also said earlier that he didn't approve of the marriage. Seeing Yun Ba's anger, Yun Songlong could only console him from the side. Do you think I'm very satisfied with that kid, Yi Baiming? I already said that kid isn't reliable. He's so good-looking, so he must be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Our Xing'er is capable and beautiful. Those who want to marry her can line up from the top of Taiyuan Mountain to the foot of Taiyuan Mountain. Yun Ba fumed with rage. In his eyes, his precious granddaughter was a fairy from the heavens. That kid, Yi Baiming, actually divorced before marriage? What right did he have? Was he even worthy? That guy over there, that red-haired brat from Ho Chin who wanted to marry our Xing'er. And that guy over there, Xing'er's childhood sweetheart. Yun Ba listed them one by one, afraid that others wouldn't know how popular his granddaughter was. Old General, please calm down. This matter was decided by the Emperor of Zhou State. Lord Baiming only found out about it after the fact. Just as Yun Ba was fuming, Zhou Qingchuan was brought in. When Yunxing left Taiyuan Mountain, she entrusted Zhou Qingchuan to help repair Taiyuan City. It was also thanks to the everlasting trade union's airships and large numbers of craftsmen that Taiyuan City could be restored to its original state in such a short time. Zhou Qingchuan and Yun Ba were already very familiar with each other. Seeing that there were outsiders present, Yun Ba couldn't flare up anymore. However, he still had a belly full of anger towards Yi Baiming. Don't try to persuade me. This old man just doesn't like the father and son from Great Zhou. Yi Qingtian is an ingrate, how good can his son be? Yun Ba's anger flared up the moment he said this. Old General Yun, I came here today to persuade you. I won't hide it from you. Lord Biming and I can be considered close friends. Here is a letter that he wants me to personally pass to Yunxing. However, I don't have any news about Yunxing, so I can only pass this letter to the two of you. I hope that after reading this letter, you will understand Lord Biming's intentions. After saying this, Zhou Qingchuan took out a letter. Zhou Qingchuan had only found out yesterday that Yi Biming had divorced Yunxing before marriage. At that time, his shock was no less than that of the father and son from the Yun family. He even went to personally question Yi Biming. Zhou Qingchuan didn't hide anything and told Yi Biming about his feelings towards Yunxing. Lord Biming, although we are business partners, I have always seen you as a brother. I met you first and Yunxing later. However, I am also sincere towards Yunxing. I once wanted to marry Yunxing, but you were one step ahead of me. I have no complaints about losing to you. However, if you let Yunxing down, then our brotherhood will end here. After hearing Zhou Qingchuan's words, Yi Biming was moved. The answer he gave Zhou Qingchuan was in that letter. After hearing Zhou Qingchuan's explanation, Yunba's expression calmed down a little, but he still didn't calm down. I want to see what else that brat has to say. Yunba angrily opened Yi Biming's letter. When he saw the words on the letter, even a veteran like Yunba couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There were only 8 words on Yi Biming's letter. Yi Biming actually wanted to, he wrote the divorce letter and the letter. How would I know which one is true and which one is false? Yunba was still somewhat dissatisfied. The one who had lost face was his granddaughter. After this incident, who would dare to marry Yunxing in the future? Old General Yun, Commander Yun, we only need to give Lord Biming 3 more months and the truth will come to light. Zhou Qingchuan believed that if anyone else saw this letter, they wouldn't believe it. However, he believed it. If Yi Biming said he would do it, then he would definitely do it. After reading those 8 words, Zhou Qingchuan was completely relieved. In this world, perhaps only Yi Biming would dare to say those 8 words. Yunxing was lucky to have Yi Biming. After Zhou Qingchuan left, the father and son of the Yun family were both speechless and lost in their own thoughts. Father, why don't you give the North Nether King 3 months? This son thinks that the North Nether King isn't a heartless person. Yun Sunlong had interacted with Yi Biming a few times before and had a good impression of Yi Biming. That brat better keep his word. Otherwise, this old man won't let him off even if I have to risk my life. However, since that dog of an emperor dared to publicly humiliate the Yun residents, it's time to teach him a lesson. Yunba stroked his beard as a malicious smile appeared on his face. Yi Qingtian, you dog emperor. You can bully anyone, but you shouldn't bully this old man's granddaughter. I'll let you see the consequences of offending me, Yunba. Yunxing didn't see Yi Biming's letter. Divorcing before marriage and announcing such a big matter to the world, Yunxing, who was trapped in the later Qin, was completely unaware. After Crown Prince Dugu and his entourage passed through Ao River, they headed straight for later Qin's Fengdu. Among the 5 nations of the boundless continent, later Qin had the largest territory. However, later Qin's soil was also the most barren. It was different from Jiangnan in the eastern capital. The further one went into later Qin, the less vegetation there was. In some places, it was even a barren desert. Due to the barren soil and the large number of demonic beasts, later Qin had very few crops. It was also because of such harsh living conditions that the citizens of later Qin were much more ferocious than the citizens of the other 4 nations and one capital. This could be seen from the fact that the ordinary people on the streets were equipped with all kinds of weapons. When they found out that the crown prince of later Qin had brought his future crown princess back to the capital, the citizens were already lining the streets to welcome her. The moment they entered the city, they heard thunderous cheers. From time to time, there would be shouts of "Long live the crown prince" and "Long live the crown prince." Even though they were separated by the curtain of the phoenix carriage, Yunxing could still see the crowd on the streets, their cheers thunderous. It was hard to tell that Duguxiu was quite popular in later Qin. Yunxing did not know that later Qin worshipped martial arts. For the people of later Qin, they looked down on the weak and chased after the strong. Later Qin's crown prince, Duguxiu, was not even 20 years old. He was already a martial emperor expert. Naturally, his reputation in later Qin was very high. Walking along the street, Yunxing took the opportunity to observe the later Qin people on both sides of the street. She found that not only were there men here, but even the women had bright eyes. It was obvious that they had learned some martial arts. Even some children in the crowd who were only a few years old had cultivation equivalent to that of a martial arts student in Zhou State. What a terrifying later Qin. As expected, everyone is a soldier. Compared to the later Qin, the people of Zhou State are too weak. Yunxing couldn't help frowning. She was born in Zhou State. Although the dog emperor of Zhou State wasn't very virtuous, he couldn't help but be biased towards the people of Zhou State. Under the welcome of the crowd, the phoenix carriage had no choice but to slow down and turn into a fork in the road. Yunxing looked at the side of the road and saw a magnificent building that took up half of the street. It was still far from the imperial palace. What was the origin of this building? Just as Yunxing was thinking, a voice beside the carriage said, "That is the Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall. It is the #1 martial arts hall in Later Qin." Later Qin's Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall and Zhou State's Wuxuan Wuji Martial Arts Hall were known as the two largest martial arts halls in the country. These two places were also the main training grounds for martial artists in Later Qin and Zhou State. For example, Dugu Xiu and many other princes and princesses of Later Qin had studied in the Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall when they were young. The person who spoke was Dugu Xiu. After he entered the city, he changed to a pure black horse and rode at the front of the carriage. He greeted the people of Later Qin while slowing down and following beside the phoenix carriage. Dugu Xiu explained, but Yunxing didn't reply. In the eyes of the people of Later Qin, it was as if Crown Prince Dugu was accompanying the Crown Princess to tour the imperial capital. In this way, it created the illusion that the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess were very loving. Dugu Xiu's explanation was one thing, but his expression was neither hot nor cold. He also maintained a distance from the phoenix carriage. Due to Yunxing's understanding earlier, Dugu Xiu had a cool expression on his face the entire way. He wasn't even willing to say a word to Yunxing. The escorting blood iron guards were also on tenterhooks, afraid that the Crown Prince would vent his anger on them if he was unhappy. Dugu Xiu was a martial arts maniac. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would find his personal bodyguards to practice his martial arts. With his current cultivation, even if those bodyguards fought with all their might, they would only be able to become punching bags. Seeing that the Crown Prince's mood had improved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They prayed for Buddha in their hearts, hoping to reach the Crown Prince's residence quickly. Unexpectedly, after entering the imperial capital of Later Qin, when the carriage headed straight for the imperial palace of Later Qin's imperial palace, an internal court eunuch hurriedly came to report. "Crown Prince, you've returned. His Majesty requests for you to quickly make a trip to the throne room. He has important matters to discuss." At this moment, the bridal carriage had just arrived outside the imperial palace of Later Qin's imperial palace. Dugu Xiu had no choice but to order the carriage to stop. He muttered to himself for a moment and didn't agree. It had to be known that, as the Crown Prince's first wife, Dugu Xiu was very particular about whether or not he would accompany her back to the residence. If Dugu Xiu personally escorted the princess into the residence, it meant that he attached great importance to this future Crown Prince consort. However, if he abandoned her midway because of government affairs, it meant that the Crown Prince's treatment of the Crown Prince consort was very ordinary. In the Later Qin's Crown Prince's residence, where people were eaten without spitting out the bones, Dugu Xiu's favor was everything. "Since you have matters to attend to, Crown Prince, please go first. Ling and I will go to the Crown Prince's residence on our own," Yunxing said from inside the phoenix carriage. This woman really didn't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. Fine, I'll let her suffer a bit and face that group of women from the Crown Prince's residence. In any case, there was still Qi Bai, so she probably wouldn't suffer too much. Dugu Xiu's expression darkened as he unwillingly led the group of people and galloped away. In the carriage, Madame Qi Bai witnessed the scene and revealed a scheming smile. She quietly called for her personal maid, "Go to the Crown Prince's residence and tell the two masters that the future Crown Prince consort is about to enter the residence." When the maid received the news, she immediately took a shortcut and rushed to the Crown Prince's residence. Yunxing had just arrived at Yang capital, so she didn't know much about the imperial capital of Later Qin and the imperial minaret palace. The phoenix carriage continued to move forward and entered the imperial palace. Unlike the other countries on the continent, the later Qin's residences, whether it was the crown prince's residence or the princes who had received titles, were all built in the imperial minaret palace of later Qin. Later Qin's Emperor Duguxing's residence was located to the east of the imperial minaret palace. Duguxiu's crown prince residence was located to the west, and the princes with meritorious service lived to the south. The northernmost resided the untitled and underage princes and princesses. The crown prince's carriage had just entered the main entrance of the imperial palace when the atmosphere in the residence was already tense. In the two courtyards of the crown prince's residence, two women had already received the news. The first person to receive the news was Madame Li, who lived in Pear Garden. Madame Li was the princess of Tangyuan that Madame Qi Bai had mentioned earlier. Just like the courtyard she lived in, Madame Li was 18 years old. Her eyes were like spring water, and her skin was delicate. Every frown and smile of hers carried the elegance of a woman from Jiangnan. However, at this moment, Madame Li's face didn't have her usual delicate appearance. She held a magic scepter in her hand, and her watery eyes were filled with hatred. Where did this lowly commoner come from? How dare she call herself the crown prince's wife? Madame Li thought that she was the princess of Tangyuan and married Duguxiu in the hope that one day, Duguxiu would inherit the throne of the later Qin dynasty and she would one day become the empress of the later Qin dynasty. Who would have thought that Dong Huangxing would appear out of nowhere? Princess, don't be angry. Look, the crown prince didn't even accompany the crown prince's wife into the palace. I think he only treats her like this. How can it be compared to when the crown prince personally welcomed you into the palace? Madame Li's maidservant comforted her. That's right. That woman is just a wild girl that was just found by the commoners. How can she be compared to me, a real princess? Servants, dress me up. I want to let that lowly commoner see who is the real princess. Madame Li's maidservants hurriedly dressed Madame Li up. In another courtyard adjacent to Madame Li's pear garden, carving feather garden, there was another scene. Different from the delicate Madame Li, this woman was dressed in riding attire with a tight belt. Her figure was lithe and vigorous, and she was full of heroic spirit. She was holding a feathered emperor eagle in her hand. The woman was taking a piece of demonic beast meat from her maidservant and feeding it. Master, the crown prince's wife is about to enter the residence. What do you think? The feathered emperor eagle pecked the demonic beast meat on the woman's hand. There's no hurry. Naturally, someone will rush to test her. The heroic woman sneered. She looked in the direction of Pear Garden, and a disdainful smile appeared on her face. Madame Qing had already asked around. This crown prince's wife didn't know martial arts or magic. The only identity she had was the princess of the eastern capital. This woman was the same as Madame Li in Pear Garden. They were just chess pieces that the crown prince's cousin placed to consolidate his position. Cousin Dugu would soon grow tired of this so-called crown prince consort. Later Qin imperial palace was very big. Yunxing's phoenix carriage traveled for more than half an hour before it stopped in front of a mansion. 6 stone beasts stood at the entrance of the mansion, giving off a solemn atmosphere. Your Royal Highness, the crown prince's residence is just up ahead. This subject is a male, and since the crown prince is not here, it is inappropriate for me to enter the residence. I can only escort you here. Du Guqian respectfully excused himself from Yunxing. He spoke sincerely, but Yunxing could clearly see the look in his eyes that he was waiting to watch a good show. Many thanks to Second Prince. When there is time in the future, this consort will naturally pay a visit to Second Prince's residence. Yunxing's back was already aching from sitting in the carriage. Right now, she just wanted to get off the carriage and rest. On the way here, Yunxing had seen everything clearly. Later Qin Imperial Palace was easy to defend and hard to attack. Every 10 steps, there would be a sentry, and every 20 steps, there would be a sentry. The security was very tight. If one wanted to escape, they would need to plan carefully. After making a turn, the phoenix carriage finally stopped. Yunxing and Dong Huangling got off the carriage. The moment Dong Huangling got off the carriage, her brows were tightly knitted together. What is going on? The crown prince consort is actually going to enter the residence at such a place. The imposing entrance was already gone. It was no wonder that Dong Huangling's expression changed. The place that she and Yunxing were currently at was actually a very inconspicuous side door of the Crown Prince's residence. A horse-faced and big-footed old woman was standing at the entrance. "Greetings, Princess." The head steward said that Princess has been rushing all the way here and has already prepared a courtyard for Princess. "Princess, please follow this old servant inside." The big-footed old woman took a glance behind Yunxing. Other than Dong Huangling who was disguised as a maid, there weren't any other guards or maids around. From the looks of it, the guards and maids looked very cold. Of the two consorts in the residence, which one of them didn't have a palanquin carried by 8 people when they entered the residence? Everyone was escorted by attendants, and everyone was rewarded. Just like what the rumors said, this second princess was just a commoner who wasn't favored by the crown prince. Dong Huangling didn't know what kind of luck she had that allowed her to become a phoenix. The big-footed old woman was dissatisfied. Unwillingly, she brought Yunxing and Dong Huangling into the crown prince's residence. After making many turns, they finally arrived at a courtyard. It was a dilapidated courtyard, and the name of the courtyard was Snow-Treading Courtyard. This snow-treading courtyard was just like its name. The courtyard was facing the north side, and moss had already grown out of the ground. Out of the 365 days in a year, there would be over 300 days where the sun couldn't be seen. The house was dilapidated, and the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. Fallen leaves were all over the ground. With just a glance, one could tell that this place had never been cleaned. "What the hell is this place?" Dong Huangling couldn't bear it anymore. "The people in the crown prince's residence are clearly trying to ostracize us." "Haha, princess, there are a lot of people in the crown prince's residence. Right now, other than the crown prince's Xianxia, the other courtyards are all full. It wouldn't be good for you to squeeze into the same courtyard as the others. Just stay in Snow-Treading Courtyard for a few months. No matter what, this is still a courtyard. Those stray cats and dogs in the crown prince's residence all love to come here." The big-footed old woman cursed in her heart. God knows if the crown prince will still want you after a few months. Dong Huangling still wanted to throw a tantrum. However, Yunxing shook her head, pushed open the courtyard's door, and walked into the courtyard. Right after entering the courtyard, a brazier was placed on the ground. "What's with this brazier?" When Dong Huangling saw the brazier, she couldn't help but get angry. "Reporting to Princess, I heard that Princess was wandering among the commoners in her early years. Later Qin, there was a saying that commoners were unlucky and would harm the crown prince's good fortune. Thus, one must cross this brazier of riches and get rid of their bad luck before being able to enter the crown prince's residence." Beside the side door, a big-footed old woman with a long face said with a sharp voice. What she was implying was that Dong Huangxing was of commoner origin and that it was hard for her to enter the crown prince's residence. "Oh? Since that's the case, then I will have to get rid of my bad luck." Yunxing smiled and walked to the front of the brazier. The flames in the brazier were reflected in her eyes, flickering. When the big-footed old woman saw Dong Huangling she thought that she would be able to go to Concubine Li's place to receive her reward. "Hey, my pearl hairpin fell into the brazier. Whoever can help me find it, I will reward them with 10 gold coins. That is the pearl hairpin that the crown prince gave to me." Yunxing raised her leg and was about to step over the brazier when she suddenly cried out in surprise. When the big-footed old woman heard that she would be rewarded with gold coins, she hurriedly went forward and said, "This old servant will help Princess look for it." She bent down and was about to go look for it. Yunxing sneered behind her back. Her black eyes stared at the fire in the brazier and her eyes slightly narrowed. As if a ladle of oil had been poured onto the brazier, the fire in the brazier suddenly jumped up. Before the big-footed old woman could react, 2 hands appeared behind her. Yunxing fiercely kicked the big-footed old woman's buttocks. The big-footed old woman was caught off guard and fell face first onto the brazier. The fire was burning fiercely, and it climbed from her clothes to her hair. The fire was also strange. No matter how they tried to extinguish it, the fire didn't seem to be getting smaller. On the contrary, it was getting bigger and bigger. The big-footed woman was screaming from the fire, and the skin on her face was getting burned. "It's burning me to death. Help! The big-footed woman screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the fire on her body. Aya, this is bad. Quickly, put out the fire. Right after Yunxing spoke, Dong Huanglinger immediately understood what Yunxing meant. While shouting for help, the two of them rushed forward. They kicked one after another, stomping and kicking the woman. Although the two of them hadn't recovered their magic power, they didn't forget the skills they learned from the dark gold-ranked teacher. They kicked the vital parts of the woman. They were ruthless and accurate. The big-footed woman was already screaming in pain from the fire. After being attacked by the two of them, she fainted in no time. She couldn't even make a sound. The few people who had been lying in ambush outside the snowy gardens, waiting to watch the show, heard the commotion and quickly rushed in. Outside the courtyard, a series of messy footsteps could be heard. Someone rushed in. The person in the lead was a young lady wearing a pear blossom green smoke shirt. She had an arrogant expression on her face. When she entered the courtyard, she saw the brazier overturned and the big-footed woman's face was burned beyond recognition. She instantly frowned. How dare you beat Nanny he? The young lady raised her eyebrows and reprimanded angrily. This big-footed woman was an etiquette instructor that she brought into the crown prince's residence. Normally, when the maids and officials saw her in the residence, they would all be respectful. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you speak to the crown prince consort like this? Madame Li had just spoken when she saw the woman standing in front of her. Madame Li believed that she was an outstanding beauty. However, although the woman in front of her was dressed as an attendant, her appearance and temperament weren't inferior to Madame Li, who was born as Princess Tang Yuan. You are? Men, drag this blind bee *tch away and flog her to death. However, when she saw the other party's appearance, Madame Li became even angrier. Damn it, even a maid who was part of the dowry looks so troublesome. This maid actually dared to talk back to me. Stop. A cold female voice made everyone in the courtyard stop what they were doing. Everyone's gaze landed on a woman not far away. The woman's voice was as cold as the winter wind as she stood in the courtyard without any sunlight. She was dressed in a fiery red dress, with pitch-black eyes, snow-white skin, and flawless facial features. Her entire being was as cold as snow, but her face was like the scorching summer sun, lighting up the entire remote courtyard. Madame Li's pupils constricted, as if she had been blinded by the woman's beauty. Was she the princess of the eastern capital, that lowly princess from the common folk? Madame Li's gaze landed on the red dress with phoenix feathers on Yunxing's body. After recognizing the dress, Madame Li's jealousy grew crazily like wild grass. It was a dress made of luan feathers. A year ago, Prince Dugu had found a saint-ranked fire feather luan while hunting at the border. This type of luan was extremely rare. At that time, Prince Dugu had only managed to hunt one. Even the Emperor of Zhou State and Empress Qing hadn't managed to get a fire feather luan. Madame Li didn't expect that this dress made of fire feather luan's feathers would be given to Dong Huangxing. Dong Huangxing, how dare you stop me? Madame Li stared at Yunxing's face, and there was only jealousy and hatred left in her eyes. She originally thought that a cowardly crown prince consort had arrived, but who knew that this princess from the eastern capital wasn't a good person either. As soon as Madame Li finished speaking, the maids beside her swarmed forward and surrounded Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger. Madame Li came prepared today. The maids that she brought along were all selected from Tang Yuan back then. They were either skilled in martial arts or magic. So what if I'm capable? Let me ask you, who are you and who am I? Facing such a situation, Yunxing didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled, and there was a hint of beauty in her eyes. Her already beautiful face flashed with a magnificence that made people unable to help but raise their eyebrows. You. Me. With just one sentence, Yunxing made Madame Li speechless. You can't answer me? Let me tell you then. I, Dong Huangxing, am the future crown prince consort that was personally brought over by Dugu Xiu, the crown prince of Qin. You, Madame Li, are a concubine in the crown prince's residence. If I say one, it means one. If I say two, it means two. Now, take you and your people and get out of Trampling Snow Garden. A hint of killing intent flashed past Yunxing's eyes. Her voice was as cold as the winter wind, making people tremble with fear. Madame Li, who was originally arrogant, couldn't help but feel ashamed. Indeed, in terms of status, she wasn't as good as Xianxia. However, she definitely wouldn't let the matter of trampling Snow Garden go. When the crown prince comes back, see how I'll deal with you. Madame Li stomped her feet and left with Nanny He, along with a group of maids. The group of people walked out of Trampling Snow Garden in a single file. Outside Trampling Snow Garden, Madame Chi Bai was playing with a small golden python in her hand. Seeing Madame Li rush out angrily, she pursed her lips and scolded softly, "Useless thing." Madame Chi Bai looked up at the sky and saw a large eagle flying over. She pursed her lips and smiled. The large eagle flew into Feathered Eagle Garden. Du Guxiu's other concubine, Madame Qing, raised her hand, and the large eagle landed on her arm. The large eagle cooed a few times. Madame Qing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "Big guy, are you saying that Madame Li was chased out?" Madame Qing originally wanted to see how Madame Li would deal with the future crown prince consort. She didn't expect that the legendary commoner princess, who didn't know magic or martial arts, would be so difficult to deal with. Well, there are still 3 months before the crown prince's wedding. With Madame Li's personality, she definitely won't let it go. Madame Qing thought. It seemed that she had to find a chance to meet this crown prince consort personally. In the throne room, the later Qin Emperor Du Guxing was having a discussion with a group of officials. "Father, His Highness the Crown Prince has returned," an internal court eunuch said in a high-pitched voice. Du Guxiu strode into the throne room. When Du Guxing saw him, the frown on his face eased a little. "Father, what is so urgent?" Du Guxiu was still a little absent-minded. He left in a hurry and didn't remember that he hadn't arranged a courtyard for Yunxing until he reached the throne room. There wasn't a suitable courtyard for Yunxing to live in at the moment in the crown prince's residence. Prince Baiming of Zhou State has rebelled. Du Guxing ordered someone to pass a secret report to Du Guxiu. Yi Baiming rebelled? Du Guxiu was still a little confused when he heard the news. He didn't expect that after being a prince of Zhou State for so many years, Yi Baiming had tolerated the fact that Zhou State deposed a crown prince, killed a crown prince, and installed a new crown prince. He didn't rebel, but now he suddenly rebelled. But when Du Guxiu opened the secret report, there were only 8 words on it. Du Guxiu couldn't help but tremble when he saw those 8 words. The secret report fell to the ground. "I vow to marry Yunxing as my betrothal gift." Later Qin, when Du Guxiu saw the words on the secret letter, his eyes were filled with anger. What a Yi Baiming! What a 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 Baiming! After waiting for so many years, Yi Baiming finally couldn't take it anymore. He swore to marry Yunxing as his betrothal gift. In this world, other than Yi Baiming, there was no one else who could write such lofty words. When Du Guxiu saw this news, he was surprised but also felt that it was reasonable. But to the other people of the boundless continent, it was inconceivable. A few days ago, something happened in Zhou State that made the entire boundless continent talk about it. The North Nether monarch of Zhou State divorced Yunxing before marriage. However, this matter was not a big deal. As a son of the royal family, there were many cases of him falling in love with someone else. However, that wasn't the most explosive part of this incident. The most recent explosive part was that people only found out after the incident that Zhou State's Lord Baiming had divorced his fiancée. It wasn't voluntary. He had been forced to do so. Furthermore, the North Underworld Lord of Zhou State was an infatuated man. In a fit of anger, he actually rebelled. In the history of the boundless continent, Yi Baiming was the only one who could rebel so brazenly for a woman. Later on, if the Qin Emperor was able to find out about the 8 words on the secret report, then it was likely that the other countries and major powers had also found out about it. Even the commoners had begun to spread rumors that Lord Baiming of Zhou State had rebelled. Who was Lord Baiming of Zhou State? He was the youngest martial emperor of Zhou State and the dethroned crown prince of Zhou State in the early years. Why did he rebel? It wasn't for anything else. It was because the emperor of Zhou State didn't agree to his marriage with Yunxing, so he simply rebelled. It was said that a man would fly into a rage for a woman. This time, Yi Baiming clearly wanted to use the entire Zhou State to show his determination to Yunxing. Du Guxiu's heart was in a perilous situation. He hadn't expected Yunxing to vent her anger on Yi Baiming after He Linlin had forced the emperor of Zhou state to annul the marriage. He thought that the Yunxing would vent her anger on Yi Baiming and make her give up. He thought. He Linlin's. Who knew that Yi Baiming would actually use such a method to give him a beautiful counterattack? But who is this Yunxing? According to the rumors, she seems to be the eldest granddaughter of the Marshal Saint General. When the Emperor of Qin saw the 8 characters, he was shocked. More than that, he was thinking about how to take advantage of the internal strife in Zhou state to benefit from it. However, Du Guxing and the other officials in the later Qin court were also curious about who could make the dethroned crown prince, who had endured for many years, fly into a rage. What kind of beauty and gentleness did the woman have to be to make Yi Baiming of Zhou state so infatuated? But if the woman only had an outstanding appearance, it would be foolish of Lord Baiming of Zhou state to fly into a rage for her. Du Guxing thought so, and so did most of the other forces on the continent. They didn't know that if Yunxing's true identity was revealed, her status and power would be no less than Yi Baiming's. Although the residence of Yun had declined and was expelled from Zhou state, Yunxing's identity was very important. She was the youngest master of the Xianxia, the deputy commander of the Heavenly Hunting Troop, and now the lord of Taiyuan City. No matter which identity she was, it was enough to make the continent change its color. Unfortunately, Yunxing was a low-key person. When she did things, she had always been secretive. Therefore, the outside world's understanding of her was only that of the eldest legitimate granddaughter of the Yun family. They all thought that she was still under the protection of Yun Ba and Yun Songlong. But one thing was certain. The culprit of the rebellion in Zhou state was that woman named Yunxing. Later Qin Emperor Du Guxing would never know that Yunxing, who plunged Zhou state into chaos, was now in Du Guxiu's crown prince residence. Du Guxiu was depressed to hear this. Yi Baiming's move had completely disrupted his plan. Right now, many forces on the continent were inquiring about Yunxing, hoping to capture Yunxing to threaten the residence of Yun and Lord Baiming. It seemed that he had to be very careful. He couldn't let anyone know that Dong Huangxing was an imposter. Even though his heart was in turmoil, Du Guxiu's expression remained unchanged. Imperial father, this son thinks that this is an excellent opportunity. That's right. Strictly guard the borders and monitor the movements of Zhou state's garrison. My son, I'll have to trouble you for a while. Your wedding is near, and I'm afraid you'll have to neglect Princess Donghuang. How about this? I'll hold a banquet in the palace in 3 days. You can bring the princess and the other women to the palace. Du Guxing just remembered that today was the day Du Guxiu would welcome the dowager concubine into the residence. Du Guxiu was still in his cavalry uniform. Obviously, he hadn't entered the residence yet. As the emperor, Du Guxing had heard a thing or two about the women in the crown prince residence. As a father, he had to take the opportunity to meet his daughter-in-law. Yes, your majesty. Du Guxiu was also guessing the situation in the crown prince residence. Yi Baiming had rebelled. This must not reach Yunxing's ears. In the crown prince residence, Yunxing, who had become a femme fatale in the eyes of the people on the continent, had no idea. After Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger drove Madame Li away, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. TSK, she's just a Saint Magus. If it weren't for the fact that we can't use our magic, she wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Dong Huanglinger was a little discouraged. She felt that she was just a paper tiger that could be easily broken. Not only could she not help Yunxing, but she would also be a burden to her. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. If it weren't for her, Yunxing wouldn't have fallen into Du Guxiu's hands. There was nothing in this dilapidated courtyard. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a house with only 4 walls. It's fine. Yunxing looked around. Linger, let's tidy up the courtyard first. It's much more useful than you think. Linger didn't think much of it. What's so special about a dilapidated courtyard? The two busied themselves for a while. It was only around sunset that they finished tidying up the courtyard. It was barely habitable. Du Guxiu returned to the crown prince's residence. Just as he entered the residence, he heard the sound of crying. Madame Li's eyes were red and swollen. She sobbed and jumped into Du Guxiu's embrace. She was like a pear blossom in the rain, her small face full of grief. Crown Prince, you must seek justice for Huali. Madame Li's surname was Li Huali. She had tears in her eyes, and she looked like a pear blossom in the rain. What's wrong? You and Xianxia are fighting again. Du Guxiu was in a bad mood because of Yu Baiming's matter. When he saw Li Huali's appearance, he felt a headache. The group of women in the Crown Prince's residence were all very strong. This was especially true for Li Huali and Xianxia. The two of them usually formed cliques. In the residence, as long as he stayed in one of them's rooms for an extra night, the next morning, the other person would come looking for him. Arms akimbo, we foxes are very strong. Everyone, happy winter solstice. Thank you to the people who have been tipping me for the past few days. Thank you to everyone for tipping me right now. Du Guxiu's mind was filled with thoughts of taking a look. Yunxing wasn't used to living in the Crown Prince's residence, and after Li Huali made such a scene, she became even more irritated. Crown Prince, it's not Xianxia, it's her, it's Princess Dong Huang who just entered the residence. Granny he was kind enough to send her to a new courtyard, but she purposely made trouble for her. Just because she is the future Crown Prince's wife, the moment she entered the residence, she severely injured Granny he. After all, she is Huali's nanny. Li Huali used a good tactic. While crying, she ordered the servants to carry Granny he over. Granny he was burned by Yunxing's spirit hellfire, and she was kicked and beaten by Dong Huang Ling Er. Luckily, Li Huali used an elixir to save Granny he's life. However, the burns caused by the spirit hellfire couldn't be healed by ordinary elixirs. Especially when Granny he's head was facing downwards at that time, her entire head was lying on top of the brazier. Right now, Granny he's body was badly mutilated, and it was too horrible to look at. Li Huali didn't believe that the Crown Prince wouldn't teach Dong Huangxing a lesson when Granny he was in such a state. Du Guxiu looked at Granny he with disgust, then asked in a deep voice, "Where is the princess?" Seeing Du Guxiu's expression, Li Huali thought that he was going to teach Dong Huangxing a lesson. Thus, she quickly smiled and said, "She and her servant are in the snow garden." Who knew that when Du Guxiu heard that, his expression became as cold as the winter's frost. His lips that were as thin as a blade squeezed out a few words, "Where did you say she is?" Snow garden, that kind of place, is it a place where people can live? Although Du Guxiu wasn't in the residence most of the time, he knew everything that happened in the Crown Prince's residence like the back of his hand. Normally, he didn't say anything because he was too lazy to care about these trivial matters between women. Moreover, Madame Qibai was there. With her around, no matter how much trouble there was in the Crown Prince's residence, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, he didn't expect that Li Huali would be so blind as to let Yunxing stay in the snow garden. Snow garden was the most remote place in the north of the Crown Prince's residence, and it was the place where the servants who didn't follow the rules were locked. Previously, there were also some concubines who didn't follow the rules, and they were executed in the snow garden. Snow garden. That place. That place. Du Guxiu's expression changed. Taxia garden? Li Huali sensed that something was wrong from Du Guxiu's tone. The Crown Prince seemed angry. That's not right. She must be mistaken. Since the Crown Prince abandoned that woman and let her return home alone, he shouldn't like that woman. Who gave you the guts to let her live there? Du Guxiu roared angrily. He kicked Mama He in the chest, and there was a terrible sound of internal organs bursting. Mother He's eyes rolled back and she immediately stopped breathing. Men, go to the snow-treading garden. Du Guxiu's entire body was wrapped in cold air. He glanced at Li Huali maliciously, and led a few attendants towards the snow-treading garden like the wind. Li Huali was so scared that she trembled. She had never seen the Crown Prince so angry before. In the dark, a large condor flew up and returned to the feathered condor garden. Congratulations, master. This time, Li Huali has suffered a big setback. Xianxia's attendants were happy. What is there to congratulate? Let's go and take a look at the snow-treading garden. It seems that there is a need to meet the new princess. Xianxia's expression wasn't very good. She was Du Guxiu's cousin. She had grown up with Du Guxiu since he was young. She thought that she knew this Crown Prince well, but she didn't know him well. When he abandoned Dong Huangxing at the entrance of the palace, it showed that he didn't care about that woman. However, he was so angry tonight, and it seemed that Qing Chong sensed that Dong Huangxing was very special to Du Guxiu. This woman might become the biggest obstacle to her becoming the empress of the later Qing dynasty. If she was sure of this, she would definitely take action to get rid of Dong Huangxing. Du Guxiu and the others quickly walked towards the snow-treading garden. If it wasn't for Yunxing, Du Guxiu would probably never come to a place like the snow-treading garden. Along the way, they didn't even see any illumination spells. Under the dim yellow light, the cold and desolate little courtyard seemed a little bleak. Du Guxiu couldn't help but stop. He felt a bit nervous. He regretted abandoning Yunxing in the morning. He pushed open the door and was about to enter the courtyard. Whoosh! A row of cold lights swept past. Du Guxiu's eyes narrowed. He nimbly jumped back and dodged the row of cold lights. He then took another step forward. Who knew that a green mist would suddenly spurt out? Just by looking at the color of the mist, one could tell that the mist was poisonous. Du Guxiu snorted. He waved his sleeves, and his sleeves swelled up. His duki was like a flood, cleanly swallowing the mist. Du Guxiu dodged quickly enough. However, one of the guards behind him wasn't so lucky. He was coincidentally hit by a hidden thorn. His face turned pale, and he lost consciousness. He then fell onto the ground. Dong Huangxing, what the hell are you doing? If it wasn't for the fact that the decorations in the courtyard didn't change much, Du Guxiu would have really doubted if he was still in the snow-treading garden. Ling I already said that we need to move a bit. Also, the number of throat-sealing tree isn't enough, and the poison of the snake breath grass isn't enough. At the corner of the wall, two people were squatting down. Du Guxiu took a closer look. They were Yunxing and Dong Huangling. The two of them weren't surprised at Du Guxiu's intrusion at all. They were currently discussing the plants in the courtyard with great interest. When Yunxing entered the snow-treading garden, she already felt that this garden wasn't simple. It wasn't that the Yin energy in this place was heavy. Yunxing had the elf hellfire. No matter how gloomy this place was, it wouldn't affect her at all. What made Yunxing surprised was that the plants in this place were very special. Later Qin's soil was barren, and most of the soil wasn't fertile. However, this snow-treading garden was different. Because many of the corpses of the crown prince's servants and concubines were buried here, the soil here was abnormally fertile. In addition, it was shady all year round. Thus, the plants that grew here had unknowingly mutated and became demonic plants. Among them, there was the throat-sealing tree. This kind of tree could shoot out blood thorns, and once it saw blood, it would cause people to fall into a deep coma. There was also a type of poisonous grass called the snake breath grass. Once it heard any movements, it would shoot out poisonous gas like a poisonous snake. If people didn't take precautions, they would easily fall into the trap. Not only that, Yunxing also placed all kinds of traps that she learned in Banana Leaf Village in the past in every corner of the snow-treading garden. In just one afternoon, the snow-treading garden changed from the most gloomy and eerie courtyard in the crown prince's residence to the courtyard with the most traps. Even when Du Guxiu entered, he didn't pay attention and almost fell into Yunxing's trap. "Io, Your Highness, I'm really sorry. I forgot to place a signboard at the entrance. From today onwards, the crown prince is not allowed to enter. Women are not allowed to enter." Yunxing took a glance at Du Guxiu. Seeing that Du Guxiu's face was filled with anger, she was secretly delighted. "Du Guxiu, don't think that just because you snatched away my summoning ring and sealed my soul, I won't be able to deal with you. The crown prince is not allowed to enter, and women are not allowed to enter." Crown Prince Dugu's iron-blooded guards were all staring at each other. "This future crown princess is too valiant, isn't she? This, those women in the crown prince's residence, which one of them isn't like flies that saw a rotten egg, wanting nothing more than to nail the crown prince to death every day, but this future crown princess actually said that the crown prince is not allowed to get close to her." Du Guxiu's handsome face was filled with the word stinky. "You dare? Who gave you the guts to do that? Immediately move to Yu Pavilion." Du Guxiu was extremely angry. With a wave of his hand, a blood-sealing throat tree at the side was pulled out of the ground by his duki. How is this a place for people to live? Could it be that if he wanted to see her again in the future, he would have to go to this damned place again? Du Guxiu's roar could be heard from 1 li away. Just when Xianxia walked into Trample Snow Garden with her 2 maids, she heard the thunderous roar. A trace of astonishment flashed past her eyes. Cousin Dugu actually wants that woman to live in Yu Pavilion? How is this possible? Du Guxiu likes peace and quiet, and there are only 2 maids in his courtyard. Normally, without Du Guxiu's summons, other women are not allowed to enter Yu Pavilion. Not to mention spending the night, Du Guxiu would always go to each of his concubines' courtyards alone and leave before the sun rises. This rule was something that even Madame Qi Bai couldn't change. But this woman called Dong Huangxing has just entered the residence, and her cousin Du Guxiu wants her to move into Yu Pavilion. Xianxia's heroic eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and she felt even more uneasy. She stopped outside the courtyard and looked at the mess on the ground and the unconscious guard. Her expression became even more gloomy. What a Dong Huangxing. Seems like I have underestimated this woman. Wait a moment, Crown Prince Dugu, you might not know about the customs of the East Imperial Dynasty. Before getting married, unmarried couples should try their best not to meet each other, and they can't live together. Otherwise, there will be a bloody disaster. Dong Huanglinger blocked in front of Yunxing. Du Guxiu was at a loss for words. He really wanted to sweep Dong Huanglinger away. What kind of dog-set rule is this? Am I supposed to marry a woman that I can only look at but not eat for 3 months? Cousin Crown Prince, Qingqiang has also heard that the Donghuang dynasty has such a custom of marriage. The princess was new here, so she must not be used to it yet. Cousin Crown Prince, don't disturb the princess. A crisp female voice drifted in from outside the courtyard. A woman in red walked in. The woman was very good-looking. Compared to Tang Yuan and Li Huali, she had a different style. She was tall and voluptuous, and her beautiful eyes were full of charm. At first glance, one could tell that she had practiced martial arts. Yunxing didn't need to ask to know that this woman was Du Guxiu's cousin, the other concubine of the crown prince's residence, Madame Qing. This woman came at the right time, but Yunxing didn't think that this person would be so kind as to help her. But no matter what, at least this woman's appearance helped her out. The Donghuang dynasty really has such a broken rule? Du Guxiu's face was filled with disbelief. This time, he had seen it clearly. He shouldn't have developed any tender feelings for Yunxing, this naughty girl. To put it bluntly, even if he threw her into a pile of rocks, she would still be able to grow a towering tree full of vitality. It's better to believe it than not. Cousin Crown Prince, don't be anxious. The princess will marry into the family sooner or later. Qingqiang glanced at Yunxing. Under the light, a trace of jealousy flashed past Qingqiang's eyes. It was still fine when she didn't see Yunxing, but when she saw her, even her intestines were about to explode from jealousy. What a beauty with jade-like bones and ice-like skin. She had heard that the princess of the Donghuang dynasty was a beauty. But when she saw Dong Huangxing today, the word beautiful was far from enough to describe her. She had already changed out of her eye-catching fire luan dress and was now wearing a plain green robe. She didn't have any extra hairpins or accessories in her hair, only a simple white jade hairpin. Her bright eyes and red lips were a perfect match for her. There were many beautiful women in the crown prince's mansion, but only Dong Huangxing had the aura of a southern woman and the heroic spirit of a northern woman. Even in front of the imposing Du Guxiu, she still did things her own way. This boldness had already made Qingqiang very angry. But jealousy was one thing. Qingqiang thought about it again. No matter how beautiful a woman was, her youth was fleeting. In another 10 years, Dong Huangxing would still be a beauty past her prime. She didn't know magic or martial arts. Such a person, even if she had Du Guxiu's favor and could have a place in the crown prince's mansion, would never be able to have a place in the later Qin palace. She had already heard from her concubine that the later Qin emperor had set up a banquet to entertain Princess Donghuang 3 days later. This banquet was said to be a banquet, but in fact, it was for Du Guxing and Empress Qing to test their future daughter-in-law. As long as Dong Huangxing was humiliated in front of everyone, her cousin would definitely dislike her. Qingqiang secretly made up her mind. She decided to go to the palace tomorrow. Although he didn't believe Yunxing's words at all, considering that Yunxing was still waiting to get married, Du Guxiu didn't want to force her. Under Yunxing's insistence, Du Guxiu could only give up the idea of letting Yunxing move in with him. However, he still ordered many maids and guards to tidy up the snow-treading court overnight. According to the specifications of Yu Garden, he gave Yunxing a set of everything. In just one night, everyone in the Crown Prince's mansion knew that the Crown Prince had kicked concubine Li's wet nurse, Nanny He, to death for the sake of the new Crown Princess. Concubine Li heard that she didn't sleep well the whole night and cried in Pear Flower Garden. Although Du Guxiu was temporarily stopped by the customs of the East Imperial Dynasty, there were so many guards outside the courtyard all of a sudden. It was impossible for her to do anything even if she wanted to. On the second day after Yunxing moved into Taxia Garden, Madame Qi Bai, who had been missing for a long time, came to visit. Your Highness, I really deserve to be beaten. Yesterday afternoon, I rushed back to the mansion and was busy with a lot of work. I actually forgot to arrange a courtyard for your Highness. Madame Qi Bai was also a smart person. She was still fighting with Yunxing just a while ago. Now that she came to visit, she acted as if they were sisters meeting. She even brought a lot of clothes and jewelry, saying that it was a meeting gift for Yunxing. Seeing this, Dong Huang Linger was very disdainful. Did this woman come to visit or to show off? She wanted everyone to know that she was the one and only mistress of the Crown Prince's mansion. Although Qingqiang and Li Huali's status was higher than Madame Qi Bai's, in terms of real power, the two of them were still somewhat inferior to Madame Qi Bai's. Then, we'll have to trouble Madame Qi Bai. However, Ling and I have been here for a day and are bored out of our wits in the courtyard. We want to go out and take a look. Yunxing smiled as she received Madame Qi Bai's gift. Yunxing didn't stand on ceremony and accepted all of them with a smile. After all, Du Guxiu had taken her summoning ring. Inside the beast language ring, there were still hundreds of millions of her assets and magical beasts. As for Madame Qi Bai, Yunxing still wanted to find out the solution to yearning for day and night from her. It was still necessary to cater to her on the surface. Your Highness wants to go shopping? That's fine. This servant also wants to buy some things for the estate. There's no harm in going shopping with your Highness. Madame Qi Bai smiled affectionately. Rather than accompanying, it was more like stalking. Madame Qi Bai's eyes darkened. Du Guxiu was furious after Li Huali caused a ruckus last night. He summoned her to Yu Xian that very night and reprimanded her. In other words, Yunxing was in the Crown Prince's estate and no one was allowed to have any ideas about Yunxing. However, Madame Qi Bai used the wrong method to kill with a borrowed knife this time. After leaving the Crown Prince's estate, Madame Qi Bai found two soft palanquins and the three of them headed towards the busiest street in Yangdu, Vermilion Bird Avenue. Due to Yunxing's request to stay on the street for a while, Madame Qi Bai sent away the palanquin bearers and only brought a maidservant to accompany Yunxing on a stroll on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Vermilion Bird Avenue was very spacious and lined with shops on both sides. Most of the people walking on the street were martial artists. However, later Qin's public security was very strict. Even on the streets, soldiers armed with sabers could often be seen patrolling. The three women's appearances were very outstanding and attracted many passers-by. However, many people clearly recognized Madame Qi Bai and were quiet on the way. No one came to disturb Yunxing and the others. What does your Highness want to see? Later Qin isn't like Dongdu and Zhou State. The products here are somewhat barren. However, soul stones, magical beast hides, and ores are very abundant. Madame Qi Bai found it strange when she saw Yunxing looking left and right but not entering a shop. I want to find a medicine shop and buy some medicinal herbs. Yunxing smiled. Your Highness also knows medical skills? Madame Qi Bai didn't know that Yunxing also knew medical skills. Haha, I know a little. Yunxing smiled but didn't say anything. Right now, she couldn't do anything. Later Qin, everyone would know martial arts. It would be fine if she stayed in the Crown Prince's residence all the time, but if she went out, she would be in a passive situation. Yunxing thought for a while and decided to prepare some herbs for herself, especially poisons and the like, just in case. Since that's the case, I still have some matters to attend to. Princess only needs to meet me at Tianya Building before sunset. Madame Qi Bai had been following Yunxing the whole way, but she didn't see anything strange about her. In any case, as long as Xianxia did not get rid of her longing, she would not be able to leave the crown prince's residence without permission. After Xianxia separated from Madame Qi Bai and confirmed that no one was following them, she turned into an alley. Dong Huanglinger took out 2 bamboo hats, and after the 2 of them covered their faces, they walked out of the alley. The 2 of them went straight to the biggest pawnshop on Vermilion Bird Street. After entering the pawnshop, Xianxia took out all of the gold and silver accessories that Du Guxiu had left for her. When the shopkeeper of the pawnshop saw the dazzling jewels, he was dazzled. While the shopkeeper of the pawnshop was counting the jewels, he sized up the 2 of them suspiciously. From the way these 2 ladies acted and talked, they seemed to be from a wealthy family. These jewels couldn't have been stolen from somewhere. After using the jewels that Du Guxiu gave her, Xianxia obtained a limitless gold card with 120,000 gold coins in it and walked out of the pawnshop. Xianxia, are you really not going to use this chance to escape? Seeing that there was no one around, Dong Huanglinger asked in a low voice. No matter where I escape to, I will still be caught. For the past few days, Xianxia had been researching here and there. However, she was still unable to find any clues. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger went to a few medicine shops and bought some medicinal herbs. Xianxia also asked around about the limitless gold card. However, in the medicine shops in later Qin City, not a single person had heard of the limitless gold card. When the 2 of them arrived in front of a weapon shop, Xianxia could hear the sounds of hammering coming from inside the shop. Then, she indicated for Dong Huanglinger to go in and take a look. Linger, right now, the 2 of us don't have any magic on us. We need to think of a way to defend ourselves. You go and choose a weapon, and I will also choose a suitable weapon to defend myself. The weapon shop that Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger entered was the biggest weapon shop in later Qin City. This weapon shop was very unique. It was divided into 2 parts, the inner part and the outer part. The inner part was used for forging. When standing outside, one would be able to hear the sounds of hammering. The outer part of the weapon shop was divided into many rows. There were armors, weapons, ores, and so on. In later Qin City, martial artists liked to use all kinds of weapons. Even when women went out, they would also secretly carry some self-defense weapons with them. Therefore, the business of this weapon shop was very good. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger both liked to carry some small concealed weapons with them. These concealed weapons, if they were to carry some poison on them, they would become good self-defense weapons. After looking around, Dong Huanglinger chose a small and exquisite golden snake waist whip. The braid on the waist was very intricate, and when the braid was wrapped around the waist, it looked just like a belt. Xianxia, on the other hand, didn't manage to find a suitable weapon. Feeling somewhat resentful, she prepared to leave the weapon shop. Ladies, did you not find a suitable weapon? Seeing that Xianxia didn't buy any weapons, a manager of the weapon shop walked up to them. Although the 2 customers used bamboo hats to cover their appearances, one could tell that the 2 of them weren't ordinary people. Big brother, to tell you the truth, I want to find a bow. Unfortunately, the bows here are all too big. Xianxia curled her lips. The people of later Qin City were all tall and sturdy, just like the people of the north. Even the weapons that they forged were mostly the same. Just the Golden Fury bow alone weighed more than 50 kilograms. If it was her, she would still be able to fuse with the monster strength egg. But right now, she didn't have the beast language ring with her. With such a bow, wouldn't it be too heavy for her? Lady, please wait a moment. How about this, if lady is able to pay 500 gold coins for the entrance fee, there will be an auction in Big Dipper Martial Hall in a while. Lady might be able to buy a suitable weapon from the auction. From the manager, Xianxia found out that this weapon shop was actually opened by the number 1 Big Dipper Martial Hall in later Qin City. The weapons sold here weren't the best. Every 10 days, Big Dipper Martial Hall would hold an auction. At that auction, a lot of rare weapons would appear. Not only weapons, but some rare combat skills would also appear at the Big Dipper auction. In order to enter the Big Dipper auction, regardless of whether one was able to buy a suitable item at the auction, one would have to pay 500 gold coins for the entrance fee. Xianxia pondered for a moment. Seeing that it was still early and she had already bought all the medicinal herbs, she might as well go to the Big Dipper auction to take a look. Perhaps she might be able to buy something good. The two of them paid the gold coins at the manager and received 2 tickets for the auction. According to the manager's instructions, the auction would be held in Big Dipper Marshall Hall. They only needed to go out and walk to the end of Vermilion Bird Avenue. Yunxing and Ling had already been strolling around for quite a while. After they bought the tickets, the sky had already darkened. On Vermilion Bird Street, most of the shops had already closed their stalls. Only at the end of Vermilion Bird Street, in front of a dojo that had 7 unique buildings, was the place that was brightly lit. Since Madame Chi Bai didn't make an appointment with them for an hour, Yunxing and Donghuang Ling decided to go back after watching the auction. Not long after Yunxing and Donghuang Ling got close to Big Dipper Dojo, the sound of beast hooves could be heard from the other side of Vermilion Bird Street. On Vermilion Bird Street, which could accommodate 3 horse carriages, a silver beast carriage galloped over. The carriage stopped in front of Xianxia building, and a person slowly got down from the carriage. That person was wearing a very loose red robe, and his face was also completely covered. Although his appearance couldn't be seen, a pair of extremely fox-like eyes could be seen. The men who passed by that person couldn't help but turn their heads and take a few more glances. That person waved his hand, and the coachman who was driving the carriage jumped down and carried a bag from the carriage. The bag was bulging, and it seemed like something was stuffed inside. The red-robed person carried the bag and went to a room on the 2nd floor of Xianxia building. The rooms of Xianxia building were very hidden, and every room had a magic formation set up. Whatever the people in the rooms were talking about, the people outside wouldn't be able to hear. On the 2nd floor of Xianxia building, Madame Chi Bai was tasting fragrant tea. After hearing 3 long knocks and 1 short knocks on the door, she stood up and opened the door. "You finally came." Seeing the red-robed person and the bag, Madame Chi Bai pouted her lips. It seemed like the reason why she left the residence today was to meet this red-robed person. "I'll hand her over to you. You should know how to deal with her." After the red-robed person finished speaking, he pulled off the hat that was covering his face, revealing a soul-stirring face. "Don't worry, I naturally know how to deal with her." Behind Madame Chi Bai, 2 strong maids lifted the bag and hurriedly went downstairs, disappearing into the night. Hu Linglong tidied her messy hair and drank a few mouthfuls of tea. Her eyes were probing Madame Chi Bai's body. "Silly girl, what are you looking at? Counting the time, we haven't seen each other for almost 10 years, right?" Madame Chi Bai complained and rolled her eyes at Hu Linglong. "I see that your face is glowing, and your heart is rippling. TSK, it seems that Du Guxiu is indeed fierce." The women of the 8 Desolate tribe were very open-minded, and they did not avoid the relationship between men and women. This was especially true for the Boss Serpent and the Celestial Fox people. These kinds of races had a special cultivation method of harvesting yin to nourish yang. When encountering a warrior with powerful magic power or tyrannical fighting aura, the cultivation side could nourish their appearance and not age, becoming more and more beautiful. One of them was the concubine daughter of the Boss Serpent tribe's chief, while the other was the beloved daughter of the Fox tribe's grand elder. They were both outstanding beauties in their tribes, and had been baptized together at the beast god altar when they were young, so they had a very good relationship. However, ever since Madame Chi Bai was sent to the Boundless Land, the two of them could only communicate through letters. A while ago, Hu Linglong suddenly contacted Madame Chi Bai and said that she wanted to make a trip to the later Qin. "Silly girl, you still have the face to talk about me. How have you been? I heard that you have taken a fancy to Green from the 9 Yuan tribe." Chi Bai had also heard about Hu Linglong from her elder brother. From Madame Chi Bai's point of view, Hu Linglong was young and beautiful. Moreover, she knew the tricks of women very well. It was reasonable for her to hook up with Green. Don't talk about this anymore. I get angry when I talk about it. That brat Green doesn't understand romance at all. A few days ago, I stripped naked and climbed onto his bed. Guess what that brat did? He actually threw me into the pond along with the blanket. When Hu Linglong said this, her pair of foxy eyes were filled with anger and annoyance. Haste makes waste. Men always need to be coaxed and deceived. Don't chase after him too tightly, or else it will backfire. Was that person really in the sack just now? Chi Bai advised Hu Linglong. She thought of the sack that did not move at all, and there was still some curiosity on her face. Isn't it just that trash? This time I will make her disappear completely, Hu Linglong said fiercely. She is the saintess of the celestial fox people. Aren't you afraid that the clan leader will investigate by doing this? Qi Bai shook her head because of Hu Linglong's madness. As long as she doesn't die, she will not give up the position of saintess. I will not have the chance to succeed as the new saintess. What is she better than me in? She doesn't know magic, except that her father is the clan leader of the celestial fox people. The most hateful thing is that the group of old fellows in the tribe still want her to marry Green. Hu Linglong's face became ugly and distorted because of jealousy. Although Hu Linglong said this, she still did not dare to make a move in the Eight Wastelands mainland. Therefore, she went around and got Green to the boundless mainland. Then, she let Qi Bai deal with her quietly. Are you sure you can get rid of her without a trace? Hu Linglong knew that Qi Bai had some power in the later Qin, but she could not help but have some doubts. Although that trash was useless, she was the saintess of the celestial fox people. Her position in the celestial fox people was above the celestial fox people's chief. If this matter was exposed, she and her father would be finished. Don't worry, I have already gotten her to a place. If I remember correctly, the saintess of the Fox clan is very beautiful. I believe that the people there will be very fond of her when they see her. In a few days, she will become a man's plaything. The saintess will be defiled, and she will be humiliated by a human man. Even if she is found, she will be executed, Madame Qi Bai chuckled. That's good. I knew it was right to leave this matter to you. Hu Linglong laughed like a flower. The two of them chatted about some of the matters that happened in the tribe recently. In a certain alley in Fengdu, a man who looked like a manager was reprimanding angrily. What are you guys doing? How could you let such a good person run away? A man who looked like a martial artist said in a low voice, Second manager, we also did not expect that woman to run away when it was dark. However, we have already sent magical beasts to chase after her. We will definitely find her tomorrow morning. Rice Bucket, the reason the dojo raised you guys is to eat and not do anything. The auction will start in half an hour. If there is no one, how am I going to explain it? I invited Master Qing to personally come. He just wanted to take in 108th concubine, the manager said angrily. At this time a man ran over and whispered in the ear of the steward. Oh? Is there really such a thing? Where is she? Bring her over for me to see. After hearing the man's words, the manager's anxious expression disappeared and he impatiently urged the man. It was truly someone giving him a pillow when he wanted to sleep. This treasure came at the right time. Madame Qi Bai's two maids carried the gunny sack and stealthily delivered it to the steward. After seeing the two maids, the manager's expression relaxed a bit. He nodded his head at the two maids. Obviously, he was very familiar with the two maids and had done similar things many times. These two maids were the subordinates of Madame Qi Bai. Speaking of which, he and Madame Qi Bai could be considered as old acquaintances. Previously, there were a few disobedient maids and concubines in the Crown Prince's mansion, and they were all secretly dealt with through him. Later Qin's imperial family and Big Dipper Martial Dojo had always had a good relationship. Many princes had trained in Big Dipper Martial Dojo before. Therefore, even if Big Dipper Martial Dojo did some shady business in the dark, the imperial family would close their eyes and let it pass. However, this manager didn't expect that Madame Qi Bai had the ability to get her hands on such a high-quality product. Is the woman inside really the celestial fox people's woman like what you two said? The manager asked the two maids. Lord, don't worry. You will know after taking a look. After finishing speaking, the two maids opened the bag. Inside the bag was a woman wearing a white magician's robe. The woman's face was covered by her long hair, and her body was curled up. She had a tall figure and didn't look old. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her chest was moving up and down, and her skin was as white as snow. Her figure was graceful and alluring. Before the martial artist saw her face, he could already feel his blood boiling. He impatiently brushed away the long hair on the woman's face. With just a glance, the martial artist's eyes couldn't help but widen a bit. This woman is actually, as expected, she is an outstanding beauty. Here are 2,000 gold coins, please bring it back to Madame Chibai. Next time, if there is such a good product, you must remember to leave it for us. The martial artist had already begun to imagine how much profit this woman would bring to him. From the other side of the alley, 2 men ran over. They carried the unconscious woman into a building. After seeing that the woman was taken away, the 2 maids left with the gold coins. At the front of the alley, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger walked over. They didn't know that just a moment ago, behind the alley, a dirty transaction happened. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger walked into the Big Dipper martial dojo. After asking around, they found out that tonight's auction would be held in the Tianshu building. Due to the auction, there were many people coming and going in the Big Dipper martial arts hall. People dressed as martial artists could be seen patrolling everywhere. Although she didn't have any magic power, Yunxing could still keenly sense that there were martial artists with extraordinary strength hiding in every corner. It was obviously impossible for them to cause trouble at the Big Dipper auction. When he arrived outside the Tianshu building, there was a commotion behind him. He saw a luxuriously dressed man with gold and silver ornaments walking over under the escort of 5 to 6 cultivators. Those who recognized the man retreated to the side. It could be seen that this man had some status. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger took out their tickets and walked into the auction site. Having previously participated in the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's auction, Yunxing was already very familiar with the rules of the auction. She knew that the better the goods, the more likely they would be auctioned off at the end. The majority of the people weren't interested in the first auction item. The Tianshu building was the largest and most luxurious enclosed martial arts hall in the Big Dipper martial arts hall. It could accommodate up to 1,000 people to participate in the auction at the same time. On the roof, a magic array was used to simulate the shape of the Big Dipper. Gentle starlight shone down from above, making it seem as if one was under the starry sky. When Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger entered, there were already 500 to 600 people seated in the martial arts hall. The martial artist who was escorted in earlier was seated in the front row of the VIP seats. The person who held the auction was a burly martial artist. He was wearing a gold-colored martial artist attire with the Big Dipper embroidered on the front. When almost everyone had arrived, the gold-colored martial artist opened his mouth and announced the start of the auction. He sank his chi into his dantian and his voice was loud like a bell. The entire auction site could hear him clearly. Respected guests, welcome to the Big Dipper auction. Tonight's first auction item is a bottle of high-grade vicious chi pills. It can instantly restore one's battle chi by more than 50%. Just like what Yunxing expected, in the early stages of the auction, the items that were being auctioned were all ordinary items. For example, the vicious chi pills that were only worth 1,000 gold coins or less only attracted a few bids. From Yunxing's point of view, the auctioneer of the Big Dipper martial arts hall was clearly much worse than Zhou Qingchuan's previous auctioneer. Yunxing also didn't see any weapon-type items being auctioned. She and Dong Huanglinger were somewhat dispirited. Right at this moment, perhaps because the gold-colored martial artist felt that the atmosphere in the auction site was a bit gloomy, he wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Everyone, the next auction item is an extremely attractive item. Especially the male guests here, I guarantee that you will all be able to feast your eyes on it. While speaking, the gold-colored martial artist's eyes shone. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you being long-winded for? The man who was wearing a luxurious attire sitting in the front row of the auction site became impatient. Hee, Master Qing, don't be anxious. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with this item. This item, she is a person, an unparalleled beauty. Her starting bid is 10,000 gold coins. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger took a look at each other. They saw astonishment in each other's eyes. This is too much. Didn't the continent already ban the sale of slaves a long time ago? Dong Huanglinger clenched her fist and waved it around. The so-called slaves were lowly people who had lost their freedom and were sold like livestock or demonic beasts. In the boundless continent, especially in the few big countries, this kind of immoral sale of slaves had long been banned. However, in later Qin, a country with a valiant culture, compared to the other countries in the continent, due to the huge gap between the rich and the poor, and the obstruction from the big clans and big nobles, some of the old systems were still not changed. Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall was also very powerful. Therefore, some rich merchants and nobles liked to openly bid in places like the auction site to buy young and beautiful slaves. What Yunxing and Dong Huangling didn't know was that the sale of slaves was also one of the main features of Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall to attract customers. However, the price of ordinary slaves was at most 100 to 1,000 gold coins. Even if there were occasionally top-grade goods, the price wouldn't exceed 2,000 gold coins. Tonight, the price of a slave was actually 10,000 gold coins. The price was so high that it caused people to be speechless. Sure enough, as soon as that martial artist finished speaking, the martial arts dojo seemed to have exploded. However, everyone wasn't cheering. Instead, they were jeering. What the hell? A slave is actually worth 10,000 gold coins? Isn't that right? Your daddy, can go to the fragrance courtyard and buy tens of women, and I don't even need 1,000 gold coins. Could it be that that woman was sculpted using the Empire's purple gold coins? Although this warrior was cursing, he still succeeded in whetting everyone's appetite. Don't be impatient. This woman isn't an ordinary person. She is a descendant of the famous Bakra orcs, a fox girl from the celestial fox tribe. After finishing speaking, that warrior clapped his hands. Sorry, everyone isn't very satisfied with the storyline recently. Big Fuzzy, please make some adjustments. It's already the end of the year, and my brain is a bit muddled. Allow me to calm down the celestial fox people. When everyone heard this name, they couldn't help but stretch out their necks and look at the center of the martial arts hall. The name of the 8 desolate tribe was too famous, especially the celestial fox people. It was said that every woman in this tribe was a top-grade beauty. Not only were they enchanting, it was said that they also had a special soul-sucking technique that could hook a man's heart and soul, causing him to be intoxicated. The women of the celestial fox people could be said to be the dream lover of every man. If C could obtain a woman of the celestial fox people as a love slave, it would be a very honorable thing. With a crashing sound, the center of the martial arts arena caved in and a beast cage rose up. It was a beast cage carved out of crystal. The cage was inlaid with all kinds of jade and agate. Under the effect of the starlight, it emitted a resplendent light. Inside the cage, there was a woman lying on the ground. The woman was unconscious. She was only draped in a Kunlun cloud veil. Under the veil, she was actually naked. The woman's skin was like a baby's, suffused with the color of a rose. That layer of gauze added a bit of flavor. The woman's curves were faintly discernible, and her beautiful body appeared even more alluring. That woman seemed to have a mysterious magic power, causing the male warriors present to feel their mouths and tongues dry up when they saw her. When the male warrior saw that everyone's interest had been aroused, he became even more complacent. He took a bucket of ice water and poured it into the cage. The bone-chilling water woke up the woman in the cage and also wet the cloud veil on the woman's body. The woman was like a startled chick, shivering. She raised her head, and her face was exposed in front of everyone. In an instant, the entire martial arts hall quieted down. The men's gazes became hot and greedy. In the eyes of the women, there was only jealousy and resentment. The woman who had been unconscious for several days was woken up by the bucket of ice-cold water. She was confused at first. What happened? She remembered that she had been ridiculed by someone, and then secretly hid to cry. Then, she smelled a pungent smell, and then she fell into a coma. She fluttered her eyelashes and used her white fingers to block out the dazzling light. The woman felt a cooling sensation on her body. He looked at himself and realized that he was practically naked. Then, he noticed that there were countless pairs of eyes looking at him with ill intentions. Like a startled oriole, the woman let out a delicate cry. That voice was like a feather that tickled the hearts of countless male guests present. She was shocked and embarrassed. She moaned and curled up as if she wanted to bury herself underground. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were dumbfounded. This was especially true for Dong Huanglinger. Under the bamboo hat, her mouth was wide open, and her mouth was wide enough to stuff an egg into. She pointed at the woman in the beast cage. Yunxing, I know what you want to say. Yunxing's eyes were also filled with shock. In terms of shock, no one was more shocked than her. Because the moment the celestial fox people in the cage raised her head, Yunxing saw her other self. They had the same black eyes and black hair. They had the same jade-like skin. Even their body size and weight were exactly the same. Apart from her aura and demeanor, the celestial fox people in the jeweled cage looked exactly the same as Xianxia. If they didn't speak, most people wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Something flashed through Yunxing's mind in an instant. When she was in the Dutian blood beast world, the woman called Hu Linglong and the people of the celestial fox people all recognized her as the saintess at first sight. Back then, Yunxing didn't think too much about it. She just used this identity to rescue the people from the mainland's elite mage camp who were kidnapped. In this world, it would be difficult to find a third person who looked so similar to the two of them. Now that she thought about it, this woman who looked like her twin was very likely the saintess of the celestial fox people. It was just that this saintess was a little too strange. Yunxing followed everyone's gaze and sized up the celestial fox people. She was beautiful, but she didn't seem to have any fighting energy or magic. As the saintess of the Bakra orcs, she was too weak. Also, her expression was timid and shy. It was a world of difference from the arrogant and despotic Hu Linglong. More importantly, why would the saintess of the celestial fox people end up in a place like the Big Dipper auction house, where all kinds of people were mixed together? Most of the men in the auction house stared at the woman with a fanatical look, as if they couldn't wait to eat her alive. Everyone, you've all seen this woman. Her beauty is unparalleled. Furthermore, you don't have to worry about her running away, because she doesn't have any fighting energy or fighting energy. The words of the auctioneer completely dispelled the worries of the male guests. One must know that although these martial artists were attracted by the woman's beauty, they still had lingering fears in their hearts. They were worried that this woman would be able to use the charming techniques of the celestial fox people, or that they would attract the revenge of the celestial fox people because they bought this woman. With that, they no longer had any misgivings. Having a woman from the celestial fox people as a concubine, just this point alone was enough to give them a lot of face. 11,000 gold coins. 12,000 gold coins. The voices of bids rose one after another. In an instant, the price of 10,000 gold coins was raised to 15,000 gold coins. In the gem cage, when the woman heard the voices of bids, she was so scared that she didn't dare to move in the slightest. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. She seemed to have realized where she was. But, why did she suddenly come here? Yunxing, are you sure that she isn't related to you by blood? Dong Huanglinger asked in a low voice. Dong Huanglinger was already rejoicing that they came in while wearing bamboo hats. Thus, the people beside them didn't notice that Yunxing was acting strangely. I'm very sure. Back then, father only had one daughter, and that was me. Yunxing had directly transmigrated into the body of the baby Yunxing. No matter if it was when Hu Jiuxing was pregnant or when Yun Songhai was killing enemies, there was no sign of the existence of another twin sister. Then, what should we do? She's so pitiful. When Dong Huanglinger heard the voices of the men beside her, she couldn't help but feel helpless for that weak and lonely woman. One could imagine just how miserable a beast race woman who only had a beautiful appearance and nothing else would end up in the hands of these people. Her beauty would bring her endless danger. Yunxing was also staring at the woman in the gem cage. 25,000 gold coins. Just when the voices of the bidders were getting louder and louder. Seated in the front row was the man in luxurious clothes that Yunxing and the others had met before. He stood up and made a bid. 25,000 gold coins. Compared to the starting bid, it was already 15,000 gold coins higher. This price was more than 10 times higher than the 2,000 gold coins that the Big Dipper auction house paid for this woman. The auctioneer's face was already filled with smiles. 25,000 gold coins to buy a woman, this was already a relatively high price. One must know that in later Qin, a country that was lacking in resources, a rank 6 official only had a salary of 200 gold coins a year. After the man in luxurious clothes called out the price, the voices of the people who were originally bidding suddenly disappeared. Hee hee, little beauty, when we return tonight, I will definitely take good care of you. The man in luxurious clothes stared at the woman in the gemstone cage with a lustful smile on his face. The woman in the gemstone cage felt a wave of disgust in her stomach. Just by looking at this man, she felt disgusted. Her mind was filled with what her father had once said about how cruel and heartless humans were towards the beasts. If he really wanted to do anything to her, she would rather die. Isn't that Qing Meng? Why is he also here? I heard that the concubine that he just took in died a few days ago. I reckon that he came to the auction house to buy a female slave because he was greedy for something new. She died again? This is the 5th one this year, right? How can she not die? I heard that this Qing Meng has a heavy taste. Good women were all tormented to death by him. How pitiful. That delicate little beauty fell into the hands of this person. I'm afraid that she won't be able to live much longer. Those who were familiar with the origin of the finely dressed man began to discuss animatedly. Although many people sympathized with the woman in the celestial fox people, with the sky-high price of 25,000 gold coins and Qing Meng's identity and background, who would dare to fight with him over her, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger could hear the sounds of discussion coming from the side. Congratulations, Master Qing, with the price of 25,000 gold coins. When the gold-gilded martial artist saw that the master had made a bid, he was overjoyed. He also understood that no one would continue to bid. After all, this master's identity was extraordinary. In Fengdu, there weren't many people who dared to fight with him over a woman. 50,000 gold coins. The clear female voice was like a block of ice crashing into everything, reverberating throughout the entire martial arts building. The celestial fox people, the auctioneer, Qing Meng, and everyone in the martial arts dojo, whose eyes were filled with tears, had already made up their minds. They would rather die than fall into the hands of that wretched man. 50,000 gold coins, that was double the price. Someone actually offered 50,000 gold coins for a female slave. Moreover, the voice of the bidder was clearly a woman. The bamboo hat blocks all probing eyes. Yunxing calmly repeats her words. 50,000 gold coins. I want this person. The celestial fox people in the gem cage stared at Yunxing as if she had seen her savior. Although the celestial fox people couldn't see the woman's face clearly, subconsciously, she felt that this person could help her. Motherf asterisk Ker, where did this crazy woman come from? You dare to fight with me, Qing Meng? Could it be that you don't know who my younger sister is? She is the concubine of the crown prince's residence, concubine Qing. Qing Meng originally thought that he would definitely be able to hug the beauty tonight. 50,000 gold coins for a woman, this price was a bit too high. It turned out that he was Qing Chong's older brother, which made him Du Guxiu's brother-in-law. Yunxing finally understood why Qing Meng was so unbridled and fearless. Not only was Qing Meng Du Guxiu's brother-in-law, he was also the nephew of the current later Qin Empress, Empress Qing. However, compared to Qing Chong, Qing Meng was obviously inferior to his younger sister in terms of both appearance and intelligence. So what? Could it be that the older brother of the crown prince's concubine can break the rules of the Big Dipper auction? In the auction, everyone is equal and the highest bidder wins. This kind of mutual consent is something that even a 3-year-old child knows about, Yunxing ridiculed. That's right. Or is it that he's only a concubine's older brother, yet he's so rude and unreasonable? If he really becomes the imperial uncle in the future, won't he not need to follow the rules at all? Ling Er also took the opportunity to add oil to the fire. The two women were both sharp-tongued. When it came to quarreling, there really weren't many people who were their opponents. Master Qing, the auction isn't over yet, the gold-plated cultivator also stepped forward to persuade him. Although Qing Meng's status wasn't low, the two women were right. The rules of the Big Dipper auction weren't something that just anyone could break. Not to mention that Qing Meng was only a concubine's brother-in-law, even if Du Guxiu personally came, it would still be the same. It's only 50,000 gold coins. Do you think I can't get out of here? 10. Qing Meng's anger was also aroused. Just as he was about to call out a sky-high price of 100,000 gold coins, a man who looked like a strategist beside him couldn't help but remind him in a low voice. Master, don't delay the proper business. His actions were all seen by Yunxing, who was watching coldly from the sidelines. Qing Meng hesitated. In fact, Qing Meng's main purpose tonight wasn't to buy that woman. He had been entrusted by his sister to buy something else. The Big Dipper Martial Hall's rules were that they only accepted cash. He had prepared 100,000 purple gold coins. 100,000 gold coins was equivalent to 10,000 purple gold coins. It wasn't a lot to buy a woman, but it wasn't a small amount either. However, if he didn't get the item and his sister didn't get it, it would be troublesome to deal with. Although Qing Meng was lecherous, he wasn't stupid to the point of being stupid. Although the Qing family had always been taken care of by the Qing Empress, the real reason why the Qing Empress favored their family was because of his precious sister. He couldn't lose the big picture for the small. It was just a woman. Besides, the two women wearing bamboo hats looked strange and didn't have any doqi or magic power around them. If it really didn't work, then when he left the martial hall, Qing Meng was brewing a vicious plan in his heart. 50,000 gold coins again. If no one offers a higher price, this pitiful celestial fox female slave will belong to this young lady. The gilded warrior didn't expect that a beautiful celestial fox people female slave could be sold for such a sky-high price. 50,000 gold coins was 25 times higher than the purchase price. For the Big Dipper martial hall, it was a huge sum of money. He looked suspiciously at the bamboo hat woman. He didn't know where she came from to actually pay such a high price to buy a woman. 50,000 gold coins. No one else offered a higher price. Yunxing finally succeeded in buying that woman. According to the auction house's agreement, Yunxing could only obtain that woman after the auction ended. But in this way, she was left with less than 50,000 gold coins to buy He's weapon. After a round of bidding for the celestial fox people female slave, the auction house started a new round of bidding. Apart from that, there was a bottle of sacred elixir pills and a combat technique that was suitable for Wu Zong's. However, none of these attracted Yunxing's interest. Yunxing also noticed that apart from the celestial fox people, Qing Meng, who was sitting in the front row, did not bid any more. 1 hour passed, and the auction was coming to an end. Yunxing did not manage to find a suitable weapon for her to defend herself. Everyone, tonight's auction is coming to an end. Tonight's last auction item, which is also the most precious item, will be auctioned soon, the gold-plated warrior said in a loud voice. Qing Meng, who was sitting in the front row, finally moved. His eyes shone with excitement. He was even more anxious than when he saw the celestial fox people earlier. This auction item is a little special. It is a weapon. It was created by a blacksmith master from later Qin, Master Moyin. The gold-plated warrior was very excited. He was also a warrior. To a warrior, especially a warrior with a high cultivation level, a good weapon was like adding wings to a tiger. Yunxing had never heard of Moyin's name before. However, judging from the reactions of the cultivators at the side, this grandmaster must be an incredible grandmaster blacksmith. Dong Huanglinger was also a little excited. Seeing that Yunxing did not have any reaction, she said, "Yunxing, don't you know Master Moyin? He is the most famous blacksmith master in later Qin. The reason why later Qin's soldiers are famous all over the world is because of him. Later Qin's soldiers were strong and powerful. Other than the fact that later Qin's soldiers were brave and warlike, their living environment was harsh, and their people's temperament was tempered. Another important reason was that later Qin had a few purple gold mines and a super blacksmith master who could forge purple gold weapons, Moyin. Although Yunxing had been in the boundless land for many years, she had been busy learning magic and expanding her medical skills. She did not spend much time on blacksmithing. Her contact with blacksmithing started from Master Moke. With Dong Huanglinger's reminder, Yunxing suddenly remembered that Moyin and Moke were only separated by one word. Could it be that they were related? Linger, how much do you know about Master Moyin? Why don't you tell me about it? Yunxing asked. I have only heard about it. You also know that purple gold is a mineral that is very difficult to fuse. However, as long as it is fused with weapons, it can cut iron like mud. Master Moyin was said to be a mixed-blood elf. Because he was not accepted by the elf tribe, he fled to the later Qin. He was in the army of later Qin and forged countless divine weapons for later Qin. Dong Huanglinger had heard many of Moyin's deeds from the blacksmiths in the eastern capital Imperial Palace. It was said Master Moyin was Master Moke's brother. Moyin was very famous, but there were very few of his weapons among the common people. Part of the reason was that he only provided weapons for the later Qin army. Another reason was that although he was expelled from the elf clan, he still had the pride of the elf clan. He disdained to forge weapons for the mediocre people of the human clan. Therefore, to be able to own a weapon forged by Moyne was something that martial artists dreamed of. Tonight, we are also fortunate to have Master Moyne here. The gold-plated warrior introduced an old man in the front row. The old man was much shorter than the average later Qing person. His back was slightly hunched, and he had grayish-brown hair. Due to his years of blacksmithing, there was an unusual blush on both sides of his cheeks. This blacksmith master, who looked to be in his 70s, did not seem to have heard anything about the gold-plated warrior's introduction and the reverent gazes that were looking at him. In fact, more than half of the warriors who came to the auction tonight were here for Moyne's weapon. Earlier, the people of the Big Dipper auction had spread the news that Master Moyne's work would appear at the auction tonight. However, in order to attract more people, the auction did not specify what kind of weapon would be auctioned. The gold-plated warrior was obviously familiar with Moyne's temper. After the introduction, he ordered someone to take out a box. The box was only the size of a palm and looked small and exquisite. It was hard to imagine what kind of magic weapon was in the box. This weapon is the most outstanding work completed by Master Moyne in the past 2 years. It's a bow named Rui. After that, the gold-plated warrior opened the box almost respectfully. A bow, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. There was no weapon more suitable for her than a bow. It was just that, this bow was a little too small. It looked only half the size of Xianxia's palm. In the box, there was a small purple gold bow lying there. When they saw the bow, the warriors who had been eagerly waiting for it all sighed. Later Qin, there were countless warriors, and each of them used thousands of kinds of weapons, but not many of them could use a bow. Those who could use a bow had to be quick-sighted and knew how to use a bow. This point was already difficult for most of the warriors. Moreover, the bow was too small. Although the carving was exquisite and made of purple gold, such a small bow was not enough to be taken out. At most, it could only be used as a toy by girls. Therefore, when they saw the bow, most of them showed disappointment. However, Xianxia was not too disappointed. On the contrary, after she saw the bow clearly, a smile appeared on her face. This bow was not ordinary. Everyone, don't be fooled by how small this bow is. It's called Rui Scepter because of its size. It can be big or small. After saying that, the gold-plated cultivator picked up the bow. The bow, which was originally half the size of a woman's palm, quickly expanded. In just a breath's time, the bow lengthened and widened. The purple gold light was dazzling, and it became a very heroic longbow. The gold-plated warrior thought again, and the bow immediately shrank and finally became half the size of a palm. Such a bow that could change its size according to one's wishes was indeed made by Master Moyne. The gazes of the auction guests burned with passion once again. In particular, Qing Meng was already impatiently urging, "How much is this bow? Hurry up and give me a low price. I've been waiting for it all night." Hearing Qing Meng talk about money, Master Moyne, who was sitting in the VIP seat, had a flash of anger in his turbid old eyes. Xianxia was also very concerned about the price of this bow. The price of the Rui bow was definitely not low, as it was carved into such an exquisite bow from the extremely hard purple gold. She now had 50,000 gold coins in her hands. Don't be impatient. Regarding this Rui bow, after discussion with Master Moyne, the auction house has decided to set up 2 auction methods. After that, the gold-plated warrior looked at Master Moyne. Happy Christmas Eve, everyone. The sad Dafuzi was kidnapped by the food-poisoning master. She looked like a dead fish and held it was really not easy to ask Moyne for help. The Big Dipper auction house's recent auctions had been lukewarm. In order to attract more guests, the auction house had spent a lot of effort to persuade Moyne to take out one of his masterpieces. Unfortunately, Moyne's temper was bad and stubborn. In the end, the auction house had to compromise and agreed to auction the wishful bow in the auction method he requested. There are 2 prices for this wishful bow. The first is the normal auction method. The highest bidder gets it. The base price is 500,000 gold coins. After the gilded warrior reported the price, there was a burst of hissing in the martial arts hall. 500,000 gold coins. This had already made most people give up. Ordinary people could not afford such a high price. Hearing this, Qing Meng was in high spirits. 500,000 gold coins, this price was still within his expectations. Xianxia also furrowed her brows. This price was nothing to her before. However, she only had 50,000 gold coins on hand right now. That wishful bow, she really wanted it. However, Xianxia did not give up. She was still waiting for the second auction method. Xianxia had stayed in the immortal Jew country for 3 years and knew many elves. According to her knowledge, the more eccentric the elven masters were, the more eccentric they were. Even if they were of the same race, if they wanted to forge something, they would have to agree to some unimaginably harsh conditions. Divine Wind had suffered a similar loss before. She did not know if this Moine would have the same temper as Master Moke. The second auction method, which is also set by Master Moine himself, is equivalent exchange. Anyone present, as long as they can take out an item that satisfies Master Moine, can exchange it for the wishful bow. The items used for the exchange can be weapons, ores, magical beast materials, and so on. The Gilded Warrior had been auctioning for a long time. It was also the first time he had conducted this kind of barter auction. Compared to barter, the auction method of 500,000 gold coins was obviously more beneficial to the Big Dipper auction house. If it were not for Master Moine's insistence, the auction house would not have agreed. However, he had already done his research on the auction. For a master like Master Moine, he wouldn't be interested in ordinary items. It was also very difficult for the people who came to participate in the auction to take out any precious items on the spot. Therefore, there was no doubt that using gold coins to complete the transaction would have a higher chance of success. 510,000 gold coins. Qing Mei was the first to speak. 550,000 gold coins. 600,000 gold coins. Some people from the major clans of later Qin also joined in the bidding. 10 pieces of roughly refined purple gold ore. 1 saint-ranked magical beast soul stone. In addition to gold coins, there were also other people bidding with items. However, Great Master Moine remained calm and collected as he sat on the VIP seat. Sigh, it's a pity that we don't have anything valuable to exchange for it. When Dong Huanglinger saw that bow, she also felt that it was very suitable for Xianxia. She remembered that Xianxia knew some archery techniques. However, the two of them had neither money nor valuable treasures on them. This made Dong Huanglinger very anxious. As for the auction, the price had already risen to 800,000 gold coins. As for the barter, no matter if it was the roughly refined purple gold or the high-ranked magical beast materials, none of them attracted Great Master Moine's attention. This Great Master who was over 70 years old had seen countless rare materials in his life. The wealth that the later Qin military provided was enough for him to live for 10 lifetimes. If it wasn't for the help of the Big Dipper Dojo's curator in his early years, Great Master Moine would definitely not take out his proud work, the Rui Bao, to auction. To Great Master Moine, the bidding that was getting louder and louder sounded very ironic. In his opinion, these people were not worthy of using his Rui Bao. At this time, the gold-plated warrior received an anonymous letter from the guest seat. He followed the guest's instructions and handed it to Great Master Moine. Great Master, this is a guest's instruction to give to you. He said that he wants to exchange it for the Rui Bao. The gold-plated warrior didn't know what was written in the letter. Great Master Moine took the letter and opened it to read. There was a slight ripple on his originally calm face. The gold-plated warrior noticed that Great Master Moine's hand trembled. At that moment, his turbid old eyes flashed with a different kind of splendor. Great Master Moine closed the letter and whispered to the gold-plated warrior. The gold-plated warrior's expression was very strange. He hesitated, walked back to the auction stage, and made a gesture of silence. Just now, Qing Meng and a general from the later Qin raised the price of the Rui Bao to 980,000 gold coins. Qing Meng almost fought with the general. The gold-plated warrior announced loudly, the Rui Bao has been sold. Great Master Moine invites the owner of the anonymous letter to see him in the auction house's VIP room. Wow! The auction house, which was already very lively, exploded because of this sentence. Especially Qing Meng, who was red in the face from the bidding, his whole face turned green. He angrily scolded, "What the hell is going on? I already bid 980,000 gold coins, how much did that person bid?" The gold-plated warrior also had a helpless expression. Master Qing, and the other guests, please forgive them. This is Great Master Moyin's decision. Our auction house has no right to interfere. What interference? That bow, I want it. Qing Meng's face was red. No matter what, he must get the Rui bow. If he didn't get the bow, how could he face his sister? Master Qing, you better look at the situation. This is the Big Dipper dojo. Even if Empress Qing came personally, she would still have to show some respect. In front of the gold-plated warrior, the symbol of the Big Dipper was very eye-catching. Qing Meng was choked up by these words and was instantly speechless. He could only leave with a dejected expression with his few subordinates. He was really disappointed tonight. He didn't get anything. No way, he had to get something no matter what. After the auction ended, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger went to the VIP room first. The later Qing's Great Master Moyin and his Rui Bao were already waiting there. After receiving the anonymous letter, Great Master Moyin, who had always been calm, also became anxious. He walked back and forth in the VIP room with a face full of worries. From time to time, he would look at the letter in his hand. There were only a few sentences in the letter. However, it was this sentence that made Great Master Moyin's heart calm down for a long time. Hearing the footsteps, Moyin hurriedly raised his head. Who are you people? Moyin was full of expectations, but he didn't expect that it was only two women who walked in. Both women were wearing bamboo hats, so he couldn't see their faces and origins. It's you? Master Moyin recognized Yunxing's voice. This woman was the woman who had bought the celestial fox people woman with 50,000 gold coins earlier. Master Moyin, it doesn't matter who I am, but I can help you fulfill your long-cherished wish of many years, Yunxing said with a smile. How did you know that I want to? Moyin hesitated. He cautiously looked outside the VIP room and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. When the leaves fall, they return to their roots. I know that Master Moyin wants to return to his hometown all the time. Every elf, even a mixed-blood elf, is the same. To tell you the truth, I know your brother Moke. Yunxing's anonymous letter didn't mention any precious magic materials or precious ores. There were only two words on it, hometown. These two words, like a sharp arrow, instantly hit a wish that Master Moyin had hidden deep in his heart for more than 50 years. Master Moyin's hometown was the immortal Ju nation. For so many years, although he was in later Qin, Master Moyin had always wanted to return to his hometown, the beautiful and peaceful immortal Ju nation. Almost no one knew that although Master Moyin had forged batches of weapons for the later Qin army, he also regretted that these weapons were used for killing and war. He wanted to return to his hometown, but he never had a chance because he was a mixed-blood elf and was not qualified to live in the immortal Ju nation. Yunxing knew about Moyin's wish because she had been with Master Moke for a while. Master Moke would mention his brother Moyin, and he would often talk about it with a longing look. When he was young, he lived with his brother in the immortal Ju nation and lived a beautiful life. That kid Moke has long stopped contacting me. Humph, you are just an ordinary human. How can you help me return to the immortal Ju nation? It seems that you want to cheat my Rui Bao. Master Moyin was very alert. In later Qin, he appeared to be doing well, but in reality, everything was under the control of the later Qin military. He had no choice but to be on guard against all sorts of spies and vile people. This caused him to be very distrustful of the human race. I do want Grandmaster's bow, but I do have a way to help you return to the immortal abode. Grandmaster, you haven't heard from the immortal abode for many years, right? In fact, the new king of the immortal abode, Shenfeng, has already abolished the discrimination against mixed-blood elves. In the immortal residence kingdom, purebred elves and mixed-blood elves can already live in peace, Yunxing tried to persuade Master Moyin. Peaceful coexistence? Humph, you are really a liar. How can the thousands of years of discrimination be abolished at will just because a new king ascends the throne? Moyin said angrily, insisting that Yunxing was a liar. Sigh, you old fellow, what Yunxing said is the truth. She lived in the immortal abode for 3 years, and her life was very good. Dong Huanglinger didn't care whether Master Moyin was a Grandmaster Artificer or not, and said unhappily with her hands on her hips. Impossible, she is a human. It is impossible for a human to live in the immortal residence kingdom. Even if she accidentally entered the immortal abode, she would definitely be imprisoned in the Icefall City. Moyne still didn't believe her. If Grandmaster still doesn't believe me, you can look at my forehead, Xianxia said, then took off her bamboo hat and lifted her forehead hair. On her sparkling and translucent jade-like forehead, there was a scarlet spirit hellfire brand. Seeing this, Moyne's eyes shrunk. This is... Heavens, what did I say? This is the inheritance of the great Fire Spirit Queen. You are, the successor of the Fire Spirit Queen. Moyne couldn't stop his tears from flowing. Ignoring Dong Huanglinger's astonishment, he immediately knelt down and held on to Xianxia's hand with tears flowing down his face. Grandmaster, you are... Seeing Moyne's appearance, Xianxia was also somewhat baffled. Honorable lady, Moyne's father is also a fire spirit. The blood of the fire spirit tribe flows in my body. Moyne thought that in his lifetime, he would once again meet the successor of the fire spirit tribe. When he thought of how he spoke rudely to Xianxia before, he felt very guilty. Grandmaster, please get up. Grandmaster Moke is my elder, and you are his elder brother. Speaking of which, you are also my elder. Xianxia pulled Grandmaster Moyne up. Don't worry, as long as you want to return to the immortal abode, I can tell Divine Wind or Huiyu to let you return to your tribe and enjoy your old age. Moyne's tears kept flowing. He didn't expect that in his lifetime, he would be able to return to the fire spirit tribe of the immortal abode kingdom. He choked with sobs. Honorable lady, thank you for your help. Please accept this wishful bow. Xianxia chatted with Moyne for a while, then received the wishful bow from Moyne. Honorable lady, here are 20 wishful arrows that can be used together with the bow. Moyne decided that in a few days, he would secretly leave Later Qin and return to the immortal abode kingdom. Grandmaster Moyne, thank you for your gift. Xianxia was secretly happy. Not only did she receive the wishful bow, she also coincidentally sent Grandmaster Moyne away. Later Qin lost a top-notch blacksmith, and the military equipment of Later Qin would definitely be greatly reduced. If Duke Xiao knew about this, he would definitely fly into a rage. After receiving the wishful bow, Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger once again wore their bamboo hats. The two of them found the staff of the auction, and after paying 50,000 gold coins, the woman from the celestial fox people was also sent over. That woman had already changed her clothes. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she timidly looked at the two women in front of her. When one of the women saw her, she clicked her tongue in wonder, and even walked around her non-stop. What is your name? Xianxia was also sizing up that woman. Looking at her up close, Xianxia felt as if she was looking into a mirror. From head to toe, this woman's appearance was fat and thin, and even the length of her hair was exactly the same as hers. My name is Hu Xing, the woman's voice was still somewhat trembling. Yaya, even your name is the same, Dong Huanglinger said as she clapped her hands. Xianxia also felt a headache. Hu Xing, she indeed had the same name as her. There was only a difference of one character between her and her mother, Hu Jiuxing. She had a strong premonition that this woman called Hu Xing was definitely related to her by blood. Alright, Linger, don't make a fuss. Let's find a place to settle her down first. It's already quite late, we have to return early. Xianxia looked at the sky and saw that it was already completely dark. If they still didn't go to Xianxia building, Madame Qi Bai would probably think that the two of them ran away. Xianxia and Dong Huanglinger brought Hu Xing and walked out of the Big Dipper dojo. Right after the three of them walked out, several sneaky figures followed behind them. Right now, Xianxia was also powerless to protect herself. Hu Xing looked exactly like her. Just based on her face, she definitely couldn't bring her back to the Crown Prince's residence. Thus, Xianxia decided to settle her down in an inn in the city first. However, after taking a few steps, Xianxia keenly heard that someone was following behind her. Her eyes slightly darkened. In front of her was Xianxia building. She and Dong Huanglinger pulled Hu Xing and quickly walked into Xianxia building. On Vermilion Bird Street, several horses galloped past. From afar, a bunch of red hair could be seen dancing in the night like flames. Whoosh! Duke Xiao leaped down from his horse and strode into Big Dipper dojo. Your Highness. Seeing Duke Xiao, the warriors of Big Dipper dojo were incomparably respectful. I heard that Master Moyne is a guest in the dojo? After Du Guxiu finished setting up the defense map at the border, he came to find Moyne in the middle of the night. "Your Highness." Seeing Du Guxiu, Moyne was neither servile nor overbearing. "Master Moyne, a few days ago, this crown prince ordered something." Du Guxiu's entire body was wrapped in cold air, and his pair of eagle eyes carried a bit of heat. Moyne took out a jade box. The size of the box was somewhat similar to the size of the Rui Bao that Yunxing bought earlier. However, inside the box was a pair of exquisite soul crystal earrings. Soul crystals were a kind of top-notch soul stones that could only be obtained from saint-level or even king-level demonic beasts. The pair of earrings in the box was only the size of a water droplet. They looked very spiritual. Just by holding them in one's hand, one could feel a burning sensation. If a person were to wear them, even if they were in a cold cave, they would still feel warm all over their body. The color of the earrings was fiery red, just like the color of Du Guxiu's hair. The effect of this pair of earrings was not limited to that. Because it was made from the soul crystals of saint-level or even king-level demonic beasts, it had a natural deterrent effect on demonic beasts. This pair of earrings gave people a feeling very similar to Du Guxiu's. They were similarly aggressive and extremely dazzling. Everyone only knew that Master Moyne was an outstanding master refiner, but they forgot that he was also an outstanding elven jewelry master. The elf clan was indeed blessed by the heavens in terms of craftsmanship. Their creations were all treasures on the continent. Countless noble ladies and women of the royal family flocked to their creations. However, not everyone could ask Master Moyne to personally refine a pair of top-grade soul crystal earrings. "Your Highness Crown Prince, are you satisfied with this pair of earrings?" Moyne carefully observed Du Guxiu's expression. Du Guxiu's eyebrows were raised, and his eyes were filled with joy. Moyne saw this and couldn't help but wonder. Later Qin's crown prince, Du Guxiu, had an iron-blooded style on the battlefield. However, his current demeanor was very rare. Every time he came to find him, he would speak in a businesslike tone. However, a few days ago, he had come alone with a soul stone and requested a custom-made pair of soul crystal earrings. Those earrings were clearly in the style of a woman. It seemed that the crown prince had made such a move to please a certain woman. Crown Prince Dugu had a cold personality and didn't indulge in women's charms. This was already a well-known fact in later Qin. However, this time, he had personally come to custom-make earrings. Could it be that it had something to do with the princess of the eastern capital who had recently married into later Qin? Even a famous elven craftsman like Moyne couldn't help but be a little curious about the folk princess of unknown origins. As expected of Master Moyne's work, this crown prince is very satisfied. Since that's the case, Master can temporarily not refine weapons for this month, Du Guxiu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Moyne was secretly delighted. Although he was treated as a distinguished guest in later Qin, the later Qin's military had been very careful with him for many years. Every day, he had to report to the later Qin's military. This would undoubtedly affect his escape plan. Once Du Guxiu opened his mouth, even if he disappeared in front of people for a few days, no one would notice. Du Guxiu didn't pay attention to Moyne's strange behavior. He played with the soul crystal earrings in his hand and left the Big Dipper dojo with his people. A few days ago, he had commissioned Moyne to refine this pair of earrings. There was no other reason. He had given Yunxing a lot of jewelry, but although Yunxing had accepted it, she didn't wear it. It could be seen that she was different from his concubines. She didn't like ordinary jewelry. Later Qin was bitterly cold. Now that Yunxing's Dharma soul had been sealed, her physique had been affected to a certain extent. The sun couldn't be seen in the snow-treading park all day long. With this pair of earrings, it could help her resist the cold. The earrings were bright red like flames. Du Guxiu could already imagine what kind of charming scene it would be if it was worn on Yunxing's small and delicate earlobes. Only when he thought of Yunxing did Du Guxiu remember that it had already been a day since he last saw that bothersome little vixen. Last night, after that woman unceremoniously chased him out of the snow-treading park, he was furious for the entire night. During the day, he was busy with military affairs. The moment he returned to his residence, the first thing he did was to go to the snow-treading park. Unexpectedly, after asking, he found out that Yunxing brought Donghuang Ling and went out with Qi Bai early in the morning. They hadn't returned yet. Du Guxiu remembered that he was going to take the earrings. Thus, he brought his people out to look for Dong Huang. Du Guxiu rode on his horse and passed by the Vermilion Bird Street. Then, he remembered that Yunxing and Qi Bai hadn't returned yet. Thus, he slowed down his horse and walked on the street. After taking a few steps, he heard a clamor coming from the Tianya building. Du Guxiu frowned. The Tianya building was a famous building in Yangdu. There were actually people who dared to cause trouble inside. Crown Prince, it's Lord Qing's people. Do you want to go in and take a look? Du Guxiu's guard recognized the two fierce-looking cultivators standing outside the Tianya building. Those two people usually served senior concubine Qing's elder brother, Qing Meng. Speaking of Qing Meng, he was a notorious bully in Yangdu. Du Guxiu frowned. It's that brat, Qing Meng again. This cousin of his, relying on the support of Empress Qing and his younger sister, senior concubine Qing, acted tyrannically in the city. He especially liked to bully men and seize women. However, it was fortunate that it was only a small matter. Even if it was brought to the imperial court, Du Guxiu would close his eyes and let it pass. Hearing a woman's cry, Du Guxiu didn't have to think to know that his brother-in-law must have taken a fancy to some beautiful woman again. After all, it was just a small matter. As long as it wasn't too big of a commotion, he wouldn't bother with it. This was to prevent Qing Cheng from running to him and begging again. Du Guxiu waved his hand, indicating that he shouldn't bother with this mess. However, just as Du Guxiu was about to pass by on his horse, another cry for help sounded from the Tianya building. That voice, why did it sound so familiar? The more Du Guxiu thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. At that moment, a woman rushed out. She was in a hurry as she shouted toward the street, "Not good. Someone wants to molest the princess." Du Guxiu's eyelids twitched. He stepped on the horse's back and turned into a dark light. With a bang, he charged toward the Tianya building. Du Guxiu charged forward. His movements were too fast. The crown prince's blood iron guards, who had been preparing to leave, were instantly stunned. What was going on? Didn't the crown prince say not to bother about Master Qing? Why did crown prince make the first move when she turned around? What made Du Guxiu's expression change instantly was the woman who ran out of Tianya building. She was Dong Huang, who had been following beside Yunxing. Wherever Yunxing was, Dong Huang would be there as well. It turned out that a quarter of an hour ago, when Qing Meng saw the two bamboo hat women bringing the beauty of the celestial fox people into Tianya building, he immediately ordered people to block the entrance of Tianya building. Then, he brought several warriors and rushed in to catch them. "Tisk, do you think I won't be able to catch you if you escape into Tianya building? Hee, I'll kill 3 birds with 1 stone tonight." Qing Meng was furious and rushed into Tianya building with several guards. As soon as he entered the Tianya building, he grabbed a waiter and questioned him about the whereabouts of the women who had entered the building earlier. When the waiter saw that it was Qing Meng, this little tyrant, how would he dare to conceal anything? Trembling, he pointed to the innermost room on the 2nd floor. When Qing Meng got the news, he brought the guards and kicked open the door of the room. 2 women were sitting in the room. Qing Meng didn't have time to think about why there were only 2 women in the room when 3 people came in. He fixed his eyes on the 2 women's appearances and was instantly overjoyed. He had originally thought that he would only be able to snatch a little beauty. Who would have thought that the 2 people in the room were both great beauties? The one on the left had willowy eyebrows and red eyes. Her facial features were exquisite, and her figure was graceful. She had a noble aura. The one on the right was the peerless beauty from the celestial fox people whom he had seen at the auction earlier. Her skin was fair and flawless, and her black hair was like a waterfall. Compared to the timid and helpless look she had at the auction, she looked more lively now, and her pair of black eyes seemed to be able to speak. When the 2 girls saw someone suddenly barge in, their faces were filled with astonishment. "Haha, I'm really lucky tonight. These 2 beauties, I want them both." Qing Meng's bones melted when he saw the appearance of the 2 women. With an impatient look on his face, he stepped forward, wanting to kiss her. "Impudent! Where did this lecher come from? Do you know who we are? This is Prince Dugu's future wife," cursed the beauty with willow eyebrows. "TSK, little beauty, aren't you lying a little too much? Do you know who I am? I am the Dugu prince's brother-in-law. You're saying you're from the crown prince's residence? What a joke. The woman of the crown prince's residence, the future crown princess, will come out and be sold in the auction house? Qing Meng laughed cheerfully. Impudent. Since you're Qingqiang's older brother, you should recognize this princess. The celestial fox people's beauty also had a cold expression on her face. Her appearance was like a snow rose, so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal. This caused Qing Meng's heart to itch even more. Great beauty, you dare to directly call my little sister by her name? If you are the future crown princess, then I am Prince Dugu. No need to wait anymore, I'm going to pamper you tonight. After finishing speaking, Qing Meng pounced toward Yunxing like a hungry wolf. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger took a look at each other, and a strange light flashed past their eyes. Yunxing used night demon footwork and cleverly dodged Qing Meng's attack. Dong Huanglinger even cooperated with Xianxia. While pulling out her newly bought whip, she whipped those martial artists while running out of Tianya building. With such a huge commotion, in just a short while, everyone in Tianya building was alerted. Just now, when the three of them left Big Dipper Martial Arts Gym, they discovered that there were people following them. Right now, the three of them were weak women who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. If they were to go head-to-head with those martial arts men, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Yunxing's heart moved as she saw Tianya building in front of her. Yunxing had already predicted that Madame Qi Bai would definitely be waiting for them in Tianya building. Thus, she decided to borrow Madame Qi Bai's hand to suppress Qing Meng. That was what Yunxing planned to do. However, she didn't expect that Dugu Xiu would have a sudden idea and also get involved in this matter. A commotion came from the building. Madame Qi Bai, who was also sitting in a side room of Tianya building, naturally heard the commotion. She also sent someone to inquire about it. After knowing that it was Qing Meng who was causing trouble here, she originally planned to ignore it. However, who knew that at this moment, she also heard a familiar cry for help. Madame Qi Bai's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly stood up. Hu Linglong asked curiously, "Big sister Qi Bai, what's wrong?" "You can return first, I will contact you another day." That damn Qing Meng, of all people, he actually dared to provoke her. Madame Qi Bai's face was filled with anger. In a moment of excitement, she chatted with Hu Linglong for a while. However, she forgot that Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were both rarely seen beauties. God knows why they would encounter a perverted demon like Qing Meng. Madame Qi Bai hurriedly walked out of the door. At this moment, Dong Huanglinger had already run to the entrance of Tianya building, planning to cause an even bigger commotion. She didn't believe that if she were to cause a commotion on the street, Madame Qi Bai would definitely be alerted. However, just when she was about to call for help, a figure that was like a whirlwind had already arrived before her. Dong Huanglinger only saw a trace of red hair flashing past her eyes. The aura of the person that arrived was like a flood. And his movement technique was like the wind. Even in the entire later Qin city, there weren't many people who possessed movement techniques like this. Dugu Xiu, only now did Dong Huanglinger react. Her small face was immediately filled with smiles, and the blood within her body was boiling. This is great. With the arrival of Dugu Xiu and Yunxing's impromptu performance, even if that Qing Meng doesn't die, he will be crippled. Before the two cultivators that were looking at the entrance of Tianya building clearly saw the face of the person that arrived, they cursed, "Bastard, you actually dared to enter and cause a commotion without seeing that Master Qing is here. Are your dog eyes blind? Take a good look at who this crown prince is." When Dugu Xiu thought of how Qing Meng was actually taking liberties with his woman, anger rushed to his heart. Damn it, that reckless Qing Meng. That woman, even this crown prince doesn't dare to touch a single finger of hers. If you dare to touch her, I will cut off the part of your body that you touch. When the two cultivators heard the voice that sounded like that of a demon from hell, and then looked at Dugu Xiu's gloomy face, their knees started trembling unconsciously. They recalled what the two women had said earlier. It can't be so strange, right? The woman that Master Qing took a fancy to is really Crown Prince Dugu's future Crown Prince consort, right? Scram. Dugu Xiu's two waves of tyrannical Do Qi were like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. With a wave of his Do Chi, the two martial ancestor realm cultivators didn't even have the strength to resist and were sent flying. When they crashed onto the ground, they instantly turned into two piles of minced meat. Two miserable cries could be heard from downstairs. When Madame Chi Bai, who had just stepped out of the room, heard the furious rebuke, she couldn't help but shiver. Her heart turned cold, and she saw that Du Guxiu had already rushed up the stairs with a baleful look on his face. Crown Prince. Madame Chi Bai still wanted to explain. However, Du Guxiu's cold gaze forced her to swallow her words. How are you judging people? Du Guxiu's eagle-like eyes were filled with anger. It was Madame Chi Bai who brought them out. While Xianxia had something to do, Madame Chi Bai was sitting in another room. Du Guxiu couldn't help but suspect that Madame Chi Bai was intentionally framing Xianxia. Madame Chi Bai was also unable to explain herself. She had no idea that Xianxia and Qing Meng had already arrived at Tianya building, let alone how Qing Meng met those two people. Just when Du Guxiu was reprimanding Madame Chi Bai, Qing Meng's impatient voice could be heard from the room at the end of the room. Beauty, let's see where you can run off to. Du Guxiu took a step forward and arrived at the entrance of the room. Right at this moment, a person jumped out from the room. Xianxia originally thought that the person who entered the room was Chi Bai. However, when she took a look, she saw that the person who entered the room was tall and big, blocking the entire door. Just when she was about to scold the person who entered the room, she took a look and saw that the person was Du Guxiu. Looking at Du Guxiu's cold face that could freeze all living things within a 1-mile radius to death, Xianxia couldn't help but mourn for Qing Meng. However, Xianxia wasn't going to miss out on this hard-to-come-by opportunity. Regardless of whether it was Madame Chi Bai or Du Guxiu, they were all big shots, and any one of them would be able to instantly kill Qing Meng. She hid behind Du Guxiu. In Xianxia's mind, she quickly recalled the expressions of the countless evil female supporting characters in the melodramatic soap operas. Immediately, her black eyes were filled with tears. With her slender finger pointing at Qing Meng, she didn't forget to use a sobbing voice. Crown Prince, he bullied me. Dong Huanglinger, who had just arrived, couldn't help but shiver, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. This world is really going to rebel. This was the first time that she saw her good friend Xianxia acting like this. Hearing that, Du Guxiu's blood rushed to his head. In actuality, in his mind, he also had some doubts. These days, Xianxia was the only one who could bully others. Since when did others have the right to bully Xianxia? However, it was rare for Xianxia to take the initiative to ask him for help like today. Just her flustered look just now made Du Guxiu's heart ache. Inside the room, Qing Meng saw his cousin rushing over with a group of people. That celestial fox people's beauty actually rushed to his cousin with an aggrieved expression. He was also dumbfounded. Looking at Du Guxiu's knife-like eyes, Qing Meng's legs immediately began to tremble like noodles. Heavens, could it be that what the two women had said earlier was true? This woman was really the future crown princess, Princess Donghuang from the eastern capital. But wasn't this woman the woman from the auction earlier? No matter how Qing Meng looked at it, he was sure that Xianxia was the celestial fox people girl. With his pig brain, he would never think that the person had been switched just now. Du Guxiu pulled Xianxia in front of him and carefully examined her. He saw that she was panting incessantly, and her hair was messy. What was even more hateful was that a section of her sleeve had been forcefully pulled off, revealing half of her sparkling and translucent wrist. Du Guxiu immediately took off his jacket and wrapped Xianxia tightly. Du Guxiu glared hatefully at Qing Meng. Qing Meng's hand was still grabbing onto Xianxia's sleeve. Although Qing Meng was a hedonistic son, he was still a legitimate general of the Qing clan. He was a descendant of a general and had various elixirs. His martial realm was also at the pinnacle of martial grandmaster. Xianxia did not have any sorcery now, so she could only rely on her martial arts to win. The room was too narrow, and she did not dodge in time just now, causing a section of her sleeve to be pulled off. Qing Meng, who gave you the guts to even dare to take liberties with this crown prince's crown prince consort? Du Guxiu said word by word as he closed in on Qing Meng. Qing Meng was so scared that he couldn't even speak properly. He knelt on the ground and kept on backing away. As if he didn't know that he was going to die, he said, "Cousin, no, Your Highness, I didn't know. I thought that this woman was that female slave from the Big Dipper auction." If I knew who she was, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to touch the crown prince consort. He's talking nonsense. Just now, we already said that we are people from the crown prince's mansion. He even said that if the princess is the crown prince consort, then he is the crown prince, and that he is going to pamper the princess tonight. Dong Huanglinger stood at the side and fanned the flames. Du Guxiu's gaze became even more gloomy. You dare to say that my woman is a female slave, and that I am going to pamper her? To think that Qing Meng actually dared to say such disgraceful words. Around Du Guxiu's body, intense flame-like qi started to spread out. His knuckles let out cracking sounds as he looked at Qing Meng with a gaze as if Qing Meng was a dead man. Seeing this, Madame Qi Bai was shocked. She hurriedly pleaded for mercy for Qing Meng. Your Highness, no matter what, Qing Meng is your cousin, and the only older brother of consort Qing. Although he offended the princess, it was an unintentional mistake. You can't not kill him. Crown Prince, please spare my life. Qing Meng nodded his head as if he was pounding garlic. He didn't expect that Du Guxiu would be so angry this time. Princess, please plead for mercy. Lord Qing Meng is the nephew that Qing Empress dotes on the most. Madame Qi Bai also knew that only Yunxing would be able to persuade Du Guxiu. Madame Qi Bai hurriedly gave a signal to Yunxing with her eyes. The meaning behind her words was to warn Yunxing that Madame Qi Bai had yet to marry into the Qing family. Thus, Madame Qi Bai still had to carefully serve Qing Empress, her future mother-in-law. Not to mention Qing Cheng's outstanding status in the crown prince residence, even if Yunxing married Du Guxiu and became the crown princess, she still had to be wary of Qing Cheng. In another 2 days, the people from the crown prince residence would enter the palace. Yunxing would definitely meet Qing Empress. Madame Qi Bai thought that by saying this, Yunxing would understand her intentions. Who knew that Yunxing was disdainful in her heart? Who was Qing Empress? Did she really think that she was her future mother-in-law? It was impossible for her and Du Guxiu to be a couple. She was too lazy to look at Qing Cheng's face. Under Madame Qi Bai's fervent gaze, Yunxing was stunned and didn't say a word. She only pretended to be regretful. It's a pity. This dress is my favorite. As she spoke, her wrist moved slightly. There was a faint red mark on the wrist where the dress was torn. That was because she didn't dodge carefully and was accidentally grazed by Qing Meng. Du Guxiu's eyes narrowed, and his hand moved as fast as lightning. With a crack, Qing Meng's right hand drooped down. The arm that was still fine a moment ago was now hanging limply. Qing Meng let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. Remember, if you dare to touch her again, even if Mother comes personally, she won't be able to save you, Du Guxiu said fiercely. How would Qing Meng dare to say no? He looked again and saw Princess Dong Huang, who was standing beside Du Guxiu like a goddess, smiling coldly at him. That woman was actually 2 different people in front of him. What was even more hateful was that his own cousin actually obeyed her orders as if he was possessed. Qing Meng's heart was filled with hatred. Damn Dong Huangxing, I will definitely have a grudge with you. As long as I, Qing Meng, am around, you can forget about having a foothold in later Qing. On the way back, everyone in the crown prince's residence didn't have a good expression on their face. Madame Qi Bai's heart felt as if it was being scratched by a cat. Yunxing's words, what a pity. This is my favorite piece of clothing. She seemed to be careless, but the intention behind her inner strength was very sinister. Du Guxiu actually crippled Qing Meng's right hand without saying anything. He clearly knew that in a few days, there would be a banquet in the palace. As the Empress's nephew and the senior concubine Qing Meng would definitely attend. Yet, he still took action. In his heart, Yunxing's position was actually so high. In the future, when you leave the residence, wear a veil. After Du Guxiu sent Yunxing to the snow-treading garden, he left with a group of blood iron guards angrily. Madame Qi Bai took a look at Yunxing and sneered. Then, she hurriedly chased after Du Guxiu. Yunxing, I have already settled him down. We will go look for Huxing another day. Dong Huanglinger let out a sigh of relief. Just now, when Du Guxiu returned, he didn't say anything. Dong Huanglinger didn't know what he was thinking about. However, Du Guxiu actually crippled his own cousin's hand just because of Yunxing's words. This point, even Dong Huanglinger was somewhat astonished. Amen, Hu Xing's background is very mysterious. We need to investigate it thoroughly. After tonight's matter, senior concubine Qing probably won't let this matter rest. For the next few days, let's avoid her and not go out. Although Yunxing taught Qing Meng a lesson, Du Guxiu's actions also caused her to be somewhat astonished. Du Guxiu's actions had already reached a somewhat paranoid state. When Yunxing thought about the silver mark on her arm, she also felt indescribably irritated. Du Guxiu returned to Yuyu Pavilion with a cold aura around him. Crown Prince, you went a bit overboard tonight. You clearly know that Yunxing isn't someone who can be bullied easily. Madame Qi Bai followed closely behind Du Guxiu. She didn't think that Du Guxiu wouldn't be able to see the abnormality of tonight's matter. Who was Yunxing? Madame Qi Bai had also suffered a loss because of her. Even if its teeth were pulled out, a fierce tiger would still be a fierce tiger. Madame Qi Bai understood this principle. Needless to say, Du Guxiu also understood this principle. Qing Meng was a bit unrestrained, but he wouldn't speak carelessly. He had mentioned something about a female slave at the Big Dipper auction for no reason. That must mean that Yunxing had gone to the Big Dipper auction. However, Madame Qi Bai still decided to investigate why Qing Meng would mistake Yunxing for a female slave. This crown prince understands. Du Guxiu's words surprised Qi Bai. If the crown prince understood, then why did he still want her? Yunxing is not someone who is easily bullied, but, even though I know this crown prince still doesn't want her to suffer any grievances, not even a little bit, Du Guxiu said in a muffled voice. There was also a trace of confusion in his eyes. Even he himself did not understand what had happened to him. That woman clearly didn't care about him at all. She was clearly using him, but he was still happy to do so. Only the heavens knew that when she rushed to his side, he had an impulse to fiercely hug her in his arms. If she was willing, he could hold the entire world in his hands, as long as she was willing to give him a smile. Madame Qi Bai's heart felt stifled. A wave of pain spread from the bottom of her heart like a prairie fire. She looked at Du Guxiu as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. She knew that if she was willing, even if that woman was holding a dagger in her hand, Du Guxiu would still be willing to meet her. Madame Qi Bai didn't know how she walked out of Yuxian. Her mind was only filled with Du Guxiu's expression at that time. Madame Qi Bai, it's so late. Why did you come out from the crown prince's place? A slightly jealous voice interrupted Madame Qi Bai's thoughts. Qing Chang was walking towards Du Guxiu's courtyard with a maid. Tonight, when she heard that the crown prince didn't summon a woman to serve him, she took the initiative to stew a cup of tonic and went to visit the crown prince. Madame Qi Bai laughed mockingly. Secondary consort Qing, I advise you to go to the Qing residence to visit your elder brother instead of trying to curry favor with the crown prince. What he did today was actually flirting with Princess Dong Huang, and the crown prince saw it. In a fit of rage, the crown prince crippled one of his hands. When Qing Chang heard this, her eyebrows twitched. Looking at Madame Qi Bai's expression, she knew that she was telling the truth. She secretly scolded her elder brother for being a good-for-nothing. She had clearly asked him to go to the Big Dipper auction house to buy the Rui Bao. How did he end up bumping into Dong Huangxing, that troublemaker? With her elder brother's dissolute personality, if he really met a beautiful woman like Dong Huangxing, he might really flirt with her. Her cousin the crown prince must be in a fit of anger right now. Qing Chang didn't dare to go and provoke him. Qing Chang pretended to be grateful. Thank you for your concern, Madame Qi Bai. Qing Chang will return to the Qing residence to take a look. Qing Chang left the residence in the middle of the night and went straight to her maternal home, which was the later Qing General Wu Di's residence. The moment she entered the general's residence, she saw a few martial artists who were beaten to a half-dead state being carried out. In her elder brother's courtyard, the sound of a woman wailing could be heard. When Qing Chang saw such a messy scene, she believed in her elder brother's words even more. When she walked into the courtyard, she saw her sister-in-law, Madame Qing, sitting there and wiping away her tears. Her elder brother Qing Meng's wives and concubines were arguing with each other, wanting to change Qing Meng's bandages. Qing Meng was half leaning on the bed. He no longer had the arrogant and despotic look that he usually had. He was wailing in pain, and his right hand was already tied up. Have you all had enough? He isn't dead yet, what are you all crying for? When Xianxia saw this group of bewitching women, she was filled with anger. Although there were a lot of women in the crown prince's residence, none of them dared to be impudent in front of Dugusho. Her elder brother was also a good-for-nothing. He couldn't even discipline the women in the crown prince's residence properly, and he actually dared to go and provoke that Dong Huangxing. Younger sister, it's good that you are here. You must take revenge for elder brother. When Qing Meng and Madame Qing saw Qing Chang, it was as if they had seen their savior. One of them was wiping away her tears, while the other was wailing in pain. Although Qing Chang was reprimanding them, she still felt sorry for her elder brother. She went forward and took a look at Qing Meng's hand, and her expression immediately changed. The bones in Qing Meng's right hand were all shattered by his douqi. Only Dugusho was able to do this. Elder brother, what happened to you? Why did you end up like this when you went to the Big Dipper auction? When Qing Chang took a look at Qing Meng's hand, she knew that it wasn't a small matter. Dugusho's douqi was very powerful. Once the bones were shattered, even if Qing Meng's right hand was healed by elixirs, his right hand wouldn't be able to recover. This time, Dugusho really wanted to cripple Qing Meng's hand. Thinking up to here, Qing Chang couldn't help but tighten her grip. Younger sister, be gentler. Qing Meng was in pain. What's going on? Where's the Rui Bao that I wanted? How did you offend Dong Huangxing? Qing Chang gave a signal with her eyes, and the group of women in the room all retreated. What? You said that the Rui Bao was bought by someone? How did you do your job? Qing Qiong asked and found out that the Rui Bao was actually bought by someone anonymously. She didn't care that Qing Meng was injured and immediately flew into a rage. Qing Qiong was a warrior, and the weapon that she was best at using was bows. Bows and arrows were not the mainstream weapons in the continent, and thus, there were very few famous bows. For the past few years, Qing Qiong had been looking for a suitable bow and arrow. It wasn't easy for her to find out that Moyin had recently forged a new bow and arrow. If she knew who had bought the Rui Bao, it would be fine. With the power of the Qing mansion, Qing Qiong believed that she would be able to get the Rui Bao back. But now, Qing Meng didn't even know who had bought the Rui Bao. How could she not be depressed? Sigh, sister, don't get angry. Not only do I not know, the others also don't know. It's all that old fellow Moyin's fault. He insisted on bartering. I had already bid 900,000 gold coins, but I still wasn't able to buy the Rui Bao. Qing Meng saw his sister's angry face and tried to please her. If you don't know who bought the Rui Bao, why don't you go and find out? You even bought so many things at the Big Dipper auction house. The more Qing Qiong thought about it, the more she felt that her brother was useless. I promise that once my hand recovers, I will go and invite the manager of the auction house to drink with girls. I will definitely be able to get him to tell me. Qing Meng was just about to pat his chest and promise, but who knew that he would pull on his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Looking at her brother's appearance, Qing Qiong didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. She said angrily, I really don't know how your eyeballs grow. You even dare to drink with girls. Sooner or later, you will die on the belly of a woman. Tell me, why did you have your eyes on Dong Huangxing? That woman looks weak and delicate, but she is not someone who is easy to deal with. That night, because Li Huali underestimated Dong Huangxing, her subordinate, Granny Qing, became a scapegoat and was kicked to death by Du Guxiu. Qing Qiong finally understood that Dong Huangxing was a source of trouble. As long as she was involved, Du Guxiu would definitely not show mercy. Sigh, my sister, this time, you must help me. If I had known that she was the crown prince's new lover, I wouldn't have had any ideas about her. I've been thinking about this all night. Why is it so strange? Why does this crown prince consort look like twins with a celestial fox people's slave from the Big Dipper auction house? When Qing Meng was in Tianya building, he was already scared silly by Du Guxiu. When he returned to the general's residence, he remembered that there were only 2 women in the room when he broke into the room. Also, the clothes on the 2 women were clearly not what he had seen earlier. However, the face of the future crown princess was indeed that of the celestial fox people. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. Either that celestial fox people was in disguise, or the future crown princess was somehow related to that celestial fox people. Celestial fox people? Big brother, you can't speak carelessly. The matter of the Bakra orcs has caused the people of the continent to panic. They are the mortal enemies of our human race. The Crown Prince's cousin's Crown Princess is the princess of the East Imperial Dynasty. You slandered the princess as a descendant of Celestial Fox. This matter is punishable by beheading. Qing Chong glared at her elder brother. She was afraid that he would be stupid again and cause some trouble. The matter of the Dutian blood seal had caused the major countries to be extremely nervous. In the past few years, the major countries had sped up their search for the Eight Wastelands divine artifact in order to prevent the Dutian blood seal from collapsing. A Celestial Fox People's slave was nothing. However, if a Celestial Fox People's woman became the crown princess of the later Qing dynasty, then it would be a big deal. I say, little sister, you don't believe your big brother's eyesight when it comes to women. Moreover, that crown prince consort, she's really very beautiful. A man won't be able to forget such a woman after seeing her once. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask the other people who attended the auction that night. They all saw her with their own eyes. Qing Meng said as he looked at his sister's expression. His sister was very confident in her own appearance and martial skills. However, honestly speaking, Dong Huangxing was really more beautiful than Qing Chong. It was no wonder that the crown prince doted on her so much. Qing Chong's expression was uncertain. As for the truth of the matter, she would investigate it herself. However, there was one thing that she knew. Dong Huangxing dared to sow discord between the Qing family and the crown prince's cousin. Qing Chong would definitely not let this matter rest. Big brother, I will deal with this matter myself. For the next few days, you should pay more attention to your hand. 2 days later, it will be the Azalea banquet in the palace. At that time, you should enter the palace together with mother. Qing Chong was thinking about how she should teach Dong Huangxing a lesson. Ah, sister, you can't be serious, right? My hand is already in such a state, how am I supposed to enter the palace? Wouldn't I be laughed at by others? Qing Meng's face was filled with red and white patches. Later Qing's palace banquet wasn't something that could be attended so easily. The men would compete with each other in terms of martial skills while the women would compete with each other in terms of beauty. If this matter were to spread out that his hand was broken by Crown Prince Dugu because he was teasing the future crown princess, where would he be able to put his face? Yes, I want to be laughed at by others. You also know that the Green Empress cares a lot about her face. For the sake of a woman, her son actually crippled her own nephew. Such a big matter, if she were to find out about it, who do you think she would deal with first? Qing Chong's beautiful face became blurry. Last time, Li Huali merely lost a granny, and the crown prince's mansion was already filled with ridicule. When Li Huali saw her, she couldn't even raise her head. This time, her own big brother was directly crippled. Thinking back to Madame Qibai's mocking expression back then, Qing Chong's teeth became sore. Qing Meng could afford to lose face like this, but she, Qing Chong, couldn't. This time, the crown prince's cousin taught her big brother a heavy lesson. During the banquet, if she were to make things difficult for Dong Huangxing, the crown prince would definitely not allow it. Since she couldn't do it, then she would let the Green Empress do it. Qing Chong was the Green Empress's niece. Since she was young, she often went in and out of the palace. Thus, she knew the Green Empress's temper very well. The Green Empress was once the #1 beauty in later Qin. Although she was already 40 years old, her appearance was still like that of a young girl. After she became the Empress, she seemed to be very graceful and magnanimous. However, she was actually very narrow-minded and liked to be jealous. Especially in recent years, when the later Qin's emperor, Dugu Shim, started to take in concubines, the Green Empress had always hated those women who were more beautiful than her. She was very protective of the Qing clan. In the past, Dugu Xiu had been tolerating Qing Meng because of the Green Empress. Dong Huangxing's appearance, without a doubt, broke the Qing clan's tyrannical situation. With this, the Green Empress definitely wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Chang'er, you are so smart. Let's do it this way. When the time comes, I will pretend to be more pitiful. When Qing Meng thought of being able to take revenge, his eyes lit up. The two siblings discussed for an entire night. Only when the rooster crows did Qing Chong return to the crown prince's mansion. When she passed by the Taxia garden, she sneered and thought to herself, Don Huangxing, I will let you be proud for a few more days. Let's see if you can still become the crown prince's consort by then. Early in the morning, Dong Huangling patiently took out a set of clothes and gestured in front of Yunxing. Yunxing rolled her eyes. She had already lost count of how many sets of clothes Ling had chosen. There's no need to choose any more. I have decided to wear this one. Yunxing closed her eyes and casually pointed. Her finger pointed at a blue dress. This won't do. This dress is too plain. Today, you will be attending the Azalea banquet in the palace. Those women in the crown prince's residence will definitely think of ways to be in the limelight. I can't enter the palace. You have to be careful. Dong Huanglinger spoke as if she was a housekeeper. Dong Huanglinger was pretending to be a maid. She was worried that someone would recognize her. Therefore, she couldn't accompany Yunxing into the palace. Luckily, Linger had already taught Yunxing all kinds of etiquette related to the palace. Although Yunxing was lazy when it came to learning, she was smart enough. With just a little bit of guidance, she was able to understand the etiquette of the imperial family. Ling you seem to have forgotten one thing. I don't want to be the crown prince's concubine, and I don't want to attract anyone's attention. I just want to be a good-for-nothing princess. Yunxing changed into the blue dress and casually combed her hair into a simple hairstyle. Only then did Dong Huanglinger drop the subject. Yunxing had stayed in the boundless continent for many years. She had learned everything, but the only thing she didn't know was how to comb her hair. Who asked her to grow up in a rural place like Banana Leaf Village? Later on, when she entered the Jade Capital, she spent all her time with Gu Feng and the others or with the hunters. Whatever girls knew, Yunxing didn't know. As for her nominal maid, Dong Huanglinger, she had the life of a princess since she was young. She grew up being served by maids. Thus, she didn't know how to comb her hair. Yunxing walked out of the snow-treading garden. After taking a few steps, she saw a group of orioles walking over. Duguxiu was wearing a luxurious black robe with a golden python on it. His long hair was tied up, making him look less wild and more handsome. Looking at the women beside Duguxiu, they were Madame Qibai, Qing Chong, and Li Huali. Among the three of them, Madame Qibai was enchanting and gorgeous, wearing a purple dress. Qing Chong was valiant and cool, wearing a modified apricot yellow dress. As for Li Huali, she was wearing a peach-red dress, which added to her beauty. Among the group of women who looked like peacocks spreading their tails, Yunxing was the only one who was dressed in aqua blue. She had almost no makeup on her face and looked too simple. When Duguxiu saw this, he frowned but soon relaxed his brows. It turned out that Duguxiu's eagle eyes were scanning Yunxing's body and face. After looking around, he couldn't help but admit that Yunxing's appearance was not bad. Yunxing was born beautiful. Her black hair was like clouds, her lips were red, and her eyebrows were black. Even though she was not wearing anything, she still looked unique among the gorgeously dressed concubines. The only jewelry on her body was the ancient jade bracelet on her wrist. That jade bracelet was worn by Yunxing at all times. Duguxiu had checked it earlier and found that it was not a storage bracelet. That was why he allowed Yunxing to wear it. Although he could not tell what material the bracelet was made of, in contrast to Yunxing's slender wrist, the ancient bracelet was translucent and white. It was even more exquisite than the most expensive mutton fat jade bracelet. She looked elegant and refined. She really had the temperament of a royal princess. However, if she really attended the Azalea banquet like this, she would probably still be criticized. To men, the royal banquet was a courtesy in the officialdom. To women, it was a competition between each other, from clothes and jewelry to their male offspring. Yunxing was the future crown prince consort. Before she married into the family, her words and actions were restricted by others. Duguxiu was not willing for her to be ridiculed at the banquet. Where are the jewelry that this crown prince gave you? Duguxiu stared at Yunxing. Yunxing would not tell Duguxiu that all his jewelry had been sold to the pawnshops in later Qin. They had all become shiny purple coins of the empire. With money, one would not have to worry about being a ghost. That was the first life principle that Yunxing learned after coming to the boundless land. I'm just a boorish girl from the countryside. Your Highness already knew my temper when you met me. I hate wearing gold and silver. If your highness doesn't like it, then I won't enter the palace. Yunxing was too lazy to enter the palace and pretended to go back. Just a small crown prince residence was already in a foul atmosphere, not to mention the palace in later Qin. Wait, did this crown prince ask you to go back? You're fine like this. Du Guxiu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Why was this woman so clueless about the situation? Du Guxiu thought for a moment and took out a small box. It was a jewelry box with unique craftsmanship. After opening the box, Du Guxiu took out a pair of pomegranate red earrings and pretended to put them on Yunxing's ears. However, Yunxing was vigilant and took a step back. She looked like she did not want strangers to come close. Du Guxiu's eyes darkened and his hand froze in midair. A storm was brewing on his face. Your Highness, you're so clumsy. Don't hurt the princess. Let me help the princess put on the earrings. Madame Qi Bai pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and cleverly resolved Du Guxiu's awkwardness. When she saw the pair of earrings that Du Guxiu gave Yunxing, a trace of unconcealable jealousy flashed past her eyes. When had Du Guxiu ever spent so much effort to please a woman? What was so good about this damned Yunxing? Needless to say, Qing Cheng and Li Huali were so envious that their eyes turned red. When Yunxing put on the earrings, she felt a warm current pass through them. Ever since Du Guxiu used his unique combat skill to bind her magic power, she had always felt that her luck wasn't running smoothly. Even though Yunxing had used the jade marrow technique to regulate her breathing many times, she still couldn't break free from Du Guxiu's doqi binding. However, when she put on the earrings, she did feel that the jade marrow art in her body flowed more smoothly. Her hands and feet also became more nimble. After everything was ready, Du Guxiu led the 4 women in a palace carriage to the eastern palace of the imperial granary. It was also the Taiyang palace where Du Guxiu, the Empress, and the other concubines were staying. Yunxing and Madame Qi Bai sat in the same carriage. Madame Qi Bai chatted casually. When they arrived at the Taiyang palace, Yunxing got out of the carriage. Du Guxiu's carriage had just stopped when it was surrounded by a group of later Qin nobles and officials. In front of the Taiyang palace, there was a beautiful scene of flowers. The corridors on both sides of the palace were filled with gorgeous azaleas. I'm going to pay my respects to my aunt. I won't accompany you, sisters. After getting out of the carriage, Qing Cheng left them behind and went to the harem alone to find the Qing Empress. Humph, what's so great about her? She's just relying on her aunt, the Empress. Li Huali was half jealous and half angry. Let's go to the 1,000 Purple Palace to see the noble consort. Li Huali was not easy to deal with. Consort Z of the 1,000 Purple Palace was a new concubine that the later Qin Emperor had taken in before the new year. She was close in age to Li Huali and was very favored. Li Huali took the opportunity to befriend her. Princess, there's still about an hour before the azalea banquet begins. I'll leave for a moment. If Princess likes, you can take a stroll around the flower garden. Madame Qi Bai nodded and walked in the direction of Du Guxiu. Unlike Qing Cheng and Li Huali, Qi Bai was more willing to stay by Du Guxiu's side and interact with the later Qin nobles and officials. After the 3 women left, Yunxing's ears finally had some peace and quiet. She started to wander around the Taiyang palace. Silence, everyone misses the fox. We can understand. In 72 hours, the fox will appear. Qing Cheng left the people of the Crown Prince residence and headed for Blue Empress Danhuang Palace. As soon as she entered Danhuang Palace, she smelled a charming fragrance. A beautiful woman was lying on a couch with her eyes closed. 2 maids were kneeling in front of her, applying medicine for her. It was hard to tell how old the woman was. There was no trace of age on her face. Her skin was white and supple, and her oval-shaped face was covered in heavy makeup. Her red lips were sexy and full. She wore a red low-cut palace dress that accentuated her alluring curves. Taking a closer look, the beautiful woman and Qing Cheng had similar features. However, compared to Qing Cheng, the beautiful woman was less immature and had more of a mature woman's beauty. As soon as Qing Cheng came forward, she stood behind the beautiful woman obediently and helped her massage her shoulders. Cheng, you're here. You haven't come to Danhuang Palace for a while. Come, let me take a good look at you. The woman's long eyelashes trembled as she opened her eyes. Seeing Qing Chong, her expression softened. She pulled Qing Chong in front of her and took a closer look. Frowning, Blue Empress asked, Chong, why do you look so haggard? Did Li Huali or Qi Bai provoke you? Blue Empress was the eldest daughter of the great Qing family. Because she was the mother of Crown Prince Dugu Xiu, she had reigned supreme in the harem for nearly 20 years. No one could shake her position. She had always wanted a daughter. Unfortunately, later Qin had many concubines, so Dugu Sheng only bestowed her a son. Qing Chong had been in and out of Imperial Granary Palace since she was a child. Her temperament and appearance were very similar to Blue Empress, so Blue Empress had always treated her as her own. She even bestowed a marriage upon Qing Chong after she expressed interest in her cousin Dugu Xiu. Blue Empress originally wanted to support Qing Chong as Dugu Xiu's first wife. She would inherit the throne of the later Qin Empress. Who knew that the later Qin Emperor would betroth Dugu Xiu to that idiot princess from the eastern capital? Blue Empress had even quarreled with Dugu Sheng over this matter. In Blue Empress' eyes, the eastern capital was already on the decline. Apart from a legitimate bloodline of the imperial family, how could the eastern capital's princess compare to a woman of the Qing family? What's more, news of Grand Princess Dong Huang running away from the marriage made Empress even more disdainful of the eastern capital's princess. Qing Chong's eyes reddened. Aunt, who else could it be? It's that commoner from the eastern capital? What? Qing Chong's mother's Qing Chong's appearance? Qing Chong's is his temper. She was Chong's. Qing Chong's. Qing Chong's. Qing Chong's temperament was similar to hers. She had a strong temper, and she had her support on a daily basis. A lowly princess who had just entered the residence and had not even gotten married dared to provoke Qing Chong? She didn't give her the cold shoulder. On the first night she came in, she forced Nanny He, Li Huali's maid, to death. Cousin Crown Prince not only didn't blame her, but also asked her to move to Yu Pavilion. But that woman was very arrogant. Not only did she not obey, but she also set up a bunch of traps in Yu Pavilion and injured one of Cousin Crown Prince's guards. Even Cousin Crown Prince was driven out. Qing Chong's series of complaints made Blue Empress's expression change. How could there be such a big commotion on the first day of the bride's arrival? Not only did Xiu not get angry, but he also asked that rude woman to move to Yu Pavilion. Because of his childhood experiences, Dugu Xiu's was cold. Even to Empress Qing Chong, his mother, he was not very polite. Needless to say, Yu Pavilion, which he regarded as a forbidden area, was open to that woman. It could be seen that the commoner princess from the eastern capital had some tricks up her sleeve. Not only that, that woman also likes to attract bees and butterflies. Before she entered the residence, she had flirted with Prince Dugu Qian. That day, she was still seducing my eldest brother in Xianxia house. He accidentally fell into her trap and was seen by Cousin Crown Prince. Cousin Crown Prince crippled my eldest brother's right hand. I'm afraid that his hand won't be able to recover. When Qing Chong spoke of her grievances, tears rolled down her cheeks. Preposterous. That woman really thinks that she has some status. Later Qin is not the eastern capital. Blue Empress became angry. The palace maid who was kneeling in front of her was kicked away by Blue Empress Qing Chong. The palace maid who was kneeling in front of Blue Empress Qing Chong was so scared that she curled up on the ground and didn't dare to move. Blue Empress Qing Chong was very protective of her people. Under her protection, the people of Qing Mansion had always been running amok in later Qin. Dong Huangxing had just arrived in later Qin, and she was already running amok. In the future, even Blue Empress Qing Chong, as her mother, would have to listen to her when doing things. That's right. Concubine mother, you have to properly teach that woman a lesson. She's too arrogant. I don't know what method she used to make Crown Prince cousin run around in circles. Qing Chong saw that Qing Empress was angry and secretly rejoiced. However, that woman is, after all, a princess who came from the eastern capital. Speaking of status, she is a member of the royal family. If you teach her a lesson, I'm afraid that the emperor and the crown prince wouldn't agree to it. Although Blue Empress Qing Chong was angry, she wasn't rash. Since she was able to climb up to the throne by borrowing Dong Huangxing's seed, she naturally had some tricks up her sleeves. Aunt, are we just going to let that little B***tch run amok? Qing Chong was unhappy. Don't worry. Isn't there going to be the azalea banquet later on? According to the rules of the past years, how would the azalea banquet be peaceful? Chang'er, just wait and see how your aunt is going to teach that little b** tch a lesson. Blue Empress Qing Chang had a kind expression on her face. However, the venomous glint in her eyes caused others to shiver. Those palace maids who were kneeling on the ground couldn't help but shiver. Last time, when Blue Empress Qing Chang killed a palace maid who was favored by the emperor, she had the same expression on her face. Taiyang Palace was very big. The main banquet was held in the front hall. Yunxing thought that the front hall was sunny and beautiful. It was a completely different scene from the stepping snow garden where Yunxing stayed. The azalea flowers here bloomed beautifully. There were red, purple, white, and orange colors. After avoiding the crowd, Yunxing only felt refreshed. Now, she was like a canary. Although she seemed to be free, she couldn't get away. However, Du Guxiu didn't need to be complacent. Did he really think that trapping her was enough? Moyne's matter was just the beginning. She would soon make Du Guxiu regret bringing her back to the later Qin. In this palace, not only are the flowers well grown, but the herbs are also well grown. After Yunxing walked past a cluster of azalea flowers, she saw a field of herbs that were growing well. Yunxing was a doctor. She was 100 times more interested in herbs than azalea flowers. There were all kinds of saint-grade and high-grade herbs in this medicinal field. If Miss knew why these herbs and flowers bloomed so well, I'm afraid you wouldn't be in the mood to appreciate them. A sudden voice interrupted Yunxing's sigh. Yunxing only noticed that there was a middle-aged man beside the medicinal field. Yunxing was shocked. She didn't know when the gardener was here. Yunxing didn't notice his appearance. The man was about 40 years old. He had a masculine face, grayish-brown hair, and was not tall. He was dressed simply, but he did not look like a eunuch in the palace, nor did he look like an attendant of some noble or minister. He looked like a gardener who was in charge of this herb field. When he saw Yunxing, a look of amazement flashed across the man's eyes. However, that was all. Soon, his eyes returned to normal. Yunxing secretly saw this in her eyes, but she did not say anything. "Master, why do you say that?" Yunxing looked around. "Miss, this must be your first time attending the azalea banquet. No wonder you don't know the history of this herb field and Taiyang Palace." The middle-aged gardener was serious as he turned the soil in the herb field. "What does this herb field have to do with the azalea banquet?" Yunxing did not understand. "Miss, why do you think the azalea banquet is called the azalea banquet?" "That is because azaleas weep blood. Legend has it that azaleas are evil flowers. After being stained with blood, they will bloom even more enchantingly. Over the years, people would die at the azalea banquet, and those dead people would be buried in this herb field." What he meant was that he was going to use human flesh and blood as fertilizer for the flowers. After the gardener finished speaking, he looked at Yunxing with a probing look, as if he wanted to see the fear on Yunxing's face. A princess who did not know magic or douqi would be scared out of her wits if she heard such a thing. However, Yunxing disappointed him. She glanced at the medicinal field and said with a smile, "It's the cycle of nature. Many people have died in this medicinal field, but many people have also been saved. It's quite miraculous. Don't you think it's too cruel to use artificial fertilizer?" The middle-aged gardener was surprised. "The weak are prey to the strong. If you and I were people who cared about flowers, how would we have the chance to stand in this herb field and chat? However, master, you shouldn't have planted the 6-leaf dark epiphyllum and the jasper grass together. These two grasses are yin and yang. Planting them together will affect each other's growth." As Yunxing spoke, she pointed to a corner of the medicinal field. "You know medicine?" The middle-aged gardener no longer looked down on Yunxing. This woman was far more powerful than her harmless appearance. "I know a little." Yunxing smiled and told the gardener how to plant a few herbs. The gardener still wanted to say something, but he glanced behind Yunxing and continued to turn the soil, leaving his back to Yunxing. Yunxing wanted to ask more questions, but her nose twitched slightly. She smelled an unfamiliar fragrance of cosmetics in the air. "Oh, this can't be the princess from the eastern capital, right? Princess, why did you lower yourself to come to such a dirty place?" Behind her, a chattering female voice drifted over. Young Mistress Qing, you don't know, but I heard that before Princess Donghuang was recognized, she grew up in the countryside. Perhaps she felt a sense of closeness to this place. You saw her chatting with the gardener just now. It's true that birds of a feather flock together, another female voice said. Just by smelling the fragrance of all kinds of expensive cosmetics, Yunxing knew that there was more than one person here. Now that she was in the later Qin palace, she would have to compete with those later Qin noblewomen. She furrowed her brows slightly and turned around unhappily. The moment she turned around, Yunxing put on the most standard royal smile on her face. Not far away, a few noblewomen walked over. In the middle of the crowd was a young woman wearing a golden cloud dress and a golden buyao with 100 birds in her hair. This group of upper-class Qin women had heavy makeup on, and as they walked, they were graceful and charming. The palace banquets of Ho Qin were a place for women to compete with each other. From their appearance to their clothing, there was nothing they could not compare to. When they saw Yunxing, they more or less looked at her with disdain. But when they saw Yunxing's appearance again, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. In particular, the woman in the most gorgeous golden dress had a look of resentment in her eyes. Yunxing didn't recognize the woman in the golden dress, but that woman recognized Yunxing. She was the first wife of the later Qin major, General Qin Meng of General Wudi's household. This woman was also from a prominent family in later Qin. She had always been popular among the noblewomen because she had married into the Qing household. She had just entered the palace and heard from Qing Chong's coachman that Princess Donghuang had gone to the back of the palace alone. She had heard that her husband's right hand had been crippled by Prince Dugu for taking liberties with Princess Donghuang. She didn't blame her husband. Instead, she felt that Princess Donghuang was a seductive vixen. She planned to teach Yunxing a lesson when the men weren't around. Along the way, Qing Chong couldn't help but add fuel to the fire and talk about the bad deeds of this lowly princess from the eastern capital. She said that she was a good-for-nothing princess from the commoners, and that Prince Dugu had abandoned her on the first day of marriage and chased her to the most remote courtyard in the crown prince's household. With these rumors and Qing Chong's embellishment, these noblewomen from later Qin had already formed an impression in their hearts. This princess of the Donghuang dynasty was a lowly woman who liked to seduce men and was also a good-for-nothing. They had to be wary of her to prevent their men from being seduced by that vixen. When they arrived at the herb field, the noblewomen saw Princess Donghuang chatting with a lowly gardener. Looking at Yunxing's plain dress, these noblewomen looked down on her even more. But when Yunxing turned around, all the noblewomen felt their eyes light up. The azaleas in Taiyang Palace were already bright enough, and these noblewomen from later Qin had also dressed up meticulously. But the moment Yunxing turned around, those colorful azaleas dimmed a little. This so-called princess from the commoners. Bright black eyes, shapely eyebrows, feathery eyelashes, white and flawless skin that exuded a natural faint blush, and lips that were neither thin nor thick were like the most enchanting red azaleas, delicate and alluring. This woman was so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal. Would Prince Dugu neglect such a rare beauty? These noblewomen were all from noble families, and although they usually flattered Qing Chong, they weren't stupid. The princess is wearing soul crystal earrings, one of the noblewomen said with sharp eyes. She saw the red color on Yunxing's earlobes. In an instant, the group of noblewomen surrounded her. It's really soul crystal earrings. I heard that only Master Ma can make these earrings. Even Qing Chong only has one pair. I heard from my man that a few days ago, he accompanied Prince Dugu to custom make a pair from Master Ma. The group of noblewomen who had been mocking Yunxing looked at each other as if their tongues had been bitten by a dog. The earrings that Prince Dugu had personally found someone to custom make were not worn by anyone else in the Qing mansion, but only by Princess Donghuang. Didn't this mean that the prince had a special liking for Donghuang? Your Highness, your skin is really good. Only your Highness is worthy of this earring. This group of noblewomen was not stupid. They immediately changed their tone and were all like ants that had seen honey. They abandoned young Madame Qing and surrounded Yunxing. Young Mistress Qing, who was still acting high and mighty like a peacock a moment ago, was now ignored by everyone. Young Mistress Qing gritted her teeth in anger, but it wasn't good for her to flare up. No matter what, young Mistress Qing was just the wife of a young general. However, Dong Huangxing was different. As long as Crown Prince Dugu doted on her, she would be the Empress. All of her men would have to listen to Crown Prince Dugu's whims. Madam, you are too polite. I see that Madam's skin is yellowish and dark. Is it because you don't sleep well? Yunxing had a gentle look on her face, as if she didn't hear the mocking from the crowd at all. Princess, how did you know? That Madam was very surprised. Her body had been very unwell recently, and she couldn't sleep well at night. And this Madam, you have spots on your cheeks. It must be because of your irregular menstruation. You need to get it treated. Yunxing glanced at the faces of the madams. These madams were all wearing heavy makeup to hide their dark skin and spots on their cheeks. Yes. Princess, I have invited many doctors, but none of them could find anything wrong. I have learned some medical skills in my early years, and I also know some beauty maintenance methods. If madams are interested, I can discuss more with you. Yunxing said as she told everyone her beauty maintenance methods. These madams then looked at Yunxing and saw that she wasn't wearing any makeup. Her skin was as clear as jade, bright and smooth, and it was as if an egg had been peeled off its shell. All of them believed in Yunxing's words without a doubt. These madams all wished that they could become younger and prettier so that they could control the hearts of their men. However, although there were specialized doctors in the boundless continent, none of them knew how to maintain their beauty. Yunxing was a medical expert from the modern era. In the modern era, because women loved beauty, they would go to all kinds of beauty salons. Yunxing was also very knowledgeable about beauty maintenance. What external and internal application? What daily exercise? One after another, these madams from the later Qin dynasty were mesmerized by Yunxing's new concepts. They wished that they could immediately become close friends with Yunxing. A group of people surrounded Yunxing and chattered noisily as they escorted Yunxing towards the front hall. Young Madame Qing didn't even have the chance to interrupt. She was so angry that she kicked the soil on the ridge of the herb field a few times and walked back resentfully. After the women left, the gardener who was still digging the soil stood up. He patted the soil off his body and looked in the direction Yunxing left in deep thought. As they walked back to the front hall, the women became familiar with Yunxing and forgot that they were here to provoke Yunxing. Dugu Xiu and Madame Qi Bai were escorted by a group of nobles and officials. They just happened to see this scene. It seems that the princess has some tricks up her sleeve. She got along well with the madams so quickly. Madame Qi Bai was envious. She originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of abandoning Yunxing to make her suffer all kinds of ridicule and suffer some losses. Who would have known that not only was Yunxing not ostracized, but she also behaved and talked well with a group of upper-class women, as if she had known them for a long time. This made Madame Qi Bai endlessly envious. Not only Madame Qi Bai, but Dugu Xiu was also very surprised by Yunxing's performance. He always thought that Yunxing was crafty and cold, but he didn't know that she had such tricks up her sleeves. This woman, how did she subdue this group of troublesome madams in the imperial court in such a short time? Dugu Xiu walked closer and listened. He saw that Yunxing was talking enthusiastically. You only need to grind high-quality pearls into powder and mix it with egg white. Apply it to your face for 15 minutes and then wash it with warm water. I guarantee that everyone's skin will be bright and smooth. As Yunxing spoke, she thought in her heart that a woman would doll herself up for her lover. This was definitely a principle that would never change since time immemorial. On the boundless continent, there were many medical centers, but there wasn't a single beauty salon. It was a pity that she couldn't even protect herself now. Otherwise, she would want to open the first beauty salon on the boundless continent. Just the money she earned from these madams would be enough to fill her basin. When Yunxing thought of this, her eyes shone brightly. Dugu Xiu watched from the side and knew that Yunxing must be up to no good again. Cough, cough. Dugu Xiu coughed a few times. Only then did the group of madams wake up from their daze. After bowing to the crown prince, they hurriedly retreated to the side. I didn't expect you to have some ability. Dugu Xiu was full of nitpicking. He would rather die than admit that because he was worried that Yunxing wouldn't be able to handle it, he had been absent-minded since just now. It was the first time for Dugu Xiu to let a woman affect his state of mind. I still have many areas that I'm capable of. The crown prince will know soon. Yunxing smiled sweetly. She calculated in her heart. She didn't seem to see Master Mayin today. It seemed that he had successfully escaped from Later Qin. Later Qin lost Master Mayin, so their military strength was undoubtedly greatly reduced. The Emperor and Empress have arrived. After a drawn-out announcement, Du Guxing and Empress Qing had arrived. Later Qin's emperor, Du Guxing, was about 40 years old. He was tall and had a head of red hair and a well-trimmed short beard. Beside him was a beautiful woman in her prime. However, compared to the Later Qin's emperor, the beautiful woman looked much younger. She was at most 30 years old. Her figure was enchanting and voluptuous, and she had a pair of flirtatious eyes. When she looked around, she was quite charming. May the emperor live for 10,000 years. May the empress live for 1,000 years. After the officials kowtowed, they took their seats. With the arrival of the empress, the Azalea banquet officially began. Later Qin's emperor and empress sat on the seats of honor. Du Guxiu and the other wives of the crown prince's residence sat on the right side of the empress. As for the left side, it was Du Guqian and his wives. Du Guxiu and Yunxing sat alone at a table. The remaining 3 people could only sit on the left side of the table. This must be Princess Dong Huang. Her appearance is indeed outstanding, and her temperament is extraordinary. Men, reward the princess with a pair of purple gold dragon and phoenix bracelets, 20 pieces of luminous cloud gauze, and 2 pairs of jade rui. Later Qin's emperor looked at Yunxing, nodded, and began to reward her. Thank you, father. Du Guxiu stood up and thanked him on behalf of Yunxing. For the sake of money, Yunxing could only reluctantly nod her head. However, she would rather die than call him imperial father. Qing Empress Qing saw Yunxing's appearance. She was indeed much more beautiful than Qing Chong. She then looked at her son. Ever since Dong Huangxing sat beside him, his eyes never left Dong Huangxing. However, Dong Huangxing seemed to dislike Du Guxiu sitting beside him. There was quite a distance between the two of them. During the Azalea banquet, which official wife didn't try their best to please their men? They would serve the dishes and pour wine for them. Dong Huangxing was the only one who only cared about eating. In the eyes of others, Princess Dong Huang seemed to be shy and didn't want to get close to Du Guxiu. However, in Qing Empress eyes, Dong Huangxing was arrogant and was playing hard to get with Du Guxiu. When she saw the pair of soul crystal earrings on Yunxing's ears, Qing Empress raised her eyes slightly, and the sternness in her eyes disappeared. Qing Empress naturally recognized the soul crystal ear studs. Qing Empress also had a pair of similar ear studs. However, in terms of quality and the value of the soul crystal, her pair of ear studs were far inferior to Dong Huangxing's pair. Qing Empress thought that during the Azalea banquet, she didn't even wear the soul crystal ear studs to attend the banquet. Dong Huangxing, a princess who hadn't even married into the Qing family, actually dared to be so ostentatious. She was obviously showing off in front of her and the Qing family. Furthermore, she also saw that her nephew Qing Meng's right hand was still crippled. Just now, when he wanted to go up and propose a toast to Du Guxiu with his broken hand, he was scared off by Du Guxiu's cold gaze. At this moment, her beloved niece, Qing Chong, could only sit beside Dong Huangxing and look at Du Guxiu with a face full of adoration. When Qing Empress saw this, the dissatisfaction in her heart became even stronger. After admiring the flowers, a group of male and female martial artists went up and performed a dance of swords and sabers, displaying the unique customs of the later Qing dynasty. Your Majesty, we have already had 3 rounds of wine, and everyone has had enough of admiring the flowers. Why don't we follow the tradition of the previous years and add some color to the Azalea banquet? Qing Empress took a sip of wine and looked at Qing Chong with her beautiful eyes. Haha, you are right. Then, let's do what we did in the past. This time, let's compete with our combat skills. 1 year has passed, and I also want to see what new combat skills the men of the later Qing dynasty have learned. When Du Guxing heard that, he nodded his head and agreed. Yunxing looked around and saw that everyone had a nervous and excited expression. It was as if they weren't surprised by what was going to happen next. The customs of the later Qing dynasty were very valiant. If it was just a palace banquet, it would be too ordinary to just admire the flowers and dance. In the past years, there would always be a competition during the Azalea banquet. The men would perform their best combat skills, and the one who lost, which was also the weakest one, would be dragged out and beheaded to be used as fertilizer for the flowers. However, there were always pros and cons. There were also some warriors who performed outstandingly at the Azalea banquet and were favored by the later Qin emperor. They were promoted and rewarded, and their careers soared. This rule had existed since the ancient later Qin dynasty. Therefore, every time the aristocratic martialists of the later Qin dynasty received an invitation to the Azalea banquet, they were both frightened and delighted. Are you going to show off your skills as well? Xianxia glanced at Du Guxiu. According to tradition, this crown prince is the last to go up. What, are you worried about this crown prince? Du Guxiu stared at Xianxia. Xianxia had just drunk a few mouthfuls of wine. Her face was slightly red, which made her look even more beautiful. Her eyes sparkled, but there was a charm that was different from usual. Du Guxiu couldn't help but stare in a daze. I just want to know, if you lose, will you be directly dragged out to be used as fertilizer? Xianxia rolled her eyes. Du Guxiu's handsome face clearly stiffened. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he suppressed his anger. Don't worry, in the entire later Qin dynasty, there is no one who can compare to this crown prince. However, the Azalea banquet has always been fair. 3 years ago, this crown prince's 14th brother was also sentenced to death because his combat skills were inferior. That's good. The fairer it is, the more exciting it will be. Xianxia grabbed a sour plum and nibbled on it with relish. She was up to no good in her heart. Just as Xianxia was happily nibbling on the plum, she suddenly caught a hostile gaze. She raised her head slightly and saw Qingho coldly glaring at her. A bad feeling arose in her heart. As expected, Qingho suddenly smiled. Your Majesty, why don't we change the rules for this year's Azalea banquet? It's boring to watch you men compete every day. Why don't we also let the female guests present show their skills? Her Majesty is right. Every year, it's us old men competing. We're already tired of competing until we're covered in sweat. Everyone knows that the women of later Qin dynasty aren't inferior to men. Let's have a competition and let us old men broaden our horizons. Qing Meng suppressed his anger and waited for the revenge that his younger sister had mentioned earlier. Finally, Qingho opened her mouth. Qing Meng immediately knew that the opportunity to take revenge had arrived. He and Qingho Foreign beside him hurriedly agreed. The other powers that were subordinate to Qingho also chimed in. Du Guxiu's gaze suddenly turned cold. What is going on? Mother already knew that Xianxia didn't know how to use Do Qi, and she also didn't know how to use magic. For her to suddenly suggest a competition, her intention couldn't be any more obvious. Among the ladies that were present at the Azalea banquet today, they either knew how to use magic or Do Qi. The only one that didn't know anything was Xianxia. Father, I don't think that this matter is appropriate. Du Guxiu still wanted to reject this matter. Xiu'er, on the battlefield, you men have the final say. However, in the imperial harem, you still have to listen to your mother. Men rule the country while women rule the imperial harem. If you don't even dare to participate in a small competition like the Azalea banquet, how are you going to convince everyone? Qingho glanced at Du Guxiu. From her tone, one could tell that she was displeased. Dong Huangxing hadn't even married into the family yet, and Xiu'er had already disobeyed her in public. In the future, when that woman marries into the family and has a child, wouldn't she still be able to climb over her head? Du Guxiu and Qingho stared at each other. In an instant, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Empress, Crown Prince, why are the two of you arguing? Why don't you let me make the decision? The competition will still be a competition, just that it won't be a competition of battle skills like before. There are also female guests from other countries here. Why don't we have a competition of battle skills that can be used by magicians, warriors, or even ordinary people? Seeing that Qingho and Du Guxiu were arguing, Du Guxing quickly became the peacemaker. Everyone in the palace knew that Dong Huangxing didn't know how to use Do Qi or magic. It was obvious that Qingho was against Dong Huangxing because of Qin Chong. However, the marriage between Dong Huangxing and Dong Huang dynasty was facilitated by Du Guxing. After weighing the pros and cons, he didn't want to offend either side. However, at the same time, he had to side with both sides. Your Majesty is wise. Qing Chong has an idea. Why don't we compete in archery? Qing Chong saw that and suggested an idea. Archery was a skill that required skills and eyesight. It really didn't have anything to do with doqi or magic. After hearing what Qing Chong said, Du Guxiu looked at Yunxing. Yunxing's expression didn't change at all. She made an indifferent gesture and said, "Let's compete." "I don't care. It's just that the content of the competition has been changed." "Whether the result of the competition should be changed or not, shouldn't it be made clear beforehand?" "Of course. The content of the competition can be accommodated, but the last place can't be changed." Qing Ho's eyes glowed fiercely. According to the tradition, the last place of the azalea banquet would be used as fertilizer. All the female guests, other than Qing Chong, showed a hint of unwillingness. Yunxing saw this and sneered in her heart. "When in Rome, do as the Romans do. We'll do whatever the Empress thinks is good." Yunxing smiled. It seemed like Qing Ho wanted her to be fertilizer. "That's good. If I don't teach these people a lesson, they won't know why the flowers are so red." Du Guxing didn't expect his future daughter-in-law from the East Emperor dynasty to be so forthright. His interest was immediately piqued and he ordered, "Since that's the case, then it's settled. Men, set up the target." Beside Qing Meng, Madame Qing tugged at her husband anxiously. "Are we really going to compete? I'm not good at archery." "What if? What if? You even dare to compete with Dong Huangsheng. What are you afraid of? The last one will definitely be that idiotic princess. Let's see who can protect her." Qing Meng rolled his eyes at his wife. Most of the girls in the later Qing dynasty had learned horsemanship and archery when they were young, but not all of them specialized in archery like Qing Chong. Therefore, Madame Qing wasn't the only one who was anxious. But on second thought, no matter how bad she was, she couldn't be worse than Dong Huangsheng. Everyone looked at Dong Huangsheng. Her skin was soft and tender, as if she hadn't even seen the sun for a few times. Then, they looked at her hands. She didn't look like she had ever held a weapon before. Thinking about it this way, 99% of the people had already decided that Dong Huangsheng would be the one to be the fertilizers. Du Guxing ordered. Then, a few warriors carried a target that was half a man's height to the stage. The target of the later Qing dynasty wasn't an ordinary grass target. It was half a meter in diameter, and the target was made of extremely tough golden arrow grass. It was covered with a 2-inch thick rhinoceros skin. The red dot at the center of the target was dyed with the blood of magical beasts. The weight of such an animal skin target alone was more than 50 kilograms. When it was carried up, one could feel the steaming smell of the battlefield. If one didn't have good arm strength, it would be difficult for him to even hit the target, let alone the red spot. "Your Majesty, since there is a competition, there should be a referee to show fairness." "Why don't I be the referee?" Madame Qing seemed to be in a good mood. She volunteered to be the referee. "Why don't I be the referee?" "What do you think, Your Majesty?" A warrior in a white robe walked over. "Director Song, what brings you here?" The later Qin emperor couldn't help but smile when he saw who it was. The noble princes and concubines present all stood up and bowed respectfully to the person who had come. "Master." Du Guxiu walked forward with his usual coldness. Yunxing was also surprised. This Director Song was the middle-aged flower farmer she had met in the medicine field earlier. He was still dressed as a gardener, but unexpectedly, he was the curator of the Big Dipper Martial Hall. Director Song was not only the director of the Big Dipper Martial Hall, but he was also Du Guxiu's teacher. Back then, Du Guxiu had learned all his combat skills from Director Song. He didn't hold any official position in the imperial court, but he could freely enter and leave the palace. He was undoubtedly the #1 martial artist in the later Qing dynasty. Director Song's origin was very mysterious, and his cultivation was also very high. There were rumors in the outside world that his cultivation had even surpassed the first level of martial emperor. However, Director Song was indifferent by nature, but he was also upright and plain-spoken. He had always disliked the complicated formalities of the imperial court. Every year, Du Guxing would host the palace's azalea banquet and invite him, but according to the rules of previous years, he had never attended. Therefore, his sudden appearance at today's Azalea banquet naturally came as a shock to everyone. Qinghe's expression changed slightly when she saw Director Song. The later Qin Emperor and the others might not know Director Song's origin, but Qinghe knew. Director Song was sent by the Qilin clan's patriarch, He Yao, to teach Du Guxiu martial skills. Although he was sent by He Yao, in terms of seniority, he was still He Yao's senior martial brother and was rumored to be a member of the 8 Desolate Tribes Beast God Altar. When He Yao became friends with Qinghe, he saw that she was a very ambitious woman. She was obsessed with politics and had long wanted to control the later Qin's imperial court. In order to prevent Qinghe from becoming too powerful in the future and controlling Du Guxiu, He Yao sent Director Song to help Du Guxiu ascend to the throne of the later Qin Emperor as soon as possible. At the same time, he also wanted to prevent Qinghe from becoming too powerful. Indeed, after Director Song's arrival, the relationship between Qinghe and Du Guxiu's mother and son had become quite distant. Because of this, Qinghe was very angry with Director Song and wanted to chase him away. However, Director Song was very respected by the later Qin Emperor and Du Guxiu. Therefore, she could only hate him in her heart. In today's Azalea banquet, Qinghe wanted to teach Dong Huangxing a lesson. If she became the judge, she would naturally be able to do something during the competition. However, once Director Song came, she had no other choice but to step aside resentfully. Once Director Song came, the matter of being the judge naturally fell on him. Everyone, since His Majesty has appointed me as the judge of this competition, I will be bold and change the rules of the archery competition. Director Song changed the rules of archery. All the family members of the civil and military officials who were below the age of 30 and above the age of 14 were required to participate in the archery competition this time. The winner and loser would be determined by shooting 5 arrows. Whoever could shoot the highest number of arrows would be considered the winner. According to the rules of the past, the competition would start from the person with the lowest rank. Those who were qualified to participate in the Azalea banquet, from the rank 3 military officials to the princes and imperial concubines, were qualified to participate in the Azalea banquet. Including the future crown prince consort Xianxia, there were a total of 30 female guests. Each person would shoot 5 arrows, which meant that there would be 150 arrows. Every single arrow had been specially treated. At the end of each arrow, there was a copper coin tied to it. On the copper coin, there were numbers 1 to 30 written on it. However, right before the competition started, Director Song opened his mouth once again. Right now, every female guest has been given 5 arrows with different numbers. This competition will only record the final result. The winner and loser will only be determined after the last person shoots all the arrows. During this period of time, the arrows that each person shoots will not be pulled out. The person who shoots later will be able to shoot down the arrow shot by the person who shot earlier. If the arrow is shot down, the previous person's result will not be counted. This was the first time Director Song had heard of such archery rules. However, this greatly increased the excitement of the archery competition. Xianxia was given the arrow with the number 1 at the end. According to the order, she was placed last. The first person to come up was the wife of a rank 3 military official. She received the arrow from the imperial bodyguard at the side and shot it 5 times. 5 arrows were shot in one go and landed in the 7, 8, 9th circle. As expected of the wife of a military official, her archery skills were quite good. However, even so, the military official couple's expressions were still very nervous. According to Director Song's rules, no one would know the result of this competition until the last arrow was shot. The target was very big and could easily hold 200 to 300 arrows. However, the space was limited. If one did not take the arrow, the chances of hitting the target or the arrow being shot down would greatly increase. The remaining people shot 14 to 15 people. Apart from one person whose archery skills were slightly inferior, most of their arrows landed in the 7 or 7 circle. During this time, there were 2 people whose arrows were shot down. It seems that later Qin women are indeed not inferior to men. With such archery skills, even if they were to go into battle, it would be more than enough. Du Guxiu stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. I hope that the people behind are also like this, the Green Empress said as she glanced at Xianxia. The family guessing competition's plot is very lively. Someone even guessed correctly. Don't be so clever. In any case, you should at least leave some food for Defu. Also, thank you for everyone's tips, subscriptions, and tickets. Yunxing, on the other hand, looked calm. She continued eating and drinking, as if this competition had nothing to do with her. Next, young Madame Qing. Young Madame Qing was the 10th from the bottom, ahead of the Crown Prince's concubines and the Crown Prince's concubines. Young Madame Qing stepped forward. 20 people had stepped forward in succession. The originally empty target was now densely packed with nearly 100 arrows. The difficulty of archery had greatly increased. Young Madame Qing was not good at archery. At this moment, she was a little nervous. Her first arrow happened to hit the arrow of the first general's wife. However, her arm was not strong enough, so the arrow was blocked and fell to the ground. Out of the 5 arrows, 1 had missed. Young Madame Qing's face turned pale, and her hands began to tremble. Her performance was not very good. She shot 4 arrows in a row, but all of them landed on the 6th or 7th ring. When young Madame Qing stepped down, her face turned green. Among all the contestants, her performance was the worst. If this went on, after a few more rounds, it was Li Huali's turn. Li Huali looked weak and slender, as if she could not even lift the bow. She stepped forward, and a trace of wisdom flashed across her eyes. She pulled the bowstring, and a stream of magic power was injected into the bow. Whoosh! The arrow was released from the bowstring. The arrow hit the bullseye. Good job, the 10th ring. Concubine Li, good shot. Li Huali looked complacent. She then shot 4 more arrows, and all of them landed on the 9th ring. In this way, Li Huali suddenly became the most outstanding archer among all the contestants. When Li Huali stepped down, she glanced at the people from the Crown Prince's mansion. The complacency in her eyes was obvious. Next, it should be this servant's turn. Madame Qi Bai smiled and casually picked up her bow. She raised her bow and shot an arrow. Only a bang sound was heard. Her fingers moved at an amazing speed. In an instant, the 5 arrows turned into a straight line and hit the center of the arrow. The 5 arrows all hit the bullseye of the 10th ring. Good. Xiao, it seems that your Crown Prince mansion is also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Madame Qi Bai is capable of going out into the hall and onto the battlefield. You're lucky to have her. Later Qin Emperor Duguxing praised. It was rare for a woman to have archery skills like Madame Qi Bai. Thank you for your praise, royal father. Duguxiao nodded in satisfaction. With the Duga father and son's praise, Qing Ho and Qing Chong were both displeased. Qing Chong has embarrassed herself. Secondary consort Qing walked forward and took the bow from Madame Qi Bai's hands. Qing Chong raised her bow and shot 5 arrows consecutively. 1, 2, 3, 4, and they all hit the bullseye. When it came to the last arrow, Qing Chong's eyes darkened. She sent a hidden force into the arrow and the bow. With a boom, Qing Chong's last arrow collided with Madame Qi Bai's arrow. The 2 arrows collided and Madame Qi Bai's arrow was immediately split into 2. Good, Chong-er, good archery. Qing Ho stood up and applauded Qing Chong's archery skills. Similarly, all 5 arrows hit the bullseye. The Qing family's fierce daughter. Secondary consort. Qing's archery skills are on par with Madame Qi Bai's, Duguxing also praised. Madame Qi Bai's expression was not good. Everyone could see that Qing Chong had deliberately shot her arrow. The last one should be Princess Dong Huang. Qing Chong was pleased with herself. She turned and handed the bow to Yunxing. The onlookers thought to themselves, with Madame Qi Bai and Qing Chong in front, Princess Dong Huang will be under a lot of pressure. Yunxing took the arrow and frowned. Ah, I'm so sorry, Princess. I used too much strength just now and the bow cracked. Qing Chong pretended to go forward to take a look. It turned out that her last arrow had broken a hole in the bow. Men, get a new bow. Duguxiao glanced at Qing Chong with displeasure. No need, I have my own bow and arrows. Yunxing smiled and untied something from her waist. It was a palm-sized bow carved out of jade. If one did not pay attention, it would be easy to mistake it for a jade pendant. Yunxing's divine sense moved slightly, and the bow that looked like a jade pendant automatically enlarged until it was a size suitable for Yunsheng. Ah, the Rui bow. Qing Chong saw the bow and jumped up without caring about his broken arm, pointing at Yunsheng's bow. Qing Chong's eyes were red with anger as she stared at the bow in Yunsheng's hand. When Yunsheng entered the palace earlier, she carried the Rui bow with her like a hanging ornament. Not many people noticed it. Yunsheng shrugged. She did not believe that Qing Chong and her sister would dare to snatch the bow. Qing Chong stared at the Rui bow, feeling as if ants were gnawing at her heart. She really did not dare to snatch the bow in front of so many people. But why would this bow appear on Dong Huangxing? Qing Meng saw this and quickly pulled Qing Chong to the side. Chonger, calm down. Why do you have to care about a bow? This woman might not even be able to live past today. The whole later Qin is yours. When the time comes, you can have whatever you want Moyin to make for you. Qing Qiong could only suppress her anger. What her big brother said was right. So what if Dong Huangxing had a good bow? The target right now was filled with arrows. She didn't believe that Dong Huangxing, that idiot, would be able to get a good result. If she wasn't careful, she might end up as fertilizer for the flowers later. Everyone looked as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Yunsheng picked up the bow calmly. In her black eyes, a hint of golden light flashed past unnoticeably. The entire target was clearly enlarged in her mind. A hint of a smile appeared on her face. Yunsheng's fingertips shook. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 arrows were shot at the target in a disorderly manner. Pfft, it's actually 4 one-ring arrows. Someone laughed softly. Du Guxiu's mouth twitched. Look, he did not expect Yunsheng's archery skills to be so bad. Of course, the 4 arrows that Yunsheng shot out actually hit the outermost red line of the target accurately. They were thousands of miles away from the center of the target. 4 one-ring arrows. Even young Madame Qing, who missed an arrow earlier, had better archery skills than Yunsheng. Du Guxiu's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the wine cup in his hand. He looked at Director Song, who was not far away. Director Song looked at him and nodded his head. Du Guxiu then heaved a sigh of relief and put down the wine cup in his hand. The master and disciple communicated secretly, and the bystanders did not notice it. No matter what, Du Guxiu's woman was not allowed to be mocked by others. Everyone's eyes were now focused on Princess Dong Huang, waiting for her to shoot the last arrow. Even though this arrow was no longer of any importance to him. Qing Chong laughed at the side. Director Song, I think Princess Dong Huang is tired from the journey. I'm afraid she hasn't recovered yet. Why don't I shoot the last arrow for her? Qing Chong was secretly pleased with herself. Trash will always be trash. Earlier on, I thought that this woman had some brains. But now, from the looks of it, she is still an idiot. So what if she has the Rui Bao? His archery skills were terrible. Even if he had a golden saddle, what could a crippled horse do? Dong Huangxing had already missed 4 arrows. So what if Qing Chong managed to hit the bullseye with her last arrow? I just don't know how Dong Huangxing is going to deal with her if she really gets the last arrow. Could it be that she is going to kill the princess of Dong Huang country? Thank you for your kind intentions, concubine Qing. However, if I miss this arrow, wouldn't concubine Qing be the one to bear the punishment for me? Yunsheng turned around and smiled. However, there wasn't a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Qing Chong snorted, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Let's see how you are going to deal with this later. Yunsheng wasn't in a hurry. She took out another arrow, knocked the arrow, and shot it out. At the sight of the target, Director Song's sleeves were already ready to shoot. The instant the arrow pierced through the air, Director Song, who had been watching from the side, frowned. It was as if he had sensed something. He loosened his grip, and the qi that he had been gathering was also retracted back. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The instant Yunsheng's arrow pierced through the target that was half a meter tall suddenly shook. It was as if it was hit by a punch. The more than 100 arrows that had been shot at the target earlier jumped and fell to the ground. On the target, there was only Yunsheng's arrow left. It was especially eye-catching. That arrow hit the bullseye. It was the bullseye. Everyone, other than Du Guxiu, had a stunned expression on their faces. I have finished shooting the 5 arrows. Director Song, please announce the result of the competition. Yunxing blinked her eyes at Director Song. She didn't miss the surprise in Director Song's eyes. The others might not have sensed it, but Director Song was very close to the target. When Yunxing shot the last arrow, he clearly saw that when the arrow hit the target, the other 4 arrows that were originally stuck on the target exploded. The arrows fell to the ground. No one noticed that the 4 arrows that Princess Donghuang shot earlier had already exploded into dust. It was also because of the strange power contained in those 4 arrows that caused the other arrows to fall to the ground. Earlier on, Dong Huangxing was like a child. She had randomly shot 4 arrows at the 4 corners of the target. These 4 corners subtly included all the arrows on the target. Was it intentional, or was it Princess Dong Huangxing? She had already prepared. Director Song remained calm on the surface, but his heart was raging like a raging storm. What kind of power was it that could be stored in the body of an arrow and explode at a fixed time? Qi. Magic power? None of them. Didn't they say that this princess from the Donghuang dynasty was a good-for-nothing? Or was it that she was hiding some terrifying technique? No one would have guessed that what Yunxing used just now was the power of the Yin family soul-healing godly needle. Yunxing didn't have any magic power now, but she still had the technique that was passed down in her family. At the moment when she shot the arrow, she had already hidden the power of the dark needle in the arrow. The purpose of the last arrow was to activate the power of the dark needle in the previous 4 arrows, causing the other arrows to fall to the ground. However, compared to guessing what technique Princess Donghuang used, there was an even more troublesome matter that Director Song had to worry about. That was, how exactly should this competition be judged? On the entire target, there was only 1 arrow. Logically speaking, it seemed that everyone's score was 0 points, and only Princess Donghuang's score was 10 points. Dong Huangxing, what is this? The competition is over, and you caused everyone's arrows to fall to the ground. How is Director Song going to judge the result? Qing Chang was the first to lose her cool. Earlier on, Director Song had requested that the arrows not be pulled out, and everyone's scores had yet to be recorded. His original intention was to increase the difficulty of the competition so that the final result would be clear. However, who knew that in the end there was only 1 arrow left? Qing Chang was unconvinced, very unconvinced. In this competition, she was supposed to be the winner, but because of Dong Huangxing's interference, everything changed. Although she also found it inconceivable that Dong Huangxing, this good-for-nothing, was able to cause all their arrows to fall to the ground. Was it a coincidence, or was it her meticulous plan? However, other than the Rui Bao, everyone used the same arrows, and the target was also the same. The Rui Bao had also been checked by Director Song earlier on, and there was nothing wrong with it. Haha, secondary consort Qing, it's not up to you to decide whether you can judge or not. Director Song is the judge, and the final result is naturally up to him. Yunxing smiled and looked at Director Song. Princess Donghuang is right, I have already come to a conclusion. According to the rules before the competition, the winner of this competition is Princess Donghuang. As for the last place, Director Song's gaze swept across the crowd, and finally landed on young Mistress Qing. The last place is young Mistress Qing. Everyone's arrows were all off target, and there shouldn't be a winner. However, considering that everyone's arrows were off target during the competition, only young Mistress Qing's arrow was off target during the competition. Therefore, young Mistress Qing lost this competition. As soon as Director Song finished speaking, young Mistress Qing was so frightened that she fell to the ground with a plop. This is not fair, my score is obviously higher than Princess Donghuang. Young Mistress Qing's face was pale. Does anyone else have any objections to this result? Director Song looked around. Director Song spoke, and the result was obvious. At this moment, no one dared to have any objections. The later Qin emperors, Du Guxing and Du Guxiu, were equally indifferent. Qing Meng and Qing Chang's faces were also pale, and they looked at Qing Empress pleadingly. Young Mistress Qing was from the Qing mansion, and today's competition was personally proposed by Qing Empress. She originally wanted to use this opportunity to attack Dong Huangxing. Even if she couldn't get rid of Dong Huangxing, she would at least make her lose face. However, in the end, young Mistress Qing became the scapegoat. If Qing Empress didn't do anything about it, she would lose face in the future. Your Majesty. Qing Empress just opened her mouth. Later Qing Emperor Duguxing also had a headache. How could he not see that today's competition was Qing Empress's way of showing her power to her future daughter-in-law, Princess Dong Huang? He didn't interfere earlier because he wanted to test Princess Dong Huang and see if she could handle it. He was very satisfied with Dong Huangxing's performance. Empress, the winner has been decided. I can't change the rules of the Azalea banquet without permission. The winner today is Princess Dong Huang, so young Mistress Qing's life and death will be decided by Princess Dong Huang. Duguxing rubbed his temples. Qing Empress gritted her teeth and cursed Duguxing in her heart. This bastard wants me to beg Dong Huangxing. Qing Empress said reluctantly, Princess, for my sake, can you let young Mistress Qing go this time? You should know that in terms of seniority, she is your future cousin-in-law. Cousin-in-law? Yunxing spat twice in her heart. Who wants to be her? I would rather have a godlike enemy than a pig-like relative. This group of later Qing women, saying that women are not inferior to men, each and every one of them can shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away, like an invincible archer. None of them really understood the purpose of Director Song's rule. Although it was a competition of archery, it was actually a competition of brains. This Qing Empress was even funnier. Since the beginning of the Azalea banquet, she had been opposing her, but now she used the title of cousin-in-law. Haha, if she really gave in, she would not be Yunxing. Empress, I only have one question. If the person who lost today was me, would anyone still plead for me? Others bullied and humiliated me. If I endured it, who would put Dong Huangxing in my eyes in the future? Since I am the princess of Dong Huang, I represent the Dong Huang dynasty. In the Dong Huang dynasty, if you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat. If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Yunxing's eyes were slightly cold, but her words had already determined the life and death of young Madame Qing. At this moment, this plain-clothed woman was no longer as indifferent as before. Her jade-like face was clear and beautiful, like an unsheathed sword, showing off its sharp edge. How could she be so domineering? Later Qing ministers, even Duguxing and Qing Empress, could not help but slightly change their expression. Her words were clear enough, sparing young Madame Qing was tantamount to insulting the Dong Huang dynasty. The Dong Huang dynasty had declined, but it was the only legitimate imperial family on the continent. Weighing the pros and cons, later Qing Emperor Duguxing waved his hand, and 2 guards pulled young Madame Qing up. Husband, save me, sister-in-law, save me, Empress, young Madame Qing's shrill cry echoed in the Taiyang Palace. No one in the Qing mansion dared to speak, and could only watch young Madame Qing's voice go further and further away until it completely disappeared. I'm not feeling well, I'll take my leave first. Qing Empress pulled a long face, got up in disappointment, and left the banquet early with the excuse that she was not feeling well. Qing Meng looked like he had lost his soul. Qing Chong's eyes were red. Only Duguxiu seemed to be in a good mood. In today's competition, those people who looked down on Dong Huangxing earlier were all scared witless. After the Azalea banquet ended, Duguxiu stayed behind to discuss some important matters with Director Song. Yunxing and the others took the carriage back to the Crown Prince residence. Inside the Taiyang Palace, the azaleas bloomed dazzlingly. In that medicinal field, there was another patch of bright red fertile soil. Thank you so much for your help just now, Master, Duguxing said respectfully to Director Song. Duguxing had already made arrangements for today's Azalea banquet. He knew that since Qing Meng's right hand was crippled by him, his mother would definitely seek revenge for Qing Mansion. He was the one who injured her, but Imperial Mother would definitely put the blame on Yunxing. Therefore, he had already asked his master, Director Song, to step in so that he could help Yunxing at the crucial moment. Director Song was also a little surprised at first. Duguxiu had been learning martial arts from him for many years, but he had never asked him for help. Only this time, he asked for help because of a woman. As his master, he naturally couldn't reject him. However, on the other hand, he was also very curious about what kind of woman could make Duguxiu fall in love with her. When Director Song first saw Dong Huangxing, he only had an impression of her appearance. However, that was only her appearance. Her beauty was only for a moment. However, the conversation that followed made Director Song realize that Dong Huangxing was different from others. This princess from the eastern capital was not only brave, but she also said some shocking things from time to time. In the Azalea banquet, Dong Huangxing's amazing arrow shocked Director Song even more. "Xiaoer, you thanked the wrong person this time. I originally wanted to help Princess Dong Huang in this archery competition, but in the end, the princess's arrow had nothing to do with me." A rare smile appeared on Director Song's usually expressionless face. Only in front of his most valued disciple would he reveal such an expression. "Master? You weren't the one who helped me with the last arrow?" From Director Song's appearance in the herb field to his appearance in the middle of the competition, as well as him volunteering to be the judge, Du Guxiu had already discussed all of these with Director Song. He even told Director Song that he would use his battle energy to help Yunxing turn the tables at the last moment. "Xiaoer, I have watched you grow up, and I know you even better than your parents. Let me ask you, how much do you know about this Dong Huangxing?" Director Song looked at Du Guxiu. Du Guxiu hesitated for a moment, then said, "Master, I don't dare to hide anything from you. She is not Princess Dong Huang, she is the granddaughter of Yun Ba from Zhou State's Yun residence, Yunxing." "What? Xiaoer, you are muddle-headed. Do you know how big of a commotion Yunxing has caused in the continent recently?" When Director Song heard Yunxing's name, his gaze changed, as if he had seen a scourge. Recently, in the Wuji continent, the most earth-shattering matter was none other than the internal strife in Zhou State. Zhou State's Bai Ming Wang rebelled and forced the emperor of Zhou State, Yi Qingtian, to abdicate. Using the country as a betrothal gift, he swore to marry Yunxing. In the continent, Yunxing had long been viewed as a femme fatale, a foxy woman who would cause chaos in the imperial court. However, ever since she was divorced before marriage, Yunxing never appeared in the continent again. However, how would Director Song know that this femme fatale Yunxing, who was the subject of much discussion in the continent, was actually hiding in the crown prince's residence in Later Qin? This act of hiding a mistress in a golden house really caught Director Song off guard. "Master, I like her. 5 years ago, I already liked her. I have placed yearning for her in my dreams. She will never leave me in this lifetime. Besides, her magic power has already been trapped by my Qilin battle aura. It's impossible for Yi Baiming to know that she's in Ho Qin." Du Guxiu also knew about this matter. What he did was against common sense, but he still did it. Moreover, he didn't regret it at all. "You actually placed yearning for her in my dreams. You are too muddle-headed. So she was Yunxing. No wonder her archery skills were so tricky and strange. Follow me." Director Song sighed. He had been young before, so how could he not know that the word love was the most misleading? Director Song brought Du Guxiu to the archery target that was used in the previous competition. As soon as the competition ended, Director Song ordered someone to bring down the target. No outsiders were allowed to look at it. Director Song exerted force with his 10 fingers and the thick beast skin on the target was torn apart. What made Du Guxiu shocked was that the inside of the thick and heavy target was already very loose. With just a pinch, the target would break apart. "Even I, as your master, am unable to tell what technique Yunxing used." However, the strength of Yunxing's arrow was so great that it broke the entire target. However, she was able to make the target look as if nothing had happened. His control over his strength was exquisite beyond compare. If her ability to control magic has also reached such a realm, then Dong Huangxing could be said to be the #1 person in the boundless continent in the past few thousand years when it came to magic, Director Song said in a deep voice. "Warning, the foxy man is about to make his appearance." There were many mages and warriors in the boundless continent. Most people would think that the higher one's magic realm or martial realm was because they possessed more magic power. But in reality, that wasn't the case. The Bakra orcs had discovered a secret earlier than the humans. The true strength of magicians and warriors lies in the degree to which they can use magic power and fighting aura. Even if they were both magic realm and martial realm experts, if they could use magic power better, it meant that they could fight to the last moment. Curator Song had good eyesight. He was the senior brother of the Black Qilin tribe's leader, He Yao, and also came from the Beast God Altar. He had fought countless bloody battles in his life. Even though he had only met Yunxing once, he could acutely sense that Yunxing had potential that others couldn't compare to. Even Yunxing herself didn't realize this. Curator Song had hidden in the boundless continent for many years. On one hand, he wanted to nurture Du Guxiu. On the other hand, he wanted to secretly observe the situation in the boundless continent. All these years, Curator Song had been secretly paying attention to the experts in the boundless continent. In his opinion, the boundless world had indeed produced some extraordinary talents in the past few years, but there was nothing special about them and they were very limited. In terms of magic, even Xiao Wenqiu from the Temple of Dharma and Lu Tongtian from the mainland's magic elite camp would be able to defeat these people without the restriction of the heavenly blood seal as long as the younger generation of the tribe completed the beast god's baptism. In terms of magic, the 8 Desolation tribe had Green, Z, and the others. In terms of warriors, the Black Qilin tribe was the leader. But in these few years, the continent had changed. In terms of warriors, the old and new martial emperors, Yun Ba and Yi Baiming, had appeared out of nowhere. Yi Baiming was still alright. He had the Qilin bloodline and was favored by He Linlin. He would return to the 8 Desolation tribe sooner or later. But at this moment, Yunxing appeared. Her appearance caused Yi Baiming to reject He Linlin. If Yi Baiming insisted on his opinion, he would definitely break off relations with the Black Qilin tribe. At that time, the 8 Desolation tribe would have another great enemy. Furthermore, judging from the situation at the Azalea banquet today, Yunxing was as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a fleeing rabbit. If she did not make a sound, she would be like a noble princess. But once she was angered, she would be like a dangerous cheetah, ready to tear apart her opponent's throat and suck their blood. Master, you don't have to worry about this. Her magic has been controlled by this disciple's Qilin Do Qi. She will submit to this disciple and this disciple will not let her obstruct Master and Patriarch's grand plan. This was the first time Du Guxiu had heard his master use such a tone to evaluate someone. He had also caught the killing intent that had flashed through Curator Song's eyes. Subconsciously, Du Guxiu wanted to protect Yunxing. Then you should be even more cautious. Xiu'er, let me give you a word of advice. This person called Dong Huangxing, either you let her be under your control forever or you destroy her as soon as possible. Otherwise, one day, she will become your greatest inner demon. Don't let down Patriarch's expectations of you. Curator Song patted Du Guxiu's shoulder. Master, please don't worry. Right now, this disciple is more worried about Zhou State. Recently, Zhou State seems to be too peaceful. Du Guxiu had only found out from He Linlin that Yi Baiming was actually He Yao's flesh and blood. However, unlike him, Yi Baiming's experience was even more bumpy than his. He lived in the cold palace and had been blind since young. However, even in such an environment, Yi Baiming was still able to grow to such a level. It could be said that Yi Baiming was even more unfathomable than Du Guxiu. I'm afraid things are not going well for Zhou State. Yi Baiming is much more difficult to deal with than you and I thought. Linlin just sent this letter over this morning. Curator Song handed a letter to Du Guxiu. After Du Guxiu finished reading the letter, his face turned gloomy. He suddenly tightened his grip, and the letter cracked into pieces. Yi Baiming was indeed making a move. A few days ago, when Yunxing first entered the Crown Prince's residence, the Crown Prince's residence experienced a conflict between women. This conflict ended with Yunxing's complete victory. At this moment, Zhou State was experiencing a rebellion that would change the face of the boundless world in the future. The process of this rebellion was beyond everyone's expectations. With the country as the betrothal gift, he swore to marry Yunxing. Yi Baiming, that rebellious and unfilial son, actually dared to spout such arrogant words. Men immediately order people to capture Yi Baiming. When the emperor of Zhou State heard those words, he was so angry that he nearly fell off his dragon throne. That night, he ordered the entire palace to be under martial law and ordered the Marquis of Jiayuan to lead a group of soldiers to search for Yi Baiming's whereabouts. However, in just one night, Yi Baiming, Qingbai, Bu Jiuxiao, and the rest also disappeared. Along with them, hundreds of warriors from Wushuan Limitless School and the Imperial Guards from Zhou State's palace also disappeared. Along with them, hundreds of millions of purple gold coins from Zhou State's treasury also disappeared. On the second day, all the shops in Yujing City, including the rice and sundry shops, were closed. Faced with this sudden change, the citizens of Yujing City fell into a state of panic. What exactly is going on? The emperor of Zhou State roared in the imperial court. After learning that Yi Baiming was going to betray him, the emperor of Zhou State anxiously went to court. He realized that the imperial court was much emptier than usual. When he took a closer look, he saw that the people left behind were all civil officials. Aside from the Marquis of Jiayuan, the other military officials of Zhou State seemed to have evaporated overnight. The civil officials who usually liked to argue didn't dare to say anything at this moment. The old officials, led by Chengu, only shrunk their necks. No one knew how to answer. Chengu shook his head inwardly and sighed. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with Yun Ba, that old fellow's influence among the military officials was far greater than what the emperor of Zhou State had imagined. 50% of the generals of Zhou State were Yun Ba's former subordinates, while the other 40% were from Wushuan Limitless School. This time, the emperor of Zhou State had stubbornly insisted on forcing Lord Baiming to break off the marriage. How could he have known that he had angered both Lord Baiming and that old fellow Yun Ba at the same time? Those military officials had either retired and returned to their hometowns or stayed at home sick. With the loss of the military officials, half of Zhou State's border defense was undoubtedly destroyed. Needless to say, the current Yujing City was also in a mess. Your Majesty, the prices of Yujing City have skyrocketed. The supply of food, oil, salt, and clothing has all been cut off. It seems like someone has joined forces with the Limitless Chamber of Commerce to collectively boycott the supply of Yujing City. The official from the Ministry of Revenue wiped off his cold sweat. Cut off the supply? Then why aren't you investigating? Investigate from house to house. We don't believe that the entire Yujing City's food, oil, and salt can disappear overnight. Ever since the emperor of Zhou State, Yi Qingtian, ascended the throne, he had never encountered such a situation. It was all because of that bile spawn, Yi Baiming. End of chapter 891. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.